As long as the universe does not perish, I will not die, because I possess a form of immortality. By destroying any living thing, one can infinitely extend their lifespan. Even burning a blade of grass can add a day to one's lifespan. Yet, I am not happy at all, because I have lived for over 10,000 years, and I have accumulated 250,000 years of lifespan. Yet I can only cultivate in the mortal realm and cannot ascend. It wasn't until 3 years later that I discovered lifespan had other uses. On that day, I was preparing to send off the last friend I had in the mortal realm. A man in a white robe flew swiftly in my direction. He approached rapidly. This is no ordinary speed for a mortal. I squinted and looked into the distance. Then, I formed a hand seal, and a crisp sound of formation echoed. Under the effect of the invisibility formation, the yard instantly vanished from sight. Before long, the man in white appeared above my yard, holding a circular crystal, muttering to himself that he was in the right place but wondered why no one was there. At that moment, I looked up closely at the middle-aged man in white. From the mysterious aura surrounding him, this person was undoubtedly an immortal, but what could he want from me? Just as I was pondering this, the middle-aged man in white suddenly waved his hand, and a surge of ethereal energy struck the ground. With a sound like a palace, the invisibility formation was instantly captured. The yard and dozens of food defense formations became visible. Just as I thought, how strange. The middle-aged man in white stared at the formations below with a perplexed expression. He looked at me in the yard and said solemnly, I am an immortal from the celestial realm, sent to bring all the great masters to ascend. Quickly disable the formation and come with me to the celestial realm. Seeing that he was an immortal, my expression changed slightly, and I complied. I never expected that this person wanted to take me to the celestial realm. I have many unfinished matters in the mortal realm. May I go to the celestial realm later? Also, I have a brother who is also at the 10th level of the Great Ascension. Could you take him to the celestial realm first? I naturally wouldn't fully trust this person. Rashly following him could be dangerous. The middle-aged man in white appeared somewhat impatient and said, all those who have achieved greatness in the mortal realm will be taken to the celestial realm to ascend. No one is exempt. Hurry up, I'm in a rush, or don't blame me for breaking this formation. Upon hearing this, I frowned slightly. After contemplating for a moment, I decided to follow him. Fortunately, the middle-aged man in white did not harm me. Before long, I was brought to the center of the mortal realm. At this point, many people had already gathered here, divided into 5 factions, each separated by 100 feet. I carefully observed these people. I quickly spotted my friend, Jin Yangfu. Today, Jin Yangfu's lifespan was running out. I thought he wouldn't survive this calamity, but unexpectedly, he had another chance to survive. It seems I can still have a long talk with him in the celestial realm. Half an hour later, all the great masters at the 10th level of the Great Ascension were gathered together. After discussing, the leaders of the 5 factions took out a crystal compass. Once the compass was gathered, a massive deep hole suddenly appeared in the sky, and a group of people was drawn into it. Soon, we found ourselves at the foot of a celestial mountain shrouded in ethereal energy. I quickly scanned my surroundings. This was indeed the celestial realm. This is celestial energy, I can actually absorb it, and the crowd began to murmur. At that moment, a voice like that of a deity suddenly echoed from above. A middle-aged man in red appeared out of nowhere, hovering in mid-air, his gaze fixed on the over 100 people present. I am of the royal family, addressing you all as disciples of our royal clan. Behind you, there are enough caves on the celestial mountain. Choose one, and it will be your future residence. The middle-aged man in red had a gentle expression, exuding celestial energy, presenting an image of a refined gentleman. In addition, here are celestial pills, each person receives one. After taking it, you will absorb celestial energy and surely ascend within half a day. Then, Huang Hongzhang waved his hand, and countless golden lights flew out from an ancient ring, precisely landing in front of everyone. Everyone joyfully received the celestial pills, eager to swallow them immediately. However, I squinted slightly, wrapping my hand in spiritual energy to prevent the celestial pill from touching my skin. I then stored the celestial pill in a small bottle, because I felt that this person did not seem trustworthy, and that feeling was very strong. Alright, go choose your caves, we will gather here again after half a day of ascension. The crowd looked back at the celestial mountain and bowed to Huang Hongzhang. They rushed to the celestial mountain, realizing that the higher the cave, the denser the celestial energy. I followed the crowd as well, but I tried to control my speed. In the end, I chose a cave halfway up the mountain, not among the highest nor the lowest. After finding an unremarkable cave, my first task was to quickly explore it. Once I confirmed it was safe, I quickly set up a formation. After all the formations were arranged, I finally sat down. I believe there's no such thing as a free lunch, things cannot be that simple. The royal family must have plans for us, either we serve some purpose, or we possess something they need. I hope it's not our lives. I then took out a small formation from the bottle. With a wave of my hand, I covered an area of half a meter in front of me. The celestial pill flew out, and I controlled it to stay in the center of the formation. This formation is called the identification formation, which I created after years of research to analyze the components of various items. Soon, the formation revealed the various components contained in the celestial pill. In addition to the normal components, it contained a well-hidden mysterious artifact. Just as I thought, I squinted my eyes. If I take this pill, as mentioned, I could ascend within half a day, but my future life may also fall under the royal family's control. This pill must not be consumed. The powerful figure outside sat cross-legged in the air. This person's cultivation aura was 100 times more terrifying than the immortal who brought me to the celestial realm. If escape is impossible, I can only take a gamble. From the analysis of the celestial pill's components, it appears its main function is to allow one to madly absorb celestial energy and break through to ascend. If I don't take this pill, I won't be able to set up a condensation formation to quickly absorb celestial energy. I quickly set up the formation again, and before long, it was successfully arranged, with all the celestial energy in the cave converging towards me. As time passed, only the last incense stick remained before the half-day mark. I opened my eyes hazily, and a powerful wave of energy surged outward in all directions. I really became an immortal. My beast affinity increased by 30,000 years, now reaching 280,000 years. It seems my gamble paid off. After the breakthrough, I quickly retracted the formation and flew out of the cave. At this moment, many people were already standing in the square. Meanwhile, Huang Hongzhong hovered in the air, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized everyone. His previously gentle expression had vanished, replaced by a somewhat sullen demeanor. As soon as the time for the throne arrived, he spoke in a deep voice, demanding that everyone confess, warning that latecomers would be punished. Everyone was shocked by his sudden change in attitude. He stared at the 4 major cities that had failed to ascend, questioning why they hadn't achieved immortality. I respectfully replied, "Senior, I also do not know why. Senior, my stamina potion is about to be destroyed." The excuses from the other 2 were similar. Huang Hongzhong then sneered, "Well, then you are of no use to us." As soon as he finished speaking, the bodies of the 4 suddenly exploded without warning, and blood mist filled the air. This scene shocked everyone present. As for the rest of you, you've all been obedient. Our Huang family will not mistreat you. From now on, you are under the authority of the Huang family, continue to obey, and you will naturally survive. However, if anyone else disobeys, their fate will be even worse. Everyone in the audience held their breath. At this moment, I was calmly analyzing Huang Hongzhong's words. Could beast rights be related to beast affinity? This royal foundation is our beast affinity. All the mortals present exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting shock and confusion. They were eager to ascend to immortality in order to extend their beast affinity, fully aware of the value of lifespan. This meant that their previous inability to ascend was actually related to these immortal beings. Senior Immortal, what you say is true, you have enabled us to ascend, and we owe you our lives. But what exactly does this authorization mean? An elder in the crowd asked humbly, forcing a smile. That's a good attitude. Our royal family has saved you and wishes you to become immortals. Your lives belong to the royal family, this is undeniable, Huang Hongzhong said with a strange smile. Undeniable. Then your authorization also belongs to the royal family. It is meaningless, right? Not meaningless. Now that you have broken through to a new level, with an increase of 31,000 years in beast affinity, it is reasonable for the royal family to collect 30,000 years from you. The square fell into silence once again. In the future, the royal family will continue to provide you with various cultivation resources once a month to help you advance your skills. However, each time you break through, we will collect the corresponding beast affinity, leaving you only 1,000 years. As for the method of collection, you will soon find out, Huang Hongzhong said with a blank expression. After hearing this, I understood the meaning of the authorization. It was essentially like harvesting chives. They raised a batch of chives, waiting until harvest time to take a cut, then continued to nurture them for further harvests. I was just curious, what is the use of the authorization, and how will it be collected? Possessing such a significant amount of authorization, wouldn't it make me an easy target? I felt a pang of anxiety. It seems I need to find a way to escape from here, especially since I didn't ingest that poison pill. Of course, some of you must be harboring thoughts of escape. Huang Hongzhong suddenly changed his tone, narrowing his eyes with a sinister smile. Everyone present held their breath. The elixir I gave you earlier contains a special poison. Even powerful beings in the immortal realm find it hard to escape the royal family's control. Let's let you experience it firsthand." He then took out a small bell filled with celestial energy and gently shook it. In the next moment, everyone present widened their eyes and quickly covered their ears. However, covering their ears and blocking out sound seemed ineffective, as if something was drilling into their minds, causing them excruciating pain and making them lose consciousness, collapsing to the ground in agony. Seeing this situation, I decisively mingled with the crowd and put on a vigorous performance. 3 breaths later, Huang Hongzhong stopped his actions, and the group gradually regained consciousness. The pain is unbearable and doesn't require any provocation. It will flare up once a year, and if you don't take the antidote in advance, you will undoubtedly die. After we collect your lifespans this time, you can move freely for 1,000 years, but when the year ends, you must return to receive the antidote to alleviate the poison. The wise ones among them gritted their teeth in resentment. This was simply a deadlock for them. Alright, follow me to collect your lifespans, and then I will enlighten you on more knowledge of the immortal realm. It was clear he was accustomed to such situations. Then, with a flash of his hand, a palm-sized boat appeared, radiating a green light. Celestial energy swirled around it. After he infused it with celestial energy, the small boat instantly transformed into a massive vessel, floating in the air. Upon hearing this, the crowd had no choice but to obediently board the vessel. As I stepped onto the vessel, I felt a powerful energy enveloping me. As I suspected, its defensive capabilities were extremely strong. Then, Huang Hongzhong directed the vessel to slip into the void, moving swiftly forward. After some time, the vessel came to a stop, and he let everyone out, landing in a square. In the center of the square stood a massive altar. Above it floated a blue orb the size of a small hill. A group of immortals dressed in yellow robes embroidered with the words "Coiling Dragon" guarded the orb, preventing anyone uninvited from approaching. Huang Hongzhong of the royal family greeted the elder in the path, then approached the orb, took out a token, and handed it to a white-haired elder guarding it. I noticed a charming smile suddenly appear on Huang Hongzhong's face. After checking the token, the white-haired elder allowed us to enter. We followed Huang Hongzhong to stand before a building that left me momentarily dazed. It looked like a pyramid, which made me think it was almost identical to one I had seen in my past life. Once inside the Beast Illusion Tower, a voice would ask you how much lifespan you wish to consume. Each of you only needs to choose to invest 30,000 years of lifespan, after which a treasure will appear before you. I reiterate that the level of treasures exchanged for 30,000 years of lifespan will fall within a certain range. If I find anyone who hasn't contributed enough 30,000 years of lifespan, they will be executed on the spot. Huang Hongzhong scanned everyone with his cold words resonating in their ears. Upon hearing this, I felt slightly relieved. It seemed they couldn't check how much lifespan we had. Everyone present dared not resist and nodded in agreement. Then, under Huang Hongzhong's guidance, we walked towards the entrance of the Beast Illusion Tower, which radiated golden light. Then my body tilted, and I found myself in a vast, empty space. Before I had a chance to move in this space, I heard a profound voice of indeterminate origin. "How much beast affinity will you invest for the illusion?" As this voice entered my ears, a mysterious piece of information flooded into my mind. This is a summary of the classification of treasures in the immortal realm. After reviewing the information in my mind, I instantly understood the grading of treasures in the immortal realm. Investing 30,000 years of lifespan can be exchanged for a Tier 3 immortal treasure, while a Tier 4 requires 80,000 years, and a Tier 5 needs 180,000 years. Knowing the rules for exchanging treasures here, I cautiously decided to invest 30,000 years of lifespan first. The next moment, I felt my body tilt again, and a light orb materialized in front of me. When the orb burst open, a bright red immortal sword floated motionlessly before me. It was a high-quality Tier 3 immortal sword, superior to all the swords I had seen before. I grasped the sword in my hand, feeling quite fond of it. However, I would have to hand over this sword. I still had 250,000 years of lifespan left. Should I take the opportunity to exchange for more treasures? This thought lingered in my mind. But I was afraid that I would be searched when I went out. He was just one person, surely he wouldn't search each of us in detail, right? The treasure corresponding to 30,000 years of lifespan is a Tier 3 treasure. If I hand over this high-quality Tier 3 treasure, I won't be suspected of hiding others. After pondering for a moment, I resolved to give it a try. "You still have lifespan left. Do you wish to continue exchanging?" The profound voice echoed again. "Invest another 80,000 years of lifespan." I didn't dare to invest too much lifespan at once. If the level was too high, it might attract suspicion, which could easily lead me into a dead end. As the voice faded, I felt another portion of my lifespan vanish, and in the next moment, a light orb materialized before me. As the light burst forth, a gleaming green immortal sword appeared before me. It was a high-quality Tier 4 immortal sword. I seemed to be quite lucky. I didn't dare waste any more time studying the immortal sword and decided to invest another 80,000 years of lifespan. This time, the treasure that appeared was a palm-sized vessel, and it was an exceptional tier 4 treasure. I could feel the aura of this magical artifact. My expression brightened. It seemed to be even stronger than the vessel Huang Hongzhong had before. Taking a deep breath, I decided to invest another 80,000 years of lifespan. After the orb burst open, a round golden bead appeared, about the size of an eyeball, floating in the void. It was yet another exceptional tier 4 treasure. My luck was incredible. I kept drawing good treasures. I didn't miss out on the last 10,000 years of lifespan either, drawing a tier 1 immortal mask. Anyway, I still had 1,000 years of lifespan as a base. I could use my abilities to increase my lifespan later. At this moment, Huang Hongzhong sat cross-legged in the air, quietly waiting. Before long, everyone appeared before the tower. Alright, the moment to decide your fate has arrived. Hand over your treasures. He scanned the crowd, and everyone felt a sense of dread. A group of people reluctantly brought out various tier 3 immortal treasures. With a single wave of his hand, all these tier 3 treasures flew before Huang Hongzhong. Not bad, quite good indeed. Ha, there are even high-quality tier 3 treasures here. Very good, it seems you understand the rules. Make sure everyone has handed in their tier 3 treasures. Huang Hongzhong smiled with satisfaction. But soon his expression soured again. Now, take out all the storage bags on you and let me inspect them. At this statement, several people turned pale instantly. I, too, furrowed my brow amidst the crowd. Why is this guy so cautious? No one dares to resist Huang Hongzhong, they can only obediently comply. Huang Hongzhong checked each person one by one, first using his perception to scan for hidden treasures and other storage bags, then carefully inspecting the storage bags again. He found that a few people's storage bags contained 1 or 2 first-grade immortal treasures. However, Huang Hongzhong paid no attention to these individuals, simply taking their first-grade immortal treasures, snorting coldly, and not making things difficult for them. Yet, one person made Huang Hongzhong's expression suddenly darken. He stood in front of a man in white, taking out a low-grade third-grade treasure from his storage bag. What is this? Huang Hongzhong squinted his eyes, looking at the man in white with some surprise. The man in white was so frightened that he trembled all over and quickly knelt down. Senior, spare my life. I gained a few thousand years of lifespan due to past opportunities. I promise, I will no longer conceal anything in the future. Humph. Whether that's true or not, I need to take you back for a thorough interrogation to confirm. Huang Hongzhong knocked the man unconscious with a single strike, summoned a flying boat treasure, and trapped the man in white inside. Alright, you all seem to be obedient enough. Come with me. Huang Hongzhong glanced at the crowd and then led them away. Lu Chen quietly followed, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Huang Hongzhong to be so meticulous. He was lucky this time. In the end, he exchanged for a golden treasure pearl. This treasure could be stored within the body. After recognizing its master with blood, it could be hidden in any part of the body. Moreover, the internal space was vast, thousands of times larger than the storage bags they possessed. Coupled with his concealment formation, he managed to deceive Huang Hongzhong's perception. After exiting the secret realm, Huang Hongzhong summoned the flying boat again, taking everyone back to the front of the immortal mountain. Keep your tokens safe. From now on, you are half members of the Huang family. With this token, no one in the city dares to bully you. Under Huang Hongzhong's control, yellow tokens flew into everyone's hands, along with a pile of storage bags. These are your cultivation resources for this month. Inside, there is a manual detailing the cultivation realms and breakthrough methods of the immortal world, along with immortal stones and low-grade immortal pills. In the future, each month, you can use the token to collect more from the account office. Finally, remember my reminder, you can come and go freely from the Huang family, and it's fine if you don't return outside of Panlong City, but you must come back once a year to collect the poison relief pills, or you will undoubtedly die. Of course, if you are smart, you will realize that the outside is 1,000 times more dangerous than the Huang family. Choosing to focus on cultivation in this immortal mountain is the best option. After Huang Hongzhong finished speaking, he no longer wanted to deal with the crowd, taking the batch of treasures he obtained and the man in white, flying off in one direction. Once Huang Hongzhong left, many of the mortals present relaxed their bodies and slumped to the ground. Some quietly cursed, saying they shouldn't have come to the immortal world. Fortunately, I originally had 2,000 years of lifespan left, and with this additional 1,000 years, I should have a total of 3,000 years of lifespan, which should be enough for me to break through to the next realm. Damn it! I only have 1,000 years of lifespan left. Can I really advance to the next realm? The realms in the immortal world must be harder to break through than those in the mortal world. A group of people kept complaining. Lu Chen, however, did not seek anyone to vent his frustrations and flew straight back to his cave dwelling. He calmly thought through everything, summarizing all the issues at hand, and roughly figured out how to proceed. He was different from these people. He hadn't consumed that pill with the mysterious poison. Plus, since Huang Hongzhong said they could come and go freely from the Huang family, it would be quite easy for him to seek freedom. However, with no understanding of the outside world, the chances of encountering danger were much greater. Moreover, after escaping the Huang family, he might never be able to return to that secret realm to exchange lifespan for treasures again. So, being an undercover agent in the Huang family was definitely the best option. Soon, he returned to his cave dwelling and immediately activated all the formations. After confirming twice that there was no one else in the cave, he placed all his belongings on the stone table. A brand new cultivation technique, 10 pale green elixirs, 10 sparkling celestial stones, a magical mask, a celestial sword, a magical flying boat, and a storage treasure. Having just arrived in the celestial realm, it seemed he was already on the path to a comfortable life. Lu Chen first picked up the cultivation technique to examine it. He needed to understand the cultivation levels of the celestial realm and the general state of cultivation. After studying the technique twice, he muttered to himself, "The realm of immortals has 10 levels, namely the star accumulation realm, star radiance realm, moon sky realm, heavenly transformation realm, mysterious light realm, void silence realm, glazed realm, holy spirit realm, universe realm, and Tao Saint realm." Each major realm is further divided into 10 layers of cultivation. I am currently at the first layer of the star accumulation realm, while that Huang Hongzhong seems to be a powerful figure in the moon sky realm. Lu Chen took a deep breath, placed the technique back on the table, and frowned slightly. Although this technique could enhance his cultivation, supplemented by elixirs and celestial stones, it could indeed allow for a rapid breakthrough to the star radiance realm. However, this technique was clearly not that simple. It seemed deliberately crafted to consume one's essence, forcibly accelerating the cultivation process. The enhancement was as insubstantial as a bubble, merely superficial. Indeed, they treat us like chives, only thinking about harvesting and selling us quickly. Surely they must be using some kind of growth stimulant. This technique cannot be cultivated. I need to find a way to obtain a proper one. His gaze shifted to the elixirs and celestial stones. Lu Chen once again used an analytical formation to thoroughly examine the components of the elixirs and celestial stones, confirming they were non-toxic before putting them away. These were resources for low-level celestial beings, containing a large amount of celestial energy. A top-grade magical mask of the first celestial rank. Wearing this mask can conceal all aura, making it difficult for others to probe into one's cultivation. Oh, this item is quite good. It was exactly what he needed. The treasures exchanged from the longevity tower would transmit information into his mind upon contact, detailing the functions of these items. This mask was a valuable asset for him at the moment. Despite its low rank, its practicality surpassed many high-grade magical treasures. A top-grade celestial sword of the 4th rank, the Qinghong Celestial Sword, can only unleash its full power in the hands of a practitioner at the heavenly transformation or mysterious light realm. Currently, I am only at the star accumulation realm. It would be unwise to flaunt wealth and use it. Without sufficient cultivation resources, I might as well sell it for money. A supreme-grade magical treasure, the protective flying boat. Its flying speed rivals that of a mysterious light realm expert, and its defense can withstand attacks from mysterious light realm practitioners. This treasure is exactly what I need right now. Looking at the protective flying boat, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among all these treasures, he favored this protective flying boat the most. With his current low cultivation, he couldn't utilize powerful weapons. Having more life-saving treasures was the best strategy. A supreme-grade magical treasure, the storage golden pearl. This thing is also quite good, and it can even store living beings. After carefully studying the various treasures, Lu Chen felt a bit more confident. To be honest, since arriving in the celestial realm, he had been on edge every moment, experiencing an unprecedented sense of unease. Fortunately, I am cautious in my actions. I was a bit careless earlier and need to reflect on that. After some reflection, Lu Chen thought deeply about the future again. Before my next trip to the longevity tower, I need to accumulate more lifespan to obtain more life-saving treasures and establish myself in the celestial realm. He regretted not fully enhancing his lifespan while in the mortal realm. He had thought that having over 200,000 years of lifespan was sufficient, but he hadn't realized how crucial lifespan was in the celestial realm. Had he known the importance of lifespan in advance, he would have stored several million years of lifespan in the mortal realm. If so, this journey would have made him immensely wealthy, giving him 100% confidence to root himself in the celestial realm. Just think, once he was equipped with various powerful treasures for protection, who could shake his existence? However, it was still not too late to enhance his lifespan. He didn't have to rely on breakthroughs like others to increase his lifespan. Instead, he could destroy everything that possessed life to enhance his lifespan. It was not difficult to quickly store a large amount of lifespan. The elixir is more advanced than the spiritual medicine, and it surely contains a lot of vitality. My understanding of this Panlong city is truly too limited, and I also need more resources, more elixirs to destroy and extend my lifespan. Whether the outside world is dangerous, he still does not know, but rashly going out to gather information could easily lead to peril. Huang Hongzhong once said that holding the Huang family's Shochuan token, no one in the city would dare to deceive him. Yet he still felt this matter was risky and preferred to avoid it as much as possible. There should be people from the mortal realm who will go out to explore. I will quietly wait for a few days, and then I should be able to ask them. Just as he made this decision, he suddenly heard movement from the warning formation outside the cave. Knock, knock, knock. The stone door of the cave was knocked upon. Lu Chen closed his eyes and discovered that the person outside was a beautiful woman. This person was indeed from the mortal realm and was one of the current members of the Huang family's Shochuan. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen still opened the cave door. "Dao friend, is there something you need?" Lu Chen gazed intently at the woman before him and asked first. The woman wore a light purple long dress, her black hair reaching her waist, her appearance youthful and beautiful. After breaking through to the star essence realm, her celestial purple aura was fully displayed, resembling a fairy. What was particularly eye-catching were the two prominent features on her chest, tightly accentuated by her clothing. Smooth and white. The overall impression was quite stunning. However, he did not recognize this woman. Moreover, why would such a stunning woman suddenly come to find him? Something felt off. After the cave door opened, the woman looked at Lu Chen. Upon seeing him, she suddenly seemed momentarily lost in thought, then quickly scrutinized Lu Chen once over. Her eyes began to shine with light, and the more she looked, the brighter her gaze became. "Dao friend, my name is Su Qingying, I live in the cave over there, and I am your neighbor. I am preparing to team up with some familiar Dao friends to go out to the Huang family and explore the city." Su Qingying's expression was natural, her face adorned with a warm smile, speaking quickly and clearly a person with agile thinking. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, somewhat surprised. He was just thinking of waiting for others to explore. "Would you like to join us, Dao friend? The more people, the safer it is. We are facing difficulties, and understanding the environmental situation may help in resolving these difficulties." Seeing that Lu Chen did not respond, Su Qingying continued. Lu Chen replied, "I have matters to attend to and it is not suitable for me to go out right now." Upon hearing this, Su Qingying fell silent for a moment and nodded helplessly. It seemed she did not want to venture out, but this could lead to slow progress. She still felt that it was necessary to actively find ways to solve problems, rather than strictly following the steps given by the Huang family, otherwise, they would ultimately find themselves at a dead end. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Dao friend." She needed to find others to ask. "Dao friend, wait a moment, I have a suggestion." Lu Chen suddenly called out to Su Qingying. Su Qingying stopped, her beautiful eyes sparkling, and asked, "What suggestion?" When you inquire about news in the city, you should focus on understanding the power structure within the city, whether there are organizations that can provide cultivation resources, or if there are alchemy guilds or formation master guilds in the mortal realm. The suggestion Lu Chen provided was precisely the information he needed. Su Qingying smiled and said, "We are indeed looking to gather this information. Also, if possible, please record this information, perhaps someone will buy it with celestial stones, and you can earn some cultivation resources." At this moment, a smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. He did not mind using some celestial stones to purchase this information, thus avoiding personal risk. Su Qingying was momentarily stunned by his response, then nodded. "This suggestion is excellent. By the way, how should I address you, Dao friend?" Su Qingying stared earnestly at Lu Chen, as if looking at a precious treasure. She had never seen Lu Chen in the mortal realm. Lu Chen blurted out, "Wu Tsiren, Wu for martial, Ci for kindness, Ren for benevolence." Su Qingying was momentarily taken aback by the smooth reply. "Alright, Dao friend Wu, see you again." Su Qingying gave a slight bow and turned to walk towards the next cave. At the same time, she muttered to herself, "Is there such a person in the mortal realm? This name sounds quite unfamiliar. Moreover, this person is quite extraordinary." After sending Su Qingying away, Lu Chen returned to the cave and continued to study the cultivation system of the immortal realm. The day quickly passed, and night quietly fell. Lu Chen adapted to his own immortal level cultivation while waiting for Su Qingying's return. Finally, he saw Su Qingying flying back from the horizon. "Daoist Su," Lu Chen greeted her. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Su Qingying's beautiful eyes brightened, and with a warm smile, she asked, "Were you waiting for me, Taoist Wu?" She noticed Lu Chen sitting in front of the cave, seemingly waiting for something. A gentle smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. "Did Taoist Su heed my advice?" Su Qingying's lips curled slightly as she took out a brand new booklet and said, "I have recorded all the information I gathered today in this booklet. Were you waiting here to take a look?" Lu Chen wasted no time and directly took out a piece of immortal stone, saying, "Sell it to me." One of his life principles: if money can avoid danger, then don't hesitate to spend it. After all, wealth is an external possession, and life is priceless. Su Qingying was momentarily taken aback by Lu Chen's action, then quickly said, "I can make a copy for you." "That's simple, I can just replicate it," Lu Chen replied, taking out a formation compass. With a flash of light towards the booklet in his hand, he had already replicated the contents. Done. Lu Chen returned the booklet to Su Qingying. Su Qingying looked at Lu Chen's formation curiously and asked, "What kind of formation is this? Why have I never seen it before?" "Found it," Lu Chen casually replied. Su Qingying was momentarily speechless, pondering for a moment. Seeing Lu Chen about to leave, she added, "I also have a map of Panlong City. Do you want to replicate that as well?" "That can be arranged. Here's another piece of immortal stone for you." Lu Chen casually handed her a piece of immortal stone. A map is a valuable item. With this map, he could go anywhere without the hassle of asking for directions. Asking for directions could easily expose him as an outsider, making him a target. Su Qingying initially wanted to make a copy for Lu Chen for free, especially since he had already given her a piece of immortal stone. After all, they could only receive 10 pieces of immortal stone a month. How generous! "Taoist Wu, you don't need to do that. You already gave me a piece of immortal stone," Su Qingying said. Although she wanted more immortal stones, she had her own principles, and they would be neighbors for 1,000 years, mutually needing each other. Lu Chen directly shook his head. "Just accept it. We are even." "All right, farewell." He was unwilling to accept favors from others to avoid entanglements. Their relationship was limited to a transaction. Having paid, they owed nothing to each other. Su Qingying watched Lu Chen swiftly return to the cave, standing in place for a moment, lost in thought, murmuring, "This Taoist Wu is indeed not simple." After regaining her composure, she smiled slightly and returned to her cave, quite satisfied with unexpectedly acquiring 2 pieces of immortal stone. Lu Chen returned to the cave, activated the replication formation, and carefully studied the situation in Panlong City. Explored in such detail? Panlong City is a relatively remote city in the immortal realm, with the strongest person being the city lord, a void realm expert. The city lord's mansion is the most powerful force in Panlong City, followed by 5 major families: the Huang family, the Lin family, the Sun family, the Chun family, and the Long family. Among them, the Huang family ranks first in strength. The Huang family is quite powerful. One thing matched his thoughts: there is indeed an alchemist guild and a formation master guild in the immortal realm. In addition, there are various guilds and chambers of commerce, with industries spread across major cities in the immortal realm. A chamber of commerce called Jubiozai has a branch in Panlong City. If he wants to sell immortal swords, he can just go to Jubiozai. He can also purchase cultivation techniques there. These guilds and chambers of commerce are all branches of the major forces in the immortal realm, known for their upright conduct and concern for reputation. Good, at least I don't have to worry about being targeted. Having roughly understood the situation in Panlong City, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. Moreover, among the information Su Qingying had gathered, there was a specific note. That is, the longevity springs of these major families would be very safe as long as they were within Panlong City. But that safety only lasts as long as they are of value. If one truly wants to escape the predicament, there is a way. Continuously improve one's strength until reaching the Moonlight Realm, at which point one can apply to become a member of the Huang family. Huang Hongzhong was also from a longevity spring back in the day? How did Su Qingying find that out? Seeing Huang Hongzhong's background, Lu Chen was quite surprised. Su Qingying indeed had some means to uncover this information. No wonder Huang Hongzhong was so familiar with their thoughts. It seems he had experienced such treatment before. Truly a dragon-slaying youth, who has now become a wicked dragon. The Moonlight Realm, huh? If I can join the Huang family, that would mean establishing a safe foothold in the immortal realm. The night was deep. Lu Chen clarified the general situation of Panlong City and then repeatedly memorized the map of Panlong City, trying to remember all the landmark features. This was fundamental to survival. After a night passed, the next morning, Lu Chen put away the replication formation. Alright, it's time to get to work. Lu Chen stepped out of his cave, gazing at the rising sun in the east, closing his eyes for a moment as the entire map of Panlong City seemed to materialize in his mind. At this moment, he was at the eastern edge of the Huang family. He soared into the air, flying in a certain direction. The full-speed flight speed of the star-gathering realm is indeed 1,000 times stronger than before. In full flight, he personally experienced the power that came after becoming an immortal. He also did not forget to fully operate his body technique. In the mortal realm, he had refined his body technique to perfection, and now, with his cultivation level raised, his speed had also improved. The mortal level body technique ultimately has its shortcomings. If I have enough immortal stones, I need to update my body technique and acquire an immortal level 1. The body technique was also fundamental to survival. He would rather allocate time spent on cultivating attack skills to first refine his body technique to an extraordinary level. The destination, the treasure-gathering pavilion. In front of the treasure-gathering pavilion, Lu Chen stood as if rooted to the ground, looking up at the magnificent building. Before this structure, he felt as small as an ant. Lu Chen was already wearing a white fox mask. With the mask on, his aura was restrained, making it impossible to discern his cultivation level. The streets around were bustling with activity, and the area in front of the treasure-gathering pavilion was exceptionally lively. Lu Chen followed the crowd into the pavilion, observing for a moment before understanding how to sell items. He walked to the sales area, approached a counter, and looked at a woman with a professional smile, saying, "I want to sell an immortal sword." "What grade?" the woman asked with a smile. "4th grade immortal," Lu Chen replied calmly. "Esteemed guest, please come in." The woman's smile instantly became sincere as she quickly stood up and respectfully led Lu Chen to the reception room behind. Lu Chen had learned from Su Qingying's inquiries about the value of 4th grade immortal treasures in Panlong City. A top-grade 4th grade immortal sword was something even experts of the Xianguang realm favored. In Panlong City, only the elders of the 5 major families possessed the strength of the Xianguang realm. With such a treasure, it was certain that he would truly be on the path to a better life in the immortal realm. He had initially thought it was a lower or middle-grade 4th grade immortal sword, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a top-grade one. Such an immortal sword could be used by experts of the Xianguang realm, and its value far exceeded that of other 4th grade immortal swords. From what he understood, many elders of the 5 major families in Panlong City were still using middle-grade 4th grade immortal swords. Selling this immortal sword to those elders would certainly yield a significant profit. What is the market price? Just give me a number. I know the treasure-gathering pavilion has a good reputation, and if the price is right, I will definitely return in the future with other good items. Lu Chen spoke in a calm tone. Lu, the steward, brightened his eyes. This meant there were other treasures to sell? "I'll give you a good price, 135,000 low-grade spirit stones, how about that?" Lu inquired tentatively. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. Such a sword could actually be exchanged for so many spirit stones. He pretended to be very familiar with the market price and casually replied, "A bit more, please. 140,000 low-grade spirit stones, I really can't give you more than that," Lu said firmly. "Alright, but you don't need to rush to give me the spirit stones. I want to buy some things from you first," Lu Chen said. "That's great. What does my friend need?" "Our treasure-gathering pavilion has everything, including techniques, spells, and elixirs," Lu smiled even more. "What is the general price for techniques suitable for the profound light realm?" Lu Chen asked. For safety's sake, he wanted the steward to misunderstand that he was a strong practitioner of the profound light realm, so he wouldn't be too concerned about what Lu Chen had on him. Doing business with this steward would also give him more confidence. Sure enough, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Lu couldn't help but show a surprised expression, saying, "The 5th grade spirit cultivation technique originally requires a bit more, but to replicate a copy, generally, 50,000 spirit stones will do." "Alright, I'll replicate a copy. What types of techniques do you have?" "I'll choose," Lu Chen said, not wanting to practice some ordinary techniques. Since he had the money, he would use it. "Also, how many spirit stones are needed for the 5th grade body technique?" Lu Chen asked again. "This one is less, just 20,000 spirit stones will do." After a stick of incense, Lu Chen had chosen his techniques and body technique, and he left with 70,000 spirit stones. Lu personally saw him off and reminded him to look for him next time. After leaving the treasure-gathering pavilion, Lu Chen quickly went to a corner, decisively summoned his 4th grade top-tier flying boat, and swiftly departed. After leaving a certain distance from the treasure-gathering pavilion and confirming that no one was following him, he put away the flying boat, removed his mask, and flew normally. "Very good. I have the techniques and body technique now. Next is to cultivate and accumulate lifespan. I need to find a way to become a spirit-grade alchemist and a spirit-grade formation master." He flew in a certain direction. His destination was the Alchemist Guild and the Formation Master Guild in Panlong City. He arrived at both guilds and bought some introductory books. He wanted to try to become a spirit-grade alchemist. Once he became an alchemist, not only could he refine pills for cultivation, but he could also gain a lot of lifespan when burning elixirs rich in vitality. This was the most reliable and efficient way to gain lifespan. After sorting out his own matters, he did not return directly to the Huang family but flew in another direction. He wanted to meet Jin Yangfu. Half an hour later, Lu Chen arrived at the Lin family's gate. He had carefully observed the celestial beings who led him to the celestial realm when he was taken from the mortal world. He noticed that those celestial beings all wore tokens with different inscriptions hanging from their waists. The celestial beings who took Jin Yangfu away had tokens from the Lin family. At this moment, several guards at the Star Radiance realm stood at the Lin family's entrance. None of them were someone he could provoke. Seniors, I have just ascended from the mortal world and am temporarily residing with the Huang family, and my brother is in the Lin family. His name is Jin Yangfu. I hope you can inform him to come out and see me. Lu Chen deliberately hung the lifespan token in a conspicuous place. After speaking, he did not forget to do one more thing. He took out 2 spirit stones and handed them to the guard in front of him. From the information he gathered from Su Qingying, he learned that the 5 great families had both cooperative and competitive relationships. Among them, the Huang family and the Lin family were in a cooperative relationship. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to easily seek out Jin Yangfu. The guard looked at Lu Chen with some surprise, then smirked and said, "You kid know how to handle things. This is easy to say, just wait a moment." The gatekeeper took out a palm-sized, crystal-clear jade slip, infused it with celestial energy, and then spoke to the slip, "Old Ba, there's someone at the gate who wants to see Shochuan Jin Yangfu. Let him come quickly." Lu Chen's gaze was fixed on the jade slip, filled with curiosity. This thing can contact others from a distance? Isn't that just like a mobile phone? "Thank you, senior," Lu Chen said, bowing in gratitude as the other party put away the jade slip. The gatekeeper waved his hand, signaling him to wait in place. After a stick of incense, Jin Yangfu flew to the front of the gate. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Jin Yangfu's expression instantly became excited, and after bowing to the gatekeeper for a moment, he quickly approached Lu Chen and gave him a bear hug. Lu Chen didn't want to chat there and silently led Jin Yangfu away. The two went to a less crowded place, their faces immediately breaking into smiles. "Brotherin, how did you know I was at the Lin family? I really didn't expect you to come find me so quickly." Jin Yangfu was very excited, especially in this foreign land, having just suffered some grievances. "By the way, brotherin, did you eat that celestial pill? There's poison in it." Jin Yangfu spoke rapidly, looking at Lu Chen with concern. "I didn't eat it. Did you?" Lu Chen glanced at Jin Yangfu's cultivation level. With only half a day of lifespan left, Jin Yangfu surely wouldn't care about anything else and would want to become an immortal first. Jin Yangfu smiled bitterly and nodded. "I knew you wouldn't easily eat the pills given by others. But how did you break through to become an immortal in such a short time? Let's not talk about that for now. Since it's come to this, we need to find a way to survive. I have some things for you. I've replicated the 5th grade celestial cultivation technique and movement technique." Lu Chen handed a replicated formation to Jin Yangfu. Jin Yangfu's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Lu Chen. "Brotherin, what did you just say? 5th grade celestial cultivation technique and movement technique?" He doubted he had heard correctly. Lu Chen said seriously, "Remember, never practice the techniques they give you, and you must hide these techniques well. Don't let anyone see them." "I understand." Jin Yangfu nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Lu Chen. "Brotherin, this is too precious. I really don't know how to thank you." "We don't need to talk about such things." Lu Chen shook his head with a smile, then asked, "Do you have any plans for the future?" Jin Yangfu smiled bitterly. "I still have 1,000 years of lifespan, but I have poison in my body. The only way to survive is to work hard on my cultivation. However, I've also heard some slightly better news. As long as I break through to the Moonlight Realm, I can truly join the Lin family and get the antidote. Plus, I was lucky this time. The treasure I exchanged for was a 3rd grade celestial grade magic weapon. They seem to want to cultivate me more, and the celestial stones they give me are 5 times more than others. I have as many as 50. Jin Yangfu took out a small storage bag and handed it to Lu Chen, saying generously, "Brotherin, take these 25 celestial stones." Lu Chen's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. This kid's luck is still as good as ever. Looking at the storage bag Jin Yangfu handed over, Lu Chen reversed the action and took out a storage bag he had prepared in advance, giving it to Jin Yangfu. "I've recently obtained more celestial stones. Take these. Remember, the only way for you to break through is to work hard on your cultivation." Jin Yangfu blinked, surprised that Lu Chen had more celestial stones than he did. He glanced at the storage bag Lu Chen handed over. When he saw what was inside, it felt like he had been struck on the head. 2,000 celestial stones? This. So many celestial stones. Brother-in, you. Jin Yongfu felt the storage bag was burning hot in his hands, utterly astonished. He thought the 50 celestial stones he had received not long ago were already a lot. He was even thinking of sharing half with his good brother. He never expected his good brother would throw him 2,000 celestial stones. Quickly put it away. Lu Chen's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Also, follow me to a place. Lu Chen took the bewildered Jin Yongfu to a rather ordinary shop. He purchased 2 immortal communication jade slips, spending a total of 200 immortal stones. You should keep this well hidden, never use it in front of others. If anything happens, use this treasure to communicate with me, Lu Chen earnestly advised. Jin Yongfu felt a surge of gratitude in his heart. Unable to express it in words, he could only nod seriously, engraving this kindness in his heart. Alright, go back and cultivate. Let's work hard together and strive to take root in the immortal realm as soon as possible. Lu Chen understood that what Jin Yongfu lacked the most right now was time. He had a vast amount of lifespan, and could even extend it further. But Jin Yongfu only had 1,000 years left. If he couldn't break through to the next realm within that time, he would undoubtedly perish. Brother-in, if there's anything you need to do, remember to communicate with me. Jin Yongfu also knew what Lu Chen was thinking and said earnestly at parting. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, then the two parted ways, each returning to their own homes. Their time was pressing, and they needed to make the most of it. Once they could establish themselves in the immortal realm, there would naturally be plenty of time to reunite. Not long after, Lu Chen returned to the Huang family's cave dwelling on the Immortal Mountain, spreading a pile of books on the stone table. They were Huanglong Technique, Immortal Tracing Technique, Immortal Grade 1 Medicine Atlas, Immortal Grade 1 Pill Formula Compendium, Immortal Fire Control Technique, and Immortal Grade 1 Formation Compendium. He planned to spend some time carefully studying these books. A day later, Lu Chen had memorized the steps of the cultivation method and began practicing according to it. To enhance his cultivation speed, he chose to directly use immortal stones for cultivation, which was 10 times faster than absorbing the immortal energy from the air. Another day passed, and he finished reading the body technique and began practicing. Days turned into weeks. After another day, he had read through the body technique book and started his training. Time passed, and a month later, he had thoroughly mastered all the books and discovered that his cultivation was on the verge of a breakthrough. With just a thought, he could break through to the second layer of the star-gathering realm. But he restrained himself. If he broke through now, it would easily attract attention. Just imagine, among over 100 life springs, he alone broke through to the second layer of the star-gathering realm. Wouldn't that be extremely conspicuous? The cultivation method of the 5th grade immortal is indeed powerful. After a month, I'm about to break through to the second layer of the star-gathering realm. If nothing unexpected happens, I might even break through to the star radiance realm within 1,000 years. But breaking through too quickly could attract unwanted attention. So, should I suppress my realm? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and felt this idea was not good. It would be better to find a way to hide his cultivation. As his strength increased, his ability to protect himself would also strengthen. There is indeed a first-grade immortal pill that can conceal the cultivation of the star-gathering realm. As long as I take it daily, my cultivation will appear to always be at the first layer of the star-gathering realm. He had memorized the knowledge required to be a first-grade immortal alchemist. In fact, the difference between a first-grade immortal alchemist and a 10th-grade mortal alchemist was mastering all first-grade immortal medicines, plus one more thing, immortal fire. Mortal pills could be refined using spiritual energy. Immortal pills could not, they required immortal fire. Therefore, to become an immortal alchemist, one must first master a flame of immortal fire. It seems the Alchemist Guild sells immortal fire. I should go buy a flame to study. After making his decision, Lu Chen stepped out of the cave dwelling for the first time in a while. However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw a beautiful woman walking towards his cave. It was Su Qingying. Martial friend. I was just looking for you, and you came out. We truly have a telepathic connection, Su Qingying said, quickly approaching, her smile as warm as the spring sun. However, Lu Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that purchasing exploration information had entangled him in karma? Daoist Su, I have something to attend to. Are you in such a hurry? Su Qingying saw that Lu Chen seemed unwilling to chat with her any longer and couldn't help but smile wryly as she asked, is it urgent? Alright, you go ahead and be busy. I'll wait for you here. Su Qingying smiled again. Lu Chen frowned and said, you tell me first, what do you need me for? Su Qingying was waiting in front of his cave dwelling. Such a beauty guarding his cave would surely attract attention from others. Over time, his whereabouts would draw others' notice. It's nothing, I won't take up much of your time, just a few words. Su Qingying smiled and said, you must be an alchemist, right? Are you interested in becoming a celestial-level alchemist? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, a hint of wariness flashing in them. Why does Taoist Su think I'm an alchemist? He had never claimed to be an alchemist and had deliberately erased any traces of being one. For instance, alchemists often carried a faint scent of elixirs. After each alchemical process, he would use formations to completely eliminate that scent. I have a special ability. My intuition is extremely strong. The first time I saw you, I felt you were also an alchemist. Su Qingying appeared approachable, looking very sincere. But Lu Chen quickly took a step back. Special ability? Strong intuition? Such a strange ability? Then Taoist Su, your intuition is mistaken this time. I am not an alchemist. I am a formation master, Lu Chen said calmly. That shouldn't be. My intuitive ability has never been wrong. You give me the impression of being quite extraordinary. I even suspect you might be a versatile talent, skilled in alchemy, formations, and weapon forging, among other things, Su Qingying said earnestly. Lu Chen, this intuition is so absurd? So, I found a way to become a celestial-level alchemist, which is why I came to ask you first if you are interested in becoming a celestial-level alchemist together. You should understand that once we become celestial alchemists, we won't lack for celestial stones and low-level cultivation resources, and we can quickly escape our current predicament. Su Qingying showed great sincerity, speaking with a genuine expression, without any pretense. It seemed she truly wanted to give Lu Chen this opportunity. Lu Chen was calculating in his heart. This woman is too unconventional. How to resolve this cause and effect? So what is the method to become a celestial-level alchemist? Lu Chen took a deep breath and asked. I want to buy a portion of celestial fire with you. I've inquired, and a portion of celestial fire requires 1,000 celestial stones. I already have 600 celestial stones on hand, and my intuition tells me that collaborating with you should be able to make up the remaining 400 celestial stones, Su Qingying said, lightly parting her lips, pulling out a storage bag, and handing Lu Chen several books. These are the classics needed to become a celestial-level alchemist. I'm giving them to you. We will become celestial-level alchemists together. As far as I know, a portion of celestial fire can only be refined by one person. Lu Chen increasingly felt that Su Qingying's intuitive ability was too absurd, because he could indeed produce that amount of celestial stones. Su Qingying smiled sweetly. Actually, I have a secret technique that can divide a portion of celestial fire into two. This is a unique method I possess. I have shown enough sincerity. I hope you will trust me this once. We both know that to escape our current predicament, we need to cultivate diligently and quickly improve our cultivation level. And cultivation resources are of utmost importance. Once we become celestial-level alchemists, we won't be so short on cultivation resources. Su Qingying chattered on, giving a strong sense of persuasion. If it were someone else, they would have been easily swayed by the beauty of her cherry lips. But he was not. In his eyes, beautiful women were like ferocious beasts, easily attracting trouble. He had thought that after buying Su Qingying's information, they would have no further interactions, but he had miscalculated. I can agree to you, but you must agree to one condition of mine. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before finally making a decision. You say? Su Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly nodded. After this collaboration ends, please stay as far away from me as possible. Lu Chen's tone was heavy, his words carrying an undeniable determination. Once this was said, Su Qingying stood frozen in place. What kind of request is this? Su Qingying felt a bit lost in life. At this moment, she sensed that Lu Chen seemed somewhat disdainful of her. It felt like she hadn't offended him at all. Is this really the request? Su Qingying forced a smile, feeling a bit hurt inside. This is the only request. From now on, you can treat us as if we have never met and have had no transactions. Even if we encounter each other in the future, we should act as strangers. If possible, I will find a way to gather enough immortal stones for you immediately, Lu Chen said. He just happened to need to refine immortal fire, making this a twofold benefit while saving half the immortal stones. Plus, he would have someone to help him run errands. Alright, I agree, Su Qingying replied. Only then did Lu Chen show a satisfied expression. I need some time, I will send it to you in 2 hours. After saying this, Lu Chen parted ways with Su Qingying, pretending to fly out of the Huang family. To prevent Su Qingying from thinking he had a large number of immortal stones, he had to put on a show. He pretended to need some time to gather a few hundred immortal stones outside. After wandering in a safe place for 2 hours, Lu Chen returned to the Immortal Mountain and arrived at Su Qingying's cave dwelling, knocking on the door. Here, Lu Chen handed a small storage bag to Su Qingying, containing 400 immortal stones. My intuition didn't deceive me, you really have 400 immortal stones, Su Qingying said. This is already my limit. Unlike you, who managed to gather 600 immortal stones in just a month after arriving in the immortal realm, Lu Chen replied. This girl was truly remarkable. It was likely that among all the mortal strongmen in the immortal mountain, no one could save up 600 immortal stones in a month, except for him, a special case. Not to mention a month, even giving them a year might not yield such savings. Meanwhile, Su Qingying planned to become an immortal level alchemist in just 1 month. She was definitely a very organized person. Since we have enough immortal stones, let's set off to the Alchemist Guild to purchase the immortal fire. With the immortal fire, I can divide it into 2 portions within half a day. Su Qingying took a deep breath, speaking eagerly. You go by yourself, I still need to cultivate. I'll wait for you to come back, Lu Chen said calmly. He didn't want to go out with a beautiful woman, especially someone like Su Qingying, who had an amazing figure, stunning looks, and an excellent temperament. In the streets, it would be easy for some young rascals to take notice. Moreover, those rascals were likely to be the direct descendants of prominent families. As a beautiful companion, even if he didn't want to get into a dispute with such rascals, they might still approach to show off their charm to her. He had seen enough of such things in the mortal realm. The immortal realm might be different, but it was likely similar. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes. Are you really so at ease with me taking over 1,000 immortal stones alone to buy the immortal fire? Lu Chen remained particularly calm. Don't worry. This amount of immortal stones wasn't much. If they were gone, they were gone. It was better than causing trouble by going with Su Qingying. Su Qingying felt helpless. For the first time in her life, she sensed such indifference from Lu Chen. It was as if she were a piece of dung, and Lu Chen wanted to avoid her at all costs. Alright, I'm going back to the cave, Lu Chen said as he walked towards the cave dwelling. Su Qingying stood in place for a while, and in the end, she had no choice but to go by the immortal fire herself. After Lu Chen returned to his cave, he began to busy himself with other matters. Until he became an immortal level alchemist and could refine pills that concealed his cultivation, he decided not to raise his own cultivation level just yet. After some time, he held a piece of celestial stone, intricately carved with patterns, and couldn't help but smile. The crafting of celestial level formations and mortal level formations is indeed like the difference between clouds and mud. I've finally completed the last formation stone. It took him a month to carve the stones required for the celestial level formation. In the process, due to his lack of skill and the complexity of the patterns to be engraved, he ruined quite a few stones. Formation, activate. Lu Chen gathered all the formation stones into the formation compass and infused it with celestial energy. Suddenly, a defensive formation rose, covering the entire cave. Very good. It has indeed reached celestial level. This warning formation has even awakened a special function, capable of sensing nearby killing intent. The success of this formation also signified that he had become a first-grade celestial formation master. Now, let's upgrade the various defensive formations. With the experience from before, I shouldn't make too many mistakes in the subsequent carvings. Just as he was pondering, a figure appeared outside the cave. Su Qingying had returned. Through the warning formation, Lu Chen could see Su Qingying's appearance outside and couldn't help but frown. She looked indignant and somewhat dejected, extending her fair arm, clearly conflicted about whether to knock on his cave door. It was obvious that something had gone wrong. Could it be that she was tricked? Before Su Qingying could knock, Lu Chen directly opened the cave door. Su Qingying was startled and quickly lowered her head, as if trying to bury her entire face in her chest. Don't tell me you didn't buy the celestial fire? And the celestial stones are gone too? Lu Chen asked tentatively. Su Qingying glanced at Lu Chen quickly, a flash of shock crossing her beautiful eyes, before she quickly lowered her head again. How did you know? Is your intuition that strong? Lu Chen. It seemed he had overestimated Su Qingying. He thought this girl was more remarkable than she appeared. Tell me what happened. Lu Chen secretly felt relieved that he hadn't gone with her. No matter what Su Qingying encountered, his presence would surely bring trouble. Su Qingying immediately became indignant. I encountered a scoundrel. She tricked us out of our celestial stones. After hearing the whole story, Lu Chen's frown deepened. Su Qingying had gone to the Alchemist Guild, carrying the identity token of the Huang family Shochuan to avoid being bullied. She had thought the Alchemist Guild was a place that valued reputation and wouldn't bully the weak, but unexpectedly, the person selling the celestial fire was a direct descendant of the Huang family, a second-grade celestial alchemist. When this woman saw Su Qingying, her expression darkened slightly, but upon realizing Su Qingying was from the Huang family and wanted to buy celestial fire, she became overly polite. However, after Su Qingying handed over the celestial stones, the woman's demeanor did a complete 360-degree turn, claiming that Su Qingying hadn't given her any stones. With only that Huang family direct descendant present, Su Qingying had no way to prove that the other party had taken her celestial stones. Even when Su Qingying tried to make a scene, a third-grade celestial alchemist came to mediate, but because she was just a newly ascended Huang family Shouchuan, she was politely dismissed, as she shouldn't have to offer 1,000 celestial stones as a reason. "Didn't your intuition warn you?" Lu Chen asked. Su Qingying smiled bitterly. "My intuition is sometimes on and sometimes off, it only appears in special situations." Hearing this, Lu Chen thought carefully for a moment and then said, "I'll handle this matter, you wait for me in the cave." He needed to try to resolve the issue regarding the celestial fire and eliminate the cause and effect between the two of them. After all, it was rare for Su Qingying to agree to become a stranger. At most, it would just waste a few celestial stones. This amount of celestial stones was not much. "Can you solve it?" Su Qingying's eyes brightened as she asked. "Don't ask, just wait here," Lu Chen replied. Seeing Lu Chen's calm demeanor, Su Qingying quickly nodded seriously. "Okay, I believe in you. Wait for you to come back." Lu Chen closed the door to the cave dwelling, flew away from the immortal mountain, and as he looked back, Su Qingying was still standing in place, watching him leave. After this, I should change to another cave dwelling. There are still some vacant ones at the foot of the immortal mountain. After leaving the Huang family, Lu Chen looked around and saw no one, quickly putting on a mask, his aura instantly retracting to that of an ordinary person. Su Qingying's trip could be considered as helping him scout the way. If he had gone directly to the Alchemist Guild earlier, he might have been tricked into losing immortal stones by the Huang family's direct descendants. He had initially thought of using the identity of the Huang family's Shouchuan to purchase immortal fire. Since that identity wouldn't work, he decided to hide his identity instead. It was said that the reception structure of the Alchemist Guild was similar to that of the treasure-gathering pavilion. When faced with someone who looked weak or of low status, they would send some subordinates to attend to them. The person who tricked Su Qingying out of her immortal stones is likely someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. It seems I need to purchase the immortal fire under another identity for more security. With this in mind, he decisively summoned a fourth-grade flying boat, infused it with immortal energy, reduced it to the size of a small boat, leaped aboard, and propelled it at high speed toward the Alchemist Guild. Soon after, the flying boat landed steadily in front of the Alchemist Guild's entrance. The Alchemist Guild was located in the city center, not far from the treasure-gathering pavilion. The entire building resembled a treasure cauldron, majestically standing in the open square. He had previously visited the Alchemist Guild to purchase books, so he was somewhat familiar with the place. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of some people at the entrance. "Wow! A fourth-grade flying boat! This is the first time I've seen such a high-grade flying boat. Incredible! Who is this senior? Their aura is so restrained. But to possess such a magical flying boat, they must be a powerful figure in the Xinguang realm. Could they be an elder from one of the 5 great families?" Lu Chen actually didn't want to draw attention, but without revealing his identity, being a bit ostentatious wouldn't be a big problem. Rather, it would help expedite his task of purchasing the immortal fire. "Senior, hello?" At that moment, a maid stationed at the door, seeing his demeanor, hurried forward with a respectful expression. "I need to purchase immortal fire," Lu Chen said, casually putting away the flying boat, his voice steady and calm. "We have various grades of immortal fire. Please come inside, senior." The maid, as if seeing a wealthy patron, bowed and led the way. A group of onlookers watched enviously. The maid brought Lu Chen to a VIP reception room. Soon, 2 people pushed the door and entered. "Hello, friend. My name is Huang Zixing, a steward of the Alchemist Guild. It's an honor to host you." The first to step forward was a young man dressed in a green alchemist robe, with 3 pill patterns embroidered on his chest, his aura strong, seemingly having reached the Tianyan realm. Lu Chen glanced at Huang Zixing and noticed he wore a token of the Huang family, clearly one of them. "Hello," Lu Chen nodded casually, appearing very calm. "Greetings, senior. My name is Huang Xinran," said the woman standing beside the man, her voice sweet as she greeted him. "This is my little sister from our clan. She wishes to observe and learn without interfering with this collaboration," Huang Zixing said with a gentle smile. Lu Chen nodded casually, but as he looked at the woman named Huang Xinran, his brows furrowed slightly beneath the mask. Could this woman be the one who tricked Su Qingying? Suddenly, he recalled something and couldn't help but feel relieved. Su Qingying had previously mentioned that the direct descendants of the Huang family inexplicably disliked her, and now he suddenly thought of a possibility. One shouldn't inexplicably dislike another person. Could it be that Huang Zixing had met Su Qingying not long ago and exchanged a word or two with her? After all, Su Qingying was indeed much prettier than this Huang Xinran. Then, did Huang Xinran feel jealous and upset? That seemed reasonable. Indeed, beauty brings disaster. I must keep my distance, Lu Chen thought silently. Fellow Taoist, did you come here to buy something, or to sell, or perhaps, to collaborate with our guild? Huang Zixing sat opposite Lu Chen, gesturing for Huang Xinran to pour tea. Collaboration? It seems that reputation is indeed important. If he had come in his normal identity, Huang Zixing would never have thought of collaboration. I recently took on a disciple who has been studying first-grade elixir knowledge for a month. I plan to officially make her an alchemist, and I need a batch of first-grade celestial fire, as well as quite a few first-grade elixirs. Lu Chen continued to pretend to be a master, giving himself a reasonable excuse to purchase low-level celestial fire and elixirs. Huang Zixing was taken aback. He thought this person, traveling so ostentatiously, would be discussing major business, but unexpectedly, it was just to buy first-grade celestial fire and elixirs. Huang Xinran, who was pouring tea for Lu Chen, paused upon hearing his words. The look of anticipation in her eyes turned into speechlessness in the next moment. She even felt a bit displeased. If she had known, she wouldn't have come. This would only cost a couple of thousand celestial stones at most. To serve tea for such a small amount of celestial stones was truly frustrating. I see. If you only need one batch of first-grade celestial fire, our best celestial fire is 2,000 celestial stones. The more ordinary ones are 1,000 celestial stones. As for first-grade elixirs, we have everything you need. How many do you require? Although Huang Zixing felt a bit disappointed, he still maintained his professional demeanor, smiling gently. I need some better celestial fire. As for the elixirs, given my disciple's talent, she will likely need to attempt refining quite a few first-grade elixirs to get started. I'll take 100 portions of the elixirs from the Hidden Charm elixir formula, and 100 portions of the elixirs for the Gathering Celestial elixir. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, the entire reception room fell silent. Huang Zixing's expression visibly changed. The Gathering Celestial elixir formula only requires 2 types of first-grade elixirs, so 100 portions will only need 2,000 celestial stones. However, the Hidden Charm elixir formula consists mostly of elixirs, and 100 portions will require 8,000 celestial stones. Altogether, that's 10,000 celestial stones. Are you sure you want to purchase so many elixirs? Huang Zixing asked with a smile. Generally speaking, when just starting to learn alchemy, it would take over 10 days to refine a single elixir. For those with higher talent, they might succeed in refining once with over 10 portions of elixirs. Wait. Upon hearing the specific prices, Lu Chen decided to adjust his purchasing expectations. Huang Zixing couldn't help but scold himself. He had asked one more question, and it seemed this person wanted to buy less. Then let's add another 500 portions of the Gathering Celestial elixirs. Lu Chen felt that he could refine more of the Gathering Celestial elixir. This was one of the simplest elixirs, and being able to refine it indicated that one had become a first-grade celestial alchemist. Moreover, having already consumed the Gathering Celestial elixir, he found that using it for cultivation was better than consuming over 20 celestial stones. In the future, he wouldn't need celestial stones for cultivation. Consuming the Gathering Celestial elixir was more cost-effective and improved his cultivation efficiency. He was too lazy to come back ostentatiously next time. He wanted to purchase enough elixirs at once to last him a long time. Huang Zixing was stunned. He thought Lu Chen would buy fewer elixirs. He never expected Lu Chen to add 500 more portions of the Gathering Celestial elixirs. This was already a significant business deal. With such financial strength, he truly was a powerful figure in the Xianguang realm. Fellow Taoist, that will be a total of 20,000 celestial stones. Huang Zixing wore a flattering smile, but quickly realized something and changed his tone. Fellow Taoist, you must also be an alchemist, right? Would you consider joining our guild? We have certification tokens that can offer discounts. I haven't joined the Alchemist Guild. I don't like being constrained, Lu Chen replied calmly. He wasn't yet a celestial-level alchemist. Furthermore, while joining the Alchemist Guild could indeed provide many benefits, being a member meant having to follow the guild's arrangements for alchemy once a year, and they would also have to comply with the guild's summons, which was indeed a form of constraint. Alright then. Huang Zixing did not question Lu Chen. Indeed, there were many celestial-level alchemists who did not want to be bound, especially some high-ranking and strong-willed alchemists who insisted on not joining the Alchemist Guild. Lu Chen took out a storage bag and handed over 20,000 celestial stones to Huang Zixing. Huang Zixing quickly counted and confirmed the amount, his smile growing even brighter. As expected, he was a powerful figure with a top-tier celestial-level flying boat, and when he gave 20,000 celestial stones, it was done with a casual demeanor, indicating his extraordinary wealth. Lu Chen was very open-minded about it. He wanted to continue enhancing his various abilities and lifespan, and spending celestial stones was necessary. Moreover, 1,000 years later, he could still exchange for various treasures at the Lifespan Exchange Tower. The more lifespan he accumulated, the more and better treasures he could exchange for. At that time, selling just one item would yield enough celestial stones for him to spend freely. There was no need to save. After receiving the celestial stones, Huang Zixing instructed Huang Xinran to prepare the necessary items. Huang Xinran had been working at the Alchemist Guild for some time, and this was the largest transaction she had ever seen. She nodded eagerly and went to prepare the celestial fire and celestial herbs. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, Lu Chen received the items he needed. The storage bag contained numerous celestial herbs and spiritual herbs, as well as a special container. The container resembled a barrel but was made of crystal, hollow inside, and emitted intense heat, clearly containing a ball of celestial fire. After purchasing the items, Lu Chen exited the Alchemist Guild and immediately summoned his flying boat, jumping aboard. Inside the flying boat, his sense of security was at an all-time high. Huang Zixing and Huang Xinran followed him out, personally seeing Lu Chen off, showcasing their VIP treatment. Witnessing Lu Chen's top-tier celestial-level flying boat up close, the two felt envious. Such a flying boat, their Huang family's elders had only one. Just as the two were feeling emotional, they suddenly looked up at the sky. Not just the two of them, but everyone present quickly looked up, including Lu Chen. They saw a treasure-flying boat swiftly passing overhead, moving at an unprecedented speed. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. His flying boat truly resembled a flying boat, while the one in the sky should not be called a flying boat but rather a flying wheel. A ship. It was enormous. That's a top-tier celestial-level flying boat. The City Lord's flying boat. The one standing at the bow just now is the City Lord's only daughter, Moro Mingxue. So beautiful. Dressed in white like snow, a cold goddess. Even though she is only over 100 years old, she already possesses the strength of the Moonlight Realm. Such talent, such beauty, is indeed rare in the celestial realm. And with a City Lord for a father, what a winner in life! Lu Chen's gaze focused on the bow of the boat, where a woman in a white dress stood gracefully, like a perfect lotus flower, her skirt and long hair dancing in the wind. She was indeed beautiful, with an extraordinary aura, comparable to Su Qingying. But her aura of strength was extremely powerful. A Moonlight Realm cultivator over 100 years old, the City Lord's only daughter, a top-tier celestial-level flying boat, TSK, truly a winner in life. Lu Chen sighed for a moment, then decisively urged his flying boat to fly in another direction. He would not envy, nor would he be jealous. Such a beauty would have no intersection with him. It wasn't that he was unworthy, it was that the beauty was not suited for him. And a top-tier celestial-level flying boat. How nice! Once he accumulated enough lifespan, let alone a celestial level 5 flying boat, celestial level 6 or 7 would not be difficult. The premise was that he had to live well and accumulate lifespan. 1,000 years later, when the lifespan exchange team entered the secret realm again, he would exchange for treasures. Last time, he was not well prepared, and his lifespan was insufficient. This time, he would definitely save enough lifespan for a big and satisfying exchange. The flying boat left the market and arrived at a sparsely populated area. He first activated his first celestial-level early warning formation. This formation could detect any killing intent within 1,000 miles. Whether it was killing intent directed at him or anyone else, it could be sensed quickly, and it could pinpoint the opponent's location. This formation can be installed on the flying boat. From now on, wherever I go, if the formation shows a killing intent within 1,000 miles, I won't go out. After the formation operated and confirmed there was no killing intent, Lu Chen found a deserted place, took off his mask, changed back into his regular clothes, and stored the flying boat away. It took him half an hour to fly back to the Huang family's immortal mountain, and then he found Su Qingying. Back already? How was it? Su Qingying approached quickly, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. Lu Chen calmly handed her the container with the immortal fire. It's resolved, take the immortal fire. Su Qingying was overjoyed and hurriedly checked the container. When she saw that the immortal fire was the best grade 1 immortal fire, she was momentarily stunned. This immortal fire requires 2,000 immortal stones, doesn't it? Lu Chen replied, just be happy about it. Go on, use your method to split the immortal fire in two. I have other things to attend to. Okay. Su Qingying quickly got to work. Although Lu Chen was curious about how she would split the immortal fire, he understood that everyone has their secrets. Knowing each other's secrets creates entanglements. He didn't want to have too many entanglements with Su Qingying to avoid future troubles. After a stick of incense's time, Su Qingying came to find him. Here. Su Qingying returned the container to Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded and checked the immortal fire. He found that the immortal fire was even hotter and more powerful than before, and he couldn't help but look at Su Qingying with confusion. It seemed he had underestimated Su Qingying's abilities. This Su Qingying had some secrets. But he quickly suppressed his curiosity and said, "Alright, don't forget what you promised me. From now on, we are strangers." "Fine, I'm going back." Su Qingying sighed. Watching her walk back into her cave, Lu Chen quickly gathered his things and quietly left the cave, flying towards the foot of the mountain. He couldn't let Su Qingying know which cave he moved to, lest she come looking for him again for some reason. He was indeed clever. Not long after he left, Su Qingying suddenly returned to his cave. However, when Su Qingying saw the door wide open and the cave empty, she stood there in shock. "Moved? So fast?" Su Qingying frowned as she entered the cave to check, ultimately confirming it. "Am I a ferocious beast from the primordial chaos? Is it necessary to be like this? It's infuriating." Su Qingying stamped her foot, causing a significant tremor in the surrounding area, which was quite a sight. Lu Chen found an uninhabited cave at the foot of the mountain, entered it, and quickly set up the formation. Once everything was in order, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. No entanglements, light as a feather. Lu Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the cave, placing the herbs he had recently purchased on the table. 600 portions of Gathering Immortal Pills herbs, 100 portions of Concealment Pills herbs, and a lump of Grade 1 Immortal Fire. Lu Chen used immortal energy to drive the immortal fire out of the container, letting it hover in the air. The immortal fire was entirely blue, making crackling sounds as it appeared in the air, and the temperature in the cave suddenly rose, the air burning hot. A burnt smell filled the surroundings. Truly domineering. Lu Chen took a deep breath and began to refine the immortal fire according to the book. The speed of refining the immortal fire varies from person to person. Some people resonate with the immortal fire, and their refining speed is extremely fast, which is also a talent for alchemy. The book mentioned that those who successfully refine Grade 1 immortal fire within 3 days for the first time are considered to have exceptional talent. How long will it take me to refine it? An hour later, Lu Chen looked at the flames swirling in his hands with a strange expression. Is this considered refined? He tossed the immortal fire lightly between his hands, feeling its buoyant elasticity, and suddenly had an idea, slapping it towards the ground. The immortal fire bounced up like a basketball, creating a charred pit on the ground. To control the immortal fire well, when he slapped it down, just as the immortal fire was about to touch the ground, he quickly shot out a wisp of immortal energy to wrap around the immortal fire, causing its heat to dissipate instantly. The celestial fire leaped up this time, leaving no scorch marks on the ground. This is quite fun. Lu Chen couldn't help but recall the days of playing basketball with his teammates, so he showcased a series of flashy dribbling techniques, dribbling between his legs, rolling the ball over his shoulder, spinning while dribbling, and spinning the ball on his fingertips. My skills haven't diminished over the years. If there were other celestial-level alchemists present, they would be astonished to see him so swiftly refine the celestial fire and control it with such ease. Even a prodigy would find it hard to achieve such a feat. I can start refining the elixir now. Lu Chen looked at the herbs on the table, eager to know how much lifespan could be gained from burning a celestial herb. A first-grade celestial herb is incomparable to earthly spiritual herbs. The vitality should increase exponentially. Refining a first-grade celestial elixir to a third-grade celestial elixir does not require a celestial cauldron, as the power of celestial fire below the third grade does not need to be restricted by one. He controlled the celestial fire to hover at waist height, using one hand to suspend the required herbs for the gathering celestial elixir on either side, spiritual herbs on the left, celestial herbs on the right. According to the recipe, he first refined the spiritual herbs, which instantly turned to ash before the celestial fire, with the pure medicinal power condensing under the control of the celestial energy. Once the refinement of the spiritual herbs was complete, it was time for the more challenging step of refining the celestial herbs. Even celestial fire requires a considerable amount of time to completely refine a celestial herb. Lu Chen frantically infused celestial energy with his left hand to increase the heat of the celestial fire while controlling the celestial herb to approach the fire with his right hand. There was a detail in the recipe that described the need to burn and refine the celestial herbs from the root. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, he perfectly refined a celestial herb into pure medicinal power, while a mysterious energy flowed into his body. Lifespan increased. Burning a first-grade celestial herb can extend my lifespan by 10 years. And a first-grade celestial herb is considered the lowest quality in the celestial realm. The more high-grade celestial herbs he destroyed in the future, the more lifespan he would gain. How exhilarating! Let's try to refine the elixir first. Lu Chen no longer dwelled on the matter of lifespan and began refining another celestial herb. After another 2 incense sticks worth of time, he refined the second celestial herb into pure medicinal power. At this moment, His celestial energy controlled more than a dozen clusters of medicinal power, floating beside the celestial fire without dissipating. This was just the first step of alchemy. The second step, condensing the elixir, was the most difficult. It required controlling all the medicinal power to enter the center of the celestial fire, allowing the medicinal power to intertwine and merge in an orderly and systematic manner under the influence of the celestial fire and his control of celestial energy. Finally, the last push to condense the elixir. Let's begin. In fact, the method for refining a first-grade celestial elixir was not much different from that of refining earthly elixirs. He quickly found the pattern and adapted to it. About 2 hours later, condense the elixir. He poured all his celestial energy into enhancing the power of the celestial fire. The power of the celestial fire surged to unprecedented heights. Time passed second by second, and after another 2 hours, Luchan suddenly shouted, "Condense!" Boom! The celestial fire erupted violently, and a golden yellow elixir shot out. Luchan caught it with one hand. It worked! However, wasn't it said that the celestial energy within a first-layer star-gathering realm cultivator is only enough to refine one gathering celestial elixir? Why do I still have half of my celestial energy left unused? This could mean either his foundation in alchemy was exceptionally solid, or his celestial energy was somewhat greater than that of an ordinary first-layer star-gathering realm cultivator. Of course, it was also possible that both were true. After nearly 5 hours, it's worthy of being a celestial elixir. Compared to refining a 10th-grade spiritual elixir in the mortal realm, I can casually refine one in just over 10 breaths. Luchan shook his head, feeling that he was not very skilled, which caused the longer time. However, for a normal first-layer star-gathering realm cultivator, the first attempt at refining a celestial elixir would take over 10 days. With a 99% risk of failure, he could be considered a genius. Moreover, this gathering celestial elixir seems to be more than just a first-grade inferior elixir. It has 2.5 patterns. Is it approaching a first-grade superior elixir? Luchan obtained the gathering immortal pill from Huang Hongzhong, which was a low-grade first-tier immortal pill. After consuming it, he could feel some impurities lingering in his body, and the immortal energy was not particularly pure. Anyway, to refine the next batch of gathering immortal pills, I need to replenish my immortal energy, so I'll eat it. Luchan decisively swallowed the pill, which was crunchy and tasted excellent. Wait, is this a medium-grade gathering immortal pill? The concentration of immortal energy is twice that of a low-grade one. Luchan sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully absorbing the pill's immortal energy. After an hour, his immortal energy was nearly restored. Continue refining the pills to become more familiar with the technique. Luchan spent another 5 hours refining a gathering immortal pill, but this time the speed did not increase much. This pill refining speed is really slow. I wonder if there are any methods to speed it up. If I were refining spirit pills, I could multitask to refine spirit herbs and enhance the medicinal power. Controlling ordinary flames is simple. I wonder if I can do the same with immortal flames. After pondering for a moment, Luchan felt it necessary to give it a try. He replenished his immortal energy and began refining pills again. He manipulated the immortal energy to control the immortal flames, attempting to grow branches from a cluster of immortal flames to refine different spirit herbs and immortal herbs separately. After 2 incense sticks worth of time, he was drenched in sweat but had indeed refined the spirit herbs and immortal herbs into pure medicinal power, at the cost of exhausting his immortal energy. Moreover, he felt extremely fatigued. It is possible, but it consumes too much mental energy and immortal energy. However, I can try to break through. He was already close to a breakthrough and had been suppressing it. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind, and with a bang, his aura changed. He reached the second layer of the star-gathering realm. Furthermore, his body was autonomously absorbing the surrounding immortal energy like crazy. Soon after, he felt his spirit recover, and his immortal energy was abundant. Continue to try. After 2 hours, Luchan was sweating all over, but he had produced another gathering immortal pill. A high-grade gathering immortal pill. Success. He showed an excited expression. After succeeding, he was even more eager to adapt to this pill refining technique. Thus, time passed, and a year quietly went by. In the cave, Luchan sat cross-legged on the ground, once again replenishing his immortal energy. At this moment, his cultivation aura had evidently reached the 5th layer of the star-gathering realm. Over the past year, he had immersed himself in pill refining and finally refined all the materials for gathering immortal pills and hidden repair pills into pills. Now he had 400 high-grade gathering immortal pills and 40 supreme-grade gathering immortal pills. The probability of producing supreme-grade gathering immortal pills was extremely low. He was unsure how exactly to refine them, as it involved a degree of luck. He also had 100 hidden repair pills, with 90 being high-grade, 10 of which were supreme-grade. I also have a lifespan of 20,000 years. In just over a year, I've been diligently refining pills, but my cultivation hasn't improved quickly. Therefore, he decided to enter seclusion for another year to break through to the star radiance realm with the help of the pills. However, before entering seclusion, he needed to do one thing. He took out a sound transmission jade slip and sent a message to Jin Yangfu. Whenever he had good things, he thought of his good brother first. With so many pills in hand, he naturally wanted to send some to Jin Yangfu. In the immortal realm, the only person he could truly trust and rely on was Jin Yangfu. With Jin Yangfu being stronger, his own confidence in the immortal realm would also increase significantly. After contacting Jin Yangfu, Lu Chen left the cave and flew to the agreed location. This was a remote place rarely visited by people. The two had not seen each other for a year, and their cultivation had changed significantly. Jin Yangfu had been in seclusion for a year, fully focused on his cultivation, and had now reached the 7th layer of the star-gathering realm. Such a cultivation speed was already quite fast, but upon seeing this, Lu Chen still felt it was somewhat lacking. In comparison, using immortal stones for cultivation was indeed slightly less efficient than consuming pills. Over the past year, while refining pills, he had also been distractedly cultivating, reaching the 5th layer of the star-gathering realm. Ungu! Jin Yangfu laughed and called out when he saw Lu Chen from afar. A rare smile appeared on Lu Chen's face as the two briefly chatted about their cultivation progress over the past year. Currently, my cultivation level is not very high. Soon, we will continue our closed-door training, aiming to break through to the Starshine realm in a year. Did anyone see your cultivation level during this outing? Jin Yangfu said. No, if someone saw it, they would probably be very surprised. I should be the one with the highest cultivation level among all the Shoshuan of the Lin family. To be cautious, take this concealment pill before going out in the future. Lu Chen handed Jin Yangfu 30 concealment pills and explained how to use them. Before taking it, one should input celestial energy into the concealment pill, determining how much celestial energy to input based on the level of cultivation one wishes to conceal, and then swallow it. It's best to check the cultivation levels of others and choose a middle value to avoid drawing too much attention. Lu Chen also concealed his cultivation level at the 2nd layer of the Starry Essence realm during this outing. It is already quite impressive to reach the 2nd layer of the Starry Essence realm after a year of training in the Shochuan. This pill has a familiar aura. Did you refine this, brethren? Have you become a celestial-level alchemist? Jin Yangfu immediately recognized it as a celestial-grade pill. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, then took out 150 gathering celestial pills and handed them to Jin Yangfu. Among them, 140 were high-grade gathering celestial pills, and 10 were top-grade gathering celestial pills. Upon seeing these pills, especially after taking one on the spot, Jin Yangfu felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. These gathering celestial pills are completely different from the ones I received. The celestial energy content in this pill is 4 times richer than that of ordinary gathering celestial pills. Jin Yangfu was both shocked and delighted. With these pills, he would definitely break through to the Starshine realm within a year. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. This is the power of high-grade pills. The top-grade gathering celestial pill is worth 10 low-grade gathering celestial pills. He couldn't yet guarantee that he could refine top-grade gathering celestial pills, but he had a low probability of doing so. After giving Jin Yangfu the pills, Lu Chen and Jin Yangfu chatted casually. They had a lot to talk about after not seeing each other for a year. About an hour later, they exchanged smiles, prepared to return to their training, and agreed to meet again in a year, hoping to both break through to the Starshine realm. Lu Chen returned to his cave dwelling along the same path and entered closed-door training again. For cultivators, time is the least valuable. Before he knew it, another year had passed. During these 2 years, he had exited closed-door training several times, not to wander around, but because Huang Hongzhong came to distribute the slow poison pills, and he followed other Shochuan to collect pills. After consuming the last gathering celestial pill, he stopped his training. At this moment, his aura was extremely profound. He was no longer at the Starry Essence realm level. He had successfully stepped into the Starshine realm. Moreover, it was not the 1st layer of the Starshine realm, but the 2nd layer. However, even with the cultivation level of the Starshine realm, he was still at the bottom level in Panlong City. Without reaching the Moonlight realm, he was still cannon fodder. To have enough status and self-protection ability in Panlong City, one must reach the Xianlight realm. There are 3 major realms between the Starshine realm and the Xianlight realm. I still need to work hard and cannot be slack. The pills are all used up. It's time to buy more celestial medicine. After breaking through to the Starshine realm, his lifespan increased by 80,000 years. Adding the 20,000 years gained from refining celestial medicine, he now had a total of 100,000 years of lifespan. But that was far from enough. This time, I need to buy more celestial medicine, and the celestial energy in my body is enough to attempt refining second-grade celestial pills. Being able to refine second-grade celestial pills would signify that he had become a second-grade celestial level alchemist. I'll visit the Alchemist Guild and see Yangfu again. Lu Chun swallowed a concealment pill, hiding his cultivation aura at the third layer of the starry essence realm. Having been in the celestial realm for over 2 years, the cultivation levels of other Shochuan should also be at the 4th or 5th layer of the starry essence realm by now. He stepped out of the cave dwelling, took a breath of fresh air, and then flew towards the direction of the Alchemist Guild. However, he had not flown for long when he suddenly sensed something and looked to the right. He saw someone flying in the same direction several hundred feet away. That person also looked at him. Their gazes met. Lu Chen fell silent. It was none other than Su Qingying. He decisively changed direction to distance himself from her. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Su Qingying was momentarily stunned, then noticed him shifting away as if avoiding her, and quickly chased after him. Martial friend. Wait! After 2 years, Su Qingying had reached the 7th layer of the Star Essence realm. This level of cultivation was definitely among the top tier in the realm of longevity. Martial friend, long time no see. Su Qingying smiled brightly. With her increased strength, she appeared even more beautiful and her aura had elevated as well. Lu Chen replied, "Do we know each other?" Su Qingying forced a smile. "Well, not really, but we belong to the same camp and come from the same realm of longevity, right?" She had never understood what she had done to make Lu Chen dislike her so much. She had pondered for 2 years and still couldn't figure it out. She suspected that she might have touched a nerve with him somewhere, which led to his disdain. If that were the case, she must apologize properly. Though we are both from the realm of longevity, I do have important matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Lu Chen said expressionlessly. Wait, I caught up because I wanted to discuss something with you. I really have important matters. What matters? I need to go to the Alchemist Guild, Lu Chen said. What a coincidence. I was just about to go to the Alchemist Guild too. As I expected, you have also become a first-grade immortal alchemist, right? Su Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up, and a look of gratitude appeared on her charming face. She had been able to refine first-grade immortal pills a few months ago, and after becoming a first-grade immortal alchemist, she had always wanted to thank Lu Chen properly. If it weren't for his help in purchasing the immortal fire, she would not have become an immortal alchemist so quickly, nor would she have broken through to the 7th layer of the Star Essence realm in just 2 years. However, judging by Lu Chen's cultivation, he might have just become an immortal alchemist. Was he going to take the assessment to join the Alchemist Guild? Lu Chen fell silent. Seeing that Lu Chen was not speaking, Su Qingying continued, "Martial friend, you have become an immortal alchemist and want to take the assessment to join the Alchemist Guild? Indeed, after joining the Alchemist Guild, you can enjoy some benefits. I joined the Alchemist Guild a year ago. I am very familiar with the process." Lu Chen looked at the enthusiastic Su Qingying and felt helpless. However, he did have the intention to join the Alchemist Guild. This way, he could save some immortal stones when purchasing various immortal medicines. He still had 30,000 immortal stones on hand, and after using them up, he would need to find a way to earn more. However, even if he wanted to join the Alchemist Guild, he didn't need Su Qingying to guide him. He firmly refused to wander around alone with such a beauty. "No need, I suddenly remembered that I need to meet an old friend." Lu Chen rejected her again. Su Qingying was taken aback, her expression slightly disappointed. Was she really that disliked? "There's one more thing. Martial friend, your cultivation is still at the 3rd layer of the Star Essence realm. Are you short on immortal stones? I have a quick way to earn immortal stones hunting immortal beasts. If luck is good, you can earn hundreds of immortal stones in a day. And it's not dangerous, we have quite a few people, and there's a 10th layer Star Essence realm expert leading the team." Su Qingying thought that Lu Chen's stagnation at this level might be due to a lack of resources, like most from the realm of longevity. She even suspected that Lu Chen helping her gather immortal stones to buy the immortal fire had led to his current situation. When she saw Lu Chen earlier, she rushed over to repay his kindness. Lu Chen initially wanted to refuse, but after hearing this, he paused. Immortal beasts? Many people? He became interested. He could extend his lifespan by killing people, beasts, and destroying various plants. The vitality of beasts was greater than that of humans and various spiritual herbs. Slaying beasts was the fastest way to extend one's lifespan. Immortal beasts should be no exception. In the mortal realm, the vitality of beasts at the same level is often 10 times higher than that of humans. If immortal beasts are the same, then killing them to extend lifespan is actually not bad. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and made a decision. "Are you sure there are many people and it's safe?" Lu Chen looked at Su Qingying with a serious expression and asked. His understanding of Panlong City and the area outside was certainly not as extensive as Su Qingying and the others. After all, he had been in seclusion for such a long time. Moreover, having more people around was quite good. In extremely bad luck, if he encountered a powerful celestial beast, there would be others to cushion the blow and provide him with a sliver of survival. And now that this cause and effect had already intertwined, they would wait until after this matter to see how to resolve it. Yes, including me, there are 10 of us. We will only hunt in the area where first-grade celestial beasts are active, so the chances of encountering danger are low. Su Qingying noticed that Lu Chen seemed somewhat interested and quickly nodded in agreement like a chick pecking at rice. Alright, when do we set off? Lu Chen was naturally not afraid of first-grade celestial beasts. His main concern was human danger. But in the wild, if he was pushed to the limit, he also had a flying boat to ensure his safety. It was worth a try. If hunting celestial beasts could yield a significant increase in lifespan, then he would have another way to extend his life. 3 days later, we will be out for a total of 3 days. Su Qingying was slightly excited to see Lu Chen agree, which was rare. She didn't even know why she felt so happy. Good, we will meet here then. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he was unwilling to linger with Su Qingying any longer and prepared to see Jin Yangfu first, then go to the Alchemist Guild, avoiding overlapping with Su Qingying's schedule. Su Qingying nodded slightly, and the two flew off in different directions. Lu Chen arrived at the place where he had met Jin Yangfu a year ago. After waiting for a moment, he saw Jin Yangfu appear. Jin Yangfu seemed to look a bit younger than before, and his visible cultivation was at the 6th level of the star-gathering realm, but Lu Chen guessed that his true cultivation had likely broken through to the star radiance realm. Brethren! Jin Yangfu greeted with a hearty smile, quickly flying closer. Every time he met Lu Chen, he always had this rushing feeling. What's your cultivation level now? Lu Chen asked with a smile. 2nd level of the star radiance realm. Jin Yangfu replied with a beaming smile. He was the first person from the Lifespan Springs on his celestial mountain to break through to the star radiance realm. Of course, this achievement was all thanks to his good brother. How coincidental, I'm also at the 2nd level of the star radiance realm. Have you run out of pills? Lu Chen inquired. If nothing unexpected happens, our cultivation should be the highest among all the Lifespan Springs. As for pills and celestial stones, I've used them all up, so it seems I need to find a way to earn some more during this time. Jin Yangfu said, actually, after I came out of seclusion today, I ran into an acquaintance from the mortal realm, not exactly a friend, but a lifespan spring from the Lin family. He saw that I was at the 6th level of the star-gathering realm and said he had a way to earn celestial stones, asking if I wanted to join. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but show an odd expression. Did he say he wanted to form a team to hunt celestial beasts? Brethren, when did you become so perceptive? You even know about the news from the Lin family? Jin Yangfu was quite shocked. They have 10 people? Lu Chen's expression grew even stranger. Jin Yangfu's eyes widened further as he nodded vigorously, looking at Lu Chen as if he were an idol. How coincidental. Lu Chen said, I just agreed to go with a lifespan spring from the Huang family in 3 days. You agreed too? Jin Yangfu suddenly realized and awkwardly scratched his head. I see. I thought I couldn't keep relying on the pills and celestial stones you gave me, and I wanted to earn a bit to give back to you in the future. Besides, my true cultivation has reached the star radiance realm, so there shouldn't be too much danger. Lu Chen said, you can go together, but remember, don't expose your hidden strength, and disguise yourself well. Also, pretend not to know me when we meet. Why pretend not to know you? Jin Yangfu asked in confusion. Lu Chen did not hide anything from Jin Yangfu and said directly, I don't want the person who invited me to know that I have contact with others, especially you, for fear that she might use you to entangle me. Jin Yangfu immediately squinted his eyes. Brethren, is that a woman? Is she beautiful? He had known Lu Chen since childhood, and upon hearing this, he understood the situation. His good brother had never interacted with women, especially those who were beautiful. The more beautiful she became, the further he hid. In 3 days, you'll see for yourself. Remember, try not to look at me then. That girl is strange, her intuition is particularly accurate, Lu Chen advised seriously. Don't worry, we've been through this kind of thing before, Jin Yangfu replied confidently. After chatting with Jin Yangfu for a while about their cultivation progress, Lu Chen noticed that 2 hours had passed and felt it was time to head to the Alchemist Guild. He parted ways with Jin Yangfu, donned his mask, summoned his flying boat, and flew towards the Alchemist Guild. He needed to buy some more elixirs. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. The same maid quickly approached to greet him and led him inside. Senior, should I find Steward Huang Zixing? He's available, I'll go call him. The maid asked respectfully. After Lu Chen left last time, Huang Zixing specifically instructed her that if this senior came again, she must notify him immediately and treat him as a super VIP, without any neglect. Sure, Lu Chen replied calmly. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a woman walking towards him. Wherever this woman went, people nearby turned to look at her. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly pretended to turn his head to the side. This girl, after 2 hours, is still in the Alchemist Guild? Indeed, the woman was Su Qingying. Their steps were similar, and they were about to brush past each other. Lu Chen noticed that Su Qingying only glanced at him once and then ignored him, secretly relieved. It seemed her intuition hadn't kicked in. Just when he thought everything would pass without incident, the maid beside him suddenly shouted in a direction, "Steward Huang! This senior has come again!" This shout attracted the attention of those nearby. Huang Zixing walked out from a short distance, and upon seeing the familiar figure, his eyes lit up as he quickly approached. At that moment, Lu Chen heard Su Qingying, who had just passed him, suddenly stop in her tracks. Oh no, her intuition might have kicked in. Huang Zixing walked up to Lu Chen with a warm smile. "Fellow Taoist, long time no see. Are you here to buy elixirs again today?" Lu Chen changed his voice and said, "Let's sit and talk." "Ah, please come in." Huang Zixing laughed and led the way. At this point, Huang Zixing suddenly noticed Su Qingying not far behind Lu Chen and paused, saying, "Qingying, are you looking for me?" "Yes." Su Qingying nodded with a smile. "Wait for me a moment, I'll attend to this esteemed guest and then come find you," Huang Zixing said. Su Qingying quickly nodded, her gaze falling on the back of the esteemed guest Huang Zixing mentioned. For some reason, she felt that back was somewhat familiar. Lu Chen's brows had already furrowed beneath his mask. Did he have such a deep connection with this girl? The two entered the reception room, and Lu Chen, not wanting to say much, directly stated his purpose for coming. "I need 500 portions of first-grade gathering immortal pills ingredients, 200 portions of second-grade gathering immortal pills ingredients, and a lump of second-grade immortal fire." He wanted to attempt refining second-grade pills. Huang Zixing's eyes brightened. Second-grade gathering immortal pills require 2 second-grade herbs, 5 first-grade herbs, and quite a few spirit herbs. Each portion costs 200 immortal stones. Adding the ingredients for the first-grade gathering immortal pills, the total comes to 30,000 immortal stones. Lu Chen thought to himself that it was just right. He had a little over 30,000 immortal stones left, so he directly took out all the stones and handed them to Huang Zixing. Huang Zixing, seeing Lu Chen so straightforward, couldn't help but feel impressed again. As expected of a strong practitioner of the Xianguang realm, his actions were decisive. He had just made a deal worth 30,000 immortal stones. "I'll have someone prepare it for you right away," Huang Zixing said with a smile. Not long after, Lu Chen received the elixirs and took his leave. Huang Zixing, just like the first time, personally escorted him to the door, watching him board the flying boat and disappear into the distance. After sending off Lu Chen, Huang Zixing turned to the quietly standing Su Qingying. Before he could speak, Su Qingying eagerly asked, "Brother Huang, who is that?" He couldn't shake the feeling that he had seen this person before. Huang Zixing smiled and said, "A mysterious Xuanguang realm expert has purchased 50,000 immortal stones worth of elixirs from me. It seems he will be a frequent visitor in the future." Xuanguang realm expert? 50,000 immortal stones? Su Qingying felt a surge of respect upon seeing the 4th-grade exceptional flying boat he summoned. After hearing Huang Zixing's account, her admiration deepened. When would she ever possess such a vast amount of immortal stones? But how could she have met this person? A Xuanguang realm expert? Since arriving in this immortal realm, she hadn't encountered any Xuanguang realm experts. Had her intuition failed her this time? Which family does he come from? Su Qingying continued to inquire. "I can't figure it out either." He wore a mask and seemed to have taken a concealment pill to deliberately hide his identity. But one thing is certain, his strength and status are extraordinary. Huang Zixing had speculated about Lu Chen's identity but could never confirm it. He had never seen any elder from a family using a 4th-grade exceptional flying boat. "I see." Su Qingying forced a smile. "Did you come to see me for something?" Huang Zixing asked with a smile. Su Qingying nodded. "Brother Huang, I want to consult you about some matters regarding second-grade immortal level alchemists. Of course, I won't ask for free. I can offer you some immortal stones. Feel free to ask me anything. With your talent, you'll join our Huang family sooner or later. We're all from the same lineage, so there's no need to stand on ceremony." Huang Zixing shook his head with a smile, like an older brother. He had known Su Qingying for 2 years. Initially, he was drawn to her beauty, which led to their acquaintance. Later, he was impressed by her alchemical talent and ambition, treating her like a little sister. Of course, what he said now was also one of the reasons. With Su Qingying's talent, barring any accidents, she would definitely join the Huang family. She might even become a prodigy of the Huang family. Su Qingying smiled brightly. Thank you, Brother Huang. Are you preparing in advance to become a second-grade immortal level alchemist? Huang Zixing asked with a smile. Yes, I want to learn ahead of time. Once my cultivation reaches the Starshine realm, I'll attempt the assessment to become a second-grade immortal level alchemist. Su Qingying nodded earnestly. Ha, your alchemical talent has amazed me. And you have such ambition. If only my cousin had half of your drive, I would be satisfied. Huang Zixing smiled, his gaze toward Su Qingying growing more appreciative. To become a second-grade immortal level alchemist within 2 years was among the top talents in Danlong City. Lu Chen returned to his cave dwelling, furrowing his brow and sighing. I need to reflect, I wasn't cautious enough. I should have waited until tomorrow to visit the Alchemist Guild. But even if I avoid the first day, I can't escape the 15th. After all, she has joined the Alchemist Guild, and we will meet sooner or later. I can only rely on luck. Hopefully, she hasn't figured out it's me. If he were discovered, his identity would be exposed. In 3 days, I'll see if she has a change of heart. It was pointless to be conflicted, so he stopped dwelling on it and took out the elixirs he had purchased. He decisively began to refine the second-grade gathering immortal pill. Refining the second-grade gathering immortal pill was similar to the first-grade one, just requiring a few more herbs and additional steps. After a round of refining, 6 hours passed. A second-grade exceptional gathering immortal pill was successfully created. Oh, luck is on my side. The first pill turned out to be exceptional. He found that refining the second-grade pill wasn't particularly difficult. It came naturally. It just took a bit more time. A second-grade elixir can extend life by 20 years, that's quite good. In the future, he would try to refine second-grade immortal pills to gain more lifespan. Once he refined all the elixirs he had purchased today, he could add an additional 28,000 years to his lifespan. By then, his total lifespan could reach 128,000 years. Even if the alchemy takes a long time, practicing while refining pills, it would still take at least a year to finish all the elixirs. No worries, we have plenty of time. He began to immerse himself in alchemy and cultivation. 3 days passed quietly. After 3 days, Lu Chen stopped refining pills. He had not forgotten his promise to Su Qingying. Just as he was about to leave the cave, he heard someone knocking on the cave door. The warning array indicated that the person knocking was Su Qingying. Wait, how does she know the location of my cave? The last time he left the cave and returned, Su Qingying had not seen him. Could it be that she found him purely by intuition? Is intuition really that incredible? Lu Chen opened the cave door and looked directly at Su Qingying. Upon seeing him, Su Qingying immediately revealed a radiant smile of I knew it. This time, my intuition didn't fail. You really are in this cave. Su Qingying had been searching one cave after another until she reached this one, feeling that it was special, so she knocked on the door. Hearing the word intuition, Lu Chen felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. He examined Su Qingying and noticed that she seemed to have dressed up carefully, looking even more beautiful than the last few times they met, wearing a new dress. As she stood there, a breeze passed by, bringing a faint fragrance that brushed against his cheek. He stared at Su Qingying for a moment but did not notice any other expression from her. It seemed she didn't recognize me. Lu Chen pondered, and his slightly tense mood relaxed. Shall we set off directly? Lu Chen asked. Yes, they are waiting at the city gate. We need to hurry to meet them. This trip will take us to a mysterious forest over 10,000 miles away from Panlong City, where celestial beasts appear. Su Qingying nodded. All right, let's go, Lu Chen replied. The two flew into the air, heading towards the Huang family. Lu Chen deliberately slowed down and reminded Su Qingying, you fly ahead a bit, let's keep a mile apart. Su Qingying. This time, Su Qingying said nothing, obediently following his instructions, though she still felt a bit uncomfortable inside. She had dressed up to see Lu Chen, yet he still wanted to keep his distance. An hour later, the two finally arrived at the agreed location, the exit of Panlong City. At this time, 10 people were already waiting there. Among the 10, half were relatively young, while the other half appeared more mature, all at the star-gathering realm. The highest cultivation level was a man in white, holding a white folding fan, looking handsome, like a refined gentleman. His cultivation was at the 10th level of the star-gathering realm, very close to the star radiance realm. As Lu Chen landed, his gaze fell on this man in white, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. Is he also from the mortal realm? A member of the longevity spring? He and Jin Yangfu had a wealth of resources to break through to the star radiance realm, but if this man had such cultivation without similar resources, it could only be said that his talent was extraordinary. As soon as he and Su Qingying arrived, everyone present turned their attention to them. "Qingying, you're an hour late," the man in white said gently, his voice pleasant, giving a feeling like a spring breeze. "I'm sorry, something came up that made everyone wait." Su Qingying apologized without mentioning that she was looking for Lu Chen, preparing to introduce him. But before she could speak, Lu Chen took the lead and said, "I am Wu Xiren from the Huang family longevity spring. Last time, I helped Su Daoist with a small favor, and she invited me here to earn some celestial stones. I didn't expect everyone here to be so powerful. Given that Su Daoist and I are only acquaintances, I truly feel a bit out of place." When he said acquaintances, Lu Chen deliberately raised his voice, intending to let everyone know that his relationship with Su Qingying was quite shallow. Su Qingying, who had originally wanted to introduce Lu Chen properly, was suddenly left speechless. Jin Yangfu and the crowd saw this scene and smiled faintly. It really is Ngu. He carefully examined Su Qingying and couldn't help but be astonished. So beautiful. Even Ango could avoid her. Truly a model for our generation. "No problem, since Qingying has invited us, let's go together. The more people, the safer it is," the man in white spoke again, his words gentle as a spring breeze. Lu Chen smiled slightly and nodded in thanks to the man in white. He noticed that when he appeared alongside Su Qingying, although the man's expression remained unchanged, his brows furrowed slightly. Now, after some conversation, the man's brows had relaxed. It was evident that he had developed feelings for Su Qingying. This further confirmed his belief that being with a beauty of this caliber would indeed lead to constant trouble. Once this beast hunt was over, after studying how much lifespan could be gained from hunting a celestial beast, he would have to continue maintaining a stranger relationship with Su Qingying. Since the man in white had spoken, the others naturally had no objections. Although Lu Chen's displayed strength was only at the third level of the Star Essence realm, the weakest among them, when it came to distributing celestial stones, it was based on merit, and the third level of the Star Essence realm had limited impact during the beast hunt. Lu Chen successfully blended into the group, keeping a low profile and following at the back of the crowd. At the same time, he carefully observed everyone, memorizing details about their appearances and cultivation levels, and naturally did not forget to glance at Jin Yangfu, but after just one glance, he averted his gaze, as if they were truly strangers. "Then let's set off." The man in white, as the leader, led the group away from Panlong City. The group flew towards a certain direction outside the city, introducing themselves along the way, and Lu Chen learned that the man in white was named Su Yoji. Currently, he was the strongest among the Lin family's longevity springs. It turned out that Su Yoji had already been famous in the mortal realm, recognized as a super genius. Now, he was also the highest in cultivation among the 5 great families' longevity springs. At this moment, Su Qingying was flying alongside Su Yoji, chatting as they flew, clearly old acquaintances from the mortal realm. However, Lu Chen noticed that although Su Qingying was chatting with Su Yoji, she would occasionally look back at him. This made him quite uncomfortable. He roughly understood what Su Qingying meant. She was worried that he was flying too slowly and would fall behind. But this kind gesture only made him more likely to attract the attention of others. Sure enough, Su Yoji also began to frequently turn his head to look back. "Qingying, what is your relationship with that friend?" Su Yoji suddenly asked. Su Qingying was taken aback and then awkwardly smiled. "We are just acquaintances." Su Yoji smiled and said, "You are still so kind, grateful and considerate." Su Qingying became even more embarrassed. After 5 hours, the group finally stopped flying and arrived at the edge of an endless forest. Every tree in this forest was extremely lush, over 10 zhang tall, and as thick as 3 people could embrace. At the same time, there were chilling beast roars echoing in the distance. "We will operate within 10,000 miles of this forest's perimeter. For first-grade celestial beasts, we will encircle and hunt them if encountered. If we encounter second-grade celestial beasts, we can fight if they are low-tier. If they are higher than low-tier second-grade, everyone should scatter and escape, each to their own fate." Su Yoji scanned the crowd and said calmly. Second-grade celestial beasts had strength equivalent to the star radiance realm. Each grade of celestial beast also had low-tier, mid-tier, high-tier, and peak levels. Everyone nodded, indicating their understanding. Jin Yangfu, on the other hand, had a smirk on his face. If he encountered a second-grade celestial beast alone, he could indeed wrestle with it. Lu Chen was thinking about how to deliver the final blow without revealing his cultivation. Only by being the one to deliver the final blow could he gain lifespan. The group flew into the forest, on high alert, everyone holding swords in defense. An hour passed. They encountered a problem. After moving around the edge of the forest for quite some time, they had not encountered a single celestial beast. However, there were plenty of mortal-level demon beasts. They were on a journey to hunt celestial beasts, whose entire bodies were treasures. Not only were their bodies made of celestial-grade materials, but their flesh was also extremely delicious and contained a large amount of celestial energy, making them highly sought after. A low-tier celestial beast of the first rank could sell for 300 celestial stones. Searching aimlessly like this isn't a solution, Lu Chun thought, contemplating whether to use his upgraded warning formation. This formation could cover a radius of 1,000 miles, locating killing intent. Both demon beasts and celestial beasts would exhibit aggression towards humans, naturally generating killing intent. Moreover, this formation could discern the strength of the killing intent. By comparing and locating the stronger killing intent through the formation, he could quickly find a first-rank celestial beast. However, taking out this formation would attract the attention of everyone present. Alternatively, he could leave the group and hunt celestial beasts alone? Forget it, going solo could be risky. If he were unlucky and encountered a high-tier demon beast that didn't follow the usual patterns, it would be troublesome. With more people around, if such a situation arose, naturally, the weaker ones would hold the rear. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen made a decision. Everyone, look at what I found. Lu Chen suddenly shouted towards the group ahead. The crowd turned to see him holding a formation compass. Lu Chen picked up the formation compass he had just placed gently on the ground, covering it with leaves, and said, "It seems to be a formation." The crowd approached, their eyes fixed on the formation compass in his hand. Jin Yongfu's expression turned strange at this sight. Su Qingying's expression also changed slightly. For some reason, her intuition told her that this formation was not picked up by Lu Chen. Su Yoji said, "I'm also a formation master, let me take a look." Lu Chen nodded and handed the formation over to Su Yoji. After examining it for a moment, Su Yoji said, "This is a celestial-grade formation, seemingly a first-rank celestial formation, somewhat similar to the warning formations of the mortal realm, but only in a few aspects." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but regard Su Yoji with a higher opinion. Truly a genius, he had a keen eye. Since it's a warning formation, why not activate it and take a look? A celestial-grade formation should be quite valuable, right? Jin Yongfu suddenly suggested. Lu Chen glanced at Jin Yongfu, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This kid knows how to play along, realizing what I intend to do. Jin Yongfu secretly glanced at Lu Chen and smiled knowingly. The others also expressed their agreement. Su Yoji nodded slightly and activated the formation. Soon, a formation light screen appeared before everyone. The light screen resembled a mirror, the size of a canvas, with numerous red dots distributed in the center. Wait, this seems to be a positioning formation for demon beasts. Su Yoji exclaimed in shock. They had encountered quite a few demon beasts earlier and had been too lazy to kill them, so they roughly remembered the locations of those beasts. It perfectly matched the distribution pattern of the red dots on the light screen. What? Does this formation really locate the positions of demon beasts and celestial beasts? Su Qingying was equally astonished. It seems so, if I'm not mistaken, the larger red dots might be celestial beasts, Su Yoji said joyfully. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Wouldn't it be easy to find celestial beasts in the future? If that's the case, this formation is definitely worth a lot. It could very well be something lost by some powerful individuals, Su Yoji remarked. Once this was said, everyone present turned to look at Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly said, "Although I found this formation, everyone should share in it. After all, it was just a formation made from a little over 100 celestial stones. Once he returned, he could recreate one in just a few hours. It wasn't a valuable item." Ha ha, fellow cultivator is truly magnanimous. A group of people praised Lu Chen enthusiastically. Alright, let's hurry and search for celestial beasts, Lu Chen reminded, not wanting to waste time. The crowd nodded, eager to try. Meanwhile, as everyone focused on the formation, Lu Chen noticed Su Qingying staring at him strangely. Could it be that she had another intuition? A group of people followed the formation's guidance and flew forward. After half a stick of incense's time, they quickly stopped. It's truly a celestial beast. A high-grade first-tier celestial beast. Wonderful. This formation is indeed extraordinary. The crowd whispered, their joy evident. Su Yoji calmly commanded, everyone spread out and surround it, aiming for a quick victory. With this formation, we will surely return with a full haul today. The group nodded repeatedly, rolling up their sleeves. They began to disperse, surrounding the beast. At this moment, Lu Chen and Jin Yongfu unconsciously moved closer to each other, while Su Qingying tried to stay near Lu Chen. Attack! Su Yoji was the first to give the order, leading the charge towards the celestial beast. This celestial beast was a giant wolf, as large as a cow, covered in white fur, its needle-like white hair exuding a bone-chilling cold. Purple flames swirled around its head, adding to its mysterious aura. Upon hearing the human voices, it suddenly roared, its eyes blood red, revealing a fierce light. Instead of fleeing, it stood its ground, waiting for the humans to approach. The battle was about to erupt. Everyone present exerted their full strength, especially Tsuyoshi and Su Qingying. Lu Chen, however, acted as if he were just going through the motions, occasionally launching minor attacks while assessing the combat power of Tsuyoshi and Su Qingying. Tsuyoshi's strength was absolutely overwhelming in the Star Convergence realm. Su Qingying's cultivation was displayed as the 7th layer of the Star Convergence realm, but in reality, she possessed the combat power of the 8th or 9th layer. Both were exceptional talents. Thus, even a high-grade first-tier celestial beast, under their siege, could only hold on for less than 10 breaths before succumbing to death. Lu Chen focused intently, waiting for the right moment, and at the last second, he struck. He couldn't be bothered to use a weapon, delivering a palm strike from a distance. His timing was impeccable. The strike landed firmly on the celestial beast's head. In the next moment, a mysterious energy entered his body. Lifespan enhanced. The celestial beast is indeed extraordinary. Just a high-grade first-tier celestial beast can extend my life by 200 years? That's better than refining a first-tier elixir. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled. With a warning formation that could directly track the location of first-tier celestial beasts, they would surely be able to find 100 first-tier celestial beasts in the coming days. There was hope for a one-time increase of 20,000 years in lifespan. Seeing the celestial beast fall, Tsuyoshi and the others hurried forward to check and then collected the celestial beast. Great! This trip will definitely break the previous record. Let's aim to hunt more celestial beasts and earn more celestial stones. Tsuyoshi encouraged with a beaming smile. The crowd was ecstatic, their blood boiling, and they eagerly requested to find the next celestial beast. Lu Chen noticed that no one had discovered his methods and couldn't help but smile. He then followed the group as they continued to fly towards the next celestial beast. Once again, it was a high-grade first-tier celestial beast. The battle ignited again. Jin Yangfu gradually adapted to the fight, though he occasionally mismanaged his strength, using a bit more than the 7th layer of the Star Convergence realm. However, the chaos of the battle meant no one noticed his issue. Lu Chen continued to move around, delivering weak attacks, and when the celestial beast was on the verge of death, he precisely executed his killing move, ending the beast in one strike. Another 200 years of lifespan gained. The group hunted another celestial beast, and with only a stick of incense as time passed, they grew increasingly excited about the future, their faces filled with a combative spirit. Let's go! To the next celestial beast. Tsuyoshi was also thrilled, leading the way towards the formation's indicated location. Time flew by. 2 days passed. As the morning sun rose, mist enveloped the surrounding forest. In a certain part of the forest, the sounds of battle echoed once more, but the fight quickly came to an end. After 2 days of hunting, Tsuyoshi and the others had coordinated better and moved more efficiently, swiftly taking down a peak first-tier celestial beast. That's the 120th. After securing the celestial beast's body, Tsuyoshi showed a hint of fatigue. They had fought tirelessly for 2 full days. The gains from these 2 days were immense. They hunted a full 100 first-grade immortal beasts, almost exterminating all the immortal beasts within a radius of several thousand miles at the edge of the forest. 2 members of the team had their cultivation breakthrough, elevating to a small realm. Tsuyoshi and Su Qingying both vaguely felt that they would be able to break through their realms after returning from this trip. However, Jin Yangfu and Lu Chen did not have any sense of breakthrough, as they were just going through the motions. Of course, they did gain some experience and learned about the differences between immortal beasts and spirit beasts. Immortal beasts of the same level are significantly stronger than immortal-level humans. The formation shows that there are no first-grade immortal beasts within 1,000 miles. If we want to continue hunting, we must delve deeper into the forest. However, the probability of encountering second-grade immortal beasts will be quite high, Tsuyoshi informed everyone. At this moment, Lu Chen stepped forward and said, "Let me take a look." Seeing this, Tsuyoshi handed the formation over to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the formation, pretended to examine the light screen, but secretly began to sabotage the internal structure of the formation. This warning formation, after his innovation, was different from a normal warning formation. Even if it were upgraded to an immortal level formation, it would still differ from a standard immortal level formation. Therefore, to prevent others from discovering the unique aspects of his formation, it had to be destroyed. Indeed, there are none left. But I see everyone is tired. Why not end it here? We've already gained quite a lot from this beast hunt. Lu Chen returned the formation to Tsuyoshi and suggested. After 2 days of effort, his lifespan had increased by 20,000 years. He now had a total of 120,000 years of lifespan. It was time to leave and head back. Mainly, they all carried the aura and stench of immortal beasts, especially the blood of the immortal beasts. Once it reached a certain concentration, continuing deeper into the forest could easily attract the attention of high-level immortal beasts, leading them into danger. To be cautious, it was best to return to the city. Alright, let's go back. I estimate that these immortal beast corpses could be exchanged for tens of thousands of immortal stones. If we divided among the 12 of us, each person could get several thousand immortal stones. A satisfied look appeared on Tsuyoji's face. They had never had so many immortal stones on hand. Upon hearing this, everyone showed expressions of anticipation. Su Qingying was no exception. Back to the city. After Tsuyoji said this, he prepared to close the formation in his hand. He needed to preserve this formation well. This was their fundamental source of wealth. He knew that there was no such formation on the market. If he could bring it back to study its mysteries, he would surely make a fortune. But just as he was about to close the formation, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. The entire formation compass emitted black smoke. What is this? What happened? Tsuyoji exclaimed, his face changing drastically. Everyone hurriedly gathered to check. They all understood the significance of this formation. Destroyed? Damn it! What exactly happened? Tsuyoji instantly lost his gentle demeanor, his face contorted in rage, as if he had lost something extremely important. Jin Yongfu glanced at Lu Chen. Brother, it's up to you. Su Qingying also widened her eyes and looked at Lu Chen. However, at this moment, Lu Chen's expression was even more intense than Tsuyoji's. How could this happen? I was still thinking about making a big profit next time. He lamented, his face ashen, as if he had lost a close relative. He was on the verge of kneeling down and weeping. Seeing this, everyone felt a pang of heartache. They could all understand Lu Chen's feelings. Moreover, since this formation was picked up by Lu Chen, it was only natural that he felt the most sorrow. Tsuyoji gritted his teeth, trying to suppress his collapsing emotions, patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, and comforted him. Friend, don't be disheartened, we still made a big profit, so it's not a loss. What a pity. Sigh. Lu Chen sighed heavily. Inside, he was secretly amused. He had only recently discovered that this formation could be used in this way. It seemed that in addition to refining pills to extend lifespan, they could also hunt beasts in the future. With this warning formation, it would be enough for him to quickly accumulate his lifespan. Alright, let's go back. Tsuyoji still put away the formation compass, preparing to return and see if it could be repaired. Let's go. The group got ready to leave. But just as they were about to head back, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from a distance behind them. The roar seemed capable of shaking the heavens and the earth, instilling a great sense of intimidation. Soon after, fierce sounds of battle began to resonate from the horizon. That direction seems to have high-level celestial beasts fighting with powerful beings. Even from this far away, I feel a chill all over. I wonder what level of celestial beast it is. Forget it, let's hurry and leave. I'm afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The group knew their own weaknesses. If they were affected, they would have no chance of survival. Go! Lu Chen also felt a sense of urgency and quickly took the lead in flying away. The others nodded and quickly followed. They had already ventured deep into the forest, and it would take some time to fly out. They had just been flying for a short while when they suddenly felt a violent tremor behind them. Su Qingying's pretty face instantly lost its color as she exclaimed, "Not good. It seems like a 5th-grade celestial beast is flying towards us." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's faces turned pale. A 5th-grade celestial beast was equivalent to a Xuanguang realm expert. They were all at the Xingyun realm level. In the face of such a being, survival was hopeless. Lu Chen also sensed the dire situation and immediately said, "Everyone scatter and escape. Gather outside Panlong City." A group of people followed him, unable to use other means. After saying that, he glanced at Jin Yongfu, gave him a look, and flew off to the right front. "Take care, everyone." Jin Yongfu instantly understood and also flew off to the right front. Tsuyoji and the others reacted quickly. At such a critical moment, they could only gamble on luck and chose different directions to flee. After Lu Chen left the group, he quickly put on a mask and summoned a 4th-grade celestial flying boat. Once on the boat, he flew at full speed towards Jin Yongfu's direction and soon joined him. "Get on." Lu Chen spoke calmly. Jin Yongfu, hearing the familiar voice, was overjoyed and hurriedly flew onto the boat, standing behind Lu Chen. "Ngu, is that you? How do you have such a high-level flying boat?" Jin Yongfu was extremely surprised, filled with endless doubts. How many secrets did his brothers still hide from him after arriving in the celestial realm? We'll talk about it later. A 5th-grade celestial beast's strength is comparable to a Xuanguang realm expert. This flying boat's defenses are enough to withstand an attack from a Xuanguang realm expert. Lu Chen urged the boat to fly at full speed, trying to head towards the edge of the forest. He had never seen the true power of a fifth-grade celestial beast and dared not hold back, unleashing his full strength at the Xinghui realm, continuously channeling celestial energy into the boat. The boat flew at high speed, and Jin Yangfu watched, feeling somewhat reassured. At this speed, we should be fine. However, as soon as he finished speaking, both of them changed their expressions dramatically. They felt a terrifying crisis rapidly approaching from behind. They quickly turned around and saw a giant lion with black wings, streaking across the sky like a shooting star, coming towards them. No way! Is our luck this bad? Jin Yangfu's red hair stood on end in shock as he hurriedly looked at Lu Chen. Ngu, its speed is too fast. Change direction quickly. Lu Chen also wanted to change direction, but it was clearly too late. Was this really a fifth-grade celestial beast? How could its speed be so terrifying? Buzz! Whoosh! The terrifying sound of flight was already behind them, and the two were shocked to discover that the fifth-grade celestial beast was not pouncing towards them but was flying past them at high speed, continuing onward. Ha! Jin Yangfu exclaimed in surprise. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, but he remained calm. Did you see that? It has multiple wounds on its body, and there's a high-grade celestial sword stuck in its back. I see it. So it wasn't coming for us, someone is chasing it? It looks like it's heavily injured. Jin Yangfu quickly nodded in response. It seems to be consuming its essence to achieve this speed, Lu Chen speculated. Ngu, why don't we chase after it and take a look? Make a big score? If the celestial beast dies halfway, wouldn't we strike it rich? An upper-tier 5-grade celestial beast. How much celestial stone is it worth? And that celestial sword? Jin Yangfu's eyes lit up, eager to try. You really aren't afraid of death, Lu Chen said, looking at Jin Yangfu speechlessly. If the celestial beast fell unconscious before them, they might attempt to hunt it. He also wanted to know how much lifespan a 5-grade celestial beast could bring him. But if the celestial beast discovered they were following and turned to attack, facing a dying and frenzied 5-grade celestial beast, he couldn't guarantee that the flying boat's defenses would hold. Just as he was thinking this, an unexpected event occurred. Boom! A loud crash echoed as a heavy object fell into the forest, causing a row of giant trees to collapse instantly. Jin Yangfu and Lu Chen exchanged glances, both stunned. Did it die? Jin Yangfu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Chen frowned. Could we really be this lucky? Thinking of this, he glanced at Jin Yangfu. Being with this guy, having good luck seemed normal. So, this celestial beast flying towards them was entirely due to Jin Yangfu's good fortune? How miraculous! Ngu, isn't this flying boat capable of defending against attacks from Xianguang realm experts? Shall we go take a look? If it's really dead, we hit the jackpot. Jin Yangfu urged eagerly. Lu Chen shook his head. Don't rush. Without absolute certainty, we can't act recklessly. I'll set up a reconnaissance formation first. How long will that take? Someone is hunting this celestial beast. They might come soon. Jin Yangfu swallowed hard, frequently looking back but seeing no one pursuing. Very quickly, Lu Chen replied, swiftly setting up the formation. There was no need for a celestial-level formation, a mundane formation was sufficient. With the flying boat's protection, he set up the reconnaissance formation 10 miles away. Soon, the situation over there was relayed back through the formation. The celestial beast, which had previously flown at an astonishing speed, was now lying on the ground, barely alive and unable to move. It was a high-tier 5-grade celestial beast. Its strength was comparable to a 10th-layer Xianguang realm expert. Ngu, it really seems to be dying. Jin Yangfu said, his eyebrows dancing with excitement. It does look like a dying beast, but we can't approach recklessly. It could very well take someone down with it in its final moments, Lu Chen said solemnly. He had seen this situation many times. However, this celestial beast seemed to be on the verge of death. They just needed to delay for a bit longer or find a way to strike from a distance to ensure success. The only concern was if a human expert was chasing from behind. That would also be dangerous. They couldn't waste too much time. Let's strike from a distance. If the strike is successful, I can increase my lifespan, Lu Chen thought. I'll maneuver the flying boat to within half a mile of it, and we will attack from a distance. We must not leave the flying boat. Lu Chen instructed seriously. Jin Yangfu nodded eagerly. The flying boat soon arrived half a mile above the 5-grade celestial beast, and then the two of them unleashed their starry brilliance realm powers, attacking from afar. Powerful strikes rained down towards the beast below. They perfectly hit the 5-grade celestial beast. After completing a set of attacks, Lu Chen quickly maneuvered the flying boat to a safer distance. Seeing that the celestial beast did not move, nor did it charge back like a reflection of light, he returned the flying boat to its original position and launched another round of attacks. After repeating this several times, he called a halt to Jin Yongfu. Next, let me attack. Lu Chen continued his assault, unleashing massive palm strikes of second-layer starry brilliance realm power from the sky onto the celestial beast on the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious energy surged into Lu Chen's body, and he stopped his attacks. His lifespan had increased. Killing a high-tier 5-grade celestial beast actually granted him an increase of 100,000 years of lifespan. Good heavens! What a huge profit! Lu Chen exclaimed joyfully. At this moment, his remaining lifespan had reached 220,000 years. Did it die? Jin Yongfu asked, seeing Lu Chen stop attacking and noticing the celestial beast below still motionless, its lantern-like big eyes losing their sparkle. Lu Chen replied, "It's dead." After speaking, he quickly maneuvered the flying boat down, unhesitatingly storing the corpse of the celestial beast into the storage golden pearl, and then continued to drive the flying boat forward at full speed. After flying for the duration of an incense stick, they finally flew out of the forest. Lu Chen did not slow down the flying boat but continued to fly quickly. "I'll take you to the outskirts of Panlong City first, and then you can meet up with them later. Remember, you must not mention anything about the 5th-grade high-level celestial beast to anyone," Lu Chen instructed seriously. "Brother-in, you know me, my mouth has always been tight," Jin Yongfu replied with a beaming smile, then quietly asked, "What grade of celestial sword is that?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's a 5th-grade upper celestial sword. Anyway, we struck gold." "Ah, then, what kind of strength must the owner of this sword have?" Jin Yongfu swallowed hard. "It doesn't matter, we need to think of a way to sell the celestial beast and the celestial sword quickly. Having them on hand just feels unsafe." He dared not use it, and keeping it with him made him worry that the sword's owner might have a way to locate it. So what he needed to do at this moment was to rush to the treasure-gathering pavilion and sell the celestial sword. Lu Chen drove the boat swiftly and soon arrived in front of the walls of Panlong City. He let Jin Yongfu down and reminded him again, "Wait here until Su Yoji and the others return, then rally the others when I come back." "Don't worry. Leave it to me," Jin Yongfu said confidently. Lu Chen nodded, maneuvering the flying boat directly into Panlong City. At this moment, in a lounge of the treasure-gathering pavilion, 2 middle-aged men were enjoying tea and chatting. "I really didn't expect your steward to be transferred to another big city. All the stewards must be itching to climb up to the vacant steward position. Do you have any hope?" One of the middle-aged men in a white robe asked with a smile while sipping tea. Lu Bud, listening to his friend's words, smiled wryly and shook his head. "Our president did say that the steward would be chosen from among all the stewards, but he also added that to become the steward, one must do one thing. And that statement has already dashed the hopes of 99% of the stewards." "What is it?" the middle-aged man in white asked. Lu Bud replied, "Not long ago, the president learned that the city lord's daughter has joined the Celestial Sword sect and has been accepted as a true disciple by an elder of the sect. In 2 years, she will be going to the Celestial Sword sect, and the city lord will hold a banquet. You also know the status of the Celestial Sword sect in the celestial realm. Even our president wants to build connections, so he wants to prepare a gift for the city lord's daughter, a celestial sword of at least medium grade or above. The condition to become the steward is to present such a grade of celestial sword? That's too steep a price," the middle-aged man in white exclaimed. "Not at all, we just need to find a way to acquire a celestial sword of that grade. But you also understand that those who possess such celestial swords are unlikely to part with them easily, unless the relationship is very good. Therefore, among all the stewards, only 1 or 2 have such connections," Lu Bud said. Though he coveted the steward position, he also knew it was out of reach for him. In Panlong City, his status was decent, but he had little interaction with the top-tier people of the 5 great families. Only the top-tier individuals of the 5 great families would possess such a grade of celestial sword. "That indeed makes it difficult," the middle-aged man in white said. Lu Bud sighed, "Let's not talk about this anymore, let's continue drinking tea." Just as Lu Bud had not finished his cup of tea, he suddenly heard a maid outside calling, "Steward Lu, the distinguished guest you asked me to keep an eye on last time is here to see you again." "Distinguished guest? Which distinguished guest?" Lu Bud couldn't recall for a moment. "The one wearing a mask," the maid replied. Lu Bud immediately remembered, hurriedly getting up and saying to his friend, "I have something to attend to, I'll drink later." He quickly walked out. This was the person who had sold him a high-grade 4th-level celestial sword last time, significantly boosting his performance. He hurried to the VIP reception room and saw Lu Chen sitting there. Fellow Taoist, long time no see," Lu Bud greeted with a broad smile as he approached. Lu Chen didn't want to waste time and got straight to the point. "I have 2 items to sell you, and I have urgent matters to attend to afterward, so let's skip the small talk." He needed to sell the 2 items quickly, receive the celestial stones, and leave to reunite with Jin Yongfu, so he handed the storage bag to Lubyud after speaking. Lubyud smiled and said, "Alright, let me take a look." He took the storage bag and probed inside with his senses. However, not long after he took the bag, his expression suddenly changed, and his smile froze. He doubted whether he was seeing things. Inside the bag lay the corpse of a 5th grade high-level celestial beast, along with a high-quality 5th grade celestial sword. "Help me assess how much celestial stone this can sell for," Lu Chen urged as he saw Lubyud sitting there like a wooden statue, dazed with the storage bag in hand. Lubyud finally came to his senses, swallowed hard twice, and said, "Fellow Taoist, everything in here, is for sale?" He still found it hard to believe. At the same time, his expression when looking at Lu Chen changed completely. He had slain a 5th grade high-level celestial beast. Such strength could only be barely achieved by a peak Xianguang realm expert. He had seriously underestimated this person's power. Moreover, there was also a high-quality 5th grade celestial sword. This was like being offered a pillow just as he was about to doze off. If he could get his hands on this high-quality 5th grade celestial sword, wouldn't he be the steward? "That's right, everything is for sale. Since we know each other, just give me a fair price," Lu Chen said. Upon receiving a definite answer, Lubyud's throat rolled again, and then he said solemnly, "From now on, you are my most esteemed guest, fellow Taoist. I've calculated, and I can give you a maximum of 600,000 low-grade celestial stones. This is the highest specification within my authority. If you want more, I can immediately consult the president to see how much he can offer." A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. "So valuable? 600,000 celestial stones will do. You're an honest man, and I recognize you as a friend. Please be quick, I have urgent matters to attend to," Lu Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Lubyud couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. "A friend? If you call me son, I have to respond. Alright, give me 10 breaths of time, and I'll be right back." Lubyud dashed out of the VIP reception room. Lu Chen actually counted the time carefully, and in less than 9 breaths, Lubyud returned. "Here are 600,000 celestial stones, and this communication jade slip. If you have similar items to sell in the future, just contact me directly, I can even come to negotiate." Lubyud no longer referred to Lu Chen as a fellow Taoist because he felt unworthy. This was his fortune god. Just this transaction could not only elevate him to a high position but also allow him to earn a hefty commission. This was the biggest deal he had ever made in his life. Moreover, it seemed he could continue doing business with Lu Chen in the future. What else could he be but a fortune god? Lu Chen smiled and said, "It was a pleasant cooperation. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I will take my leave. By the way, if you truly consider me a friend in this transaction, remember not to mention my information to anyone, otherwise, for our next cooperation, I will choose someone else," Lu Chen added. Upon hearing this, Lubyud was a bit surprised but nodded decisively. "Understood, I will never leak it." Lu Chen stored the bag filled with celestial stones and left the gathering treasure pavilion, boarding a flying boat to head outside the city. After Lubyud saw Lu Chen off, he quickly called over a maid from earlier, earnestly instructed her, and then headed toward the president's office. He walked steadily, head held high, with a smile on his lips, as if he were walking toward a bright future. Lu Chen piloted the flying boat out of Panlong City, then landed in a remote, uninhabited area, took off his mask, and flew back toward the city gate of Panlong City. When he arrived in front of Panlong City, Su Yoji and the others had already gathered. Everyone was waiting for him. "Sorry, my cultivation is weak, and I flew slowly, making you all wait for a long time," Lu Chen said as he landed in front of the group, pretending to smile awkwardly. "We thought something happened to you. It's good that you're safe, we didn't wait too long. Moreover, you discovered that formation, which is the greatest contribution of our journey, so we should wait for you," Su Yoji said. Lu Chen looked at Su Yoji, his impression of this person deepening a bit. "Alright, let's go to the treasure gathering pavilion and sell these celestial beast corpses." The others became excited, as they could already see a large number of celestial stones beckoning to them. The group prepared to enter the city, but at that moment, everyone suddenly stopped in their tracks and quickly looked back. An astonishing sound of rushing air echoed from the sky behind them, as 5 people flew toward them at an incredibly terrifying speed. It seemed they were coming straight for them. Upon seeing the cultivation auras of the 5, everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. 5 experts at the Xianguang realm. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes into a slit and quietly retreated behind Su Yoji and the others. Without needing to think much, that 5th grade celestial beast was definitely related to these 5 Xianguang realm experts. Perhaps that high-grade celestial sword was the weapon of one of them. Among the 5 Xianguang realm experts, 4 appeared to be middle-aged, each wearing a jade token at their waist, which was their identity badge. Elders of the Huang family. Watching these people descend, Lu Chen thought to himself, what a coincidence, they are indeed from the Huang family. Among the five, the leader was a young man who looked to be about the same age as Lu Chen and the others. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and his cold, stern face revealed a hint of irritation, as if he was troubled by something. As soon as he landed, his gaze swept coldly over Lu Chen and the group, as if he were looking at a bunch of ants. Did you come back from that forest? The young man spoke, his voice chilling and frightening. Su Yoji and the others immediately became fearful, especially Su Yoji and Su Qingying, who recognized this person. The young master of the Huang family. Reporting to you, senior. We were hunting celestial beasts over there when we suddenly heard the roar of a powerful celestial beast, so we hurriedly left. Su Yoji quickly lowered his head, showing utmost humility. He knew that in front of such a person, he and the others were no different from ants. Although he was from the Lin family, if he truly provoked this person, he would definitely dare to eliminate him with a wave of his hand. Did any of you see that celestial beast? The young master of the Huang family asked coldly again. We didn't see it, Su Yoji quickly replied, and the others shook their heads in agreement. Check their storage bags. The young master of the Huang family then turned to the elder of the Huang family beside him and coldly ordered. The elder of the Huang family nodded and said in a deep voice, take out all the storage bags on you. Su Yoji and the others exchanged glances. In the end, they gritted their teeth, not daring to resist, and could only comply. Young master, this person's storage bag contains 100 first-grade celestial beasts. The elder of the Huang family squinted his eyes, looking at Su Yoji with a strange gaze. Senior, these are the results of our hunting beasts for many days. Su Yoji hurriedly explained. All first-grade celestial beasts? The young master of the Huang family asked coldly. The elder of the Huang family nodded. Carefully check if they have secretly hidden any storage bags, the young master of the Huang family said with a cold expression. He suspected that the 5th-grade celestial beast had been picked up by someone passing by, so anyone at any cultivation stage could potentially be hiding the corpse of that celestial beast. The elder of the Huang family complied and began to check one by one, soon discovering that 2 men at the 5th level of the Xingyan realm had each secretly hidden a storage bag. Inside the storage bags were quite a few celestial stones, seemingly hidden out of fear of being robbed, so they dared not hand them over. Upon seeing this, the young master of the Huang family's eyes flashed with a hint of crimson, and he let out a cold snort. As soon as the cold snort passed, the 2 men at the 5th level of the Xingyan realm suddenly widened their eyes, their bodies stiffening in place, their eyes bloodshot, resembling blood orbs. Secure all entrances to Panlong City. Anyone entering must be thoroughly checked. The young master of the Huang family commanded the 4 elders like a lion suppressing its emotions. The elders immediately dispersed to take action. The young master of the Huang family glanced at everyone, then turned and flew into the city. As the 5 powerful beings of the Xianguang realm left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen frowned slightly, watching his 2 companions. Ever since he discovered he could extend his lifespan by destroying vitality, he had become particularly sensitive to it. At this moment, he sensed that the vitality of the 2 companions had already vanished. Yes, they were dead. Su Yoji and the others also sensed something was wrong and hurried over to check, discovering that the 2 had no breath left, all of them gasping in shock. What? They were killed just like that? Good thing I didn't hide my storage bag. So ruthless? Is it really necessary? Do they not value human life? Su Yoji quickly reminded everyone, do not speak further, be careful not to attract disaster. His palms were cold with sweat, his body trembling slightly, and his desire for power had reached its peak. The immortal realm was even more dangerous than the mortal world. In front of these powerful beings, they were nothing but ants. Strength was the fundamental key to survival. Su Qingying sighed and suggested, let's give them a proper burial. Everyone nodded in agreement, giving the 2 a final dignity, burying them at the foot of a small hill outside the city. Please do not spread today's events, Su Yoji said. Everyone nodded. Lu Chen waved his hand to summon 2 flowers from a distance, placing them at the mound, silently reciting, a dead friend is better than a living Taoist. Although I brought you here, you were bold and disobedient. Be careful in your next life. Alright, let's go back, Su Yoji said. The group flew towards the city. Along the way, they quietly discussed the young master of the Huang family. I had only heard of the young master's fearsome reputation. Seeing him today, he truly is a fierce god. Anyone who proposes a lifespan cultivation plan can't be a good person, Su Qingying remarked. The lifespan cultivation plan is related to him? Lu Chen, hearing this, turned to Su Qingying and asked, how did this girl manage to gather so much strange information? He was the first to propose sealing off the mortal realm around Panlong City to cultivate the lifespan springs. The Huang family's current status as the top among the 5 great families is also related to him, Su Qingying said with a bitter smile. Jin Yongfu clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this. Damn, so it's this bastard. The others quickly urged Jin Yongfu to calm down. Lu Chen glanced at Jin Yongfu, knowing exactly what he was thinking. Jin Yongfu's old friends had died because of this person. This young master of the Huang family is exceptionally talented, achieving Xianguang realm strength in less than 50,000 years. I heard he is even betrothed to the city lord's daughter. Truly a winner in life, another person sighed. The others discussed more about the young master of the Huang family. It was the first time Lu Chen heard about him, and it seemed he had inadvertently offended a terrifying figure. With his status, he will likely discover soon that the treasure-gathering pavilion has acquired a 5th-grade immortal beast. I wonder if that steward Lu will sell me out. To be cautious, it's best not to appear in front of people while wearing a mask for a while, Lu Chen thought. He needed to pay more attention to the news outside. The group entered Panlong City and arrived at the treasure-gathering pavilion. Lu Chen initially did not want to go in, but not following would seem out of place, so he had no choice but to enter with everyone. Tsuyoshi directly stated that they had the corpses of immortal beasts to sell, and since there were quite a few, a steward soon came to attend to them. However, when this steward saw their identities related to the lifespan springs, his expression changed slightly. After looking at the situation inside the storage bag handed over by Tsuyoshi, his expression changed several times in succession. Lu Chen noticed this and realized that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the next moment, the steward smiled and said, I roughly assessed that these beast corpses are worth about 20,000 immortal stones. Tsuyoshi and the others frowned tightly. They had assessed in advance that these beast corpses were worth at least 40,000 immortal stones. This person was trying to cheat them. Tsuyoshi took a deep breath, slightly cupped his hands, and appeared quite respectful. Steward Chen, this contains 100 first-grade immortal beast corpses, of which 70% are high-level first-grade immortal beasts. According to market prices, they are worth at least 40,000 immortal stones. He knew that this steward Chen had a cultivation level in the Tianyan realm and was one of the top stewards in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. He had already made up his mind that if they couldn't reach an agreement, they would just not sell. The gap between them and such a person was too vast. Our Gathering Treasure Pavilion's pricing is based on market value. Currently, the price for immortal beasts is generally this. Moreover, I always feel that the origin of your immortal beasts is unclear, and we are taking a risk in purchasing them. Steward Chen remained serious, his eyes flashing with a cold, confident light as he spoke. It was as if these beast corpses had already become his possession. Then we won't sell. Tsuyoshi took a deep breath and put away the storage bag. Not selling? I will make it very clear to you that only our Gathering Treasure Pavilion in Panlong City can buy this batch of beast corpses. If you don't sell today, the price will only be higher in the future. Steward Chen sneered. Su Qingying frowned slightly and gently advised, Steward Chen, your pavilion has always had a good reputation. Acting like this now may damage that reputation, don't you think? Damage the reputation? You think you can threaten me? Steward Chen looked disdainful. I won't waste words with you. If you don't sell these beast corpses to me today, the matter of you possessing 100 first-grade immortal beast corpses of unknown origin will spread throughout Panlong City. At that time, I will see whether our reputation is damaged or your things are damaged. Lu Chen had been standing behind Tsuyoshi and the others, originally calm, but at this moment, his eyes narrowed slightly. The meaning of this guy was very clear. They must have some special means to obtain so many beast corpses. If this matter spread, it would naturally attract a lot of attention. It was a matter of life and death. If it were just being cheated, Lu Chen wouldn't bother to intervene, but this had already threatened his life safety. Tsuyoshi naturally also heard the threat in those words, gritting his teeth and saying in a deep voice, You all go out first. I will discuss this with Steward Chen. Su Qingying and the others exchanged glances for a moment, ultimately choosing to trust Tsuyoshi and left the reception room one after another. Once everyone had left, Tsuyoshi took out a sound transmission jade slip and infused it with immortal energy. Brother Lindong, my companions and I hunted some immortal beasts and brought the corpses to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, but we encountered some trouble. Steward Chen silently watched Tsuyoshi until he heard the name Lindong, and his brow furrowed slightly. He knew this Lindong. He was the adopted son of an elder from the Lin family. Which steward is it? A young man's voice came from the sound transmission jade slip. Steward Chen, Tsuyoshi replied truthfully. Is Steward Chen there? Please, for the sake of my father and me, can you not be so calculative with them? The transmission carried a hint of earnestness. Steward Chen's brow furrowed slightly, weighing the situation for a moment before saying, My relationship with your adoptive father is just average, but of course, I can give you some face and offer them an additional 5,000 immortal stones. Alright, thank you. Yoji, I can only help you this much. Okay, thank you, brother Lindong. Yoji's face showed bitterness as he put away the sound transmission jade slip. 25,000 immortal stones were still quite a bit off from the market price. Steward Chen, can we consider that we never came here for the sake of brother Lindong? Yoji still hoped not to sell these beast corpses. Humph, truly ungrateful. What is Lindong? Even if his father were here, he would still have to call me brother Chen. Elder Chen thought that with a slight concession, he could secure this deal, but after hearing Yoji's request, his face instantly darkened, and he decided to intimidate him properly. Yoji's expression was extremely grim, alternating between pale and green, showing an unusual hesitation. Outside the reception room, a group of people also wore grim expressions, whispering among themselves, "This is too much bullying. I wonder if Yoji can resolve this, if not, we can only swallow this loss." Sai, who told us to have such low status. Jin Yangfu frowned, his face serious, but soon he noticed Lu Chen giving him a glance. His expression changed slightly as he understood Lu Chen's meaning, so he stepped forward to attract the attention of others, especially Su Qingying. "Everyone, if Daoist Su cannot resolve this, we can only compromise, we cannot blame Daoist Su then." Seeing Jin Yangfu drawing the attention of others, Lu Chen secretly took out a sound transmission jade slip and sent a voice into it. "There is a junior I have a good relationship with, named Yoji, who is selling the corpses of celestial beasts in your treasure-gathering pavilion and is being bullied by one of your stewards." Not long after the transmission, a reply quickly came. "Alright, I will go take a look." Hearing Lu Bude's response, Lu Chen put away the sound transmission jade slip and waited quietly. In less than 10 breaths, he saw Lu Bude approaching briskly. "This guy is quite fast at getting things done." Lu Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Su Qingying and the others felt a renewed pressure as they saw another steward approaching. After this incident, they had lost their good impression of these high-status individuals. "Who among you is Yoji?" Lu Bude arrived in front of everyone, scanning them for a moment, and asked with a friendly smile. Su Qingying and the others were somewhat surprised. "He is inside." Upon hearing this, Lu Bude nodded slightly to them and directly pushed the door open. "What is the matter?" Elder Chen asked coldly upon seeing Lu Bude's arrival. Lu Bude ranked in the middle among the stewards, and there was quite a gap compared to Elder Chen, who often ranked among the top. Lu Bude ignored Elder Chen and looked at Yoji, immediately showing a flattering smile. "Young friend, are you Yoji?" Yoji was slightly taken aback and nodded. "Indeed. You are selling the corpses of celestial beasts? May I take a look? I can offer you a good price." Lu Bude wasted no time. After receiving the transmission from that person, he rushed over. Not to mention such a small favor, even if the other party asked him to go all out with any steward, he would grit his teeth and agree. "Lu Bude, what do you mean by this?" Elder Chen shouted furiously upon hearing this. "Chen Wutian, you bully a junior, are you not ashamed? You've really become a dog over the years." If it were before, Lu Bude would naturally not want to offend Chen Wutian, but now it was different. He had just received the president's appointment and had become the overseer. This meant that from that moment on, all stewards of the treasure-gathering pavilion were under his command. A mere Chen Wutian thought he could rebel. Chen Wutian's face showed disbelief, and then his eyes burned with anger as he said, "You have some guts. I want to see who gave you such courage to speak to me like this." Chen Wutian was also a clever man. After speaking, he guessed that it must be Lindong or Lindong's father who sent Lu Bude. Yoji watched this scene, momentarily lost in thought, and had the same idea, feeling a sense of admiration for Lindong's influence while also remembering this favor. He never expected that with their relationship, Lindong could achieve such a level. Su Qingying and the others widened their eyes at this scene. Looking at Yoji, their gazes were filled with a hint of admiration. "This is truly impressive." At the same Shochuan, who would have thought they could bring in such a powerful ally? Jin Yangfu glanced at Yoji and then stole a look at Lu Chen. He suspected that Lu Bude was not called by Yoji, but rather by his good brother. "He, Chen Wutian, are you curious who gave me this courage? Then let me show you a thing or two." Lu Bude, always decisive in his actions, quickly took out a token. The token of the head of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. The token shimmered with golden light, exuding an air of authority. Upon seeing the token, Chen Wutian's pupils shrank to pinholes. Why is this token in your hands?" Watching Chen Wutian's astonished expression, Lu Bude secretly rejoiced. At the same time, he did not forget to be grateful to the one who gave him all this. Simply repaying this favor was something he had to handle properly. If he did this job well and satisfied that person, perhaps he could soon negotiate the next deal. Lu Bude enjoyed Chen Wutian's shocked demeanor for a while before turning his gaze to Yoji, his face once again blooming with a flattering smile. Young friend, let me see the corpses of your celestial beasts. Tsuyoshi quickly nodded and presented the storage bag. Lu Bu took a glance, paused for a moment, then coughed and said, I didn't expect you to hunt so many first-grade celestial beasts. I can offer 45,000 low-grade celestial stones for them. What do you think? Although he knew Tsuyoshi and the others came here to sell celestial beast corpses, he did not expect there to be so many first-grade celestial beast corpses. This was quite a significant business. TSK, truly a god of wealth, always bringing him good results. The frown on Tsuyoshi's face completely relaxed, and he smiled broadly. That's great. Thank you. If you have more celestial beast corpses in the future, just come directly to me, and I will definitely offer you a generous price. Lu Bu laughed. Alright, if we have celestial beast corpses, we will definitely look for you, Tsuyoshi promised. The two cooperated very pleasantly. Meanwhile, Chen Wutian watched the scene, feeling as if he had been fed excrement, his entire face dark as iron. Also, Chen Wutian, your actions have harmed the reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Quickly apologize to the young friends. Otherwise, don't blame me for reporting you to the president. If you lose your position as a steward, you will face serious consequences. Lu Bu naturally did not want to offend a steward, even though he was already the head. But this action also meant he had offended Chen Wutian, and since that person might not be satisfied enough, he would try to please that person. Don't go too far. Chen Wutian gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, I can go even further, do you want to try? Lu Bu replied in a deep voice, exuding the aura of a superior. Chen Wutian clenched his fists, his teeth grinding, but in the end, he lowered his proud head. I was rude earlier. Each word felt like it was squeezed out from his backside, the voice small and strange. Tsuyoshi took a deep breath and said, it's fine. He dared not offend a steward of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and could only forgive. Get lost. Lu Bu waved his hand. Chen Wutian left the reception room with a dark face. Afterwards, Lu Bu sent Tsuyoshi and the others celestial stones. After everything was settled, he also escorted them to the gate. After leaving the Gathering Treasure Pavilion for a while, Tsuyoshi felt his head still light, as if he were in a dream. Ever since coming to the celestial realm, they, the Shochuan, had lived in utter humility. He never expected to receive such treatment today. Su Daoyu, what exactly happened? After distancing themselves from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, everyone surrounded him, asking excitedly. Tsuyoshi scratched his head. I'm not quite sure yet, let me ask. He took out a sound transmission jade slip and directly contacted Lindong. Brother Lindong, thank you so much just now. Tsuyoshi expressed his gratitude again. Lindong, no need to be polite, I didn't expect him to give such face. This is not just about face, the manager even reprimanded Chen Wutian in person. Tsuyoshi recalled the scene at that time, and his heart was still filled with joy. Lindong, the manager of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion? I didn't call for him. Then, was it your father who called? Tsuyoshi asked, stunned and tentatively. Lindong, no, I didn't discuss this with my father, and he isn't familiar with their manager. The air instantly became tense. Su Qingying and the others also looked unusually strange. Then, who exactly called the manager? He even asked for my name right away, and after confirming, his attitude was extremely polite. Looking back now, it's really quite unbelievable. Tsuyoshi swallowed a few times, his palms gradually becoming sweaty. This was too bizarre. Lindong, my father wouldn't be able to do this either. It must be that he saved that manager's life for him to act this way? Tsuyoshi's mind buzzed, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say, finally ending the call in a daze. Who on earth was it? Tsuyoshi murmured to himself. The group from Shochuan exchanged glances, all feeling a surreal sense of disbelief. Su Qingying took a deep breath and quickly looked at Lu Chen. Why are you looking at me like that? Lu Chen felt Su Qingying's gaze. Since this matter has passed, let's not dwell on it. Su Daoist, let's divide the immortal stones and go back to our closed-door cultivation. Jin Yangfu quickly suggested as he saw everyone trying to uncover the truth. Alright, let's find a quiet place. The group went to a quiet spot to discuss how to divide the immortal stones. Let's divide according to contributions, Su Daoist should get the most. Others suggested. Tsuyoshi shook his head. I believe Wu Daoist deserves the most credit this time. If he hadn't discovered the formation, it would have been difficult to hunt so many immortal beasts. That makes sense. Agreed. In the end, after discussion, Lu Chen received 6,000 immortal stones, Tsuyoshi got 5,000, and the others each received over 4,000. For Lu Chen, this amount of immortal stones was just a small sum. But for the others present, it made them tremble with excitement, as if they had suddenly become wealthy. Alright, take care everyone, let's meet again next time. Su Yoji cupped his hands to the crowd. Everyone nodded and bid farewell to each other. Lu Chen smiled as he saw everyone off, then prepared to leave as well. Wu Daoist, let's go back together. Su Qingying suddenly stepped forward, hands behind her back, on tiptoe, her pretty face adorned with a radiant smile, like a blooming flower. Lu Chen quickly said, "No, I have things to do. Goodbye." He hurriedly left. This girl, truly extraordinary. It seems another intuition has emerged. With such ability, it would be a pity not to become a detective. He vaguely felt that Su Qingying had guessed quite a few things. After parting from the crowd, he flew in one direction and stopped in a secluded place. Soon after, Jin Yangfu flew over with a bright smile. "Brotherin, that steward just now, you called him, right?" "That's right." Lu Chen smiled gently, not hiding it. "As expected of you. You've only just arrived in the immortal realm, and you've already mixed in like this." Jin Yangfu was genuinely impressed, feeling that having such a brother was definitely a reward for saving the world in a past life. Lu Chen didn't respond to this and directly handed a storage bag to Jin Yangfu, instructing, "Take good care of these immortal stones, don't flaunt your wealth, and don't rush to buy pills or cultivation resources. Our situation is very dangerous now, we need to be cautious." Jin Yangfu understood the dangers of the immortal realm. There were too many strong people here, and they were as weak as ants, so they indeed needed to be careful, and he nodded. However, when he glanced at the immortal stones inside the storage bag, he froze in place. 300,000 immortal stones? Brotherin, this is too much. I can't accept this. Jin Yangfu's hands trembled slightly as he quickly pushed the storage bag back to Lu Chen. It was too shocking. Lu Chen said, "That celestial beast and the celestial sword were discovered by both of us. I even suspect that it was your fortune that led us to encounter that severely injured celestial beast. You should keep it well and strive to break through to a higher realm. Besides, don't you often say that blessings should be shared and difficulties should be faced together?" Yes, without Jin Yangfu by his side, he felt that the 5th grade celestial beast would not fall before him. This kid's fortune is truly against the heavens. Jin Yangfu knew Lu Chen's character. Once he made a decision, he would not change it, so he didn't act overly sentimental. "Thank you, Ngu. Stop saying that. Alright, you should head back. I need to go to the Alchemist Guild again to buy some celestial medicine. After returning this time, I plan to enter seclusion for a while," Lu Chen said. Jin Yangfu took a deep breath and nodded with a smile. After chatting for a few more moments, the two parted ways. Lu Chen flew directly to the Alchemist Guild and put on a mask as he approached. However, before he entered the guild, he quickly took out a communication jade slip. Lu Bude was sending him a message. To his surprise, Lu Bude only contacted him after they had left the treasure-gathering pavilion for so long. "Is everything taken care of?" Lu Chen asked first. "It's done. Chen Wutian also apologized to your friend. Moreover, not long after your friend left, a few uninvited guests arrived at our treasure-gathering pavilion. The young master of the Huang family. He came to inquire if we had purchased any 5th-grade celestial beasts and high-grade celestial swords." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. The young master of the Huang family is quite efficient. "So, did you sell me out?" Lu Chen asked calmly. "Of course not. He found the president first, and then the president came to me. When he questioned me, I kept your instructions in mind, so I just pretended to be a strong practitioner of the Xinguang realm for him. He asked me to draw a portrait, and I just casually sketched something." Lu Bude spoke passionately, clearly anxious that Lu Chen might misunderstand. "Moreover, I quickly dismissed the maid who was attending to you. Unless something unexpected happens, no one knows that you sold me the celestial beast and the celestial sword. Right now, he is still in the president's office, and as soon as I had the chance, I sent you a message." After listening, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before smiling and saying, "Well done. If there are good items in the future, I will definitely cooperate with you again." Lu Bude had been waiting for this response and immediately smiled broadly. "Thank you for your favor, my lord. In the future, we can collaborate outside, and I will bring enough celestial stones to find you." Lu Chen then threw out a bait, saying softly, "For our future collaboration, the celestial stones involved might reach 1,000,000. Lu Bude's laughter became even more cheerful. "Ha, I am already the steward of the treasure-gathering pavilion, so advancing 1,000,000 celestial stones is no problem. Of course, being able to become the steward really relies on you. If you hadn't sold me that celestial sword, I wouldn't have been able to become the steward." "Related to me?" Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, pondering for a moment before saying, "Alright, let's contact each other next time." He put away the communication jade slip and then decisively entered the Alchemist Guild. He couldn't completely rule out the possibility that the young master of the Huang family had learned about his situation, so to be safe, he hurried to buy the celestial medicine he would need for the foreseeable future, no longer using his mysterious identity, and planned to enter seclusion for a while. He entered the Alchemist Guild and directly found Huang Zixing. Taoist friend, you are visiting again today. Do you need to buy celestial medicine? Huang Zixing greeted Lu Chen with a beaming smile. Lu Chen replied straightforwardly, I need 2,000 portions of celestial medicine for refining the second-grade gathering celestial pill. This brief statement left Huang Zixing stunned. Soon, after receiving the required celestial medicine, Lu Chen walked out of the Alchemist Guild under Huang Zixing's farewell as if he were sending off a father. Before he could summon his flying boat, he suddenly saw someone coming around the corner. The two locked eyes, and Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How is it that I can run into her everywhere? The person was Su Qingying. What kind of karmic bond is this? He shook his head lightly, summoned his flying boat, and flew away from the Alchemist Guild. Seeing this, Su Qingying hurriedly asked Huang Zixing, Brother Huang, has that senior come again? Huang Zixing was still in high spirits, his words filled with anticipation for Lu Chen. Indeed. I wonder when we will meet next. I really hope to see him every day. He had already begun to look forward to their next collaboration. How many immortal stones did he spend this time? Su Qingying was taken aback by Huang Zixing's uncharacteristic excitement, secretly astonished. However, the next moment, Huang Zixing's words made her mind go blank. 200,000 immortal stones. I'm really curious about this person's identity. He's so wealthy. Huang Zixing tried to calm his racing heart and asked, do you need something from me? Su Qingying was left speechless, unable to regain her composure for a long time. This number made her question her life choices. They worked hard hunting beasts, earning just over 4,000 immortal stones each. Yet this big shot casually spent hundreds of thousands. When would they, coming from the mortal realm, be able to match these big shots? I don't know if I will ever have such a day, but strangely, I feel that Wu Xiren will have such a day. Su Qingying couldn't help but think of Lu Chen. After this hunting expedition, she felt even more that Lu Chen was shrouded in mystery. Lu Chen returned to the Huang family's immortal mountain, quickly packed all the items in his cave and moved to another cave. The purpose was simple, he didn't want Su Qingying to find him, although the chances of being found were very slim. This little girl is really like a sticky plaster, wherever I go, I can see her. After setting up defensive and alert formations in the cave, Lu Chen placed the items he obtained on the table. Over 100,000 immortal stones remained. Along with the unfinished second-grade gathering immortal pill, there were 1,180 portions of elixirs. At his current alchemy speed, it would take at least 2 years to refine all these second-grade gathering immortal pills. Then I'll go into seclusion for 2 years. I now have a lifespan of 220,000 years. After refining all the elixirs, my lifespan should reach around 400,000 years. If I can break through to the Moonlight Realm, I could gain another 100,000 years. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't wait for that day to come. 500,000 years of lifespan would be enough for him to indulge in the Lifespan Exchange Tower. Do I really have to wait 1,000 years to go to the Lifespan Exchange Tower with most people? Or should I go there early? Lu Chen was already a bit impatient to go again. Perhaps after this seclusion, one of them in the Lifespan Spring could break through to the Starshine Realm. For example, Su Qingying, who was already at the 7th layer of the Star Essence Realm, had earned a few thousand immortal stones not long ago, and within 2 years, she would surely break through to the Starshine Realm. Let's see, if there are enough people breaking through to the Starshine Realm, it would be fine to go together. It wouldn't be easy to be targeted. If there are too few people, then I'll endure a few more years. Let's get started. Lu Chen took a deep breath and began refining pills. Time passed like the wind, and greenery gradually covered the mountains and rivers. 2 years quietly slipped away. When the last batch of second-grade gathering immortal pills was completed, Lu Chen stopped. As he finished the last batch, he sighed, after becoming an immortal, time passes especially quickly. 2 years have gone by in the midst of busyness. At this moment, he was filled with the scent of pills, and his cultivation aura had changed. He had reached the first layer of the Moonlight Realm. This was just the result of refining pills while cultivating. If he had focused solely on cultivation, his level would surely be higher. But refining pills while cultivating also had its benefits. His lifespan increased rapidly. I have 500,000 years of lifespan now. I can exchange for several 5th-grade immortal treasures. Lu Chen did not forget the scene he saw that day, the city lord's daughter riding a 5th-grade immortal flying boat. How impressive it was. I could also exchange for a 6th-grade item. If I'm lucky enough to get a 6th-grade flying boat, then here in Panlong City, no one should be able to threaten my safety. The safety of the 6th-grade protective flying boat is sufficient to withstand the attacks of a Void Realm expert. And the strongest person in Panlong City is the city lord. This city lord is indeed a void realm expert. So as long as the city lord does not come to provoke him, once he boards the flying boat, no one can harm him. 2 years have passed. How is the situation in Panlong City? Is the young master of the Huang family still pursuing me? Lu Chen took out a communication jade slip, intending to inquire Lu Bud. However, before he could activate the communication, a loud shout suddenly echoed from outside the cave. The shout spread throughout the entire Immortal Mountain. All longevity springs come out to receive the slow poison pills. It was Huang Hongzhong's voice. Huang Hongzhong comes once a year to distribute slow poison pills to all longevity springs. Even if he is not poisoned, in order to avoid revealing secrets, Lu Chen must go with the other longevity springs to receive the pills. Thus, Lu Chen first put away the communication jade slip, took out a first-grade supreme hidden elixir, and swallowed it. Now that he has broken through to the Moonlight Realm, a first-grade supreme hidden elixir is somewhat insufficient, but it can still hide his cultivation for 2 hours, so he is not afraid of exposure when going out to receive the pills. Of course, after finishing things here, he still needs to visit the Alchemist Guild to buy some herbs for refining second-grade hidden elixirs. Refining a second-grade supreme hidden elixir, swallowing one can hide his cultivation for a day. He controlled his cultivation to stay at the 8th layer of the Star Essence realm. There should be quite a few people who have reached this level of cultivation. He walked out of the cave and flew towards the foot of the Immortal Mountain. At the square at the foot of the mountain, many people had already gathered. Among them, the most eye-catching was Su Qingying. She had reached the 1st layer of the Starshine realm. In addition, there was a rebellious-looking young man who had also reached the 1st layer of the Starshine realm. The others were generally above the 5th layer of the Star Essence realm. There were also quite a few at the 10th layer of the Star Essence realm, totaling 8 people. Huang Hongzhong surveyed the crowd and then waved his hand, causing countless pills to fly towards the people, hovering in front of them. Lu Chen still used a pill bottle to catch the pills. Huang Hongzhong continued to speak loudly. There is one more thing. The city lord's mansion will hold a grand feast in a month, inviting the 5 great families. The family heads will take care of you longevity springs and will lead those who break through to the Starshine realm to attend. In this last month, if you wish to broaden your horizons, you can cultivate more. This is also an opportunity for you. As soon as Huang Hongzhong finished speaking, he said no more and turned to fly away into the distance. Lu Chen watched Huang Hongzhong leave, squinting in contemplation. What opportunity could this be? It's better to stay out of it. The more people there are, the greater the danger. With this thought, Lu Chen prepared to leave the square when suddenly, he heard a conversation that made him stop in his tracks. Not far from him, a few people were talking. Can our longevity springs also go along? What do we need to do for this trip? Not sure, but have you heard? This morning, a message came from the Lin family saying that a super genius has appeared among their longevity springs. Super genius? Who? Also a longevity spring? His name is Jin Yangfu. He has been in the Immortal Realm for less than 5 years and has already broken through to the Moonlight Realm. Listening to the astonishment of those around him, Lu Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Good brother! How could you accidentally expose yourself? Lu Chen's brows furrowed tightly as he quickly flew back to the cave. The news had clearly spread, and the Huang family was already aware of it. It seemed the Lin family intended to disseminate this information. It must have spread in the early morning, and now half a day had passed. It was very likely that the Lin family discovered last night that Jin Yangfu had reached the Moonlight Realm. Could it be that the Lin family distributed slow poison pills last night, and Yangfu forgot to take the hidden elixir before rashly going out to get the medicine? That shouldn't be. He's not stupid. He may be careless usually, but he wouldn't be like that at a critical moment. Something must have gone wrong after he took the hidden elixir. The hidden essence pill they had on hand, although a top-grade item, could only conceal one's cultivation for an hour in the Moonlight Realm. However, as long as they replenished it afterward, they could still hide their cultivation normally. Is it because of something that caused him to be out for an hour, preventing him from taking the hidden essence pill in time, resulting in his cultivation not being concealed? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and felt this possibility was quite high. As a member of the Shochuan, having such a rapid cultivation speed would surely shake the Lin family and even the entire Panlong city. Yangfu has become famous now. His good brother, who wanted to keep a low profile, could no longer do so. However, his good brother had always had extraordinary luck, so perhaps nothing unexpected would happen, and he might even completely join the Lin family, fully resolving the goo poison. Indeed, he can't avoid being searched and interrogated about the source of his techniques and spirit stones. He shouldn't expose me. Unless something goes wrong, Yangfu will fabricate an image of a strong person, claiming these things were given by a mysterious expert. Lu Chen understood Jin Yangfu very well. At this moment, he sat there stroking his chin and thought, his gaze fixed on the communication jade slip he had placed on the table to contact Jin Yongfu. If he guessed correctly, the communication jade slip he gave to Jin Yongfu should not be with him but in the hands of a high-ranking member of the Lin family. Half a day had passed since Jin Yongfu's cultivation was discovered, and he had not sent him a message, which indirectly confirmed his suspicion. Should I send a message to try? To be honest, he believed in Jin Yongfu's luck, but he was also somewhat worried about his safety. After thinking it over, he picked up the communication jade slip. After all, with such a distance between them and not face-to-face, he wouldn't be found out. After inputting some spiritual energy, the communication jade slip connected. There was silence on the other end, no one spoke. Lu Chen also remained silent. This already confirmed that even if Jin Yongfu was there, someone was watching him. After a moment, Jin Yongfu's voice came through, "Senior Jia, are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Lu Chen changed his tone to a hoarse and deep voice. "Have the Lin family members next to you talk to me." As soon as he finished speaking, there was silence again. About 2 breaths later, a middle-aged man's voice came through. "Taoist friend Jia, I am Lin Bufan, the head of the Lin family. I have learned about your situation from Yongfu, and I would like to thank you for providing him with such abundant resources." The head of the Lin family, Lin Bufan? Lu Chen remained calm and said, This kid is really careless. I originally planned to help him leave the Lin family soon, but it seems that won't be possible now. I won't waste words with you. I see this child has exceptional talent and is a good genius, which is why I secretly nurtured him." Upon hearing this, Lin Bufan laughed heartily. Taoist friend is indeed a person of character, so generous with hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, 5th grade techniques, and movement methods. But may I ask what your identity is? One day, our Lin family will come to express our gratitude. Lu Chen pretended to be angry and snorted, taking advantage and still acting coy. If it weren't for the fact that he is poisoned with goo and only your family has the antidote, I would have taken him away from Panlong City long ago. After cursing, Lu Chen shouted, "Jin Yongfu, if you suffer any grievances in the Lin family in the future, leave a message at the place where we first met, and I will take you far away." Alright, there's no need for more nonsense, may your future be bright. With that, Lu Chen decisively hung up the communication jade slip. I hope the Lin family believes it and values the genius properly. In his eyes, Jin Yongfu was indeed a genius, and with extraordinary luck, if he developed well, he would surely have a good future in the immortal realm. Lu Chen shook his head, planning to put this matter behind him. After all, Jin Yongfu had not exposed him, and it had not implicated him. However, just as this thought arose, he couldn't help but sigh the next moment. He was still worried. At the very least, he needed to see him in person, to see Jin Yongfu truly safe and sound before he could feel at ease. After all, he was his only good brother. A month later, the city lord's mansion will host a banquet for the 5 great families. Those who break through to the Starry Radiance realm can go alone. Forget it, I might as well go. I will definitely see him there. A month later, the Huang family would have at least 5 people in the Starry Radiance realm. If he became one of them, that would be fine. As long as he kept a low profile, he wouldn't attract too much attention. After reaching the Starry Radiance realm, he could also take the opportunity to visit the Longevity Exchange Tower, update various treasures, and exchange lifespan for more good things to use. But 5 is still not enough, it has to be at least 10 in the Starry Radiance realm. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration, making a decision. If there weren't enough people in the Starry Radiance realm, then he would just create them. Having 10 would be sufficient. He took out the 2nd grade Gathering Immortals pill he had refined over the past year. After excluding the more than 500 he had consumed during his cultivation, he still had 700 left. Among them, 200 were 2nd grade top-tier Gathering Immortals pills. The 500 2nd grade superior Gathering Immortals pills wouldn't be of much use to him now. Having reached the Moonlight realm, he would need to consume 3rd grade Gathering Immortals pills. So, how can I better distribute the pills without being discovered as the one who sent them, while also making the method of obtaining the pills seem reasonable? Got it, but this might require Su Qingying's help. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly heard a knock on the door of his cave dwelling. Lu Chen's expression turned strange. Could it be that Cao Cao has arrived just as he was mentioned? Since coming to the immortal realm, no one else had knocked on his cave door. Sure enough, after checking the warning array's image, he shook his head helplessly. However, he indeed needed Su Qingying's connections for this matter. Lu Chen opened the cave door. Sunlight flooded into the dim and quiet cave. Su Qingying stood in the sunlight, exceptionally beautiful, like a picturesque scene. Is there something you need? Lu Chen, unaffected by Su Qingying's beauty, asked with a straight face. He first wanted to see what Su Qingying wanted from him before bringing up his own matters. He had already thought it through. After leaving the Huang family, he would head outside Panlong City, find a secluded valley, set up a cave dwelling, and arrange an array. Then he would place the pills inside the cave. He would let Su Qingying, who was good at socializing, go find those in the Huang family at the 10th level of the Starry Radiance realm, saying that he had discovered such a place and inviting them to break the array together. Once the array was broken, the pills would naturally be shared among everyone. He would place 2 to 300 second-grade superior gathering immortals pills, and with each person getting dozens, he didn't believe these people couldn't quickly break through to the Starry Radiance realm. This way, with more people breaking through to the Starry Radiance realm, he wouldn't stand out too much. In front of the cave door, Su Qingying looked at Lu Chen and couldn't help but take a deep breath. She had been thinking about one thing during this time, why Lu Chen had always given her a cold shoulder. But after thinking too much, she realized her mind was filled with thoughts of Lu Chen. She suspected that she might have developed feelings for him. What's wrong? Lu Chen noticed Su Qingying standing there without speaking, just staring at his face, and frowned slightly. Every time Su Qingying came to him, it was for something, and it was always strange, with benefits for him. Of course, what she considered benefits were just small gains in his eyes. At this moment, Su Qingying was silent, and he felt that something was off. Fortunately, Su Qingying quickly snapped back to reality. I found an abandoned cave in the dense forest outside the city, and inside it seems to be sealed with a second-grade immortal array. I plan to organize some friends to go break the array, and since I thought of you as an array master, I wanted to invite you to join. After breaking the array, whatever we obtain will be shared equally. After hearing Su Qingying's explanation, Lu Chen's expression turned peculiar. What a coincidence, it was as if fate had arranged for him to stumble upon this opportunity just as he stepped out the door. Lu Chen carefully looked at Su Qingying's flawless face and could tell that she was not lying. She really had good intentions for him. She always sought him out. When do we leave? Are you planning to bring anyone else along? Lu Chen asked decisively. Su Qingying was taken aback for a moment, then her beautiful eyes lit up as she said, "We leave tomorrow. I plan to invite those friends from the last beast hunt." In the past, even when she had good news for Lu Chen, he would often disdainfully ignore her, but this time he agreed so decisively. Lu Chen shook his head directly. "This time, we cannot invite other families' longevity springs. You should know Jin Yongfu, right? He was among those who went hunting with us last time, the one with bright red hair and a bold demeanor. He suddenly advanced to the Moonlight Realm, and I suspect it is related to our last beast hunting expedition." "I know him, but what does that have to do with us inviting other friends?" Su Qingying was preparing to invite Su Yoji and others. Lu Chen tempted her. "If this opportunity allows one or more people to break through to the Moonlight Realm, do you think our Huang family's longevity spring would be better, or that of other families?" Su Qingying showed a look of realization and said, "So you mean we should only invite our Huang family's longevity springs?" Lu Chen showed an appreciative expression and said, "I believe you can gather all the longevity springs at the 10th level of the Star Essence realm from the Huang family." Su Qingying smiled and said, "That's easy, I know exactly where they all live." Lu Chen looked puzzled. "You specifically paid attention to where they live?" Su Qingying said with a hint of pride, "I understand the layout of the entire Immortal Mountain clearly. I know which cave is empty and who lives in which cave." Lu Chen suddenly looked at Su Qingying in a new light. This girl was truly talented. Now that he thought about it, after arriving at this Immortal Mountain, it was also this girl who shared the same idea as him, then called people to go out together to gather intelligence about Panlong City. Her intelligence-gathering ability was very strong. "Alright, I'll leave this matter to you, but I have something to do today and probably won't be back tonight. Can you draw a map to that place? I'll go there early tomorrow to wait for you," Lu Chen said. After hearing this, Su Qingying's hand flashed, and she took out a map from a storage ring. Lu Chen's gaze towards Su Qingying changed again. Was this prepared in advance? I was afraid I would forget the location, so I drew the map in real time when I returned. "You can make a copy," Su Qingying said with a smile. Looking at the cheerful Su Qingying, Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. He felt like giving her a thumbs up on her forehead. This girl was really something. So reliable. It's a pity she's a great beauty. "Alright, see you tomorrow." Lu Chen casually copied the map and couldn't help but smile. When Su Qingying saw Lu Chen smile at her mind went blank. It was the first time she had seen Lu Chen smile at her. After Su Qingying left, Lu Chen closed the cave door and then took out a communication jade slip. Before going out, he needed to contact Lu Bude first. Once the communication jade slip was connected, Lu Bude's excited voice came through. "Friend, you finally contacted me. Do you have business to discuss with me again?" Lu Chen said, "Let me ask you a question first." Lu Bude hurriedly replied, "Ask away." In the past 2 years, has the Huang family young master been looking for me? Lu Chen asked. No, he has long given up on that immortal sword. As far as I know, he went to hunt a 5th-grade immortal beast to use its materials to forge an immortal sword, which he intended to present to his fiancée at the banquet hosted by the city lord. However, his own immortal sword was lost first, and our president didn't give him much face, so that matter ended up unresolved, Lu Bude replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he secretly laughed. The Huang family young master really was unlucky. Since he hadn't sought him out, he wasn't afraid to go out wearing a mask. Alright, when I have time, I'll come over to discuss business with you, Lu Chen said. Good. I look forward to your arrival, Lu Bude replied excitedly. After saying this, Lu Chen left the Huang family and, once in a secluded area, put on his mask, summoned his flying boat, and flew towards the outskirts of the city. He traveled safely and without obstruction, and after more than an hour, he arrived at the location marked on Su Qingying's map. Such a remote place, yet Su Qingying was able to find it. This girl is truly remarkable. Lu Chen flew to the foot of a tall mountain. Just as he arrived, he spotted a 5th-level Yueshao realm expert. Could it be that someone got here first? Lu Chen frowned slightly. The person wore a mask, dressed in simple clothing, with a slender figure and long, jet-black hair. Judging by her stature, she seemed to be a woman. She stood in front of the cave Su Qingying mentioned, gazing intently at the formation. Lu Chen's arrival caught her attention, and she turned to look at him directly. The two masked individuals locked eyes. A gust of wind blew, causing their clothes to rustle and their long hair to flutter to the left. They scrutinized each other. Lu Chen noticed another peculiar aspect about this woman. He sensed a cool, ethereal aura emanating from her, and she showed no signs of fear. While his own aura was suppressed to nothing under the mask, this woman exuded extraordinary confidence, without a hint of caution or worry. This could mean either she was a reckless fool or possessed some powerful means of self-protection, unafraid of any threat. Within Panlong City, a Xiangui realm expert was already considered a top-tier powerhouse. A Yueshao realm expert who wasn't afraid of him and had such protective capabilities was likely of the young master level among the 5 great families. Suddenly, a figure flashed through Lu Chen's mind. The city lord's daughter? He had seen her from a distance at the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. At that time, she had passed by in a 5th-grade flying boat, her cool demeanor ethereal, somewhat resembling the woman before him. Moreover, the city lord's daughter was already at the 1st level of the Yueshao realm back then. It was possible she had broken through to the 5th level in the past few years. With this thought, Lu Chen couldn't help but glance around a few more times. If this was indeed the city lord's daughter, were there any powerful experts hiding nearby to protect her? My lady, do you have a way to break the formation? If you are at the Yueshao realm, please assist me in breaking it. The opportunities inside, we can share, the masked woman said, unable to hold back any longer as Lu Chen remained silent, merely observing her and the surroundings. Her voice was like a melodious sound from a cold, secluded valley, clear and chilling. This voice matched her displayed aura perfectly. However, at that moment, Lu Chen saw a lively clarity in her beautiful eyes. This gaze seemed somewhat at odds with her aura. Like you, I am at the Yueshao realm. You are at the 5th level of the Yueshao realm. Can't you break this 3rd-grade formation? Lu Chen carefully observed the formation. An outsider might mistakenly think it was a 2nd-grade formation, but it was undoubtedly a 3rd-grade defensive formation. However, he hadn't approached closely enough to study it, so he wasn't sure how strong of an attack it could defend against. This formation is very strong. It can defend against attacks from the 10th level of the Yueshao realm, the masked woman replied calmly. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This meant that this woman, at the 5th level of the Yueshao realm, could unleash the power of an attack from the 10th level of the Yueshao realm. Moreover, she had already attempted to break the formation and had failed. Lu Chen's purpose for this trip was to break the formation, retrieve the treasures within, and then set up his own formation, pretending to continue breaking the formation tomorrow. Therefore, he had to break this formation today. He could either break it himself or let the woman break it, and he would come back later to place the medicinal pills. Or they could join forces. As long as the formation was broken, he could achieve his goal. The woman had already indicated that she couldn't break the formation alone, so he could either leave and wait for her to depart before returning to break the formation by himself. That would be safer. However, it was uncertain whether she would leave. If she stood there for a day, he wouldn't have time to break the formation and prepare for what came next. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. He would join forces with her to break the formation. The premise was to be cautious, to prevent her from launching a surprise attack once the formation was breached. If she really is the only daughter of the city lord, I wouldn't fear her using underhanded tactics. Someone of her stature might not even covet the resources of this cave. After finishing his thoughts, Lu Chen looked at the masked woman and said, I am well versed in the art of formations and can assist you in breaking it. The masked woman glanced at Lu Chen again and said, alright, if we can break the formation, I promise we will split the resources inside equally. Lu Chen nodded, signaling her to step back a little while he moved forward. After she stepped back, he approached the formation, observing carefully in all directions, scanning the surroundings, including the formation and the nearby vegetation. His gaze was drawn to a few scattered spiritual herbs, causing him to frown. These herbs all had detoxifying properties. This is a third-grade supreme formation. Its master is not simple. Lu Chen, peering through the formation, saw some of the environment inside the cave. The cave was overgrown with moss and cobwebs, looking quite dilapidated, clearly having been abandoned for a long time. He had just broken through to the Moonlight Realm and could already set up third-grade formations, but he wasn't very confident about easily breaking through a formation of this level. However, finding the rules of the formation and weakening it was not a difficult task. He took out 2 specially made formations and began to set them up. During his seclusion, he had also optimized and improved the formations he had studied in the mortal realm. One was a search formation, used to check if anyone was hiding nearby. The other was an analysis formation, used to crack the third-grade supreme immortal formation before him. Once the formations were activated, he discovered that within a radius of 1,000 miles, there were only him and the masked woman. The analysis formation had also completed its coverage of the third-grade supreme immortal formation in front of him. Time passed quietly, and after a stick of incense, the logic and characteristics of the third-grade supreme formation were analyzed. Lu Chen stroked his chin for a moment and then began to fuss around the formation. The masked woman watched quietly from a distance. When Lu Chen activated the 2 formations, her face beneath the mask showed no change, only her delicate brows moved slightly. It was the first time she had seen a formation master attempt to break someone else's formation in such a manner. The technique was quite strange, unheard of. Lu Chen split his focus, half on breaking the formation and half on the woman behind him. After another stick of incense, he finally stopped. You may try another full-force attack. Lu Chen retracted his formations, stepped back, and looked at the masked woman. The masked woman pondered for a moment, took out a low-grade 5th-grade immortal sword, and executed a sword technique. The sword light flashed, the air suddenly exploded, and a fierce wind arose. Boom! The sword light struck the defensive formation's light screen, causing the mountain to tremble violently. Crack! The formation's light screen emitted a cracking sound, followed by an increasingly intense shattering noise, ultimately breaking apart with a loud crash. The formation was broken. You have great skills. The masked woman quickly turned to look at Lu Chen, her bright and clear eyes sparkling even more, seemingly astonished. With Lu Chen's efforts, the formation had been weakened by at least 10 times. It is your strength that is formidable. After the formation was breached, Lu Chen casually praised her while his gaze was fixed on the immortal sword in her hand. As expected, she was the city lord's daughter. He then shifted his gaze to the location of the formation's core. The force used to break the formation was just right. Once he recovered afterward, this formation could become his. When Su Qingying and the others arrived tomorrow, he could secretly control the formation to close, smoothly allowing a group of people to enter and obtain the elixirs. Shall we go in together to explore? The masked woman looked into the cave, her eyes flashing with interest, seemingly filled with curiosity for this exploration. All right. Lu Chen followed the masked woman into the cave. Watching her unguarded back, he shook his head gently. Such a defenseless state, exposing her back to a stranger, was clearly not the behavior of a seasoned practitioner in the cultivation world. Could she really be the city lord's daughter? Moreover, had she secretly come out to train? It was said that the city lord's daughter was only a little over 100 years old, which, for someone in the cultivation world, meant her mental maturity was roughly equivalent to that of a teenager in the mortal realm. Many geniuses often secluded themselves for years, focusing solely on their cultivation. Before entering the cave, Lu Chen skillfully made various preparations. He enveloped himself in a special formation, wrapping his skin in celestial energy, holding his breath, and quickly swallowing several specially made pills, adjusting his entire being to a state of utmost concentration, ready to summon a 4th-grade celestial flying vessel at any moment. The interior of the cave was quite large, with several stone chambers, the furniture decayed, and strangely, most of the furniture was pink. Was the owner of this cave a woman? Once inside, Lu Chen quickly spotted a 1st-grade celestial herb at the edge of the stone wall, similar in properties to the spiritual herbs outside, both having detoxifying effects. He squinted his eyes instantly. This situation indicated that there were toxins present in the cave. Alchemists knew that places with a large number of detoxifying herbs often had a strong presence of poisonous substances. Fortunately, he had already swallowed a special detoxifying pill upon entering and had taken numerous precautions. Even if he encountered potent toxic gas that could poison upon skin contact, he would not be affected. However, the masked woman in front of him. Lu Chen looked ahead and noticed she had made no preparations at all, yet showed no signs of poisoning. Could it be that she secretly prepared as well? Just as Lu Chen thought this, he suddenly heard the woman speak. Why is this cave so hot? Could it be hiding celestial fire? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression changed. The cave was not hot. Soon, he witnessed a scene that left him speechless. After finishing her sentence, the woman suddenly stopped, then naturally reached to unbutton her collar, as if unaware that there was anything wrong with her actions. She was definitely affected. Moreover, this poison couldn't be that strange kind, could it? Suddenly, Lu Chen saw the masked woman turn around, her clear and lively beautiful eyes, which had been normal, now turned red and burning. She looked at Lu Chen for a moment, then quickly walked towards him with her arms outstretched. You look so cool. She seemed ready to pounce. Lu Chen. It really was that kind of poison. Watching the masked woman leap towards him, Lu Chen had already determined what kind of poison she had been affected by. Fortunately, he had been prepared. This poison was no joke. Even a strong practitioner in the moonlight realm could fall victim to it. It was likely colorless and tasteless, triggering upon skin contact. At the same time, he could tell that this masked woman had no experience in training. She was purely a novice. With this cultivation level and equipment, there's a 99% chance she really is the city lord's daughter. I must stop her quickly, or I'll be in serious trouble. If someone of her status suffered a major loss in front of him, especially the kind of loss that girls most dreaded, he would likely be hunted down by powerful figures throughout the city. Lu Chen no longer held back and fully activated his movement technique. During his recent seclusion, he had spent a lot of time training his movement skills, refining the 5th grade technique he had purchased to perfection. As he activated his technique, the space beneath his feet trembled, and his figure seemed to slip into the dark void, disappearing in the blink of an eye, exiting the cave. The masked woman, seeing that she had missed, stood dazed for a moment before quickly chasing after him, activating her movement technique, her Moonlight Realm 5th layer cultivation fully unleashed, hot on Lu Chen's heels. Once outside the cave, Lu Chen's vision widened, and the light outside improved. He saw a flash of white light across the masked woman's chest as she continued to pursue him. The outline looked ordinary, but unexpectedly, it was quite substantial. Lu Chen moved at full speed. Even with a 5-level cultivation disadvantage, his speed was much faster than that of the masked woman. After retreating to a certain distance, he decisively raised a formation. He successfully trapped the irrational masked woman. This formation was merely a 2nd-grade immortal formation, one he had researched in the mortal realm, and after modification, it possessed even greater power. Once trapped, the masked woman attacked the formation frantically, without any strategy, relying purely on her subconscious, and she didn't even take out a weapon. Therefore, the formation remained unbroken. Lu Chen's expression was calm, and he proceeded to the next step without haste, taking out a pile of detoxification pills, shattering them with immortal energy to form a mist that filled the formation. The smooth operation gave the impression that he often acted this way. The mist of the pills spread throughout the formation, and the sounds of attacks inside gradually diminished until they finally ceased. About the time it takes to burn a stick of incense later, a woman's voice rang out from within, "Let me out." Hearing what seemed to be a restored consciousness, Lu Chen removed the mist of pills through the formation. The masked woman had clearly regained her senses, her eyes were no longer fiery, and her clothing seemed to have been carefully tidied. "You succeeded in detoxifying?" Lu Chen asked cautiously. "Yes, thank you, sir." The masked woman spoke, her gaze evasive, and beneath the mask, there was likely a flush of red. "You scared me just now. Luckily, I kept a safe distance from you, or I would have been in big trouble." Lu Chen was unsure whether the masked woman remembered what had happened, so he quickly clarified the situation to avoid her thinking he had taken advantage of her. If this woman was truly the city lord's daughter, he needed to be even more respectful and distant. The identity of the city lord's daughter was not simple. She was stunningly beautiful and possessed exceptional talent, 1 in a million. Associating with such a woman was simply asking for trouble. Moreover, the city lord's daughter already had a fiancé, and it was their Huang family's young master. From their brief encounter last time, he could tell that the Huang family's young master was ruthless, the kind who wouldn't blink an eye at killing. Anyone who crossed this young master would definitely not find peace. The masked woman took a deep breath and cupped her hands, saying, "It was my oversight. I can share some of the resources I obtain inside with you, as a token of gratitude." Lu Chen put away the formation. He could see the masked woman's sincerity and nodded. The city lord's daughter certainly lacked resources, and her current situation was likely just a form of training. Fearing she might act irrationally again, Lu Chen reminded her, "Before you go in, remember to be cautious." Okay. The masked woman, hearing this, felt a bit more favorable towards Lu Chen. Then, with a flash of her hand, she produced a pill out of thin air, even though she had no storage ring. Lu Chen glanced at it and couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. She truly had no fear of being seen as a treasure trove. A 5th-grade detoxification pill, taken casually. A strong person with malicious intent seeing this would likely think of ways to seize all her belongings. Indeed, she was inexperienced. "I refuse to believe I can be poisoned again," the masked woman declared, then flew directly towards the cave. Lu Chen followed slowly. The two entered the cave again, and it was still quiet inside. They first explored the hall of the cave, finding nothing of value, then shifted their gaze to 3 chambers. They cautiously approached one of the nearer chambers, which was filled with cobwebs, exceptionally damp, and overgrown with mold. It was the bedroom of the cave's owner. The bed had collapsed, and there were no good items. They moved to the adjacent chamber. Before entering, Lu Chen felt a sharp gaze. "Retreat!" Lu Chen warned in a low voice, quickly activating his movement technique. The masked woman instantly noticed Lu Chen had vanished, and after a moment of shock, she quickly retreated. She saw 2 golden vertical pupils suddenly light up in the depths of the corner and felt a powerful aura, as if it were an immortal beast. Moreover, it was a high-level 3rd-grade immortal beast. As she exited the hall, a pink shadow darted out from the cave, leaping and bounding like a phantom, charging straight at her. Lu Chen had been keeping behind the masked woman, so the celestial beast could only target her. The masked woman had already drawn her celestial sword, and with a series of sword techniques, countless beams of light surged toward the pink shadow. However, these sword lights were as fragile as paper under the sharp claws. A 3rd-grade high-level celestial beast. Half a step into the 4th-grade lower level, the masked woman said in a deep voice. Lu Chen could naturally see this, and he also discerned the true form of the pink celestial beast. It was a pink fox, about the size of a calf, exuding a peculiar aura. This aura seemed to be the source of the toxins within the cave, capable of quickly plunging one into a frenzied state of desire. Lu Chen easily maneuvered, dodging the attacks, while the masked woman fought back, retreating halfway from the cave. "So strong. Its power has already surpassed that of a normal 10th layer Yueshao realm practitioner. Can you help me?" The masked woman was increasingly struggling, but she didn't want to flee outright. If she wanted to escape, she had perfect methods to do so. Seeing that she could hold off the celestial beast, Lu Chen calmly said, "Hold on a bit longer, I'll set up a formation." Hearing Lu Chen's calm voice, the masked woman gritted her teeth and continued to focus on the battle, choosing to trust him. Lu Chen was merely saying this. He had no formation capable of defeating a celestial beast on the verge of entering the 4th grade. The formation that had trapped the masked woman in a state of confusion would be utterly ineffective against this celestial beast, and setting it up would be a waste. Therefore, what he needed to do was pretend to set up a formation, making the masked woman use her trump card when she could no longer hold on. Indeed, the opponent clearly had a stronger trump card, otherwise, she would have fled long ago. "I'm betting you are the city lord's daughter," Lu Chen thought silently. Half a stick of incense passed. "Haven't you finished yet?" The masked woman was truly at her limit and hurriedly asked. She had not doubted Lu Chen's honesty until now. "Almost. Just hold on for half a stick of incense longer." Lu Chen deliberately made his voice sound very anxious. "No, I can't hold on." Just as the masked woman finished speaking, she was distracted and the celestial beast found an opening. "Not good. Ah!" She suddenly stopped her movements, standing still and sighing. Boom! Just as the celestial beast was about to strike her down, a strong light bizarrely erupted from her chest, engulfing the celestial beast in an instant and sending it crashing heavily to the ground far away. "If I go back and my father finds out this life-saving jade token has one less usage, he will definitely say I." The masked woman sighed inwardly. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly looked at the celestial beast and, noticing it still had a breath left, his eyes brightened. "You vile creature, die." Killing a celestial beast on the verge of the 4th grade should grant him about 20,000 years of lifespan. He couldn't let this opportunity go to waste. The pink fox celestial beast, which had been on the brink of death, completely fell under Lu Chen's precise finishing blow. A surge of energy flowed into Lu Chen's body, increasing his lifespan by another 20,000 years. His accumulated lifespan reached 520,000 years. Before heading to the lifespan exchange tower, I should be able to accumulate up to 600,000 years. Lu Chen smiled slightly, properly storing the celestial beast's corpse before turning to the masked woman. "Fortunately, you had a trump card, otherwise, with my speed in setting up formations, we would have probably died before I could finish." Lu Chen did not hold back his praise. The masked woman replied, "It's nothing, you saved me earlier. Then do you want to share the celestial beast's corpse?" Lu Chen asked again. "No need, you can have it. Let's continue exploring the cave and see if there are any other treasures inside." She felt she couldn't waste a life-saving opportunity without gaining anything. At the very least, she wanted to obtain something valuable as a keepsake. Seeing the masked woman being so generous, Lu Chen decisively decided not to share the celestial beast's corpse, aiming to earn more celestial stones. Before heading to the lifespan exchange tower, he could still enhance his lifespan as much as possible. He followed the masked woman back into the cave. This time, they encountered no danger and finally reached the last chamber. This was a training room, spacious with a floor paved with celestial stones, conservatively estimated to be around 10,000 pieces. At the deepest part, there was a shadow sitting cross-legged. Both of them squinted their eyes and stared, discovering that it was already a skeleton. The deceased had likely been a man in life. "There's a storage ring." The masked woman's eyes narrowed, and with a wave of her hand, the storage ring flew to her. She didn't check it alone but took out the items one by one. There were 5 types of items in total. Celestial stones, a full 100,000. Some celestial herbs, quite a few first and second grade, and 100 third grade herbs. Despite being stored for a long time, the herbs still radiated vitality. A low-grade 4th grade celestial sword, and a 5th grade celestial technique. There was also a special sword technique. Both of them could assess the value of the first 4 items, but they couldn't determine the value of the last special sword technique. This was because the technique did not specify a standard grade. It says here, the higher the talent, the higher the sword technique level after cultivation. The lowest is low-grade 4th grade, and the highest can reach absolute 6th grade? The masked woman couldn't help but exclaim. The sword technique she practiced was a medium-grade 6th grade technique, obtained by her father at great expense. Techniques and sword methods, along with various celestial arts, were all available in the Longevity Exchange Tower, but the probability of their appearance was extremely low, making high-grade sword techniques incredibly precious. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, somewhat surprised. "How do you plan to allocate these resources?" Lu Chen knew that during the tense moment of resource allocation, it was when one could see the character of the other party. So he maintained a certain distance from the masked woman at this moment. "I only want the original of this sword technique. You can copy one. As for all the other items, they are yours, how about that?" The masked woman fixed her piercing gaze on Lu Chen. "Deal." Lu Chen agreed readily. This was quite a bargain. Lu Chen decisively took out a replication formation, scanned it, and completed the replication of the entire sword technique. The masked woman was momentarily stunned when she saw this peculiar formation, her eyes filled with curiosity. "This formation." Before she could finish, Lu Chen interrupted, "All right, I'll take my leave." After saying that, Lu Chen quickly left. His departure was quite strange. He faced the masked woman, and after retreating to a certain distance, he swiftly turned and used his movement technique to leave. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the cave and flew towards the horizon. The masked woman watched Lu Chen's actions, her clear eyes reflecting a kind of naive clarity. "By the way, I forgot to ask your name." After looking around for a moment, she smiled wryly and then also left the cave, flying off into the distance. Lu Chen seemed to have left, but in reality, he stopped 3 kilometers away, concealed his figure, and set up a formation. After confirming that the masked woman had left for over 1,000 miles, he remained in place waiting. An hour later, after confirming that the masked woman had not returned, he flew back to the entrance of the cave. "Let's start setting up." Lu Chen entered the cave, concealed the traces of the battle, repaired the walls, and restored everything to its original state before coming to the skeleton, placing a storage bag beside it. "I'll borrow your cave for a while. After I'm done, I'll give you a proper burial." After saying that, Lu Chen left the cave, activated a 3rd grade formation, and carefully tidied up any traces of the battle outside the cave. "All right, done." Lu Chen took a deep breath, summoned his flying boat, and flew straight to Panlong City. Before long, he returned to the city and immediately went to a tea house near the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. On his way back, he contacted Lubud, asking him to wait for him at the tea house. Since he had promised Lubud to discuss business, he naturally couldn't go back on his word. "Friend!" Lubud saw Lu Chen and jogged over to greet him. His face, which had gained a bit of weight over the 2 years, shook with his movements. "It's been 2 years, how have you put on so much weight? Has being the chief steward made you too comfortable?" Lu Chen asked with a smile. He also noticed that Lubud, who was originally at the 10th level of the Tianyan realm, had broken through to the 1st level of the Xuanguang realm. This level of cultivation placed him among the top powerhouses of Panlong City. Lubud replied with a smile, "It's all thanks to you, my friend. If you hadn't sold me that high-grade immortal sword of the 5th rank before, I wouldn't have achieved such success. Do you have any treasures for sale this time? I will definitely give you a good price. Lu Chen noticed that Lu Bude's tone had become much more respectful. He pushed a storage bag in front of Lu Bude, saying, "Take a look." Lu Bude picked up the storage bag to examine it. Inside was a nearly 4th rank immortal beast, which was quite good. There was also a low-grade 4th rank immortal sword, and a 5th rank immortal cultivation technique. Additionally, there was a 1st rank formation. My friend, for the first 3 items, the immortal beast and the low-grade 4th rank immortal sword, I can offer you 100,000 immortal stones. This 5th rank cultivation technique is original, so I can also give you 100,000 immortal stones. As for this 1st rank formation, did you accidentally put it in there? Lu Bude's smile remained flattering. This cooperation would yield 200,000 immortal stones, which was quite a lot. Take a closer look, Lu Chen said calmly, picking up a teacup and taking a sip. The fragrant steam rose gently before him. Lu Bude took the formation and infused it with immortal energy, and only then did he realize that this formation was quite extraordinary. I've never seen such a formation. Ha! There's a book replicated inside? It was a glowing book. He opened it to check, and as time passed, his expression changed repeatedly. This sword technique. Lu Bude's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Chen. How much do you think it's worth in immortal stones? Lu Chen asked calmly. This was not the original but a replica, so he wasn't sure how much it could sell for. Whatever it could sell for would be fine. He needed to make a good push for the treasures he would exchange at the Longevity Exchange Tower. The immortal stones he obtained this time would all be used to buy immortal medicines for direct destruction. When he had time, he could slowly refine pills, but now that he was about to reveal his cultivation at the Starshine realm and be taken to the Longevity Exchange secret realm, he wouldn't refine pills slowly, he would directly buy immortal medicines for destruction. This way, he could quickly increase his lifespan. Lu Bude squinted, stroking his chin, and pondered for a while, but in the end, he still couldn't make up his mind. I might need to ask the president. This sword technique was very strange. Its lower limit was a low-grade 4th rank sword technique, but its upper limit could reach a top-grade 6th rank sword technique. This meant that if someone with ordinary cultivation talent came to buy it, it should be sold at the price of a low-grade 4th rank. But for those with exceptional talent, it could be priced at the 6th rank? Lu Chen nodded. Alright, you ask. Lu Bude quickly took out a communication jade slip to contact their president. However, he soon smiled wryly. Our president wants to see it in person. Do you need to avoid him, or would you like to meet our president? Actually, our president has always wanted to meet you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and fell into thought. He had heard about the president of the Panlong City Treasure Gathering Pavilion. His full name was He Jingming, a powerhouse at the 10th level of the Xuanguang realm. Moreover, he had been transferred from the headquarters of the Treasure Gathering Pavilion to Panlong City. Even the city lord of Panlong City, who was at the Void Realm, would have to smile and call him Old He. Should he meet someone of such status? In fact, it was only a matter of time before they would meet. Especially when he returned from the Longevity Exchange Tower with treasures of the 5th or even 6th rank to sell to the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. With Lu Bude's status, he wouldn't dare to make an offer. Let's meet. After all, he was hiding his cultivation, and the other party wouldn't be able to guess his strength. Most likely, the other party would think, like Lu Bude, that his strength was not simple. Of course, we should meet, Lu Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Lu Bude's expression showed a hint of anticipation, and he quickly transmitted a message to the president before turning to Lu Chen and saying, "Please wait a moment, the president will arrive shortly." Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. As the guild president, he was not sending him to meet but coming in person, which was a significant show of respect. Not long after, in less than 10 breaths, a figure gradually approached from a distance, walking with a refreshing and steady pace. Lu Chen's gaze fell upon an elderly man with a bald head, white eyebrows, and a white beard, dressed in a brocade robe. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes revealed shrewdness and depth. It was clear he was a seasoned veteran of the world. Lu Chen stood up and said, "President He, it's a pleasure to meet you. Fellow Daoist, no need for excessive formalities. Let's sit down and talk." He Jingming smiled, and while the smile appeared very friendly, a closer look revealed a hint of insincerity. Lu Chen nodded and sat back down. President. At this moment, Lu Bude quickly handed over the first-grade formation to He Jingming. After He Jingming arrived, he seemed to become quieter. Alright, let me take a look. He Jingming took the formation, examined it for a moment, and then confirmed it. Fellow Daoist, this sword technique should not be underestimated. Moreover, this replication technique is something I have never encountered in my life. Is this formation also for sale to us? He Jingming not only recognized the extraordinary nature of the sword technique but also understood the commercial value of the replicated formation. If they bought it back and studied it thoroughly, turning the formation into a commercial product would definitely yield substantial profits. Lu Chen replied, naturally, it is for sale as well. However, I must remind both of you that although this is a first-grade formation, it contains its own mysteries. Since the last beast hunting expedition, he had developed an idea. The formations he meticulously crafted in the mortal realm seemed to be absent here in the immortal realm. Thus, during his more than 2 years of seclusion, he had worked on incorporating certain elements into his formations. This way, even if others obtained the formations, it would be difficult for them to analyze the internal structure. The difficulty of disassembling and analyzing would increase dramatically, and there was even a possibility of self-detonation. Well, I roughly understand. He Jingming felt he grasped Lu Chen's meaning, which was that researching this formation would be challenging. However, he had extensive connections and knew many high-level formation masters, so he was not worried about not being able to figure it out. I have roughly assessed it. This sword technique, strictly speaking, is a replica and can be priced at 500,000 low-grade immortal stones. However, since this replication method nearly perfectly reproduces the original, our guild can offer you 700,000 immortal stones. What do you think? He Jingming smiled kindly, but the shrewd glint in his eyes vanished at that moment, seemingly intentional, giving an overall impression of sincerity. Lu Chen originally intended to get around 400,000 to 500,000 immortal stones, but this 700,000 was far beyond his expectations. How could he refuse? President, you are generous, so I won't be polite. Lu Chen laughed. Adding the other 3 items, the total comes to 900,000 immortal stones, Lu Butte added with a smile. He Jingming took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Chen, saying, I happen to have enough immortal stones, please count them. However, Lu Chen did not take it and instead asked, I actually want to purchase some high-grade immortal medicines, preferably 5th or 6th grade. I wonder if the treasure gathering pavilion has any for sale? Generally speaking, buying immortal medicines from the Alchemist Guild would be more cost-effective, with a wider variety. However, with the president of the treasure gathering pavilion present, if there were high-grade immortal medicines, purchasing them directly might yield considerable discounts. Unfortunately, we have low-grade immortal medicines at the treasure gathering pavilion, but we currently have no stock of 5th or 6th grade immortal medicines. If you need them, we can arrange to have them sent from our headquarters or other cities, He Jingming said with slight regret. He also wanted to make this deal, as these immortal stones would flow back into their pockets. Lu Chen said, that's a pity, I will have to make another trip to the Alchemist Guild. He Jingming suddenly smiled and said, if you don't want to make this trip again, I can arrange for the president of the Alchemist Guild, that old man, to come here. This caught Lu Chen a bit off guard. This meant he could directly invite the president of the Alchemist Guild? Does President He have a good relationship with the president of the Alchemist Guild? Lu Chen asked tentatively. I have a wide network and good relations with many people, He Jingming chuckled, stroking his beard. Then can the president help me negotiate some discounts? Lu Chen smiled. Since you and I are friends now, of course, I will help you negotiate, He Jingming said with a knowing smile, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Lu Chen understood. This was about making friends with him. Sooner or later, he would have to meet the president of the Alchemist Guild, as he would need to purchase a large quantity of elixirs in the future. It wouldn't hurt to meet again. A powerful figure like He Jingming hadn't realized his strength was at the Moonlight Realm, but regarded him as a peer, so he wasn't afraid of exposure. Then I'll trouble you, Lu Chen said. He Jingming said no more, took out a sound transmission jade slip, and said, Old Gong, come to the South Pass Tea House, I have a big business to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's gaze momentarily froze. Old Gong? After about 20 breaths, a figure appeared. The newcomer wore a green alchemist robe, with black hair and beard, looking even more spirited than He Jingming, a rich aroma of elixirs filling the entire tea house. I just finished refining elixirs and rushed over. The big business you mentioned must indeed be extraordinary, the president of the Alchemist Guild approached, his expression serious as he first spoke to He Jingming, then turned his gaze to Lu Chen. He Jingming smiled and said, naturally, it's a big business. You can talk to this friend. Friend, are you doing business with me? Gong Chua scrutinized Lu Chen, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. I've heard that kid Zixing mention you. President Gong, I've long admired your name, Lu Chen greeted. No need for such formalities. Are you here to buy elixirs or continue purchasing elixirs? Gong Chua's expression remained unchanged. Lu Chen realized a possibility. The president of the Alchemist Guild might have a poker face. High-grade elixirs, 5th and 6th grade elixirs, Lu Chen said, taking out a storage ring containing 1,000,000 spirit stones and handing it to Gong Chua. Gong Chua took the storage ring, glanced at it, and his expression changed slightly, though his face remained impassive. 1,000,000 spirit stones, all for 5th and 6th grade elixirs? Lu Chen nodded calmly. As expected of the big business you mentioned, Gong Chua glanced at Yi Jingming, then looked at Lu Chen and said, "Our guild has quite a few 5th grade elixirs, but we are currently out of 6th grade elixirs and need to transfer them from other cities. If all are used to purchase 5th grade elixirs, this amount of spirit stones can buy 50 plants. The average price for 5th grade elixirs is 20,000 spirit stones per plant." Yi Jingming patted Gong Chua on the shoulder and laughed, "Old Gong, your business is a bit unkind, at least give some discounts. Even for my sake, you should offer something." Gong Chua pondered for a moment and said, "Alright, 55 plants, consider it making a friend." "What do you think, friend?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, President Gong." The deal was struck. Soon after, Gong Chua arranged for someone to deliver the elixirs, and the person delivering them was Huang Zixing. Huang Zixing was still wondering who was so wealthy to buy such a large quantity of 5th grade elixirs, and when he saw Lu Chen, he felt a chill run down his spine. It's this senior again. He couldn't help but smile wryly. If he facilitated this deal, wouldn't he be soaring to great heights? However, he knew his own level was insufficient, and it had to be the president who made the decision, which is why this senior directly sought out their president for business. Just as he was thinking this, the next moment, he heard a shocking remark. After Lu Chen received his 5th grade immortal medicine from Huang Zixing, he smiled calmly and said, "President Gong, this young man gives me a good impression. The reason I have been cooperating with your guild is that he treated me very well at that time." As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings fell into silence. Huang Zixing's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid is indeed outstanding. I had considered promoting him to the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild once he becomes a 4th grade alchemist, Gong Chua said. Upon hearing this, Huang Zixing trembled slightly, his heart filled with shock. Such a tremendous benefit had come crashing down. "Thank you, President, for your favor, and thank you, Senior, for your approval." Huang Zixing quickly bowed respectfully. Lu Chen's lips curled up slightly. He was deliberately praising Huang Zixing in front of Gong Chua. Lu Butte had become the chief, which could help him handle some matters, and if he also made Huang Zixing the chief of another guild, he would have one more person to utilize. Seeing this, Lu Butte couldn't help but swallow hard. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Was there a chance that Lu Chen already knew their president would promote a chief because of a 5th grade immortal sword, so he specifically sold him a 5th grade immortal sword? The goal was to find a way to promote him to chief? Look, Lu Chen was now trying to promote another person to be the chief of another guild. Was this just a coincidence? After the business was concluded, Lu Chen prepared to leave. Staying too long with such high-level figures would inevitably reveal flaws. He could see that Yi Jingming and Gong Chua were both extremely shrewd individuals. Just now, it was evident that the two had coordinated. For example, when Gong Chua sold the 5th grade immortal medicine, it seemed he intentionally gave Yi Jingming a chance to perform, quoting a price of 1,000,000 immortal stones to sell him 50 plants of immortal medicine. He deliberately left an opportunity for Yi Jingming to mention a discount. If nothing unexpected happens, both of them are seasoned players. Their cooperation is exceptionally skilled. Lu Chen left the tea house and immediately summoned his flying boat, heading off into the distance. In his hand, he held 2 specially made yellow tokens, which were the VIP tokens of the 2 major guilds. In the future, when purchasing or selling items in these 2 guilds, he would enjoy discounts, and it was also a symbol of status. Lu Chen flew in one direction until he disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, inside the tea house, Yi Jingming and the other 3 had not yet left. "Old Gong, what do you think of this fellow Taoist?" Yi Jingming asked with a slight smile, as the tea in his cup seemed hardly diminished. Gong Chua shook his head and said, "I can't figure it out. He bought so much 5th grade immortal medicine but didn't strictly require the types of immortal medicine, which doesn't seem like alchemy. What does he need these immortal medicines for?" Yi Jingming also couldn't understand, especially after looking at the 1st grade formation in his hand, which led him to a conclusion. "I can't figure it out either. I only know he's an extraordinary person. What do you two think?" Huang Zixing and Lu Butte exchanged glances, and Lu Butte spoke first. "This fellow Taoist should not be from Panlong City. He is very likely from another major city. As for why he came to Panlong City, we have no way of knowing." Huang Zixing scratched his head, but he recalled something. Not long ago, a member of the Lin family had a significant increase in strength. It is said that there was an ominous existence that discovered his exceptional talent and secretly nurtured him. Could that existence be this senior? Upon hearing this, Yi Jingming and the other 3 all smiled but said nothing. Huang Zixing blinked, as if realizing something. This meant, you all had already confirmed this guess? Lu Chen did not return to the Huang family immediately. Instead, he searched around Panlong City and finally arrived at an immortal medicine shop, where he purchased some immortal medicines for refining second-grade hidden concealment pills before returning to the Huang family. Back in his cave, he took out all the 5th-grade immortal medicines and whispered, each plant of 5th-grade immortal medicine contains a great deal of vitality. I just don't know how much lifespan one plant can give me. He immediately began the experiment, preparing to rush to the Longevity Exchange Tower shortly after. Once he demonstrated his strength at the Star Radiance realm, he would either follow to the City Lord's mansion and then be taken to the Longevity Exchange Tower, or he would go to the City Lord's mansion first and then be taken to the Longevity Exchange Tower. Destroying a 5th-grade elixir is not simple. It requires at least a 4th-grade celestial fire to burn it, or a powerful force to shatter it. This time, he did not purchase 4th-grade celestial fire, and with his current strength at the Moonlight realm, he could not refine 4th-grade celestial fire. So he thought of another way to destroy the 5th-grade elixir. Using a formation. He set up a formation. This formation was the same one he used to trap the masked woman. It could not only confine enemies but also had offensive capabilities. The attack power was equivalent to a full-force strike from a Moonlight Realm expert. Lu Chen placed the 5th-grade elixir at the center of the formation and activated it. Thunder began to flash inside, with countless bolts of lightning crashing down wildly on the 5th-grade elixir. However, the 5th-grade elixir was ultimately a 5th-grade elixir. Even a couple of bolts of lightning comparable to the strength of the Moonlight Realm could not completely destroy it. Let's see how long you can hold out. Lu Chen reserved 100,000 celestial stones to maintain the formation, allowing it to keep exerting force. After an hour, finally, the formation completely destroyed a 5th-grade elixir. A mysterious energy surged into Lu Chen's body. His lifespan was enhanced. One elixir grants 20,000 years of lifespan. Ha ha, destroying 55 5th-grade elixirs means 110,000 years of lifespan. Adding my original lifespan and the 2nd-grade concealment pill, my total lifespan will be 168,000 years. 168,000 years of lifespan, how many treasures could that be exchanged for? This trip to the Longevity Exchange Tower would make him a wealthy man in an instant. I'm a bit impatient. Lu Chen took a deep breath, quickly calming the excitement in his heart. Having a large number of treasures is still not safe. It could be even more dangerous. After all, possessing treasures can lead to trouble, so I must be more cautious. I need to hide well. He certainly would not become arrogant. He knew well the consequences of arrogance. Thus, after adjusting his mindset, he began to refine the 2nd-grade concealment pill. The 2nd-grade top-tier concealment pill, when consumed, would be enough to hide his cultivation for a day. There would be no situation like Jin Yangfu's. A night of silence. The next morning, as the light of dawn broke, Lu Chen left his cave again, heading straight to the agreed location. When he arrived at the valley cave from yesterday, Su Qingying and her group were already waiting there. It seemed they had already teamed up to attack the 3rd-grade defensive formation in front of the cave. Upon seeing Lu Chen, Su Qingying revealed a bitter smile. She had originally wanted to wait for Lu Chen to arrive before finding a way to jointly attack the formation, so that Lu Chen could also benefit. Unexpectedly, after a group of people arrived, they couldn't wait to attack the formation. The result was that they couldn't break the formation at all. Clearly, this formation was a 3rd-grade formation, and it was even a medium or high-level 3rd-grade formation. So Lu Chen's arrival might also be in vain. How is it? Can't break it? After Lu Chen appeared, he glanced at the crowd. He didn't care whether these people had waited for him. What mattered most was whether there were enough of them. Clearly, Su Qingying was quite capable, directly bringing 20 people. Besides Su Qingying and a seemingly arrogant man who was at the Star Radiance realm, 8 were at the 10th level of the Star Essence realm, and the remaining 10 were at the 9th level of the Star Essence realm. Su Qingying shook her head and said, "This should be a medium to high-level 3rd-grade formation. You are a formation master, do you have any way to break it?" Everyone present turned their gaze toward Lu Chen. Earlier, Su Qingying mentioned needing to wait for Lu Chen, so they were curious about who could make Su Qingying ask them to wait. When they saw that Lu Chen was only at the 8th level of the Star Essence realm, their eyes narrowed. But upon hearing Su Qingying say that Lu Chen was a formation master, a hint of surprise appeared on their faces. Lu Chen noticed that Su Qingying seemed to understand him well, so he said, "Su Daoist, I always feel that you overestimate me. Perhaps it's because we haven't known each other for long, and you don't know me deeply, which has led to your misjudgment." Upon hearing this, Su Qingying felt a mix of emotions. Didn't he keep emphasizing that our relationship isn't deep? After saying this in front of everyone, Lu Chen didn't want to waste time. He pretended to step forward and fiddle with something, then said, "Actually, your attacks have already caused damage to this formation. I'm just a first-grade immortal level formation master, capable of slightly weakening the formation. The rest will require everyone to work together, and it may take at least an hour. Are you sure that attacking for an hour will break this formation?" At this moment, Huang Jiashukwan, who was also at the Starry Radiance realm, spoke up. This man was dressed in a red brocade robe, with a proud demeanor, giving off an air of dissatisfaction with everyone around him. Lu Chen replied, "I'm not too sure, but it's worth a try." "All right." So, Lu Chen pretended to be busy and sweating, and after stating that they could attack, a group of people began to unite and launch relentless attacks on the formation's light screen. An hour passed, and the formation's light screen remained solid. Just as everyone frowned, feeling that Lu Chen's words were not timely, suddenly, a tiny crack appeared in the formation's light screen. "It worked! Ha ha ha! Keep attacking!" The crowd cheered. Su Qingying watched the scene and couldn't help but look at Lu Chen. Sensing Su Qingying's gaze, Lu Chen feigned surprise and said, "It really worked." Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes, feeling a sense of unreality about it all. It was as if they were immersed in a beautifully woven dream. After a while, the entire formation's light screen collapsed with everyone's efforts. Seeing that a group of people was eager to rush in, Su Qingying quickly reminded them, "Everyone, slow down, don't rush in. I see there are many detoxifying herbs outside, and there may be toxic substances inside." Lu Chen glanced at Su Qingying. This girl really has something. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and cautiously entered the cave like crossing a river by feeling for stones, ultimately obtaining an immortal pill in a storage bag. Lu Chen also took the opportunity to bury the skeleton not far from the cave. "We struck it rich. So many second-grade superior gathering pills. Yet I feel the whole process was a bit strange, and there are only second-grade superior gathering pills. Who cares? With this batch of second-grade superior gathering pills, we can all quickly break through to the Starry Radiance realm." "Yes, and they are superior pills, never seen before." Su Qingying appeared slightly dazed, as there were over 400 second-grade superior gathering pills, meaning each person would get more than 20. "Ha, with this, I can also quickly break through to the Starry Radiance realm. I heard from Senior Huang Hongzhong that if one can break through to the Starry Radiance realm within a month, they can accompany him to the City Lord's mansion for a banquet. Wouldn't that be a wonderful thing?" Lu Chen chimed in, his laughter revealing the joy of a nouveau riche. Upon hearing this, everyone secretly looked forward to it. Being able to participate in such a high-level banquet would surely allow them to meet remarkable strong individuals. Such an opportunity was rare and should not be missed. "How should we divide these pills?" one person asked eagerly. Everyone's gaze turned to Su Qingying, as she was the one who led them here. Su Qingying said, "Let's divide them equally." Thus, everyone present received more than 20 second-grade superior gathering pills. After obtaining the pills, most people prepared to return and enter Seclusion for cultivation, striving to break through to the Starry Radiance realm as soon as possible. After returning to the Huang family, the group dispersed. At this moment, Su Qingying called out to Lu Chen. "Daoist Wu, I always feel that something is a bit off about this matter," Su Qingying said, her brows furrowed. Lu Chen pretended to be confused and asked, "Are you worried that the pills have issues?" "Not at all, the pills are fine, but I feel that this cave seems to have been entered by someone before us," Su Qingying said. "If someone has already entered, how can there still be so many second-grade gathering immortals pills left?" "Su Daoist, you are overthinking it. I will go into Seclusion to break through first, striving to reach the Starry Radiance realm as soon as possible, and we will meet again in a month." Lu Chen cupped his hands in salute and turned to fly towards the cave dwelling. In his heart, he thought that no matter how much Su Qingying speculated, it was of no use. He had executed this matter perfectly. The location of the cave was proposed by Su Qingying, and he was the weakest among these people. Even if the higher-ups of the Huang family learned of this, they would not come to question him. They would seek out Su Qingying instead. However, the Huang family would only be pleased, as having so many longevity springs in the Starry Radiance realm was a great boon. Lu Chen entered Seclusion again. Not to break through his cultivation, but to continue destroying 5th-grade elixirs. He would also refine a batch of 2nd-grade top-tier concealment pills. Occasionally, he would glance at the sound transmission jade slip on the table, but Jin Yangfu had not sent him any messages again. This indicated that the sound transmission jade slip had still not returned to Jin Yangfu's hands, or perhaps Jin Yangfu had no opportunity to send him a message at all. It seems I can only confirm his situation at the City Lord's mansion. The fleeting light was like a dream, the red sun sank, and the stars and moon grew cold. A month passed in the blink of an eye. His 5th-grade elixirs had been completely destroyed, and his lifespan had reached 1,680,000 years. Those who have broken through to the starry radiance realm, come out. A sound like a bell echoed through the immortal mountain. Huang Hongzhong had come again. Lu Chen swallowed a concealment pill, stepped out of the cave, and flew to the square at the foot of the immortal mountain. Apart from him, there were 24 others who had landed in the square. Including him, there were a total of 25 people. Lu Chen scanned the cultivation levels of the crowd, a sense of satisfaction flashing through his heart. They were all his achievements. Su Qingying and that somewhat unruly young man had evidently broken through to the second layer of the starry radiance realm. The longevity springs who had gone to the cave with him had all broken through to the first layer of the starry radiance realm. Additionally, for others, likely friends or relatives of the longevity springs who had gone to the cave that day, had also obtained second-grade top-tier gathering immortals pills, thus breaking through to the first layer of the starry radiance realm. Very good. Huang Hongzhong looked at this scene, his face beaming with joy. During his management of this group of longevity springs, to have so many talents emerge in the starry radiance realm was no small achievement, enough to elevate his status in the Huang family. It was a pity that these longevity springs obtained second-grade top-tier gathering immortals pills during the banquet at the city lord's mansion, otherwise, he would have certainly been able to take half of the pills for himself. Remember, your achievements today are all a gift from the Huang family. Becoming a longevity spring of the Huang family is your honor. Tonight, the young master will lead you to the city lord's mansion. If you can bring glory to the Huang family, your treatment will increase tenfold from now on. Those who perform outstandingly, if favored by the young master, may shed their identity as longevity springs and officially join the Huang family. Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with excitement. Follow me, let's go prepare. After Huang Hongzhong finished speaking, he flew in a certain direction. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Could it be that they were going to the longevity exchange tower first? He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. However, the outcome left him helpless. Huang Hongzhong took them to a place within the Huang family's territory to change their attire. They also had to learn etiquette. They were busy until the sky darkened before stopping. It seems we will first attend the banquet and then go to the longevity exchange tower, Lu Chen thought, shaking his head. At that moment, Su Qingying walked over, smiling as she looked at Lu Chen and said, "Martial friend, just now a very strong thought suddenly surged in my heart. My intuition tells me that tonight you will shine and will successfully shed the limitations of being a longevity spring afterward." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt speechless in his heart. Your intuition this time must be wrong. Su Daoist, intuition can be reliable at times, but if one often relies on intuition to predict the future, it can be somewhat frivolous, Lu Chen thought to himself. Don't I know my own situation? What shining performance! It sounds impossible. Tonight, he would definitely still be an unnoticed figure in the crowd. As for shedding his identity as a longevity spring, that was somewhat possible. If he wanted to escape, he could do so without the constraints of poison, he just needed to flee from the Huang family. However, with the protection of the Huang family, it is still safer than venturing out alone. He would not easily shed his identity as a Huang family Shochuan unless an accident occurred. Su Qingying chuckled softly, covering her mouth. I've never had such a strong intuition, so let's wait and see. And this is a good thing. Lu Chen was speechless. By the way, at this banquet, the Lin family's Shochuan should also be coming. Do you remember Jin Yongfu? If he is there, why not go and have a chat? Exchange some insights? After all, we have met once before. Lu Chen encouraged Su Qingying in advance. Su Qingying nodded thoughtfully after hearing this. That sounds good. When I met him last time, I thought he was quite a decent person, straightforward and bold. He should be able to offer us some cultivation advice. Exactly, we should bring a few more Shochuan along, since we all come from the same mortal realm. Even if we can't gain suitable experience, at least we should build a good relationship with him. With his talent, he will surely become a significant figure sooner or later, Lu Chen continued. Su Qingying nodded repeatedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of light, particularly agreeing with this viewpoint. Then it's settled. I'll go for a walk over there. Suddenly seeing other Shochuan approaching, Lu Chen quickly distanced himself from Su Qingying. Su Qingying thought that Lu Chen no longer disliked her, but upon seeing him deliberately move away, her lips involuntarily twitched. After completing the etiquette training for a while, the Shochuan had already donned unified attire embroidered with the words Huang Family Shochuan on their chests, gathering in one place. Then, under the leadership of Huang Hongzhong, they first went to a grand hall. Deep within the hall, a young man was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. Young master, everything is ready, Huang Hongzhong bowed respectfully, his face filled with awe. The young master of the Huang family wore an elegant robe, appearing refined and approachable, but when he opened his eyes, those with sharp vision could see a fleeting fierceness in his gaze. The full name of the young master of the Huang family is Huang Xuanyu. His cultivation level had already reached the 5th layer of the Xin Guang realm, on par with many family elders, recognized as a genius in Panlong City. Not bad. Huang Xuanyu slightly lowered his eyelids, scanning the Shouchuan, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. He seemed quite satisfied with his own achievements. When his gaze landed on the highest cultivator, Su Qingying, his eyelids involuntarily lifted slightly, and he carefully examined Su Qingying's figure, a barely perceptible glimmer of intrigue passing through his eyes. "What is your name?" Huang Xuanyu asked, looking at Su Qingying in the crowd. Su Qingying, caught off guard, quickly clasped her hands and replied, reporting to the young master, "I am Su Qingying." Lu Chen stood at the back of the crowd, watching this scene, secretly shaking his head. It seemed that the young master of the Huang family had set his sights on Su Qingying. Indeed, as a woman with exceptional talent and beauty, she would inevitably attract the attention of powerful men. Not bad, cultivate well, and strive to join the Huang family as soon as possible, Huang Xuanyu said with a self-assured smile that he considered charming. Su Qingying nodded earnestly. "Alright, let's set off." Huang Xuanyu spoke in a tone that suggested he was not one for many words, then stood up and flew out of the hall. Everyone quickly followed. Soon after, Lu Chen and the others arrived at the center of the Huang family, where a large number of high-ranking Huang family members had already gathered. Among those attending the banquet hosted by the city lord, aside from their group of Shouchuan with relatively low strength, the others were almost all powerful figures above the Tianyan realm. What is the intention of bringing Shouchuan along? Lu Chen pondered quietly at the back of the crowd. At the same time, his gaze fell on a tall and imposing middle-aged man. Huang Xuanyu approached this middle-aged man, who was dressed in a black and red brocade robe, and respectfully called out, "Father." This man was none other than the head of the Huang family, Huang Zhentian. However, contrary to the rumors of his strength being at the 10th layer of the Xinguang realm, Huang Zhentian was actually a first-layer expert of the Suji realm. Lu Chen slightly squinted his eyes, marveling inwardly, no wonder the Huang family is the foremost among the 5 great families. The strength of the head of the Huang family is almost on par with that of the city lord. At this moment, Huang Zhentian stood with a young man, seemingly having a conversation with him not long ago. Lu Chen happened to know this young man. Huang Zixing. Huang Zhentian patted Huang Zixing on the shoulder, then looked at his son Huang Xuanyu and asked, "Are you all ready?" Huang Xuanyu nodded in response, his gaze also turning to Huang Zixing, giving a slight nod. Huang Zixing smiled back, politely greeting, "Young master." Although Huang Zixing had not yet reached the Xinguang realm, he already held a transcendent status within the Huang family, with many elders treating him with courtesy. This was because, not long ago, it was rumored that Huang Zixing had caught the attention of Gong Chua, the president of the Alchemist Guild. He was expected to become the head of the Alchemist Guild in the future. As the young master of the Huang family, Huang Xuanyu naturally understood the significance of a guild head, so this greeting was necessary. At this moment, Huang Zixing's gaze shifted, looking towards a group of Huang family members gathered around Shouchuan, and he walked over to Su Qingying. "Qingying." This greeting caused a stir among the Huang family members present, who dared not speak. Su Qingying quickly smiled and called out, "Brother Huang." Seeing this scene, Huang Xuanyu frowned slightly but soon relaxed. "Let's go." Huang Zhentian's strong voice rang out, and with a wave of his hand, a high-grade 5th-tier flying boat soared out, carrying everyone towards the city lord's mansion. The Huang family is indeed extraordinary, even possessing a high-grade 5th-tier flying boat. But it seems that the best flying boats in Panlong City are only 5th tier. If I could exchange for a 6th-tier flying boat, it would surely shock Panlong City, Lu Chen thought to himself. He could hardly wait to visit the Shouhuan Tower. After a short flight, the flying boat stopped above an extremely vast mansion. Everyone from the Huang family flew out of the boat and landed at the banquet venue. By this time, the night had already enveloped the world, and countless stars dotted the night sky, with the heavens silent. The ground, however, was bustling with activity. When the Huang family arrived, the banquet square of the city lord's mansion was already packed with people. The 5 great families of Panlong City and various guilds had already gathered. "Brother Huang, you finally made it," a smiling man greeted them. He wore immaculate white robes, with wide sleeves embroidered with cloud and dragon patterns, his attire luxurious yet dignified. He was quite handsome, the kind of man who would leave people in awe at first glance. His eyes were like deep ancient wells, sparkling with wisdom and confidence, as if he could see into people's hearts. Most impressive was his aura of strength, clearly at the 2nd level of the Void Realm. This man was none other than the strongest in Panlong City, the city lord, Morong Qingming. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful young woman with a cool demeanor. She was already tall and graceful, dressed in a fitted white long dress that perfectly accentuated her slender waist. She was none other than the city lord's only daughter, Morong Ingxue. I was held up by some matters, sorry to keep you waiting, little brother, Huang Zhentian said with a smile. Ingxue, it's been a while since we last met, and you've become even more beautiful, Huang Xuanyu said, looking at his fiancée Morong Ingxue with tenderness, his voice softening. Morong Ingxue merely nodded casually, saying little, appearing aloof. Lu Chen observed from the back of the crowd, his expression somewhat strange. The relationship between this pair seemed rather strained. Looking at the stunning Morong Ingxue, Lu Chen shook his head lightly. Both Morong Ingxue and Su Qingying were extraordinary beauties, their looks almost indistinguishable. Lu Chen scrutinized Morong Ingxue's figure and could almost confirm that this cool-looking beauty was indeed the masked woman he had encountered in the abandoned cave. It's a good thing I managed to wake her up in time that day, otherwise, the young master of the Huang family would probably hate me to death. As for the fleeting glimpse of that pure white he saw that day, he had long since cast it aside, not thinking much of it. Besides, taking another look wouldn't cost him anything. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with the high-ranking individuals. His gaze swept across the venue, and finally, he spotted his good brother Jin Yangfu. At that moment, Jin Yangfu was also staring at him, his eyes sparkling, as if he had 1,000 words to say but dared not approach recklessly. Jin Yangfu was seated among a group of high-ranking members of the Lin family, next to the head of the Lin family, who had reached the 10th level of the Xin Guang realm. It's good that you're fine. Seeing that Jin Yangfu was safe and seemed to be valued by the Lin family, Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. Of course, he still needed to personally confirm that Jin Yangfu was unharmed before he could fully relax. Under the arrangement of the city lord, the high-ranking members of the Huang family took their seats in the front VIP area. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and the others from the Shoshuan were arranged in a more remote spot at the back. The Shoshuan from other families have also arrived. Additionally, the high-ranking members of various guilds are here too. Lu Chen carefully observed the banquet square and soon spotted Lu Bude, the president of the Jubiozai, He Jingming, and Gong Chu, the president of the Alchemist Guild. In Panlong City, the presidents of the major guilds held a transcendent status, thus sitting in the upper guest area, attracting everyone's attention. After the Huang family arrived, the banquet still hadn't started. It seemed everyone was waiting for some important figure to arrive. Finally, after a stick of incense had burned, an old man with white hair and beard descended from the sky. He wore a gray robe, his white hair flying in the wind, a yellow wine gourd hanging from his waist, his small eyes, and slightly red nose and cheeks giving him a very amiable appearance. The newcomer was none other than Song Yuanming, an elder of the Xianjian sect. His aura of cultivation had already surpassed the Void Realm. A Lioli realm expert? The Immortal Realm truly has experts in abundance, Lu Chen thought in surprise, as this person's overwhelming aura was shocking. As soon as he arrived, all the strong individuals present stood up to welcome him, including the presidents of several major guilds, who smiled and stepped forward to greet him. Everyone, there's no need for such formalities. I'm just an old man here for the wine. Treat me as a passerby, and take your seats, the elder of the Xianjian sect said with a kind smile. Master is joking, you are the core VIP of this banquet, Morong Ingxue replied with a smile. I don't like to steal the spotlight, my disciple, you are the main character today. I'll just quietly enjoy my wine, Elder Song Yuanming said, shaking his head with a smile, then casually glanced below. I'll just find a random spot to sit. With that, he flew down and sat in a remote seat, just like an ordinary guest. The crowd reacted with various expressions. Lu Chen felt goosebumps all over. No! Why are you sitting behind me when you just randomly chose a seat? Lu Chen's mood was heavy and uneasy, but he quickly calmed down to analyze the intentions of this wine-scented old man sitting directly behind him. It was unclear whether he had randomly chosen to sit behind him or had noticed something special about him. This left him feeling somewhat uncertain. Dear young friends, there's no need to be nervous, treat me as a peer, just like this young friend in front of me, Song Yuanming said, noticing Su Qingying and the others from Shochuan looking pale with fear, and he spoke kindly, even glancing at Lu Chen in front of him. Being called out, Lu Chen realized he had been too calm and quickly pretended to snap out of his daze, stammering, Forbear is joking. Song Yuanming looked at Lu Chen, slightly raised his white eyebrows, and smiled thoughtfully, not saying anything further. The city lord, Morong Qingming, watched this scene with helplessness and could only take his daughter, Morong Ingxue, to sit down nearby. Forbear, then we shall temporarily act as ordinary guests with you, Morong Qingming said as he sat down next to Song Yuanming, but not even a quarter of an hour passed before he suddenly frowned. A strong smell of alcohol and body odor rushed towards him, making his body strongly resist. He felt as if he had been tainted by unclean air, his body no longer pure. Yingxue, you should sit next to your master, so you can better serve him. Morong Qingming sprang up like a projectile, giving up his position near Song Yuanming for his daughter. Morong Yingxue blinked her clear eyes and nodded. However, even though Morong Qingming maintained a seat's distance from Song Yuanming, he still found the atmosphere unbearable. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he stood up, looked at Song Yuanming, and forced a smile, saying, "Senior, I will go host the banquet now. Yingxue, you must serve the senior well." "Father, don't worry," Morong Yingxue replied obediently. Morong Qingming grunted in acknowledgement and hurriedly left the place. Song Yuanming glanced at Morong Yingxue and smiled, saying, "Disciple, it seems your father has some disdain for me." Morong Yingxue quickly waved her hand and smiled wryly, "Master, please don't be angry. My father has a cleanliness obsession. Even when I was a child and got dirty while playing, he wouldn't want to come near me." "I see, no wonder he can manage Panlong City so well," Song Yuanming chuckled, stroking his beard. Lu Chen, listening to this conversation, couldn't help but glance at the powerful city lord a few more times. He actually has a cleanliness obsession? No wonder he looks so pristine. Under Morong Qingming's hosting, the banquet officially began. The process was similar to an ordinary banquet, but there were many guests presenting gifts, congratulating Morong Yingxue on joining the Xianjian sect. "Alright, enough with the nonsense, everyone enjoy the food and drink. We won't stop until we're drunk tonight." Morong Qingming waved his hand grandly, instructing his subordinates to serve dishes and wine. Seeing the banquet officially start, Lu Chen began to look for an opportunity to meet Jin Yangfu, while also trying to distance himself from this powerful figure of the Liuli realm. Just then, Huang Yuxuan, the young master of the Huang family, suddenly stood up. "Everyone, today is a good day, but it's still not lively enough. The longevity springs I personally trained are quite good, over 20 of them have already broken through to the Starry Radiance realm. Why not let them spar with each other to liven up the banquet? What do you all think?" Upon hearing this, everyone enthusiastically agreed, looking towards the Huang family's longevity springs, praising Huang Yuxuan. The longevity spring training plan proposed by the young master of the Huang family has greatly benefited several families, and now so many longevity springs have reached the Starry Radiance realm, truly a genius. In all of Panlong City, only he is worthy of Morong girl. Whispers of discussion arose among the crowd. Huang Yuxuan noticed everyone secretly praising him, and a smile crept onto his lips. He wanted to take this opportunity to showcase his abilities and gain some recognition. "You can each challenge one another, whoever wins a match will receive generous rewards from me," Huang Yuxuan declared grandly, looking at the Huang family's longevity springs. The longevity springs were thrilled. In such a setting, their young master's promises would surely be fulfilled. Thus, someone reacted quickly and flew into the air. This person was Su Qingying. The other Starry Radiance realm-level longevity springs, who initially wanted to fly up, quickly abandoned the idea. Seeing this, the other Starry Radiance realm-level longevity springs also gave up, as Su Qingying was at the second level of the Starry Radiance realm. However, there was one among them who was also at the second level of the Starry Radiance realm, the rebellious man who had gone with them to the abandoned cave that day. He quickly followed Su Qingying into the air and fought against her. Their battle was spectacular, enhancing the atmosphere of the banquet. However, the fight did not last long before it was declared over. Su Qingying showcased extraordinary talent and quickly won the spar. Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at Su Qingying a few more times. This girl has hidden skills in beast hunting and attacking third-grade formations? Now she's showing them off. She will surely find opportunities. Displaying talent in such a setting would make the Huang family pay more attention to her. This girl has good talent. She is likely to break through to the Moonlight realm. She is also quite beautiful. Not bad, not bad. People were commenting on Su Qingying. Huang Xuanyu looked at Su Qingying with satisfaction, waving his hand, and a storage bag shot into the air. Su Qingying caught it precisely and found that it contained 10,000 immortal stones. She quickly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the reward, young master." Huang Xuanyu's smile widened, and then he glanced at the other families, his voice resonating, "I see that other families also have some Shochuan who have broken through to the Starry Realm. You can join the challenge as well. Whoever wins, I will reward." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure flew up from the ground and landed in front of Su Qingying. It was Su Yoji. Known as the strongest genius in the mortal realm, he was currently at the second level of the Starry Realm. "Qingying, let me spar with you," Su Yoji said with a smile. "Alright, let's go," Su Qingying nodded with a smile. Having caught up to Su Yoji in Cultivation, she wanted to see if she could win against him. Thus, the two began a fierce battle in the air. The fight was extremely intense, and for a while, no victor could be determined. I didn't expect this batch of Shochuan to have other geniuses. This is the Shochuan of the Sun family. Lu Chen quietly watched the two fight, then glanced over at Jin Yangfu. The two were somewhat far apart, and since no one in the banquet square was moving around, plus Su Qingying wouldn't come down to him anytime soon, he couldn't think of a way to approach Jin Yangfu. Could it be that he wouldn't have a chance to chat with Jin Yangfu tonight? The battle in the sky continued for a long time, and finally, when both were exhausted of their celestial energy, a victor was determined. At the last moment, Su Qingying unexpectedly unleashed a powerful aura, her sword technique's power surged, and with one strike, she ended the battle. This result surprised Lu Chen a bit. This girl has hidden strength? Interesting, but what a pity, came the voice of Song Yuanming from behind Lu Chen. Master, what's wrong? Morong Inchue asked. This girl has good talent, but the cultivation method she practices has ruined her foundation. Otherwise, she could have reached a higher realm in the future. Song Yuanming shook his head with a smile, no longer paying attention, and continued drinking. Morong Inchue looked at Su Qingying a few more times. Since her master said it was a pity, it was clear that Su Qingying was far from being as simple as they perceived. Huang Xuanyu then said with a smile, "Very well, I will reward you with another 50,000 immortal stones." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent for a moment. Su Qingying was overjoyed and quickly cupped her hands in thanks. "Nephew, this Shochuan of yours indeed has good talent, but the cultivation method has somewhat ruined her foundation." Just as Huang Xuanyu was basking in the spotlight, a middle-aged voice interrupted. Everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. The speaker was none other than the head of the Sun family, Sun Yin-yang. The Sun and Huang families had a mediocre relationship, with occasional frictions. After attracting the attention of Huang Xuanyu and Huang Zhentian, Sun Yin-yang continued, "Unlike this young friend Jin Yangfu from the Lin family, who also comes from Shochuan, yet has already reached the Moonlight Realm, and the cultivation method he started with was good, without ruining his foundation. His talent is no different from what your nephew had back then." As soon as he finished speaking, the venue fell silent. Everyone began to gossip. "Sun Yin-yang, your words are incorrect. Yangfu and Xuanyu are still quite different." A deep voice rang out, and the speaker was Lin Bufan, the head of the Lin family, his expression somewhat gloomy. The Lin and Huang families had always had a good relationship, and this person was clearly trying to sow discord. The sparring between Shochuan lacks excitement. Doesn't nephew Huang want to enhance the atmosphere of the banquet? It would be better to lower the realm and compare with this young friend. I believe everyone would like to see whose talent is better. Sun Yin-yang's words instantly ignited the curiosity of everyone present. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, staring at Sun Yin-yang. This old man really knew how to stir up trouble. He shifted his gaze to Jin Yangfu. Based on his understanding of his brother, it was indeed possible that he wanted to spar with a genius of this level. Sure enough, he saw Jin Yangfu's expression brimming with eagerness, and he also glanced over at him, as if asking him something. "Ango, should I give it a try?" Lu Chen blinked twice. The meaning was clear, no. Jin Yangfu forced a smile. However, at that moment, Huang Xuanyu's eyes flashed with disdain as he said, "Since everyone wants to see, I shall liven up the banquet." "Jin Yangfu, right? You are at the second level of the Moonlight Realm, so I won't bully you. I'll lower my cultivation to the first level of the Moonlight Realm, and I won't use any magical artifacts." Jin Yangfu hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to heed Lu Chen's advice, saying, "I can't compare to you, so let's forget it." Huang Xuanyu's contempt deepened, but he still maintained a very refined demeanor, saying, "If you can take 3 of my moves, this 200,000 immortal stones will be yours." The entire venue fell silent in an instant. Wow, that's a lot of immortal stones. This is definitely worth a fight. Is he not going to accept? He's a genius after all. He wouldn't lack the courage for this, would he? He's probably scared. After all, Huang Xuanyu's talent is among the top in the younger generation of Panlong City. Jin Yangfu furrowed his brows, glancing once more at Lu Chen, and ultimately couldn't hold back. He had reached his current level thanks to his brother's immortal stones and elixirs, a debt of gratitude he remembered well. If he could earn these immortal stones now, he could repay that kindness. All right. Jin Yangfu took a deep breath. After all, it was just 3 moves. He would stop after taking 3. Lu Chen gently shook his head, then couldn't help but smile. It was true, it would be strange if his brother could hold back. Since his talent had already been exposed, revealing a bit more wouldn't matter. It might just offend the young master of the Huang family. Good brother, remember to hold back a bit later. He had trained Jin Yangfu for many years and knew very well how strong his hidden cards were. In a contest of the same realm, even if the young master of the Huang family had exceptional talent, he could still suffer losses if he was careless. Huang Xuanyu's body trembled, and his cultivation instantly compressed from the 5th level of the profound light realm to the 1st level of the moonlight realm, soaring into the air. Jin Yangfu glanced at the head of the Lin family, Lin Bufan, and with the other's reluctant nod, he also flew into the air, standing before Huang Xuanyu, his red hair swirling wildly in the high-altitude winds. He exuded the aura of a war god breaking free from his seals. "What weapon will you use?" Huang Xuanyu asked confidently. Jin Yangfu took out the high-grade immortal sword gifted by the head of the Lin family. Huang Xuanyu's gaze shifted down to Huang Hongzhong. Huang Hongzhong instantly understood and sent his own immortal sword into the air. "Are you ready?" Huang Xuanyu asked as he seized the immortal sword, looking at Jin Yangfu. "I'm ready." Jin Yangfu nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly, his body trembling as he entered a special state. In the mortal realm for over 10,000 years, he had spent at least 5,000 years with Lu Chen. During those 5,000 years, they had not only shared drinks and discussions but had also focused heavily on cultivation. He had always enjoyed sparring and fighting with others, and naturally, he had sparred with Lu Chen. Although he had to plead for a long time each time to get Lu Chen to reluctantly agree. Through years of combat, he had honed his skills, instantly entering a state of complete concentration in battle. There was no choice. When fighting Lu Chen, if he showed even the slightest relaxation or error, he would be defeated in an instant. He wouldn't even have the chance to exchange a single move with Lu Chen. At this moment, after entering this state, Jin Yangfu's aura was entirely different. The loyal demeanor he had before was gone, replaced by strength and authority. Everyone present was astonished, but they could all see that Jin Yangfu's aura had changed. Only one person suddenly narrowed his eyes, the drunkenness on his face fading significantly. "This child." Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly smiled, his lips involuntarily curling up. Morong Inchue asked in confusion, "Master?" Song Yuanming smiled and said, "It's nothing. This sparring session is quite good, observe carefully and learn well." Morong Inchue frowned slightly upon hearing this, a thought flashing through her mind. Is Huang Xuanyu really that impressive, that even the master thinks he's extraordinary? Lu Chen stood before Song Yuanming, contemplating how truly formidable he was. He had scanned the entire arena and noticed that even the two Void Realm powerhouses, Huang Zhentian and Morong Qingming, recognized Jin Yangfu's difference, yet neither showed any obvious change. Only Song Yuanming saw through his brother's true condition. The two in the sky faced off for a moment before the battle commenced. Huang Xuanyu agreed to use only 3 moves and decisively unleashed a set of celestial-level sword techniques. As he executed the 6th-grade celestial sword technique, a single sweep of his sword sent dark clouds rolling, lightning flashing, and thunder rumbling, the power of heaven and earth swirling around him as if the world trembled in response. Jin Yangfu's gaze was like lightning as he quickly raised his hand, his momentum soaring, and the surrounding celestial energy immediately stirred. With all his strength, he swung his sword, unleashing a tremendous sword aura that tore through the air, charging straight at his opponent. This move seemed to split the entire horizon in half, light and shadow intertwining, its might unparalleled. When the two strikes collided, the void exploded, the force rippling 10 miles away, and neither side gained the upper hand. This kid's sword technique isn't even that high in rank. Why is its power so extraordinary? That sword technique doesn't even seem to be 3rd-grade celestial. It's different. He has cultivated this sword technique to an incredibly profound level. The crowd below was astonished that Jin Yangfu could actually block Huang Xuanyu's strike. They knew Jin Yangfu had considerable talent, but they never expected he could truly compete with a prodigy like Huang Xuanyu. Huang Xuanyu's gaze sharpened, the disdain in his eyes fading somewhat, and he struck again. This time, he brought his hands together with the sword, celestial energy surging wildly around him, the celestial sword in his hand radiating a brilliant light, coalescing into a massive light sword. With a swing, the bright light illuminated the night, causing all things to lose their color, as if the entire world was enveloped. The terrifying power surged toward Jin Yangfu, carrying the force to destroy heaven and earth. Jin Yangfu's expression changed slightly, this time he chose not to take it head-on. His body moved, the void swaying as if he merged into the boundless darkness, dodging one after another. He actually cultivated this movement technique to such a level? He Jingming, the president of the treasure-gathering pavilion, sat quietly, instantly recognizing this as the movement technique they had sold. 5th-grade celestial movement technique, about to reach perfection, Song Yuanming said with a slight smile, taking another sip of wine, his opinion of Jin Yangfu shifting once more. Impressive. He's about to take 2 more moves. The crowd held their breath, exclaiming in surprise. It seemed Jin Yangfu was going to earn those 200,000 celestial stones. Truly a peerless genius, sighed Sun Yin Yang, the head of the Sun family. Lin Bufan, the head of the Lin family, had a slightly heated gaze. He had never seen Jin Yangfu in action and was surprised not only by his rapid cultivation speed but also by his formidable combat ability. The Lin family had truly struck gold. No wonder that mysterious person wanted to cultivate Jin Yangfu in secret. Huang Jintian's expression remained calm, exuding a sense of stability and dominance, but his eyes showed some change. In the sky, Huang Xuanyu had put away all disdain, inwardly cursing, "Damn. This kid is truly uncanny. It seems I have to use that move." He took a deep breath, determined to unleash his strongest move. If he couldn't win against Jin Yangfu this time, he would be embarrassed. "Kid, be careful with this last move," Huang Xuanyu said in a deep voice. Jin Yangfu remained in an exceptionally focused state, not responding. Huang Xuanyu said no more, decisively sheathing his celestial sword, his hands quickly forming seals, his fingertips dancing rapidly, the air around them instantly becoming oppressive. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and a thick black mist surged from him like a tide, enveloping the entire sky and instantly trapping Jin Yangfu within. The black mist churned, as if countless demons roared within, and the sky turned pitch black. A cold light flickered in Huang Xuanyu's eyes as the terrifying attack unfolded. Countless black beams surged towards Jin Yangfu from all directions, each carrying devastating power. Moreover, within the black mist, there echoed piercing wails, as if the evil spirits of the underworld were roaring, unsettling the trapped individual. Jin Yangfu was ensnared within, his expression focused as usual, even with the demonic sounds ringing in his ears. He showed no signs of disturbance. There was no other way. During his battle with Lu Chen, he had been significantly affected by Lu Chen's special formations, which allowed him to cultivate this ability to remain unaffected. He was well aware of the terror of these black energy pillars. Once struck, they would surely inflict severe damage. Thus, his gaze sharpened, and he swiftly activated his movement technique to evade. However, no matter how he dodged, the attacks continued unabated, and his attempts to counter the black energy felt as if he were attacking while submerged in an ocean. There was simply no escaping the encirclement of the black mist. This spell could indeed be considered a single move, yet it was not just one move. This spell is truly bizarre. What a powerful spell. This is bad. Jin Yangfu is out of options. Truly worthy of being the young master of the Huang family, this spell could probably even challenge a peak expert of the Moonlight Realm. The crowd below had already concluded that Jin Yangfu had lost. Lu Chen frowned as he observed the spell. This spell was at least of the 6th rank. However, there was a flaw in this spell. Just as Lu Chen was thinking this, he suddenly heard a slightly tipsy murmur from behind. If he can find the one flaw in this technique, he might have a chance to turn the tables. Song Yuanming smiled and said. Morong Inshue's expression changed upon hearing this. Turn the tables? In fact, when Morong Inshue saw Jin Yangfu using that movement technique, her face had already changed, for she had seen that technique before. However, Jin Yangfu's physique was different from that of the masked man. Jin Yangfu's movement technique was exactly the same as that used by the masked man when they explored the abandoned cave that day. Yet, when Jin Yangfu executed the technique, it felt to her as if he was not as adept as that masked man. Within the black mist, Jin Yangfu took a deep breath, dealing with countless attacks while carefully observing his surroundings. And Gu said that every technique has its flaws, one must remain calm and learn to observe. Find the patterns. He focused all his attention to the utmost, and as time passed, at a certain moment, his eyes suddenly brightened. His gaze fixed on a spot where the black mist was particularly dense. The black mist flowed constantly from all directions, but this particular area was denser than the others, and this small cluster of black mist was not moving at all. Jin Yangfu was overjoyed, channeling all his spiritual energy into his sword, and shouted, "Break!" Boom! The rolling black mist suddenly exploded. In the next moment, a flash of sword light streaked across the sky. Huang Xuanyu, who was controlling the black mist attacks, had just been smirking, preparing to welcome victory, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze. In the blink of an eye, a sword had already stopped just 3 inches from his neck. "You have lost," Jin Yangfu said in a deep voice. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly, a satisfied glint flashing in his eyes, secretly thinking, this kid has made progress. The world fell silent. Huang Xuanyu was momentarily stunned, his face darkening as the restrictions of his 5th layer of the Shen Light Realm vanished in an instant, and his body shook violently. The void trembled. Bang! Jin Yangfu's figure was sent flying 100 miles away in the blink of an eye. The crowd below looked on with strange expressions. Watching his good brother being ambushed and sent flying, Lu Chen's face darkened. How could this be so dishonorable? Fortunately, Jin Yangfu was strangely only knocked back and had not been injured. Seeing that Jin Yangfu was fine, Lu Chen glanced back, roughly understanding what had happened. Huang Zizi, how could it come to this? At this moment, Lin Bufan, the head of the Lin family, spoke in a deep voice. The Lin family and the Huang family had a very good relationship, but Jin Yangfu's talent was so extraordinary that he would become the Lin family's most precious treasure. When Huang Jintian saw his son lose composure in public, he spoke up, his voice steady, "Xianyu." Huang Xianyu's eyes were fierce, but upon hearing his father's voice, he immediately suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and decisively threw out a storage bag. "I keep my word." The words seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. Jin Yangfu received the storage bag and saw it filled with celestial stones, his eyes brightening involuntarily. "If there's another good opportunity like this next time, remember to find me." He laughed heartily, completely brushing off what had just happened. Hearing this, Huang Xianyu felt that Jin Yangfu was mocking him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Dare to have a battle to determine the victor?" As soon as these words were spoken, the square fell silent again. Huang Jintian began to feel that his son was somewhat embarrassing, and with a slightly serious tone, he said, "All right, come back. Father, it's rare for me to encounter a rival. I should take this opportunity to train." Huang Xianyu replied with cupped hands. "Ha, I really want to see who is stronger." Sun Yinyang interjected again, fanning the flames to the utmost. However, Jin Yangfu said, "Forget it, I'm tired. If you don't lose, I'll give you 500,000 celestial stones." Huang Xianyu said with a cold face. Jin Yangfu's eyes lit up, and he laughed boldly, "Come. I'll accompany you until dawn." Thus, the two began to fight again. The world returned to a state of continuous rumbling. However, under equal circumstances, Jin Yangfu was actually able to fight Huang Xianyu to a standstill, evenly matched. This left everyone astonished. Huang Xianyu's true strength was at the Xianguang realm, which should have given him more celestial level insights and combat experience. Yet, Jin Yangfu, who had just arrived in the celestial realm from the mortal world, could fight Huang Xianyu to such a draw, which was truly terrifying. Is this talent so terrifying? Isn't this talent on par with Morong Inshue? Not just on par, it's even better. The guests were in an uproar. Lu Chen watched this and shook his head gently. For the sake of these celestial stones, this kid Yangfu really showed everything he had, not hiding it at all. Well, after tonight, Jin Yangfu would surely be known throughout Panlong City. This also indicated that Jin Yangfu was about to offend Huang Xianyu, and the days ahead might not be easy. Another hour passed, and the two finally stopped. "Is there any need to continue fighting? You can't win against me, and I can't win against you," Jin Yangfu said. Huang Xianyu felt that he had lost all the face he had just gained, his face darkening. But he also knew that with his strength at the first layer of the Yushao realm, he simply couldn't defeat Jin Yangfu. Continuing to fight would only bring more shame. Enough! Huang Jintian could no longer bear to watch and spoke in a deep voice. Hearing his father's voice, Huang Xianyu's fists clenched until they turned purple, and he could only accept this outcome. "Kid, you wait for me." His anger was all concentrated in that one threat. Jin Yangfu saw Huang Xianyu about to leave and quickly said, "Wait, what about my 500,000 celestial stones?" Huang Xianyu's face twitched with anger, gritting his teeth and saying, "After the banquet, someone will naturally deliver it to the Lin family." Jin Yangfu frowned. He was afraid that after the banquet, he wouldn't be able to get those celestial stones. He didn't believe that Lin Bufan would risk offending the Huang family for 500,000 celestial stones to help him demand them back. After all, the Lin family still had a good relationship with the Huang family, and it was even possible that with a word from Huang Jintian, Lin Bufan would personally come to persuade him to give up on those celestial stones. "Is there not enough celestial stones right now? I urgently need celestial stones, so I hope you can give them to me first." Jin Yangfu took a deep breath, his tone carrying a hint of request. He also knew that it was best not to offend Huang Xianyu too much. "Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Huang Xianyu suddenly roared, the last trace of his elegance completely gone. At this moment, everyone saw Huang Xuanyu's true colors. His fierce demeanor was fully revealed. Lu Chen knew that Huang Xuanyu was a ruthless and hypocritical person, and seeing this situation, he couldn't help but frown. Morong Inshue also had a bad expression, feeling embarrassed herself. Jin Yangfu's face was grim, but he knew that having come this far, he could only continue. "In such a large Huang family, can't you fulfill your promises?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent. Lu Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly at Jin Yangfu. "You really dare to say that? Xuanyu, give your celestial sword to this young friend." Huang Jintian suddenly spoke, his tone and expression extremely calm. Upon hearing his father's extremely calm words, the fierce light on Huang Xuanyu's face instantly vanished, and he reluctantly took out the high-grade celestial sword of the 5th rank, throwing it to Jin Yangfu. He had always been afraid of his father looking like this. This high-grade celestial sword of the 5th rank is worth 500,000 celestial stones. What does the young friend think? Huang Zhentian stared at Jin Yangfu, his expression unchanged as he asked. Jin Yangfu nodded after taking the sword. Thank you, senior. Huang Zhentian suddenly smiled peacefully. No need to thank me, but I have a question for the young friend. Was your earlier statement intended to slander our Huang family? Or do you think our Huang family has no credit at all? Jin Yangfu looked at Huang Zhentian, his expression becoming serious, realizing that his earlier words had been reckless. At this moment, Lin Bufan stood up and said, Brother Huang. Yangfu was just straightforward and spoke in haste. It was a misunderstanding. Please do not hold it against him. Huang Zhentian shot a cold glance at Lin Bufan. Do you have a say in this? Or do you also think our Huang family has no credibility? Lin Bufan's entire body instantly bristled. Is this the oppressive feeling of a Void Tranquility Realm expert? He quickly looked towards the host of the banquet, Morong Qingming, but at this moment, Morong Qingming chose to avoid provoking Huang Zhentian, not showing himself. After all, this suddenly rising genius had nothing to do with their city lord's mansion. Moreover, he had never liked the frequent interactions between the strongest Huang family and Lin family. Lin Bufan gritted his teeth and looked at Song Yuanming, but Song Yuanming seemed to be dozing off as if drunk. The situation seemed to be unsolvable. Jin Yangfu stood in midair, being stared at intently by Huang Zhentian, and at this moment, he was shocked to find that he had even lost the ability to speak, because an invisible pressure was born at his heart, rendering him powerless. Is this the terror of a Void Tranquility Realm expert? 100 times stronger than a Profound Light Realm expert. Just when everyone thought Jin Yangfu would definitely suffer this loss, a voice suddenly rang out. What a fine banquet! Why ruin the atmosphere like this? Lord Huang, for the sake of this old man, let this matter pass. He Jingming, the president of the treasure-gathering pavilion, smiled as he spoke. The president of the Alchemist Association also echoed, that's right, why bother with the younger generation? Let's continue drinking, and let this matter be forgotten. Everyone was astonished, completely not expecting that these two major guild presidents would actually speak up for Jin Yangfu. No, it should be that the Lin family has a deep relationship with these two guild presidents? Lin Bufan was also stunned. When did the Lin family have such a relationship with these two guild presidents? He himself didn't know. These guild presidents, although they would receive them politely when they met, they all understood that the status of these presidents was extremely transcendent, and they could not compare. Especially He Jingming, who was transferred from the headquarters of the treasure-gathering pavilion, was said to have a special identity there. Huang Zhentian looked at He Jingming and Gong Chua, pondered for a moment, then clasped his hands and smiled. Since both presidents have spoken, let this matter pass. Is that so? Come, let's continue drinking, He Jingming replied with a smile. Alright, let's drink. Huang Zhentian smiled. The serious atmosphere at the banquet instantly dissipated, returning to the original festive mood. Lu Chen gently shook his head, putting away the sound transmission jade slip hidden in his sleeve. Fortunately, he had met with these two not long ago and exchanged communication marks. He quickly took out the communication jade slip, used his celestial energy to form a voice, and sent a message to He Jingming. Otherwise, his good brother would definitely suffer a great loss today. Naturally, He Jingming was not helping him out of friendship. He had made a promise to He Jingming that he would sell him at least 2 pieces of 5th grade celestial treasures soon. With his current lifespan, 2 5th grade treasures were nothing when he reached the lifespan exchange tower. Just when Lu Chen thought the matter had come to a close and that his covert actions had gone unnoticed, he suddenly heard a voice not far from him. Martial friend. Lu Chen turned around to see Su Qingying staring intently at him. This little girl. She wouldn't have an intuition and realize that I turned the whole situation around, would she? Su Qingying indeed had an intuition, vaguely feeling that Lu Chen seemed to have done something just now, which was why she couldn't help but call out to him. However, she felt confused because she noticed that Lu Chen had been sitting still and silent the entire time, his expression now completely blank. Lu Chen looked at her calmly and asked, "What is it?" He thought that even if Su Qingying had such an intuition, without evidence, it was not worth worrying about. How about coming over to sit with me? Su Qingying asked softly. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but still changed his position to sit next to Su Qingying. He would rather sit beside Su Qingying than in front of the drunken old man Song Yuanming. As he stood up and walked, he suddenly felt Morong Ingshue's gaze fixed on him, lingering for a long time. The reason Morong Ingshue suddenly looked at Lu Chen was that she unexpectedly discovered that Lu Chen's physique was quite similar to that of the masked man she had seen. However, that person was of the Moonlight Realm strength, definitely not Huang Shouchuan. Congratulations, Dao Frensu, you made quite a bit of celestial stones not long ago, Lu Chen said quietly after taking his seat. Su Qingying did not want to discuss this matter and whispered, "Martial friend, I'm afraid we can't go find Jin Yangfu for the scriptures anymore. Given the current situation, their young master had already developed a deep hatred for Jin Yongfu, and if they approached him again, they would surely be implicated. Lu Chen nodded, feeling helpless as well, but from this matter, it seemed Jin Yongfu should be fine. His character remained unchanged. However, after tonight, his good brother would likely face an even greater crisis. Being targeted by a powerful figure from the Xinguang realm, the road ahead was fraught with danger. Hopefully, it would still be like before, with luck defying the odds in a crisis, turning the situation around. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at Huang Xuanyu, finding him still fixated on Jin Yongfu, his gaze as venomous as a snake, completely different from his elegant demeanor at the previous banquet. I have a feeling that the young master will soon take action against Jin Yongfu. Sigh, he is still too ostentatious. Su Qingying continued softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He dared not underestimate Su Qingying's intuition. This little girl's intuition had always been eerily accurate. Could it be that after the banquet, Huang Xuanyu was going to kill Yongfu? Lu Chen quickly calculated and pondered countermeasures. If it came to it, after he finished at the Lifespan Exchange Tower and obtained high-grade treasures, could he storm into the Lin family and forcibly take Jin Yongfu away from Panlong City? However, that would be somewhat risky. It was not the best choice. Just as he was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from behind where he had been sitting. "That kid, come here." The voice was deep and mature, and the speaker was none other than Song Yuanming. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes turning to the elder of the Xianjian sect, who had been quietly drinking since his arrival. Many people did not know who the kid Song Yuanming was referring to. Was it Huang Xuanyu or Jin Yongfu? "Master, who do you want to see?" Morong Yingxue asked from the side. The somewhat reckless kid from earlier, Song Yuanming smiled as he looked at Jin Yongfu. Reckless? Lu Chen felt that this term could indeed be applied to Jin Yongfu. This kid sometimes really acts according to his temperament, not looking ahead or behind, just doing it if he doesn't agree. As he looked at Song Yuanming, a strange thought arose in his mind. Could it be that his good brother's extraordinary luck was starting to take effect again? Under Lin Bufan's urging, Jin Yongfu quickly flew to Song Yuanming's side and respectfully said, "Junior Jin Yongfu, greetings to you, senior." Facing Song Yuanming up close, even without the terrifying pressure he had just felt from Huang Jintian, Jin Yongfu still found it hard to breathe. This person, who appeared very amiable and exuded no hostility, still gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Kid, what do you call that state you were in earlier?" Song Yuanming asked with a smile. Jin Yongfu's expression changed slightly as he replied, "I'm not sure, but a friend of mine gave it a name, called Heart Like Still Water." "Heart Like Still Water?" "Your friend has some literary talent. That state is quite similar to a type of immortal body I know of," Song Yuanming said. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell silent. An immortal body? An immortal body that appears once in a million years? Morong Inchue was called a top genius and was accepted as a disciple by Song Yuanming, reportedly because she possessed an unawakened immortal body. Jin Yongfu scratched his head and said, "I don't understand what you mean by immortal body, senior. Your talent and combat ability are extremely strong, and with good luck, you can turn misfortune into fortune. Would you be willing to take me as your master?" Song Yuanming's smile grew even more pronounced, and at this point, he deliberately straightened his posture to appear more serious. Earlier, when Jin Yongfu encountered difficulties, he pretended to be sleepy just to see if Jin Yongfu could overcome the tribulation on his own. To him, Jin Yongfu had a good personality and was genuine, but he was also prone to attracting trouble. However, if he could overcome the tribulation himself, taking him as a disciple would be a good choice. Jin Yongfu stood there in a daze. Not just him, the entire audience was silent, all staring blankly. Especially Huang Jintian and his son, who had previously threatened Jin Yongfu, felt as if an invisible hand had slapped them twice across the face, leaving them with a stinging pain. Lu Chen smiled faintly. He truly admired Jin Yongfu's luck. It was as if he could turn every misfortune into fortune. One could only say it was impressive. After a moment of daze, Jin Yongfu involuntarily looked in a certain direction. Seeing Jin Yongfu looking over, Lu Chen quickly blinked. "You kid, are you still looking for my opinion at this time? Of course, you should agree. How strange, why are you looking that way?" Song Yuanming suddenly smiled and also looked in the direction Jin Yongfu was sneaking glances at. This made Lu Chen's heart tighten. But soon, he heard Song Yuanming laugh and say, "So, you have someone you like?" Lu Chen's expression became strange. He thought Song Yongfu was looking at Su Qingying beside him. Wait. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly, and his gaze towards Song Yuanming deepened. This old man, not simple at all. This statement, upon careful thought, was quite terrifying. Su Qingying's expression changed dramatically, secretly thinking it was bad. She didn't know Jin Yangfu's thoughts, but Song Yuanming's words were tantamount to sending her into a deep abyss. It would be fine if Jin Yangfu became Song Yuanming's disciple, he wouldn't fear Huang Xuanyu's revenge. But at this moment, Song Yuanming's words would foreshadow her tragic fate. Huang Xuanyu would definitely transfer the humiliation he felt from Jin Yangfu onto her. Jin Yangfu was also startled and thought it was bad, but he couldn't refute Song Yuanming's words now. Otherwise, he would put his good brother in danger. After all, over there were only Su Qingying and Lu Chen. Glancing at Su Qingying, Jin Yangfu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and pretended to grit his teeth, saying, "Senior, I can join your sect, but I want to fight for her freedom." Su Qingying was stunned upon hearing this. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. "Good boy, when did your mind start working so quickly?" Song Yuanming chuckled, "You are quite deep in your feelings. Alright, I will assist you." After saying this, Song Yuanming handed a jade pendant to Jin Yangfu. "With this jade pendant, you will be an outer disciple of the Xianjian sect. If you are killed in Panlong City, the Xianjian sect will hold them accountable. Yingxue, this girl is entrusted to you. Take her with you when you go to the sect." Morong Yingxue responded quickly, "Disciple obeys." Then, Jin Yangfu thought of something and added, "Also, she has a kind of poison." Upon hearing this, Song Yuanming looked over at Huang Jintian. "Do you have any detoxification pills?" Huang Jintian had no choice but to answer, smiling bitterly, reporting to the senior, "We do." He respectfully presented the pills. After receiving the pills, Jin Yangfu approached Su Qingying and handed her the pills and the jade pendant. "You are free now." Su Qingying was momentarily speechless, standing in place, and finally managed to squeeze out 2 words, "Thank you." She felt that this beautiful prospect had come too suddenly. Her instincts didn't even have time to react. "You're welcome." After Jin Yangfu finished speaking, he returned to Song Yuanming's side. This time he had learned his lesson. As he passed by Lu Chen, he didn't look at him again. Lu Chen looked at Jin Yangfu with satisfaction, finally seeing him act wisely this time. Su Qingying took the detoxification pill and immediately felt her body and mind relax. The poison had been removed. This meant she didn't have to return to the Huang family tonight. "Alright, call out to your master and let me hear it." Song Yuanming smiled at Jin Yangfu. Jin Yangfu said, "Disciple greets master." Song Yuanming nodded in satisfaction, then glanced at Morong Yingxue. "This is your senior sister." "Greetings, senior sister." Jin Yangfu smiled and greeted her. Morong Yingxue returned the smile. "Hello, junior brother." The banquet square remained silent. All the guests present witnessed a scene they would never forget. Especially when they looked towards the Huang family's higher-ups, they were stifling laughter. Huang Jintian and his son had become the biggest laughingstock of Panlong City tonight. The banquet must come to an end. "We, the Huang family, have matters to attend to. Morong, my brother, we will take our leave." Huang Jintian still appeared very calm as he spoke to Morong Qingming. Morong Qingming nodded. But just as the Huang family was about to leave, Morong Yingxue suddenly called out to Huang Xuanyu. "Huang Xuanyu, I have something I want to discuss with you privately." Huang Xuanyu was so angry that he felt his skull might burst, but seeing Morong Yingxue's stunning beauty, he still tried to restore his elegant demeanor. "Let's talk another day." He knew he had lost face today and didn't want his fiancée to see him in such an embarrassing state, deciding to find Morong Yingxue after some time. Morong Yingxue frowned, and seeing Huang Xuanyu about to leave, she quickly said, "This concerns our marriage contract." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was filled with curiosity. Morong Qingming suddenly realized something and quickly looked at his daughter, shaking his head seriously. Morong Yingxue glanced at her father, clenched her fist, and said, "Father, I'm sorry." The marriage contract had been established many years ago by her grandfather and Huang Xuanyu's grandfather. But she didn't want to marry Huang Xuanyu. She didn't like Huang Xuanyu. She had tried hard to get her father to cancel the marriage contract, but it had come to nothing. Now that her master was here, she had to dissolve the contract to have even a glimmer of hope. Moreover, since Huang Xuanyu was not giving her the chance to talk privately, she could only feel sorry for him. She had originally planned to discuss this matter with Huang Xuanyu alone and then give him a dignified way to break the contract in front of everyone, rather than her bringing it up publicly. "I want to dissolve our marriage contract." As soon as these words were spoken, it felt as if the world had been paused. The entire venue fell silent as death. Lu Chen watched this scene, nearly unable to contain his laughter. You kid are ruthless enough in your actions, but sometimes being too extreme can lead to retribution. The silence lasted for a moment before gradually becoming noisy. Huang Xuanyu had no time to care about the gazes directed at him from around. His eyes widened, staring straight at Morong Yingxue. "Yingxue, what are you saying?" He found it hard to accept this fact. Morong Inchue took a deep breath, a hint of guilt flashing in her clear eyes, but more was her determination as she repeated, I don't like you, our personalities don't match, so let's annul our engagement. If you need any compensation, just say it. Huang Xuanyu fell into silence, his eyes burning with rage. This humiliation stung 100 times more than his previous defeat by Jin Yangfu. Just as he was about to demand an explanation at all costs, a hand pressed on his shoulder. Ni Xinxue, we will discuss this matter behind closed doors another day, Huang Zhentian said calmly, turning to Morong Qingming, City Lord, what do you think? No longer were they calling each other brothers. That would be appropriate, Morong Qingming nodded, and seeing his daughter wanting to speak, he sternly said, Inchue, don't be foolish. Morong Inchue bit her lip, glancing at her master, who pretended not to see anything and continued drinking. She bitterly smiled in her heart and could only nod. Sometimes, she really couldn't understand why her master always pretended not to hear or see. The Huang family finally left. Lu Chen, as a member of the Huang family's Shochuan, also followed them out. Before leaving, he glanced at Jin Yangfu, signaling with his eyes. After that, Jin Yangfu, like Su Qingying, gained his freedom and was naturally unrestrained in Panlong City. The guests watched the flying boat depart, all feeling a sense of regret for not having had enough fun. Song Yuanming was also watching the departing flying boat, but his gaze was rather strange, fixed on a Shochuan, with a meaningful smile on his face. However, he quickly shifted his gaze, and a shimmering sound transmission jade slip appeared in his hand. After listening for a moment, he frowned slightly and then looked at Morong Inchue. I have some matters to attend to, you don't need to rush to the Xianjian sect, you can go in half a year, he said, and without speaking to anyone else, he decisively soared into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the flying boat of the 5th grade Xian, all the members of the Huang family remained silent. Huang Xuanyu had calmed down for a long time but could no longer hold back his anger, coldly looking at a group of Shochuan, who among you is closest to Su Qingying? As soon as these words were spoken, the group of Shochuan trembled in fear. Lu Chen, who was mingling among the Shochuan, secretly thought it was bad. This guy seemed unable to contain his anger and was looking for someone to vent it on. Unable to deal with Jin Yangfu, he was going to blame everything on Su Qingying. Unable to confront Su Qingying now, he shifted his focus to her friends? At this moment, Huang Zixing frowned and stood up, young master. However, before he could finish, he heard Huang Xuanyu coldly say, it's not worth it for a few Shochuan. Huang Zixing's frown deepened, and ultimately, he had no choice but to sigh and turn away. Seeing that no one from the Shochuan responded, Huang Xuanyu said coldly, you all have a good relationship with her? Then I'll kill you all. His sinister words struck at the weakest point in the hearts of the Shochuan like arrows. Huang Xuanyu, on the verge of losing his sanity, was clearly capable of such inhumane acts. One person couldn't bear the pressure and quickly said, I've seen Su Qingying talk to him several times. When he was in the mortal realm, he had a good relationship with Su Qingying. The person being pointed out was the arrogant man from the second layer of the Xinghui realm. The arrogant man was bewildered and wanted to argue, but as soon as he opened his mouth halfway, his eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, and in the blink of an eye, he fell heavily to the ground, his vitality dissipating, he was dead. The Shochuan were shocked and simultaneously felt relieved that their interactions with Su Qingying were not too close. They thought Huang Xuanyu would have vented his anger and would not continue to unleash it. Who would have thought? I can't stand those who betray others. The traitor suddenly widened his eyes, powerless to resist under the terrifying pressure, and died instantly. And you all! Huang Xuanyu seemed to be blinded by rage, his gaze shifting to all the Shochuan. Lu Chen's expression was cold, always ready to act. At a critical moment, that steady voice rang out again. Alright, stop the commotion. Huang Zhentian, with his back turned, controlled the flying boat, his voice heavy. Under this voice, Huang Xuanyu gradually regained his composure, but his fists remained tightly clenched. They still have their uses. Huang Zhentian's tone sounded devoid of emotion. It turned out he didn't want to stop Huang Xuanyu from killing indiscriminately, but rather thought it a waste. Take them to the Shouhuan Tower. Huang Zhentian glanced at Huang Hongzhong. Huang Hongzhong quickly nodded, summoning a third-grade flying boat, taking the trembling Shochuan, and flying towards the outskirts of the city. Once the Shochuan left, Huang Zhentian finally looked at Huang Xuanyu, his expressionless face revealing a hint of disappointment. Consider tonight's events as a trial. Think carefully, if your brother were still alive, how would he handle this? Huang Xuanyu, who had been trying to suppress his emotions, suddenly heard these words, his eyes instantly reddening, his fists turning purple. Yes, you are right. I will never be as good as my brother. I truly wish it were not my mother and brother who died, but me. That way, I would never bring shame to you and the family. Huang Xuanyu roared, venting years of resentment that erupted completely due to today's events. Hearing this, Huang Zhentian's face darkened, but looking at his son, whose eyes were already red, he ultimately sighed inwardly and turned away in silence. He had only one relative left. A small flying boat swiftly traversed the night sky. The group of Shochuan who boarded Huang Hongzhong's boat suddenly felt their bodies go weak, with half of them sitting on the ground. They had just walked through the gates of hell. Lu Chen stood quietly, squinting in thought. This guy is too unpredictable. At this moment, he was also grateful for his usual caution, maintaining a proper distance from Su Qingying. Even when discussing matters with Su Qingying, it was always in secluded places. Otherwise, he would have been dealt with by Huang Xuanyu just now. If it were only Huang Xuanyu, he might have been able to withstand the killing blow and escape on the flying boat. But with the Huang family's higher-ups present, especially Huang Zhentian, a powerful figure in the Void Realm, he would definitely have no chance of survival. Being cautious usually proved useful. It could save his life at a critical moment. The Huang family is a place of great misfortune. Once out of the Shouwan Tower, I must leave. This banquet made it clear that none of the 5 great families were good people. After leaving the Huang family, it would be better to be a loose cultivator. With ample resources and means of survival, plus knowledge of Panlong City, it would be enough. He no longer needed the Huang family as a backing and could establish himself in Panlong City. Watching the flying boat leave Panlong City, heading towards the Shouwan secret realm, Lu Chen finally smiled. But this smile quickly faded as he noticed Huang Hongzhong suddenly fixating his gaze on him. "What is your name?" Huang Hongzhong suddenly asked. The flying boat was still moving normally. Lu Chen sensed an ominous feeling but still cupped his hands and replied, reporting to the senior, "I am Wu Xiren, Wu as in martial, Ci as in kindness, Ren as in benevolence." A good display of calm under pressure, Huang Hongzhong said. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, realizing that his calm demeanor when facing Huang Xuanyu's impending slaughter had been noticed by Huang Hongzhong. It wasn't calmness, I was just stunned by fear earlier. Lu Chen cupped his hands again. "No need to hide, you and I are of the same kind," Huang Hongzhong said lightly, and then fell silent. Lu Chen looked at Huang Hongzhong's back, pondering for a moment, and said nothing more. This guy is not simple either? Huang Hongzhong's cultivation level was at the 10th layer of the Moon Sky realm, not yet stepping into the heavenly transformation realm, so he didn't pose too great a threat for now. After this trip to the Shouwan Tower, he would leave the Huang family and would not show his true face while operating in Panlong City. So he ignored Huang Hongzhong and quietly waited for the flying boat to reach its destination. Soon after, the flying boat arrived at the entrance of the Shouwan secret realm. It looked just as it had a few years ago, with no changes at all. Once again, it was Huang Hongzhong who led them into the secret realm, arriving in front of the Shouwan Tower. If you don't want to die, obediently invest 80,000 years of lifespan. You still have a chance to live. If you refuse, the fate of those 2 just now will be yours, Huang Hongzhong threatened coldly. Lu Chen and the others nodded and walked into the Shouwan Tower. As soon as Lu Chen entered the Shouwan Tower, he could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. Finally, he was inside. Higher-level treasures, come to me quickly. Inside the Shouwan Tower, it was still empty, a vast expanse. The moment Lu Chen entered, a stream of information surged into his mind, describing the exchange rules of the Shouwan Tower. He had already learned about it last time, but he didn't expect that this time the information seemed to be a bit more. This Shouwan Tower is of a lower level and can only exchange for treasures of the 7th rank or below. However, exchanging for a 7th rank treasure requires 200,000 years of lifespan, which I currently cannot afford. But if I want higher level treasures, I need to find a higher level Shouwan Tower? Lu Chen took a deep breath and set this information aside for now. His current lifespan was 168,000 years. To exchange for lower and middle grade 5th rank treasures, he needed to invest 18,000 years of lifespan, meaning that after investing 18,000 years, there was a chance to obtain lower and middle grade 5th rank treasures. To exchange for upper grade 5th rank treasures and absolute 5th rank treasures, he needed to invest 300,000 years of lifespan. To exchange for lower and middle grade 6th rank treasures, he needed to invest 500,000 years of lifespan. To exchange for upper grade 6th rank treasures and absolute 6th rank treasures, he needed to invest 1 million years of lifespan. During my time in Panlong City, the highest level treasures I saw were mostly 5th to 6th rank, and the highest flying boat was merely Morong Inshua's absolute 5th rank flying boat. The level of immortal swords is similar. 6th rank treasures are extremely rare, perhaps only a few exist with a void realm expert like the city lord. So, if I can obtain 1 or 2 6th rank treasures, I would already be considered a top figure here in Panlong City. And if I possess upper grade 6th rank treasures or absolute 6th rank treasures, even a void realm expert like the city lord would be quite surprised. After thinking it over, Lu Chen had already decided how to use his 168,000 years of lifespan. I can first invest 1 million years, then invest 500,000 years, and finally invest 18,000 years. Perfect. Alright, no more nonsense, let's get started. Lu Chen decisively invested 18,000 years of lifespan first. The next moment, a light orb appeared from the void, and as the light orb dissipated, a treasure appeared before him. This item resembled a small tower. It was a magical artifact made of exquisite gemstones set in a silver frame, with a clear and bright mirror surface, a delicate and beautiful frame, and adorned with intricate patterns that emitted a mysterious glow. Its full name was Linglong Tower, a middle-grade 5th-rank magical artifact. Its function was that cultivators could use this magical artifact to reflect their spiritual and cultivation flaws, revealing their true selves and helping them recognize the correct direction and goals of their cultivation. It could be used by those below the Xianguang realm. In other words, it can assist immortal-level experts below the Xianguang realm in quickly identifying cultivation issues and improving them, thus solidifying their foundation. Not a bad magical artifact. Lu Chen decisively stored the Linglong Tower and continued with his previous operations. Invest 500,000 years of lifespan. He became increasingly excited. This time the exchanged treasure would be a 6th-rank treasure. Instantly, 500,000 years of lifespan were consumed from within him, and then a light orb appeared in the void, clearly twice the size of the previous one. As the light dissipated, a treasure appeared before him. Ice mirror. Goodness! Just the treasure I wanted. The item that appeared resembled a small, crystal-clear mirror, from which a chilling aura continuously surged. The mirror was adorned with exquisite silver edges, reflecting a faint blue light and exuding a mysterious atmosphere. This treasure was a mid-level defensive artifact of the 6th rank. It could perfectly withstand a full-force strike from a late-stage expert in the Void Realm. Moreover, while defending, it could unleash a terrifying ice attack to counter-strike the enemy. And for experts below the Void Realm, it could immunize against 3 attacks. This means that if the city lord or the head of the Huang family were to strike at me with all their might, one of them would have to die. Perfect. This treasure is simply too perfect. Lu Chen laughed heartily. This was not just a defensive item, it was also an offensive one. It was truly the treasure of his dreams. The only pity is that there is a limit on the number of uses. Lu Chen carefully put away the ice mirror. He then held his breath and invested his last 1,000,000 years of lifespan. All in. Instantly, only a few days of lifespan remained within him. A massive light sphere, large enough for a person to embrace, flew out from the void. The intense light made him squint. As the light dissipated, a model of a metal flying ship appeared in his view. A 6th-rank supreme flying vessel. I hit the jackpot. Lu Chen's eyebrows danced with excitement. The 6th-rank supreme flying vessel possessed the flight speed of a peak expert in the Void Realm, and its body had defensive properties to withstand attacks from peak experts in the Void Realm. This meant that with this vessel, even if he offended a peak expert in the Void Realm, as long as he summoned the vessel and had the chance to enter it, he would be invincible in Panlong City. Not to mention the city lord and the head of the Huang family, who had just broken through to the Void Realm. Their attacks wouldn't even be able to shake this level of vessel. This signifies that I will be an unbeatable presence in Panlong City from now on. Most of the experts in Panlong City were at the Xinguang realm, and with the ice mirror and the 6th-rank supreme flying vessel, he could walk with confidence. What a relief! Feeling his lifespan completely exhausted, Lu Chen took a deep breath and turned to walk outside, the excitement on his face quickly fading. He would return once he had accumulated enough lifespan again. With such confidence, he believed it would be much easier to gather lifespan in the future. This was not the end, just the beginning, so he looked forward to the next time he would come. The Lifespan Exchange Tower near Panlong City can only exchange for treasures below the 7th rank. Once I have exchanged for a large number of 6th rank treasures, I will seek out a secret realm that can exchange for treasures above the 7th rank. Having a large number of 6th rank treasures will give me enough confidence to search for higher level lifespan exchange realms. Lu Chen had already thought out his next plan. He wouldn't wander around the immortal realm until he fully possessed terrifying self-protection abilities. With a flash, he appeared outside the Lifespan Exchange Tower. At that moment, a group of Lifespan Springs from the Star Radiance realm were already waiting outside. Lu Chen's appearance was quick enough not to raise Huang Hongzhong's suspicion. Alright, hand over the exchanged treasures, Huang Hongzhong said in a deep voice. The group of Lifespan Springs sighed and took out various 4th-rank treasures, most of which were low and mid-level 4th-rank items. However, 2 people did not take out their treasures. One was an unremarkable man, and the other was Lu Chen. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Chen still took out one treasure. It was the 4th-rank Supreme Protective Flying Vessel he had used before. Since he had already upgraded to the 6th-rank Supreme Protective Flying Vessel, there was no need to risk the stable environment over a single item. This low-level one could be handed over. Huang Hongzhong stared blankly for a moment at the 4th-rank supreme flying vessel Lu Chen handed over, then was overjoyed. Good. You kid are quite lucky. This flying vessel was worth more than all the treasures of the other lifespan springs combined. Lu Chen nodded calmly, not saying a word. And you? Huang Hongzhong turned his gaze to the last person. The unremarkable man gritted his teeth and, in the end, painfully took out a treasure. It was a red pendant. A top-grade treasure of the 4th rank. Good, good, good. Another top-grade treasure of the 4th rank. Huang Hongzhong excitedly snatched the pendant. After examining it, his expression became even more agitated. What a treasure! This thing is amazing! Ha ha ha! Lu Chen noticed that Huang Hongzhong was 10 times more excited than when he had received his flying boat. What does this thing do? He couldn't help but wonder. But he was too lazy to care. It was just a top-grade treasure of the 4th rank. What he needed to do now was to leave this secret realm safely and then, after returning to the Immortal Mountain, find a safe time to quietly leave the Huang family, thus completely breaking free from their constraints. So, what he needed to do next was to do nothing and quietly be a bystander. Alright, let's go back. Huang Hongzhong put away all the treasures and led the team away. Everyone boarded Huang Hongzhong's flying boat again, heading in the direction of the Huang family. The flying boat sped through the air, sweeping past the clouds and weaving through the night. The wind outside was strong, and the dark moon hung high. It seems Su Qingying's intuition can be wrong sometimes. Although I will break free from the restrictions of the longevity spring, I won't be able to show my true strength. Lu Chen quietly looked at the night sky, recalling what Su Qingying had said not long ago. To show one's strength, one must at least take action. And tonight, he would ultimately pass in peace. However, just as he thought of this, an unexpected event occurred. He stood quietly on the flying boat when, at a certain moment, he saw Huang Hongzhong take out the jade pendant again for examination. Not long after Huang Hongzhong put the jade pendant on, his gaze suddenly shifted, locking onto Lu Chen. One moment he was feeling empty in his heart, and the next, every pore in his body suddenly tightened. Years of sensitivity to crises told him that something bad was about to happen. Are you hiding treasures on you? Huang Hongzhong stared at Lu Chen, surprised and coldly. This short sentence made Lu Chen's expression instantly darken. Could it be that the jade pendant could detect whether others had treasures on them? At this moment, Su Qingying's words resurfaced in his mind. This girl, truly uncanny. He really had to take action now. Lu Chen had quietly taken out the ice mirror, gripping it tightly in his left palm. Although he did not intend to use the ice mirror to solve the current problem, it served as a safeguard to protect himself in case of an unexpected situation. He prepared to confront Huang Hongzhong with strength. Even if Huang Hongzhong was at the 10th level of the Moon Sky Realm, he didn't care. Huang Hongzhong stepped closer, and Lu Chen's expression remained calm as water, his whole body entering a special state. Just as Huang Hongzhong approached within 3 zhang of Lu Chen, he suddenly stopped. Why do I feel like you might pose a threat to me? Huang Hongzhong's expression was serious, and the next moment, he no longer held back, drawing his immortal sword and summoning his magical treasure. Lu Chen did not respond, silently watching Huang Hongzhong and his magical treasure, while also keeping an eye on the surrounding longevity springs. The other longevity springs had quickly retreated to the back of the flying boat, looking at Lu Chen, who shared the same identity as them but was now acting extremely calm, and they were all astonished. I'll give you one more chance to take out all the treasures on you. Huang Hongzhong stared at Lu Chen, the aura of the 10th level of the Moon Sky Realm emanating intimidatingly. Lu Chen still did not answer. You refused to drink the wine offered and instead drink the punishment wine. Huang Hongzhong stopped wasting words, instantly accelerating and charging towards Lu Chen like a sneak attack. Just as Huang Hongzhong entered within 3 zhang, Lu Chen waved his right hand, sending out several formations, and a formation light screen instantly enveloped the two. A flash in his hand revealed an immortal sword, and with his 5th grade body technique operating at its peak, his figure vanished from the spot, as if blending into the void, already closing in on Huang Hongzhong, unleashing a 6th grade top-tier sword technique. The entire set of movements flowed smoothly like a stream, as if rehearsed for many years. Huang Hongzhong finally saw Lu Chen's true strength. He was actually at the 2nd level of the Moonlight Realm. Moreover, his body technique, swordsmanship, and formation skills were all top-tier. Impossible! Huang Hongzhong exclaimed in shock. Not only Huang Hongzhong, but a group of Shochuan who had retreated to the back of the flying boat were also dumbfounded, as if they had witnessed a terrifying scene. Lu Chen, who was also one of them, was so powerful. They had all carefully watched the battle between Jin Yangfu and Huang Xuanyu, but at this moment, they felt that Lu Chen's displayed strength was even more terrifying than Jin Yangfu's. Huang Hongzhong was caught off guard, especially by Lu Chen's extreme body technique, which left him no time to deploy protective measures before he felt the overwhelming swordsmanship enveloping him. Boom! The flying boat came to a halt in an instant, and Huang Hongzhong's figure flew out from it. After knocking Huang Hongzhong unconscious with a full-force strike, Lu Chen quickly caught up and trapped him in a storage golden pearl. He snatched Huang Hongzhong's storage ring and looked at the various treasures inside, his eyes shimmering with a faint light. This was an unexpected windfall. However, if it weren't for Huang Hongzhong discovering him, he would have preferred to leave the Huang family quietly. Now that he had acted this way, he feared he could no longer appear in Panlong City with his true identity. The Huang family would definitely hunt him down. Unless he wiped out all the Shouchuan who had witnessed this scene. The Shouchuan felt as if they were being stared at by a ferocious beast when Lu Chen looked at them, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. So strong. He defeated Huang Hongzhong with a single blow. Was this really a mortal who had ascended with them? Lu Chen took out the pills from Huang Hongzhong's storage ring, waved his hand, and threw them in front of the group of Shouchuan. This pill is an antidote to the poison in your bodies. If you take it, you can leave Panlong City. Of course, you can also return to the Huang family, but as you have seen earlier, the young master of the Huang family is unpredictable, and the outcome of returning could very well be death. Lu Chen decided to spare these Shouchuan, as they were also mortals. There was no need for slaughter. He could just wear a mask when he traveled in the future. The Shouchuan were astonished, then overjoyed. Thank you, senior. The plain-looking man who had previously exchanged for a top-tier immortal-grade treasure from the Shouhuan Tower was the first to react, cupping his hands in gratitude. Farewell. Lu Chen took a deep breath, nodded slightly for a moment, and quickly flew away into the distance. The Shouchuan watched Lu Chen leave, then quickly swallowed the pills. This pill was indeed the antidote to the poison in their bodies. Everyone, we part ways here. The plain-looking man looked at the other Shouchuan and cupped his hands in farewell. The group of Shouchuan nodded in agreement, cupping their hands in return. From this moment on, they were independent cultivators. Before the plain-looking man left, he looked in the direction Lu Chen had gone, a determined look flashing in his eyes, then flew towards the outskirts of Panlong City. After Lu Chen distanced himself from the battlefield, he put on his mask and decisively summoned the top-tier immortal-grade flying boat he had just exchanged for. The flying boat had successfully recognized its master, and inside it, he had absolute self-protection capabilities, so he directly released Huang Hongzhong. The flying boat docked on a mountaintop, floating in the void. Lu Chen counted the treasures he had just obtained, and a smile involuntarily appeared on his face. These immortal-grade treasures are worth quite a bit of immortal stones if sold. At that moment, he noticed Huang Hongzhong slowly waking up. After waking up, Huang Hongzhong first clutched his chest, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, and then was astonished to find himself inside a top-tier immortal-grade flying boat. This. Lu Chen looked at the stunned Huang Hongzhong and calmly said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you directly?" Huang Hongzhong looked at the masked Lu Chen, his throat quickly rolling. "You? Who exactly are you?" Lu Chen discovered that the top-tier immortal-grade flying boat had the ability to block external sight, so he was not afraid to take off his mask and reveal his true face. The reason he didn't directly kill Huang Hongzhong was mainly to see if he could extract more information about the Huang family from him. Even if he were hunted by the Huang family in the future, possessing some of their secret intelligence would allow him to better cope with their pursuit. Upon seeing Lu Chen's appearance, Huang Hongzhong was once again astonished. "The treasure on you. It's actually a 6th-grade immortal flying boat." "No, wait. You are clearly in the Moonlight Realm. How could you have exchanged for such a treasure?" Huang Hongzhong couldn't make sense of it, and the more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a killing intent emanating from him. "You shouldn't be questioning my existence right now. Instead, you should convince me why I shouldn't kill you immediately." Feeling the killing intent, Huang Hongzhong tensed up. "You say you want to know what? I'll tell you everything." Lu Chen revealed a faint smile. "You're quite clever. Tell me what you know about the Huang family, and if I am satisfied, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you are of no use to me." Huang Hongzhong's eyes darted left and right, then he gritted his teeth and said, "I know many secrets of the Huang family. If you promise to let me go, I will tell you everything. Are you negotiating with me? What a pity, you've made me lose my patience." A flash of light appeared in Lu Chen's hand, revealing an immortal sword. Huang Hongzhong was alarmed. I will tell you. I will say everything." Huang Hongzhong divulged all the information he knew about the Huang family, but he noticed that Lu Chen still held the immortal sword. "I have told you everything I know. Please spare my life." Lu Chen frowned slightly, lost in thought, seemingly not hearing Huang Hongzhong's pleas. The Huang family is indeed not simple. The relationship between the Huang family and the city lord's mansion was quite delicate. Many years ago, the Huang family had the strength to threaten the city lord's mansion, but after a certain incident, the strongest member of the Huang family, Elder Huang, and the old city lord both perished, leading to the current delicate situation. The Huang family had long been under the city lord's mansion, but now, it seemed the Huang family was plotting something significant. What exactly it was, Huang Hongzhong did not know for the time being. Huang Hongzhong also revealed the situations of the two most important people in the Huang family. The head of the Huang family, Huang Zhentian, and his son, Huang Xuanyu, each had insurmountable inner demons. Huang Zhentian's wife and eldest son were killed many years ago, and he had been investigating the murderer for years. The death of his wife and son left him with an unresolved knot in his heart. Yet, even so, Huang Zhentian was an extremely formidable person. In Huang Hongzhong's words, this man was deep-minded, and no one could fathom his true intentions. A terrifying figure. As for Huang Xuanyu, he had lived in the shadow of his elder brother since childhood. Even though his elder brother had passed away, both he and Huang Zhentian felt that he could not compare to his elder brother. Huang Xuanyu had worked hard for many years, striving to achieve various accomplishments, all to gain his father's recognition, but tonight, all those efforts turned to dust. You seem to know quite a bit about those two, Lu Chen said lightly. Upon hearing this, Huang Hongzhong seemed to make a significant decision, gritting his teeth and saying, "To be honest, I have been lurking in the Huang family for many years, with the aim of seeking revenge. I am not someone who fears death, I just haven't succeeded in avenging myself yet. I am unwilling." Lu Chen was slightly surprised. Go into detail. I was originally a mere mortal in the realm of longevity, and through my own efforts, I joined the Huang family. I have friends and family in the mortal realm, and they all indirectly died at the hands of the Huang family. Especially my wife, who ascended with me, became a longevity essence, but failed to enter the moonlight realm and died in the third layer of the starshine realm. Huang Hongzhong's face twisted with rage, gritting his teeth. I hate the Huang family. I hate Huang Xuanyu. But I know that to seek revenge, I must endure humiliation and bear the burden. Everything I have done in the Huang family over the years has been to find the opportunity to eliminate Huang Xuanyu. However, no matter how hard I try, his talent is too great, and his strength is too strong. I climb step by step, just to one day enter the upper echelons of the Huang family and find other means to kill that brat. Lu Chen stared at Huang Hongzhong, genuinely surprised by his heartfelt confession. He knew that Huang Hongzhong had previously been a member of the Shochuan, but he never expected this guy to have such a side. Was everything just to find an opportunity to kill Huang Xuanyu? Do you think I would believe you? Lu Chen naturally wouldn't easily trust Huang Hongzhong. Huang Hongzhong gritted his teeth and said, "Every word I say is true. But you have also killed quite a few Shochuan who ascended from the mortal realm," Lu Chen replied calmly. Huang Hongzhong sighed, "These are necessary sacrifices." Lu Chen pondered for a moment and still said calmly, "If I let you go, I won't be able to sleep." From the moment he displayed the 6th grade immortal flying boat, he had no intention of letting Huang Hongzhong go. Huang Hongzhong clenched his fists, but ultimately deflated. It seemed he could not escape death. However, his great revenge remained unavenged. "Of course, I will keep my word. I will spare your life," Lu Chen said. "You will waste your cultivation, and I will let you live out your remaining years in peace. If one day Huang Xuanyu is to die, I will fulfill your last wish and let you witness his tragic end." Huang Hongzhong smiled bitterly. After wasting his cultivation, he would only have 1,000 years left to live, unable to break through to the Tianyan realm, which was no different from death. After all, how could Huang Xuanyu die within 1,000 years? But then bang! Huang Hongzhong gritted his teeth and struck his chest with his palm, the next moment spitting out a mouthful of fervent blood. "I hope one day I can see him die." Lu Chen watched as the aura of Huang Hongzhong's cultivation rapidly dissipated, confirming that what he said was not false. He was indeed a character. Lu Chen then stored Huang Hongzhong in a treasure storage golden pearl, allowing him to reside within, thus fulfilling his promise. Alright, the first goal is complete, to break free from the Huang family's constraints and gain the power to protect myself. However, this has also triggered a series of incidents, and I may be hunted by the Huang family in the future. I need to start planning my next target. His next goal was still similar. That was to continue accumulating more lifespan and obtaining more treasures. Now that he had a foundation for self-protection, it was no longer difficult for him to gain more lifespan. Whether through burning high-grade immortal medicines or exterminating immortal beasts, both were good options. He could still purchase immortal medicines to burn and extend his lifespan. Selling this batch of 4th grade immortal treasures will be enough for me to accumulate a good amount of lifespan. But once I have enough lifespan, going to the lifespan exchange tower will also be a problem. He had already broken away from the Huang family, so it was impossible for him to let the Huang family take him into the lifespan exchange tower. And he didn't want to join other families either, as joining would also lead to constraints. The lifespan exchange tower outside the city was controlled by the city lord, so his best option was to have the city lord directly grant him passage. Ideally, he could go to the lifespan exchange tower without any qualifications, coming and going as he pleased. With just a bit of lifespan, he could directly visit the lifespan exchange tower. 1 treasure a day, such a life was simply wonderful to think about. The city lord's daughter is now a senior sister to Jin Yangfu. I can plan from this point. Lu Chen quickly smiled, thinking of an effective solution. With his current self-protection ability, he could meet the city lord wearing a mask without any worries. Therefore, he planned to have Jin Yangfu take him to meet the city lord tomorrow, to negotiate with the city lord. Since it's a negotiation, it naturally involves bargaining chips. Lu Chen drove the 6th grade immortal flying boat in one direction. He took out a communication jade slip to contact He Jingming, the president of the treasure gathering pavilion. He would meet him soon. He didn't want to delay the matters he promised He Jingming for too long, so he would fulfill them tonight. He Jingming had just left the city lord's mansion and returned to the treasure gathering pavilion. At this moment, Gong Chu and Lu Bude were beside him, and the three were drinking tea together. Suddenly receiving Lu Chen's message, and knowing he was coming to sell them treasures, He Jingming fell into contemplation. If I'm not mistaken, this person is also at the city lord's mansion tonight. Could it really be an elder from some family? Gong Chua's expression remained unchanged, but there was a flicker of unusual light in his eyes. He Jingming said, I always feel it's not like that. The impression he gives me doesn't seem like that of a simple elder. Could he be the head of another family? Lu Bude asked. He Jingming shook his head and smiled. At first, I actually suspected he might be Elder Song Yuanming from the Xianjian sect. After all, only Song Yuanming would be worthy of the mystery he displays. But that guess must be wrong. Alright, let's go out and greet him. He Jingming stood up. Since the other party was selling them 2 pieces of 5th grade immortal treasures, they naturally had to welcome him in person. The 3 of them appeared in front of the entrance of the gathering treasure pavilion. At this moment, the night was deep, but the entrance of the gathering treasure pavilion was still bustling with people coming and going. A group of people, seeing the 2 major presidents waiting at the entrance, couldn't help but stop and whisper to each other in surprise. Who on earth could make the 2 major presidents wait at the door? Just as everyone speculated it might be the city lord, the next moment, they witnessed a shocking scene. A giant ship flew swiftly from the horizon, like a shooting star, dazzling and colorful. The 3 of them, who had been calmly waiting just a moment ago, were all taken aback at this sight. A 6th grade immortal class flying ship? He Jingming and the others exchanged glances, and they could see the surprise in each other's expressions. This friend, every time they met, could always refresh their views of him. A 6th grade immortal class flying ship, even at the headquarters of the gathering treasure pavilion, He Jingming had seen very few. To possess such a treasure, a Holy Spirit realm expert would have to exhaust their lifespan and exchange multiple times to possibly obtain it. Not to mention the probability involved in the exchanges. And in the small Panlong city, someone actually owned a treasure of this level. It could be clearly determined that this person was definitely not from Panlong city, and their specific cultivation level was also unknown. It seemed not as simple as the Xianguang realm. Lu Chen maneuvered the flying ship to land in the square in front of the gathering treasure pavilion, a grand display that drew everyone's attention. After retracting the flying ship, Lu Chen smiled and walked towards He Jingming and the others. Thank you for waiting, my friends. He Jingming and the others stepped forward, and He Jingming smiled. We haven't waited long, you arrived just as we reached the door. The surrounding crowd finally understood who He Jingming and the others were waiting for. No wonder the 2 major presidents were waiting at the entrance. Such a grand arrival, could he really be from Panlong City? Lu Chen followed He Jingming and the others into the VIP reception room. He did not rush to take out all the treasures but instead engaged in pleasantries with He Jingming. Thank you for your help earlier. He Jingming smiled. It was a small matter, and besides, my young friend Jin Yangfu was now a disciple of the Xianjian sect elder. Even if I didn't step in, he wouldn't have any issues. Gong Chua suddenly interjected, were you at the city lord's mansion earlier? Why didn't we see you? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and made up a story. It's normal that you didn't notice me, as I was hiding in the sky. The 3 exchanged glances and surprisingly believed his words. With Lu Chen's mystery, perhaps there really was a treasure that could allow him to hide at high altitudes, undetectable. If that were the case, this treasure was likely above 7th grade. It made sense, owning a 6th grade immortal class flying ship, possessing a 7th grade treasure should be normal. Alright, let's talk business. My friend, take a look at these treasures and see how much they are worth. Lu Chen took out all the treasures he obtained from Huang Hongzhong, leaving only a 4th grade immortal class jade pendant for future use. This item had some utility. It could help him quickly locate treasures when he went out to explore secret realms or abandoned caves. He Jingming took the storage ring, examined it for a moment, and couldn't help but change his expression, looking at Lu Chen in confusion. Weren't they supposed to be selling 2 pieces of 5th grade treasures? Even if they were 2 pieces of 5th grade immortal class treasures, they would be worth around 1,000,000 immortal stones. Now, although these treasures are all of the 4th rank, their total price is at least 2,000,000 immortal stones. This deal is also the largest they have ever made with Lu Chen. Fellow Daoist, how is the assessment going? Lu Chen roughly calculated that among these 4th rank treasures, there are both upper and lower grades, averaging out to about the middle of the 4th rank. So altogether, it tops out at 2,000,000 immortal stones. He Jingming took a deep breath and smiled. If you are willing to sell us everything, I can offer 2,000,000 immortal stones. Lu Bude and Gong Chua did not know exactly what was in the storage ring, but upon hearing this price, their expressions were filled with surprise. Lu Chen smiled and said, "This price is not bad. Also, could you help me assess this item again? How many immortal stones can it sell for?" Lu Chen took out the Linglong Tower that he had obtained not long ago. He had promised He Jingming that he would sell 2 5th-rank treasures, but now selling 4th-rank treasures felt somewhat like not fulfilling his promise. So, he decided to sell 1 5th-rank treasure. He had studied the Linglong Tower carefully. It was of little use to him. It was only used to check on cultivation issues. He had already used it before and found that his cultivation foundation was extremely solid, with no problems at all. This meant that the treasure was of no use to him. It would be better to sell it directly, exchange it for immortal stones, and then purchase immortal medicines to extend his lifespan. Then he could go to the Longevity Exchange Tower and exchange it for another useful treasure. This is a 5th-rank medium-grade magic treasure? He Jingming took the Linglong Tower and studied it for a moment, quickly becoming serious and looking at Lu Chen in shock. Fellow Daoist, are you sure you want to sell this treasure? It was the first time Lu Chen had seen such obvious shock on He Jingming's face, and he was somewhat surprised. It was no wonder He Jingming reacted this way. In his eyes, this treasure was worth more than that 6th-rank top-grade flying boat. This treasure was too precious. He found it hard to make an offer. When he worked at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he had encountered a similar magic treasure, and it was during an auction. Major forces, especially some sects, were fighting crazily for that treasure. Such treasures that are beneficial for cultivating disciples are extremely rare and precious. That one magic treasure was 4th rank but fetched a price equivalent to a 7th rank upper grade treasure. The reason was simple. Which sect with a large number of disciples wouldn't want such a treasure? All forces that cultivate disciples understand how important fresh blood is to their strength. The better the disciples' talents and the more solid their foundations, the stronger the force will become in the future. The appearance of such treasures is truly rare in 10,000 years. Lu Chen calmly nodded. You can make an offer. He actually knew that the Linglong Tower was not simple, but it was of no use to him, and it was only a 5th-rank upper-grade treasure, so he didn't care much. He was confident in breaking through to the Xinguang realm steadily, and he also had this confidence in Jinyangfu. He Jingming smiled wryly. I find it hard to estimate. How about I send this item to the headquarters and let them give you a reasonable price? The surroundings fell silent. Gong Chua and Lu Bude were both curious about what kind of treasure this was that could elicit such a reaction from He Jingming. Seeing the expressions of Gong Chua and Lu Bude, He Jingming then handed the Linglong Tower to Lu Bude and Gong Chua for them to take a look. As soon as they saw it, they were instantly unable to remain calm, their eyes widening in shock as they looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Was it this troublesome? I lack immortal stones in the short term, so you can just give me a price, and if I'm satisfied, that will be fine. Lu Chen didn't want to wait too long, and in such situations, there was no guarantee, only the immortal stones he received would count as being in his pocket. How about this? If you trust me, I can first give you 5,000,000 immortal stones, and I will also have someone send this treasure to the headquarters to auction it off. Any extra immortal stones will be given to you the next time you come. How does that sound? He Jingming increasingly recognized the necessity of building a good relationship with Lu Chen, so this time he wasn't focused on how to profit. After helping Lu Chen secure more benefits, he believed Lu Chen would be more willing to cooperate with him in the future. This is the long-term vision that a businessman must possess. When Lu Chen heard about the 5,000,000 immortal stones, he was momentarily stunned but then decisively nodded. Goodness, is it really that valuable? Moreover, it seemed the value was not just 5 million immortal stones. Great! Budi, go prepare 7 million immortal stones for my friend. A brilliant smile appeared on He Jingming's face. Lu Bu quickly nodded and stood up, his heart racing. This was the first time he had witnessed such a large transaction. Lu Chen, however, smiled and said, "No rush, I still need to make a deal with Taoist Gong. After all, Taoist Gong has also helped me." Gong Chua's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes suddenly brightened. "Are you still looking to purchase immortal medicine?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded. 5 million immortal stones, all to buy different types of immortal medicine. What are the highest grade immortal medicines your guild has? Gong Chua swallowed hard. He Jingming and Lu Bu also blinked in disbelief. You just earned these immortal stones, and you're about to spend them all? So extravagant. Gong Chua said, "Given our relationship, I can sell you 3 stocks of 7th grade immortal medicine for this amount of immortal stones, but we can only temporarily request them from the headquarters, which may take some time. As for 6th grade immortal medicine, since you mentioned it last time, we have already prepared 10 stocks in advance. Each stock of 6th grade immortal medicine costs about 200,000 immortal stones, and Lu Chen's 5 million immortal stones would be enough to buy 25 stocks, but they only had 10 stocks available. If you need them urgently, I can supply you with 10 stocks of 6th grade immortal medicine, plus 60 stocks of 5th grade immortal medicine. Besides that, we only have some 3rd and 4th grade immortal medicine left." Gong Chua wanted to pocket the 5 million immortal stones, but their guild's strength was limited. After all, it was just a branch in a small city. Requesting immortal medicine from the headquarters would also take considerable time, especially for higher grade medicines, which required various applications. Lu Chen generously said, "That's fine, lower grade immortal medicine is also acceptable. The most important thing is to spend these 5 million immortal stones. If there were no high grade immortal medicine, then he would supplement with lower grade ones, and he could destroy them slowly. Of course, if there were high grade medicines, he would naturally choose them first, as they contain more vitality, and he only needed to destroy one to gain lifespan more quickly." Gong Chua and the others felt something strange. Why did it seem like Lu Chen was allergic to immortal stones, eager to spend them as soon as possible? By the way, do you have any higher grade immortal fire? It would be best if it could quickly refine 6th grade immortal medicine. He still felt that using formations to destroy the immortal medicine was too slow. If he had this level of immortal fire, it would save him time and effort. 5th grade immortal fire can refine 6th grade immortal medicine, but our guild currently doesn't have that level of immortal fire. However, if you need it, I can gift you this group of immortal fire. Gong Chua then took out a container with immortal fire from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at Gong Chua in confusion. "Are you sure?" Seeing Gong Chua still expressionless but with a determined gaze, he quickly smiled and said, "All right, thank you very much." How could he refuse such a freebie? With this level of immortal fire, the speed at which he could destroy the immortal medicine and gain lifespan would greatly increase. Perhaps after a busy night, he could destroy all the immortal medicine and gain a substantial amount of lifespan. Receiving such a large quantity of immortal medicine this time, the lifespan he would gain would be on a scale he had never experienced before. You don't need to be polite. If you need to purchase immortal medicine again next time, feel free to find me. Gong Chua didn't care about a group of immortal fire. After all, it was only worth a few 100,000 immortal stones. If Lu Chen continued to buy immortal medicine from him in the future, he could quickly earn it back. Lu Chen could sense the sincerity conveyed by He Jingming and Gong Chua, and he smiled and nodded. The friend from the palace can request enough high-grade elixirs from your headquarters in advance, preferably 7th grade elixirs, but 6th grade elixirs can also be increased appropriately. He would soon have enough lifespan for the next batch, and after negotiating with the city lord, he would gain the opportunity to freely visit the lifespan exchange tower and acquire a large number of treasures. With enough celestial stones, he could purchase high-grade elixirs again. The time span was not long, perhaps within a month, he could collaborate with the two again. "Sure. I will report to the headquarters tonight and try to store more high-grade elixirs," Gong Chua said. After finalizing the collaboration, Gong Chua and the others began preparing items for Lu Chen. Soon after, Huang Zixing brought more elixirs. When Huang Zixing saw Lu Chen again, he felt an urge to kneel. The quantity of elixirs in this transaction exceeded his understanding. He had almost brought all the elixirs from the guild. Lu Chen exchanged pleasantries with a few people, and then, with nothing more to say, he prepared to find a place to destroy and refine the elixirs to store lifespan. "Gentlemen, I have other matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." "All right, we will see you off." The three politely bid farewell to Lu Chen, watching as he summoned a 6th grade flying boat and departed, all letting out a sigh of relief. "Old Gong, I have a feeling that this friend will soon allow me to return to the headquarters." He Jingming's face was filled with a triumphant smile. He had been transferred here due to a mistake and was originally supposed to stay for tens of thousands of years, but if he achieved results and brought benefits to the guild, he could be quickly transferred back. Now that he had met Lu Chen, he saw hope. Gong Chuha nodded. He might just be your benefactor. It's truly rare to facilitate such a transaction amount in such a remote branch. Unlike He Jingming, he was not forced to transfer to the Panlong City branch, he had come voluntarily to serve there because of He Jingming. But even here, in terms of today's transaction volume, it was among the few large transactions he had facilitated in his life. At that moment, He Jingming patted Lu Bu's shoulder and laughed heartily. You are the first to discover him. If I return to the headquarters, you will at least be the president here. If you are willing to come back with me, I can also promote you. Thank you for your appreciation, President. Lu Bu nearly knelt before He Jingming upon hearing this. What an honor! You too. Gong Chuha then glanced at Huang Zixing. Huang Zixing's expression was not much different from Lu Bu's. Lu Chen left the treasure-gathering pavilion, piloting the flying boat out of Panlong City, arriving at a remote and deserted mountaintop outside the city, allowing the flying boat to hover in the air. Inside the flying boat, he felt very safe, so he would treat the flying boat as his home from now on. Cultivating and refining elixirs inside the flying boat was much more appropriate than randomly finding a cave. Let's begin. Lu Chen took out all the elixirs and summoned the celestial fire. As the 6th grade celestial fire emerged, he felt a scorching heat enveloping him, and he quickly activated the formation to isolate the heat. Truly domineering. With my current strength, I can't refine such celestial fire. However, it could be used to destroy the elixirs without needing to refine them. Thus, he let the celestial fire float in the air and tossed the elixirs into it. He first threw in a 6th grade elixir. As the 6th grade elixir entered the celestial fire, it was instantly engulfed, and after about 10 breaths, the elixir was reduced to ashes. In the next moment, a mysterious power surged into his body. Lifespan increased by 200,000 years. His eyes brightened as he continued to throw the remaining 6th grade elixirs into the celestial fire until all were burned to ashes, all transformed into his lifespan. The medicinal power of the 10 6th grade elixirs lingered around the celestial fire. He couldn't refine this medicinal power, but he felt it would be a waste to disperse it directly. After pondering for a moment, he took out a storage ring and drew all the medicinal power into it. Perhaps it would be useful later. Then, he tossed in a 5th grade elixir, which was instantly reduced to ash before the 6th grade celestial fire. He found that throwing in one herb at a time was too slow, so he tried throwing in multiple herbs together. Throwing in 2 or 3 herbs at once was fine, but when he threw in 4, he unexpectedly discovered a problem. When multiple celestial herbs were burned together, the mysterious energy that surged into his body would cause a slight decrease in his lifespan. Throwing in 4 herbs together would likely result in the loss of the opportunity for one of the herbs. Spiritual herbs wouldn't have this issue, only celestial herbs would. This is truly the first time I've encountered this. It seemed he couldn't save much time after all. It's fine, I haven't wasted much time anyway. Lu Chen calmed himself and maintained the 3 herbs in the celestial fire. After a night of silence, by the next morning, he had burned all the celestial herbs to ashes. His lifespan had also been stored up to 5 million years. This was a magnitude he had never stored before. This meant that if he went to the Lifespan Exchange Tower again, he could at least obtain 5 pieces of top-grade celestial 6th-tier treasures. Great! It's time to negotiate with the city lord. He piloted his flying boat back to Panlong City, heading to the agreed meeting place with Jin Yangfu. However, when he arrived, he found that in the sky at the agreed location, Jin Yangfu was there, but he was accompanied by a woman. It was none other than the city lord's daughter, Morong Yingxue. Why did you bring her along? Lu Chen was somewhat surprised, but it was fine. He intended to meet the city lord, so there was nothing wrong with seeing Morong Yingxue. It was just that Morong Yingxue would recognize him as the person who explored the abandoned cave with her that day. Fortunately, I stopped Morong Yingxue in time that day, or things could have turned out differently. Lu Chen urged the flying boat to move quickly forward. As the boat approached, Lu Chen looked at Jin Yangfu and the woman in the sky, and a possibility suddenly arose in his mind. Jin Yangfu always met him in remote places on the ground, but now he was conspicuously standing in the air with Morong Yingxue, likely reminding him that there was someone beside him, and he couldn't escape it, so whether to meet or not was entirely up to him. This kid has indeed become much shrewder since arriving in the celestial realm. Lu Chen smiled faintly. The celestial 6th-tier supreme flying boat quickly flew closer to Jin Yangfu and the woman. When they saw the celestial 6th-tier supreme flying boat from afar, their expressions changed dramatically, as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Jin Yongfu had not seen much of the world, but that didn't prevent him from understanding some situations in Panlong City. When did such a high-level flying boat appear in Panlong City, and why was it flying toward them? Morong Inshua's cool and beautiful face flashed with astonishment. She understood even better the significance of the celestial 6th-tier supreme flying boat appearing in Panlong City. The highest-level flying boat in their city lord's mansion was only celestial 5th tier. Could it be that this was someone from another major city? But this flying boat seemed to be heading straight for them, and indeed, it had now stopped not far from them. Lu Chen stopped the flying boat, revealing his figure, standing at the bow, and looked at Jin Yongfu, saying, "Jin Yongfu, come over." Jin Yongfu, seeing his good brother standing on such a treasure, was stunned for a moment, then his face filled with joy as he hurried over. "Good heavens! This is really something. Brother, where did you get such a thing?" Morong Yingshua's expression froze upon seeing Lu Chen, as if time had stopped at that moment, filled only with confusion and disbelief. The person Jin Yongfu was waiting for was actually him. He was the one who had explored the abandoned cave with her that day. But wasn't he at the Moonlight Realm level? How could he possess such a high-level flying boat? Watching Jin Yongfu fly over, she quickly followed, but soon, Jin Yongfu entered the flying boat, and at that moment, a barrier formation suddenly rose up, blocking her from advancing, forcing her to remain in the air, frowning tightly. She had followed Jin Yongfu to protect him, fearing he might encounter unforeseen dangers alone. "Senior sister, wait outside for a moment. There's no need to worry, I will have a private chat with this senior." Jin Yongfu entered the flying boat and glanced back at Morong Inshue, then disappeared from her sight along with Lu Chen. Inside the flying boat, Lu Chen activated the formation to block external sight and sound, turned to Jin Yongfu, and said, "First, the secret signal. Don't move around here." Jin Yongfu replied with a smile, "Are you going to buy me some oranges?" Seeing the signal was correct, Lu Chen smiled and took off his mask. "Very good, as long as you're fine." Jin Yongfu laughed, "Of course I'm fine. Recently, I've been quite lucky and even became a direct disciple of an elder from the Xianjian sect." Lu Chen nodded with a smile, looking at Jin Yongfu. "How did she come along?" Jin Yongfu sighed. She said Huang Xuanyu is stingy and fears I might encounter danger if I go out alone, so she insists on following me everywhere. I can't shake her off. "And Go, you wearing a mask, are you unaffected?" "No problem, I've already met her and exchanged some words. We'll meet sooner or later." Lu Chen casually shook his head, then instructed Jin Yongfu on how to deal with Morong Inshue. When doing anything, one must consider the bigger picture. Since he was going to meet the city lord and his daughter, he needed to create an image of a powerful figure first to have enough leverage in negotiations. "When you go out later, secretly introduce me as your mentor, the one who has been nurturing you, and say my cultivation is at least at the Xin Guang level." Jin Yongfu noticed Lu Chen's serious expression and listened intently, fully memorizing it before nodding. "Okay, I know what to do." After giving instructions to Jin Yongfu, Lu Chen patted his shoulder and asked, "When are you heading to the Xianjian sect?" He didn't plan to leave Panlong City in the short term, so he wouldn't directly follow Jin Yongfu. The two brothers would be apart for a while. Jin Yongfu replied, "Last night, my master said there was an urgent matter, and we should go in half a year, so I will stay at the city lord's mansion for this half year." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. "That's perfect." Jin Yongfu realized something and asked, "Ngu, do you have any plans that require getting close to the city lord's mansion?" "Oh, you little rascal, you understand me so well?" Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Jin Yongfu grinned, "After so many years with you, I can guess a few things. I need to negotiate with the city lord to obtain the permission to enter and exit the Shouhuan secret realm at will," Lu Chen stated frankly, revealing his goal. "Enter and exit the Shouhuan secret realm at will?" Jin Yongfu glanced at the flying boat, swallowed hard, and thought of a possibility. This wouldn't be a treasure exchanged from the Shouhuan Tower, would it? Since you will be staying in the city lord's mansion for a year, I don't need to rush to negotiate with the city lord. I plan to take it step by step. Lu Chen changed his plan. He felt it would be better to get familiar with the city lord first and then slowly negotiate for the permission to enter the Shouhuan Tower. This way, he could save a lot of costs. Once they were familiar, it might even take just a word for the city lord to agree to his request. "Alright, Ngu, if you need me to do anything, just let me know." Jin Yongfu enjoyed the feeling of cooperating with Lu Chen and said with a smile, "Just do as I said later, and I will follow you to the city lord's mansion." Morong Inshue stood outside the flying boat for quite a while, and when she began to frown slightly, she saw Jin Yongfu flying out from inside the boat. Jin Yongfu, with a beaming smile, flew in front of Morong Inshue and said, "Senior sister, I have a request. I wonder if I should say it." Seeing that Lu Chen did not come out, Morong Inshue did not wait for Jin Yongfu to say what the request was and directly asked in a low voice, "Who is that person?" "The one you're waiting for?" Jin Yongfu nodded, "That's right. I believe senior's sister has heard of him. Before my talent was discovered, there was a senior who secretly nurtured me, and this is the very senior who trained me. Is it him? Morong Inshue squinted and asked, isn't he at the Yueshao level? Jin Yongfu replied seriously, how could this senior be at the Yueshao level? Why does senior's sister have this misconception? I have seen him make a move. He is at least at the Xianguang realm, most likely at the Suji realm, and he might even be stronger than my master. Morong Inshue was stunned. So powerful? But looking at the 6th grade immortal flying boat, she couldn't help but believe Jin Yongfu's words. Indeed, how could someone who possesses such a treasure be like them, only at the Moon Sky realm? This means that this person had hidden their strength to the Moon Sky realm that day? With this thought, she quickly confirmed it. Because at that time, she indeed had never seen this person make a serious move. This person had only fiddled with a formation and used a body technique. Moreover, that body technique was the same one that Jin Yongfu had demonstrated. It turned out that this person was secretly nurturing Jin Yongfu. Everything had a trace to follow. Suji realm, or even at the Lioli realm like my master? But why would such a strong person be in Panlong City? Just as Morong Inshue thought of this, Lu Chen flew out of the flying boat. Miss Morong, we meet again. Upon hearing this, Morong Inshue quickly cupped her hands. I have met the senior. Thank you once again for your kindness last time. It seemed that their mutual favor from the last exploration of the abandoned cave had not been cancelled. Even if she hadn't used her trump card to eliminate that immortal beast, it couldn't harm this person. And she had been poisoned by the immortal beast. Without this person's help, the consequences were unimaginable. Lu Chen smiled and said, Miss Morong, you flatter me, it was just a small effort, nothing to mention. Morong Inshue glanced at Jin Yongfu again and then bowed to Lu Chen, Senior, Inshue still needs to thank you for nurturing my junior brother. Lu Chen waved his hand and smiled slightly, this child has extraordinary talent, I just couldn't bear to see a pearl covered in dust. Now that he has joined your master's sect, he has found a home, and I feel at ease. Moreover, being able to befriend a genius is also a fortunate thing for me. After saying this, he pretended to be a senior expert and laughed heartily. Indeed, he looked quite the part. Morong Inshue smiled upon hearing this and did not speak further. At this moment, Jin Yongfu looked at Morong Inshue and said, Senior sister, since the senior has come to Panlong City and has nowhere to go, could we let him stay in the city lord's mansion? This is my request to you, senior sister. Morong Inshue was slightly surprised, then seemed to understand, smiling as she looked at Lu Chen, if the senior does not mind, we will certainly treat you as an esteemed guest at the city lord's mansion. Lu Chen was waiting for this sentence, but he still pretended to be shy and asked, I wonder if it is convenient for your father? If it is a bother, I will not impose. Morong Inshue smiled lightly, Senior need not worry, my father is always hospitable. If he knows you are coming, he will surely welcome you with open arms. She was very clear about her father's character. With such a senior approaching and being kind, he would even take the initiative to befriend him. Only then did Lu Chen smile and nod, then I will shamelessly intrude. Then will the senior return to the mansion with us? Morong Inshue asked. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and still felt it necessary for Morong Inshue to return and consult the city lord first before he went over. You all go back first, I still have some trivial matters to attend to and will visit later. After saying this, he cast a glance at Jin Yongfu. Earlier in the flying boat, he had conveniently given Jin Yongfu a sound transmission jade slip, and now this glance meant for Jin Yongfu to listen carefully to the conversation between the city lord and his daughter and then report back to him. Planning before acting would increase the chances of success. Jin Yongfu instantly understood and gave Lu Chen a knowing look. Alright, then I will take my leave first, Morong Inshue cupped her hands and said. Lu Chen watched the two leave, and then he did not wait idly in the air. He indeed had another matter to attend to. He put away the overly conspicuous 6th grade immortal flying boat, donned a mask, and entered the crowded market, inquiring about the Huang family's movements from last night until now. To his surprise, although the Huang family took action last night, it was not to hunt him down, but rather to capture Huang Hongzhong and a group of Xinghui realm Shochuan. It seems they still have some conscience, or perhaps they are just afraid of death. As no one returned to the Huang family, Lu Chen chuckled, but he still wouldn't reveal his true self. At least in Panlong City, he wouldn't easily take off his mask. Morong Inshue and Jin Yongfu flew back to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, Morong Inshue and Jin Yongfu had already returned to the city lord's mansion. As soon as Morong Inshue entered the mansion, she headed straight to the reception hall to find her father, Morong Qingming. Morong Qingming was entertaining guests. Father, Morong Inshue called softly from outside the door, but when she stepped into the hall, she suddenly stopped. To her shock, the guests her father was entertaining were none other than the father and son duo, Huang Zhentian and Huang Xuanyu, whom she was very reluctant to see. "You're back just in time. Come over and discuss your marriage," Morong Qingming called out lightly upon seeing his daughter enter. Morong Ningxue frowned slightly, her youthful face filled with resistance, but she also knew that no matter how unwilling she was, it was useless. This marriage contract had to be resolved sooner or later. She stepped forward, her gaze briefly sweeping over Huang Xuanyu, a flicker of displeasure in her eyes. They had already said they wanted to annul the contract. Why was he still clinging on? Huang Xuanyu's gaze was fixed on Morong Ningxue, the coldness from last night completely gone, replaced by a refined demeanor. As Morong Ningxue approached, he forced a smile that he thought was charming. However, when he saw Jin Yangfu behind her, his expression darkened a few shades. "Damn it! Why is this kid here too? Father, I've already said it. I don't want to get married." Standing beside Morong Qingming, Morong Ningxue reiterated her determination. Marriage is a serious matter, it cannot be treated lightly. Moreover, this is a marriage contract set by your grandfather, how can it be casually annulled? Quickly apologize to the two for your reckless behavior last night. Morong Qingming feigned anger and scolded. "In that case, then there's nothing more to discuss." Morong Ningxue stood up instantly and turned to leave. "You girl!" Morong Qingming saw his daughter disregard his face completely, feeling helpless but having no way to stop her. After all, she was his only precious daughter. He looked at Jin Yangfu and said, "Yangfu, stop your senior sister." Jin Yangfu's mouth twitched at this. "Aren't you making me cross paths with my senior sister?" Senior sister. Jin Yangfu was also in a difficult position, not daring to stop Morong Ningxue, but he called out softly. Hearing his voice, Morong Ningxue paused, not because of the marriage, but because she remembered an important matter she had yet to report to her father. "Father, the senior who is training my junior brother, Senior Jia, wants to spend more time with him and stay in our city lord's mansion for a few days. What do you think?" Morong Qingming was slightly surprised and turned his gaze to Jin Yangfu. "Did you just meet that Senior Jia?" Jin Yangfu nodded. "I just met Senior Jia a moment ago." Morong Qingming nodded directly. "In that case, I will arrange it properly later." He also wanted to see what kind of person this so-called Senior Jia was. Being able to discover Jin Yangfu's exceptional talent in advance must mean he has some remarkable qualities. If this person is reliable, he is worth befriending. "Morong, my brother, how should we decide on the marriage contract?" Huang Zhentian suddenly spoke calmly, bringing the topic back. "Naturally, we listen to our parents. My daughter is just still young and a bit rebellious," Morong Qingming said softly. Morong Ningxue glared at him, gritting her teeth. "Fine, then I will have no father like you." With that, she stormed out of the reception hall. "You child!" Morong Qingming wanted to use his cultivation to stop her but ultimately softened inside, sitting back down. "Brother Huang, it seems I have no way out." Huang Zhentian remained silent, his expression unchanged, calm and unruffled, making it difficult to discern his inner emotions. Huang Xuanyu secretly gritted his teeth, his fists unconsciously tightening, a flame igniting in his heart. "Uncle Morong, since Ningxue has made up her mind, let's put an end to this marriage contract." Upon hearing this, Morong Qingming looked at Huang Xuanyu with some surprise. It was indeed unexpected for this young man to say such words. Huang Zhentian turned to his son and asked in a deep voice, "Have you thought this through? I will make Ningxue willingly marry me, not out of obligation from a marriage contract. I have decided to join the Xianjian sect, and someone has already gone to the sect. It seems an elder has taken a liking to me." Huang Xuanyu replied. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Huang Zhentian's eyes, but he still squinted at Morong Qingming. "Ha, nephew has great ambition. When you establish yourself in the Xianjian sect in the future, I hope you will take good care of Ningxue," Morong Qingming said with a smile. This was the outcome he most wanted to see. If the marriage contract were to be dissolved by their city lord's mansion, it would surely anger the Huang family. With the current strength of the Huang family, a conflict between the two sides was not something he wished to see. Now that Huang Xuanyu had made this decision, it was the best result. At least the Huang family would harbor some resentment but would not dare to act openly. Huang Zhentian pondered for a moment and finally nodded in silence. Jin Yangfu watched this scene, clasped his hands in salute for a moment, and left the reception hall. He then found a secluded place to convey the news that the city lord had no objections to Lu Chen. After receiving the message, Lu Chen smiled and summoned a flying boat, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. Along the way, countless cultivators in the market of Panlong City witnessed the extraordinary flying boat of the 6th rank, all of them shocked. At this moment, Morong Qingming and Huang Zhentian had just finished their discussion and were about to see their guests off. The three of them stepped out of the reception hall, their gazes turned towards the sky. They saw a flying boat rushing towards the city lord's mansion. Morong Qingming hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized something, his heart filled with astonishment. the person cultivating Jin Yangfu actually has such strength. Huang Jintian narrowed his eyes and glanced at Morong Qingming, a hint of wariness rising in his heart. Damn! If this mysterious person allied with Morong Qingming, their Huang family would surely be pressed down again. When Morong Ningxue and Jin Yangfu sensed the arrival of the flying boat, they gathered with the others, waiting in silence. In less than 10 breaths, the 6th-rank flying boat had already hovered above the city lord's mansion. Then, a masked man floated out from the flying boat. The 6th-rank flying boat quickly shrank and was taken into the masked man's hand with a wave of his sleeve. Jin Yangfu and Morong Ningxue immediately soared into the air to welcome Lu Chen, leading him down to the city lord's mansion, right in front of Morong Qingming. I have heard my daughter speak of you, fellow Taoist, and I welcome your arrival, Morong Qingming said with a gentle smile, slightly cupping his hands in a humble yet respectful manner. After speaking, he discreetly observed Lu Chen but found that a mysterious power concealed the other's aura, making it difficult for him to discern Lu Chen's cultivation level. However, just based on that 6th-rank flying boat, one could infer that this person at least possessed the strength of the Xianguang realm, and it was very likely that he had reached the Void Tranquility realm, just like them. Lu Chen smiled and said, fellow Taoist Morong, I have long heard of your great name, and seeing you today, you are indeed extraordinary. I have come this time to stay at your esteemed mansion for a few days. I hope it is not too much trouble? Morong Qingming laughed heartily and waved his hand, saying, what are you saying, fellow Taoist? It is an honor for my mansion to host a distinguished guest like you. How could it be a bother? Stay as long as you wish, even a long-term stay is not a problem. Those who know me understand that I enjoy making friends. Then I shall impose, Lu Chen replied with a smile. At this moment, Huang Jintian, who had not spoken, revealed a slight smile and clasped his hands, asking, fellow Taoist, may I ask your name? Lu Chen turned to Huang Jintian and smiled slightly. My surname is Jia. I have long heard of the Huang family head's great name. So it is fellow Taoist Jia. A pleasure to meet you. Jia Dao's insight is indeed exceptional. This young friend Jin Yangfu is truly gifted and has an unlimited future. Huang Jintian took the opportunity to draw closer. Owning a top-tier flying vessel of the 6th rank in the immortal realm, he certainly wasn't from Panlong City and was likely from another city, with strength that might not be lower than his and Morong Qingming's. Haha, let's not stand here exchanging pleasantries. Please, Dao Yu, come inside, let's have some tea and chat, Morong Qingming warmly invited. Lu Chen nodded slightly and followed Morong Qingming into the reception hall. Clearly, these two powerful figures in the Void Tranquility realm had not discerned his true strength. This was also due to his extensive experience in such matters, coupled with the protection of treasures, which gave him confidence to appear calm and composed, thus deceiving the two. Everyone took their seats, and Jin Yangfu plopped down next to Lu Chen, while Morong Ningxue, for some reason, chose to sit on Lu Chen's other side, perhaps because this position was slightly farther from Huang Xuanyu. Jia Daoyu must be new to Panlong City. May I ask where you came from? Morong Qingming was the first to ask, the probing intent obvious. After all, allowing a powerful cultivator to stay in the city lord's mansion warranted a deeper understanding. Lu Chen was prepared and replied with a smile, I am merely a wandering cultivator, with no fixed abode, traveling the seas. I happened to pass through Panlong City and found the scenery here pleasant, so I decided to stay for a while. His understanding of the immortal realm was limited to Panlong City, and when asked such questions, his best approach was to be vague. A wandering cultivator? Then you truly are carefree, Morong Qingming remarked, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Huang Jintian pondered this as well. Powerful factions generally held a favorable view of capable wandering cultivators, as bringing them into their ranks could elevate their own strength. I see you possess a top-tier flying vessel of the 6th rank. Your strength should be in the Void Tranquility realm, right? Huang Jintian interjected again, smiling as he probed. Morong Qingming also wanted to know the answer, and since Huang Jintian had asked, he quietly watched Lu Chen, waiting for a response. Lu Chen seemed to have anticipated their inquiries about his cultivation, and with a relaxed smile, he said, not at all, I am merely at the Moonlight Realm. As for that flying vessel, to be honest, I found it. As soon as the words fell, the reception hall fell silent. Huang Jintian and Morong Qingming exchanged glances, both seeing deep surprise in each other's eyes. They truly did not expect to hear such an answer. Jin Yangfu was also taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to pretend to be a master so that the city lord and others wouldn't dare to have any thoughts? Why reveal his true cultivation? Only one person quickly reacted, and that was Morong Ningxue. Morong Qingming chuckled and teased, Dao Yu truly knows how to joke. How come we have not had such good fortune to find such a treasure? Lu Chen replied with a smile, my luck has always been quite good. Seeing this, Morong Qingming was momentarily at a loss for words. He had already asked what he needed to know. You must be tired, Dao Yu. I will have someone arrange a top-notch room for you immediately, how about that? Morong Qingming glanced at Huang Zhentian, sensing that he also wanted to get closer to this individual, so he didn't wish to prolong the conversation here. Then I trouble you, Dao Yu, Lu Chen said. Morong Qingming called for the housekeeper and asked Jin Yangfu to accompany him to catch up on old times. We still have matters to discuss, so we will find you later. Lu Chen nodded and left with the housekeeper. Morong Inxue also wanted to leave with him but was stopped by Morong Qingming, who asked her to stay. Once Lu Chen had left, Morong Qingming immediately asked, Inxue, how much do you know about this person? If he had known earlier that this person possessed a top-tier flying vessel of the 6th rank, he would have inquired more when his daughter mentioned him. Morong Inxue replied truthfully, I know very little, I have only met him twice. Morong Qingming asked again, do you know his cultivation level? He felt that the strength of the Moon Sky Realm was unlikely. When Lu Chen faced him and Huang Zhentian, his demeanor was too calm, as if he were facing peers. If he truly possessed the strength of the Moon Sky Realm, how could he dare to reveal a top-tier flying boat of the 6th rank in front of them? That would surely be seen as a gift from a treasure boy. Morong Inxue said, the first time I met him was when we were exploring an abandoned cave outside the city. The strength he displayed was indeed that of the Moon Sky Realm. Upon hearing this, both Morong Qingming and Huang Zhentian felt it was unbelievable. Could it really be the strength of the Moon Sky Realm? However, just now my junior brother told me that he has seen this senior use his cultivation, definitely above the Xinguang realm, possibly the Void Tranquility realm. My junior brother even said it might be the same as our master, possessing the strength of the Liuli realm. Morong Inxue added. Upon hearing this, Morong Qingming and Huang Zhentian finally felt relieved. It seems he intentionally concealed his strength. The Moon Sky realm is just a facade. As a loose cultivator wandering the world, one must indeed be cautious, Morong Qingming nodded. Huang Zhentian also agreed, firmly believing that this person could not be just a mere Moon Sky realm. If this person's strength were strong enough, the probability of an alliance with the City Lord's mansion would be small. Lu Chen was soon arranged to stay in a high-class guest room within the City Lord's mansion. He specifically chose to stay next to Jin Yangfu's room for easy contact. Then, Lu Chen suddenly took out several thousand immortal stones and handed them to the mansion's steward, sending the bewildered steward away while he set up various formations in the room. Why did you just say you have the strength of the Moon Sky realm? Didn't you say you wanted to pretend to be a strong person so they would treat you as a peer? Jin Yangfu asked his confusion when he saw no one around. Lu Chen smiled and said, you need to learn a bit. I only have the cultivation of the Moon Sky realm. If I want to stay in the City Lord's mansion for a long time, there will inevitably be times when I need to use my cultivation. But aren't you afraid they will really take you for someone of the Moon Sky realm, coveting the good things on you? Jin Yangfu was still somewhat puzzled. Do you think I had you tell Morong Inxue about my strength in advance for what purpose? Plus, I possess a top-tier flying boat of the 6th rank, and my demeanor is naturally carefree. With Morong Inxue's testimony, who would believe I am just a mere Moon Sky realm? They would only think my relationship with them is fairly ordinary and wouldn't want to speak the truth, Lu Chen said calmly, confident in his plan. Everything was under his control. After listening, Jin Yangfu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Lu Chen with admiration and exclaimed, this move is brilliant. Haha, how brilliant? Lu Chen asked with a smile. It must be this high. Jin Yangfu laughed and jumped up, gesturing. Then, the two exchanged smiles. In the reception hall, Morong Qingming saw that the marriage engagement matter had been settled, and he began to think about sending Huang Zhentian and his son away so he could talk to Lu Chen. Brother Huan, may I see you off? Morong Qingming asked with a smile. No need, Morong, just focus on your own business, Huang Zhentian said, knowing Morong Qingming's thoughts. After speaking, he stood up and walked slowly toward the door. Before leaving, Huang Xianyu looked at Morong Inxue, still with an elegant expression, and said gently, Inxue, when you go to the Immortal Sword Sect, don't forget to call me to join you. Upon learning that Huang Xianyu had actually agreed to the annulment of the engagement, Morong Inxue found him somewhat more pleasing to the eye and nodded with a smile. Okay. Huang Xianyu smiled in return, then cupped his hands in salute to Morong Qingming before turning to follow Huang Zhentian. Huang Zhentian had already stepped onto the flying boat waiting for them. After Huang Xianyu boarded, he controlled the flying boat to leave the City Lord's mansion and then stared directly at Huang Xianyu. Why did you take it upon yourself to agree to the annulment? Huang Xianyu was asked and calmly replied, continuing to entangle would only make her more disgusted. It's better to let go and retain some face. Moreover, my talent is extraordinary. In the future, as a direct disciple of the Immortal Sword Sect's elder, I will have the opportunity to interact with her again. Huang Jintian said coldly, last night you disregarded your face, and today you talk about face? Do you know that your rash decision has harmed the family's interests? If you do not agree to the annulment, Morong Qingming will owe my Huang family an explanation. In the future, regardless of any conflicts with the city lord's mansion, we can maneuver freely. If it were your brother. At this point, Huang Jintian suddenly stopped, looking at Huang Xuanyu, who was lowering his head but had a determined gaze. He sighed. Forget it. You handle your own matters. Huang Xuanyu clenched his fists and finally nodded. Even if he returned to that moment, he would still make the same decision. At least, at this moment, Morong Qingming's impression of him had indeed improved a bit. In the guest room of the city lord's mansion, Lu Chen and Jin Yangfu were still chatting casually. Jin Yangfu then took out a storage bag, grinning as he handed it to Lu Chen. Brother-in, here are these spirit stones, returning them to you. Lu Chen glanced at it and found there were actually 400,000 spirit stones inside. You didn't sell the spirit sword you got from Huang Xuanyu, did you? Jin Yangfu laughed. I sold it to the city lord, exchanged it for some spirit stones to use. Anyway, I can manage with an ordinary spirit sword. I felt quite embarrassed using your spirit stones all this time, and now I can finally return them to you. Keep it for yourself. I don't lack spirit stones. Lu Chen pushed the storage bag back. He wouldn't even bat an eye at such a small amount. Nowadays, his wealth, just in the loose spirit stones on him, was over 2 million. As for the spirit sword Jin Yangfu sold, let it be. If necessary, he could wait until he exchanged for a 6th grade top-tier spirit sword next time to give to Jin Yangfu. After all, the probability of such a level of spirit sword appearing was still there. Brother-in, between brothers, we should keep accounts clear. Although you have a 6th grade top-tier flying boat, I've heard that such a boat consumes quite a few spirit stones to operate, Jin Yangfu continued. Do I look like someone who lacks spirit stones? Lu Chen smirked, revealing another storage bag. Jin Yangfu took a look and was instantly stunned. 2 million spirit stones? Lu Chen laughed. I just spent 5 million spirit stones last night. A mere 40,000, keep it for yourself. If it's not enough, just tell me. Right now, you should focus on your breakthrough. In the future, you will be an indispensable combat force for me. All right. Jin Yangfu swallowed repeatedly, his smile a bit awkward. What concept was 5 million spirit stones? It could bury him thousands of times. At that moment, the warning formation set by Lu Chen indicated that Morong Qingming and his daughter were approaching. They're coming. Lu Chen put on his mask, his expression unchanged, sitting quietly in wait. Jin Yangfu also composed himself, sitting beside him, ready to open the door when the knock came. Friend, there were guests earlier, and I neglected you. Is this room satisfactory? If there's anything wrong, I will have someone rearrange it immediately, Morong Qingming said with a warm smile. After learning of Lu Chen's strength, Morong Qingming's attitude had become even more polite. You're too kind, this room is very good, and it's close to this kid, making it convenient to come and go, Lu Chen replied indifferently. Friend, I just heard my daughter say that she encountered danger not long ago, and thankfully you assisted her, allowing her to overcome the ordeal. This kindness must be repaid. So, if you have any needs, please let me know, and we will do our best to fulfill them. Morong Qingming had just learned of this from Morong Yingxue and felt a wave of fear in his heart. If she had encountered another man, wouldn't she have lost her purity? Lu Chen's expression under the mask changed slightly. Should he take advantage of this matter to ask the city lord for unrestricted access to the longevity exchange tower? He truly hadn't expected that this incident would lead Morong Qingming to mention repaying kindness. However, after thinking for a moment, he seemed to recall something. Last time at the banquet, he had heard that Morong Qingming was extremely particular about cleanliness. Could it be that he was particularly concerned about purity? There was that possibility. In fact, I don't lack anything, but I've heard that the longevity exchange tower in this city is managed by you, my friend. My lifespan is still abundant, and since I have some free time, I might want to exchange for some treasures. Lu Chen brought it up, his gaze fixed on Morong Qingming's face, not missing any detail. Soon, he noticed a fleeting look of surprise on Morong Qingming's face, followed by a contemplative expression. My friend, to be honest, while outsiders believe that this longevity exchange tower is indeed controlled by our city lord's mansion, it actually involves the 5 great families, and I alone cannot decide. Many years ago, our various factions negotiated that, apart from the 5 great families in our city lord's mansion, no other forces would be granted access to the longevity exchange tower. Of course, if you join our city lord's mansion, you would be free to enter and exit the secret realm of longevity. Morong Qingming smiled, but a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. Lu Chen thought to himself, this Morong Qingming is quite something. He wants to take the opportunity to recruit him into the city lord's mansion. However, he had no intention of joining any faction, limiting himself and entangling himself in karma. That's a pity, Luchan said, feigning regret, yet his demeanor was casual and carefree. I guess I won't go after all. Actually, I have another way. If you want to enter and exit the secret realm of longevity without the 5 great families noticing, that can be arranged. Alternatively, you could pretend to be a guest elder of our city lord's mansion. Having a title would make things easier. And our city lord's mansion guarantees that we won't restrict your actions. If you wish to leave one day, you can do so at any time, Murong Qingming said with a smile. Lu Chen felt speechless. He had promised to repay a favor, yet this guy was trying to use his resources. Regardless of whether he truly joined the city lord's mansion, Murong Qingming would likely spread the word, and if it reached the 5 great families, it would intimidate them. He was clearly playing the power game with clarity. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen realized that if what Murong Qingming said was true, the entry and exit of the longevity secret realm were indeed jointly controlled by the 6 factions, then his best course of action was to pretend to join the city lord's mansion. However, this would entangle him in a web of karma. If the 5 great families originally intended to unite against the city lord's mansion, his presence would cause a change in their plans. He would become a target for the 5 great families. There was risk involved. You mentioned earlier that there is a way to prevent the 5 great families from noticing? I might only go once or twice, they may not discover it, Luchan smiled. He would go once or twice first, and if he ended up gaining too much lifespan and needed to enter and exit the longevity exchange tower frequently, he would decide then. Seeing this, Murong Qingming had no other options and said, I'll have my subordinates take a group of juniors to the longevity secret realm. You can blend in among them, you should not be discovered. The only condition is that you need to remove this mask, as it has already been seen by Huang Jintian. If he finds out, he might call upon the 5 great families to make a fuss, and that would be difficult for me. If I take off the mask, my cultivation will be revealed, Lu Chen replied calmly. This plan wouldn't work. I understand your concerns. How about taking a concealment pill and wearing an ordinary mask instead? Murong Qingming suggested again. How many grades of concealment pills do you have? Lu Chen looked at Murong Qingming. Murong Qingming smiled and said, low-grade 5th rank, just enough to hide the void realm strength. Upon hearing this, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth slightly curled under the mask. This guy, since entering, hasn't said a single useless word. Now he was testing his strength. Since that's the case, then let it be as you wish. Low-grade 5th rank? Then forget it, that's a bit lacking, Lu Chen squinted his eyes and replied calmly. As soon as he said this, Murong Qingming's expression changed slightly. Is he really a strong practitioner of the Lioli realm? Lu Chen carefully observed Murong Qingming, noticing that he seemed somewhat bewildered by his words, and felt a bit relieved. This kid is full of tests and schemes, with a deep mind, full of probing and plotting, which must be closely related to his identity as the Lord of Panlong City. Being in such a high position, constantly coveted by the 5 great families, if he doesn't tread carefully, he might have been gone long ago. If it weren't for the longevity exchange tower, he really wouldn't want to get involved with the Lord's mansion and have too much entanglement with Murong Qingming. Now he has also realized that this longevity exchange tower is indeed not solely controlled by Murong Qingming. The forces in Panlong City are in a state of balance. Unfortunately, the next longevity exchange tower is too far from Panlong City and is located near a large city. For now, I can only continue to plot within Panlong City and strengthen myself. Not long ago, Lu Chen not only investigated the Huang family's pursuit of Huang Hongzhong but also clarified the situation of other longevity exchange towers. There are different longevity exchange towers outside Panlong City, and almost every city has the presence of a longevity exchange tower, with the situation of other towers not differing much from that of Panlong City, all controlled by the top forces of a city. If he rashly went there, he might fall into danger due to unfamiliarity with the rules and layout of that city. As for the more advanced longevity exchange towers, the one closest to Panlong City is located in a large city called Wangshu City, at the foot of the Xianjian sect. His next target is to go there in exchange for treasures above the 7th rank of Xian. But the prerequisite is that he must accumulate enough foundation in this small city of Panlong before he can go without worry. In Wangshu City, practitioners of the Lioli realm are no longer the top combat power. There are even more powerful practitioners of the Holy Spirit realm. In the eyes of Holy Spirit realm practitioners, the Xianlight realm is merely an ant. Friend, let's discuss the matter of the longevity exchange tower another day. I wish to rest now. Lu Chen knew that this matter could not be rushed. If he appeared too eager, he might easily be manipulated, which also did not align with the logic of being a strong person. Pretending to be strong must be done convincingly. Caution and logic are indispensable. Morong Qingming, upon hearing this, flashed a barely perceptible bitter smile and nodded. He had originally wanted to recruit Lu Chen, considering Lu Chen was a practitioner of the Void Realm, but now he increasingly felt that Lu Chen was a practitioner of the Liuli Realm, so he dismissed that thought. Such a person, who is a whole major realm above them, is not someone that ordinary forces can recruit, they can only befriend. Such a figure would not be willing to be under the control of an ordinary force. Then, friend, please rest well. If you have any other needs, just let the servants know. Morong Qingming smiled and nodded, and before leaving, he did not forget to exchange sound transmission marks with Lu Chen for future direct contact. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and then saw off Morong Qingming and his daughter. Jin Yangfu remained in the room, and after confirming that the two had left, he let out a sigh of relief. I don't know why, but I always feel that the Lord's words are full of hidden meanings, with layers of meaning that leave me confused, Jin Yangfu said as he sat down. What he feared most were people who spoke in riddles. In his words, they just didn't speak human language. This person is not simple. I really don't want to talk to someone like that. It's exhausting. Lu Chen sighed, realizing that he would have to seek opportunities to enter the longevity exchange tower through other means. Sometimes Jin Yangfu didn't quite understand Lu Chen's words, but when Lu Chen spoke to him, he usually spoke plainly and directly, without beating around the bush. Moreover, the tacit understanding between the two allowed them to instantly comprehend even strange words. By the way, has Su Qingying also settled in the Lord's mansion? A charming figure suddenly appeared in Lu Chen's mind, prompting him to ask. This girl is truly amazing, her intuitions have all come true. Jin Yangfu nodded and said, she has obtained quite a few immortal stones and is currently in seclusion to break through. In half a year, she will go to the Xianjian sect with us. That's good, Lu Chen replied lightly. Why are you asking her? Jin Yangfu suddenly inquired. Lu Chen said, nothing, after all, you have involved her, as long as she is fine, that's all that matters. Last night, Jin Yangfu indeed implicated Su Qingying. Although Elder San Yuanming of the Xianjian sect later gave her an opportunity, it also forced her to hurriedly embark on an unfamiliar path. The two chatted for a while longer, and then Jin Yangfu returned to his room to cultivate. He was on the verge of breaking through to the third layer of the Moonlight Realm. After Jin Yangfu left, Lu Chen continued to stroke his chin, pondering the future. He was accustomed to taking one step while considering three, thinking deeply and striving to handle every detail flawlessly. For now, I won't go out. I'll delay for a few days and look for another opportunity. He suppressed the urge to use the 5 million years of lifespan stored within him and began to cultivate. His cultivation was also about to break through to the third layer of the Moonlight Realm. Time quietly passed, and a day later, he successfully broke through to the third layer of the Moonlight Realm. His breakthrough speed was extremely fast. As long as he focused on cultivation, breaking through was not difficult. Since I can't go to the longevity exchange tower for now, I'll close myself off and break through to the heavenly transformation realm first. In this immortal world, below the void tranquility realm, cultivation was all but illusory. What he needed more were various defensive treasures, but since he couldn't go to the longevity exchange tower, he could only settle for improving his cultivation. However, this kind of life did not last long. Morong Qingming suddenly sent a message, saying that a major event had occurred in Panlong City. At this moment, the 5 great families were gathered at the city lord's mansion to discuss important matters and asked if he wanted to attend the meeting. Lu Chen, who had been sitting cross-legged in cultivation, paused and thought for a moment. He also wanted to see what had happened. At the same time, he wanted to see if there was an opportunity to gain unrestricted access to the longevity exchange tower. Let's go take a look. Lu Chen stood up, tidied himself a bit, and prepared to head next door to call Jin Yangfu to go with him. But just then, he suddenly saw a striking figure in purple appear around the corner. It was a woman in a purple dress, her figure graceful, walking towards the direction of Jin Yangfu's room. The two locked eyes at that moment. Greetings, senior. Su Qingying saw Lu Chen and immediately cupped her hands in salute. She had seen this person a few times at the Alchemist Association but did not expect to encounter him again in the city lord's mansion, right in front of Jin Yangfu's room. Lu Chen was also momentarily taken aback upon seeing Su Qingying, then changed his tone and asked, is there something you need? I'm looking for a friend to talk. Su Qingying pointed to the tightly closed door of the room, which was Jin Yangfu's residence. She had learned from the longevity springs of other families that something major had happened with the Huang family's longevity spring. A group of longevity springs that had broken through to the Starshine realm had suddenly gone missing. The martial friend she had a good relationship with was currently being hunted by the Huang family. After learning this, she wanted to find Jin Yangfu to discuss whether they could help those longevity springs hiding in Panlong City who dared not show themselves. After all, they came from the same mortal realm and should help each other. Moreover, that Wu Xiren was still her. Lu Chen replied calmly, "Alright." He immediately dismissed the thought of bringing Jin Yangfu to find Morong Qingming and prepared to go alone. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, Su Qingying suddenly called out to him, "Wait, senior, do you know Wu Xiren?" Lu Chen paused. "You can't be having another intuition." At this moment, he was in the city lord's mansion, and if his identity were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, this was a serious matter. "Don't force me to deal with you. I've never heard of him. Why do you ask?" Lu Chen's tone was indifferent, but his eyes narrowed slightly. Su Qingying frowned slightly, as if she had made up her mind, and hesitantly said, "I suddenly have a strong intuition that you are Wu Xiren." There was a hint of uncertainty in her words, yet that strong intuition made it impossible for her to ignore. Recalling the last time at the banquet, she had a premonition that Lu Chen would display his skills and help her out of trouble. But contrary to her expectations, after the banquet, she had indeed escaped trouble, yet Lu Chen had not come to her aid. But soon after, she heard that a group of people from the longevity spring had gone missing that night, and in a moment of realization, she understood that her intuition had never been wrong. Now, this intuition had resurfaced, and it was just as strong. She couldn't help but doubt it. Lu Chen said, "Intuition? You actually believe in such an ethereal thing? Do you know that person? Do they have power like mine?" "I don't know, but my intuition has always been accurate," Su Qingying said with a bitter smile. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. It seemed this matter was unavoidable. It was Su Qingying who was forcing his hand. He had to deal with Su Qingying. So, after seeing that no one was around, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and in an instant, he appeared before Su Qingying, his tone icy as he said, "You know too much." Before Su Qingying could react, she felt darkness envelop her and instantly lost consciousness. Xingyan struck like lightning, simultaneously setting up a formation to seal all sounds. Even the nearby Jin Yangfu, who was in seclusion, noticed nothing amiss. Thus, he decisively carried the unconscious Su Qingying back to his room, locked the door tightly, and activated various formations and restrictions. He couldn't go meet Morong Qingming now, he had to deal with Su Qingying first. Back in the room, he casually placed Su Qingying on the bed, his brow furrowed as he pondered how to handle this situation. In fact, he had long anticipated that if one day Su Qingying discovered his identity, he would have to deal with this girl. So he had already thought of several methods of disposal. The first was, of course, to kill her directly, but this needed to be done in a secluded environment, and since Su Qingying had little ability to resist, he could kill her instantly and then perfectly clean up the scene without being discovered by others. The second was to spare her life but make her become foolish. This situation could be even more ruthless than killing Su Qingying. The third was to completely control her, making her unable to betray him, turning her into a pawn who could never sell him out or betray him. At this moment, he already had the ability to completely subdue Su Qingying, and with his ability to protect himself in Panlong City, especially with the ice mirror, even a Void Realm expert would have no way to deal with him, so he could try the third method of handling her. Mainly, Su Qingying's nature was not bad, they had spent many years together, and their relationship was indeed quite good. With this thought in mind, a flash appeared in his hand, and a pill bottle materialized. This was a pill he had refined, a specially made poison pill. It was crafted based on the poison pills of the 5 great families, made specifically for this day. The second great absolute poison pill he had developed would be difficult for even a Xianguang realm expert to escape his control after consuming it. "Wake up," Lu Chen urged with celestial energy, gently tapping Su Qingying's forehead to awaken her. Before long, Su Qingying slowly regained consciousness, and upon seeing Lu Chen standing before her, she was startled and quickly stepped back a few paces, her expression panicked. "What? What do you want to do?" Su Qingying hurriedly checked her clothing, which was intact. Lu Chen sat beside her, coldly watching Su Qingying. "What do you think I want to do? You can't really be Wu Xiren, can you? Then, why are you attacking me? Aren't we friends?" Su Qingying had just seen the person before her strike. Their power was formidable, but they were not a Xinguang realm expert or even stronger, they were from the Yushao realm. It was more likely that they were Wu Xiren. Lu Chen knew this girl had completely confirmed his identity, so he no longer concealed it and removed his mask. "Your intuition is indeed strange." Upon seeing Lu Chen's true appearance, Su Qingying's eyes lit up with excitement. "You really are fine. You were worried about me?" Lu Chen's expression was very calm. "Of course, your whole group from the longevity spring has gone missing. They must be okay, right?" After confirming, Su Qingying felt much more relaxed. She had actually been a bit doubtful earlier, which made her tense. "Except for 2 who were killed by Huang Xuanyu, the others all escaped from Panlong City," Lu Chen replied calmly. "That's great," Su Qingying said. Lu Chen's gaze was sharp as a sword, staring directly at Su Qingying. However, it seems you are in trouble today. Is it because I've uncovered your identity? Su Qingying frowned, already understanding in her heart. She was certainly not foolish. Lu Chen's attitude towards her was definitely related to being recognized. She was particularly surprised at this moment. She had seen Lu Chen dress like this at the Alchemist Guild twice, and according to Huang Zixing's description, this person possessed celestial stones worth millions. Extremely wealthy. Clearly, they both came from the same mortal realm of Shouchuan, so why was he so rich? She couldn't even begin to imagine the reason. Of course, if it were him, it was indeed possible, because from the first moment she saw Lu Chen, she felt he was a dragon among men, destined to soar in the grand world of the celestial realm. But she never expected that this day would come so quickly. It was truly miraculous. You do have self-awareness. You have threatened me, so I plan to kill you. In this way, the secret you know will remain unknown to anyone. Lu Chen looked coldly at Su Qingying. There's no need for that. I swear, I will never mention this to anyone. If I let slip a single word, may I cultivate to madness, be struck by lightning, and become a plaything for all. Su Qingying quickly swore with 3 fingers raised, choosing the most vicious words. This declaration indeed surprised Lu Chen a bit. Seeing Lu Chen silent, Su Qingying hurriedly added, moreover, I will definitely do better than Jin Yangfu. In public, I will treat you as a stranger. Not even a glance. Upon hearing this, the corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. It seemed this girl had guessed his relationship with Jin Yangfu at that banquet. You know my relationship with him? Lu Chen asked knowingly. Now it's clear. You must be the hidden senior who is training him. That night, I must have taken the blame for you. He wanted to see you, not me. And the 2 guild leaders speaking for Jin Yangfu must also be your instructions. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. This girl was indeed sharp and perceptive. Swearing means nothing to me. If you don't want to die, give me a reason not to kill you. Lu Chen appeared extremely indifferent. At this moment, it seemed he cared nothing for so-called reason, only for his own interests. This demeanor made Su Qingying tense up again. I can exchange secrets with you. How about that? Su Qingying pondered for a moment, gritted her teeth, and looked earnestly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied coldly, you can try, but whether I accept it is up to me. Alright, I have 2 secrets to share. Su Qingying's face turned slightly red as she whispered, first, I like you. Lu Chen. You call this a secret? Say the second one. Lu Chen urged mercilessly. This secret is very important. I like you, and I will definitely protect you and steadfastly guard you. Su Qingying said. The reason I trust Jin Yangfu was that I grew up with him, while I've only known you for a few years. Do you think I would completely trust you just because you said you like me? Lu Chen's expression remained cold. Okay, my second secret is that I possess a special treasure. If this treasure is known to the outside world, I will surely face deadly peril. Only then did Lu Chen become interested, saying, show it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Su Qingying's cheeks flush as she softly hummed, then began to loosen her collar. Lu Chen? Just when Lu Chen thought Su Qingying was about to act flirtatiously or use her beauty to escape, Su Qingying suddenly stopped. She gently unbuttoned 2 buttons, revealing a patch of skin beside her collarbone, and a special red pattern appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. The pattern resembled a tattoo, vividly lifelike. It was a small, exquisite red bottle. This is my most important secret. Su Qingying took a deep breath, the ethereal energy coalescing on the patterns, and after a moment, a red light flashed, giving rise to a strange sight. The small bottle actually floated out from her skin, as if it had flown out of the void. The patterns on her fair skin had vanished, replaced by a thumb-sized bottle, hovering in front of Su Qingying. This treasure bottle is my companion item, accompanying me since my birth. I only learned how to wield it during the Great Ascension stage. Su Qingying took out a piece of celestial stone and immediately demonstrated the bottle's marvelous use. She chanted a spell, and suddenly, a powerful suction erupted from the bottle's mouth, enveloping the celestial stone in a layer of red light, which then surged into the bottle. Subsequently, she drew upon the surrounding ethereal energy, and the treasure bottle seemed to come alive, rapidly absorbing the surrounding ethereal energy. After a moment, 2 beams of light shot out from the bottle's mouth, and 2 identical celestial stones appeared in her hands. This is the main function of this treasure bottle. It can replicate various energies and recreate some replicable items. Currently, it can replicate simple cultivation pills, celestial stones, and so on. However, it cannot replicate items of too high a level. Moreover, I have noticed that this bottle seems to possess a spirit. My intuition is not special, rather, whenever I encounter certain situations, a thought suddenly appears in my mind, as if it were the thought of the bottle's birth. Su Qingying truly held nothing back this time, laying all her secrets bare. Lu Chen listened quietly from the side, and after witnessing the entire process, he felt Su Qingying's sincerity. This was undoubtedly a secret Su Qingying had protected her whole life. Once others learned of it, Su Qingying would either be captured for research, killed for her treasures, or be eternally imprisoned, becoming a tool for making money without thought or freedom. Compared to the secret he hid, it was no less significant. Can others use this treasure bottle? Lu Chen asked tentatively. Su Qingying shook her head. This treasure is a companion item. It seems only I can wield it. Even if I place it elsewhere, with just a thought, it can return to my body. It seemed that this bottle indeed had a spirit, and Su Qingying's so-called intuition was likely a gift from it. You just mentioned that any energy can be used to replicate celestial stones? Lu Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. Su Qingying nodded. That's right, ethereal energy, powerful heat, vitality, etc. can all be used, even the medicinal power of celestial herbs. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. After burning celestial herbs, he had residual medicinal power left. It seemed possible to use this wasted medicinal power to have Su Qingying transform it into celestial stones. He wondered how many celestial stones could be produced. However, for now, he needed to handle Su Qingying's matter first. Is this secret enough? Su Qingying took a deep breath, still feeling anxious. Lu Chen said, it's barely sufficient, but I still need to think. Actually, I can become your support, even a tool. You don't need to kill me. We come from the same mortal realm, and our friendship is not shallow. In this world, I have no family. If you think I have value, I can be of use to you. For example, my intuition can definitely help you turn misfortune into fortune in certain situations. Su Qingying had revealed all her secrets, and now she could only demonstrate her value, letting Lu Chen know her usefulness. Although the word tool sounded unpleasant, at this moment, she had no other choice. Lu Chen gazed at her quietly, and after a moment, he said, all right, but I still need to apply a method on you, otherwise, I won't feel at ease. Are you going to poison me and then control me? Su Qingying asked with a bitter smile. Exactly. Lu Chen confirmed that Su Qingying's intuition had once again come into play. This intuitive ability is indeed extraordinary. If he can truly make use of it, he can achieve what Su Qingying said, turning misfortune into fortune. Thinking this way, it doesn't seem so bad. It's as if Su Qingying has become a treasure that allows him to avoid danger. No, this treasure is not just that. It can also help him make money and has a strong ability to gather information. Oh. As he thought further, Lu Chen felt increasingly uneasy. This girl's role seems to be quite significant. Alright, I'll eat. Su Qingying pouted slightly, looking quite aggrieved. But don't kill me. I'm a good person and have never thought of harming you. Clearly, every time she had something good, she thought of him. Lu Chen watched Su Qingying take the pill, and after confirming its efficacy, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. With that, Su Qingying's threat to him was lifted. Of course, Su Qingying was still a stunning beauty, which posed a potential danger. So, he still had one thing to do. That was to give Su Qingying some ideological education. Okay, next, I have a billion things for you to remember. If you can't do it, then you don't need to live, Lu Chen said seriously. Su Qingying thought it was just one thing. That's easy. First, when outside, you must keep your distance from me. If I don't approach you, you should treat me like a stranger. Second, eye contact must also be cautious. Even if you look at me, it should be very subtle. Third, you need to act low-key in the future. If you encounter trouble, avoid it if possible. 100. By the end, Su Qingying was overwhelmed. Wasn't there only one rule? At that moment, she realized why Lu Chen disliked her. It turned out she had never offended him or touched his sore spot. He was simply too cautious. So he didn't want to have any interaction with her? Did you remember all that? Lu Chen stared at Su Qingying, seeing her dazed expression, as if she hadn't absorbed any of it. Previously, when he mentioned these requirements to Jin Yangfu, Jin could remember the first few but had to hurriedly jot down the rest. Yet Su Qingying sat there the whole time, listening with a blank look. I remembered, Su Qingying nodded in response. Did you really remember? Lu Chen doubted her sincerity, narrowing his eyes and saying, then recite it back to me. Su Qingying immediately recited, over 100 requirements, without missing a single word. At that moment, Lu Chen's opinion of her changed a bit. No wonder she could gather such detailed and thorough information. It turned out her memory was so exceptional. Is there more? I can't guarantee I can do it all at first, but I will definitely keep it in mind, Su Qingying said with a wry smile. Alright, from now on, we are in a cooperative relationship. As long as you obey, I will help you improve your strength and establish yourself in the immortal realm. Lu Chen knew the art of coercion and temptation, so he didn't forget to start painting a bright future. After saying that, he also showed his sincerity. This storage ring contains a large amount of immortal medicine's potency. You can use it to replicate more immortal stones. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes, took the storage ring, and examined its contents. Once she saw it clearly, her expression suddenly changed. How many immortal medicines were burned to store so much potency? Lu Chen replied calmly, immortal medicines worth over 5 million immortal stones. Su Qingying was momentarily stunned. If she used all this potency to replicate immortal stones, she should be able to replicate 1 million. However, this process would likely take a long time. Alright, I have things to attend to. The city lord and the others are discussing important matters. I need to go take a look. Lu Chen didn't want to waste too much time here. Su Qingying was already under his control, and the next step was to cultivate a cooperative rapport. Okay, do you want me to follow you? No, outside we are just strangers, so I won't go. Su Qingying said with a wry smile. Lu Chen nodded, feeling somewhat satisfied with Su Qingying's response. However, there is one more thing you haven't replied to me. As Lu Chen walked out, Su Qingying quickly caught up, her head lowered and her cheeks slightly flushed. She had subtly expressed her feelings just moments ago. Lu Chen wasn't foolish, he understood perfectly, but it was indeed a dilemma. If he wanted Su Qingying to never betray him, mere poison wouldn't suffice. Now that Su Qingying had admitted her feelings for him, if he could make good use of this, perhaps he could better control her. I only have a good impression of you, not yet to the point of liking you. But if you behave properly in the future, perhaps I could have a better opinion of you. This sounded like the words of a scoundrel, but it was the effect he desired. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying's beautiful eyes lit up, and she blushed as she replied, okay. Lu Chen glanced at Su Qingying, who was beaming with a radiant smile, and thought to himself, could this girl be a love-struck fool? Well, love-struck fools are easier to control. The key was whether she could do everything he required of her. Fix your clothes, Lu Chen said as he put on his mask, preparing to leave, but he didn't forget to remind her before he left. Su Qingying quickly nodded, having indeed forgotten about that. She hurriedly straightened her clothes. Once Su Qingying was properly dressed, Lu Chen finally put away the formation and pushed open the door. As the two stepped out, they saw the door of the neighboring room belonging to Jin Yangfu creak open, and Jin Yangfu happened to walk out at that moment. Their gazes met in mid-air. Jin Yangfu looked bewildered, as if he had seen a ghost. Ngu, you too. Jin Yangfu stammered in shock. In his lifetime, he had actually witnessed his brother coming out of a room with an extraordinary beauty. Moreover, she was a super beauty. And that pretty face was currently adorned with 2 blushes. Has Ngu finally come to his senses? Jin Yangfu couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Seeing Jin Yangfu's expression, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head, then beckoned him with a finger and walked back into the room. It was indeed time to let Jin Yangfu know that Su Qingying would be joining their special little team. Once the door was locked, the 3 of them sat together. She already knows about our relationship, so we don't need to hide our secrets from her anymore, Lu Chen said, informing Jin Yangfu about Su Qingying becoming their companion. Given Jin Yangfu's relationship with Su Qingying, they could cooperate directly, but they needed to maintain a certain special distance from him. Remember, outside, I am Senior Jia, the one cultivating you, Jin Yangfu, Lu Chen said, locking his gaze on Su Qingying and giving a serious reminder. Su Qingying nodded, deeply imprinting this in her mind. After a brief exchange among the 3, having developed a preliminary understanding, there was nothing more to say. By the way, Ngu, the city lord just sent me a message, asking me to take you to the reception hall, saying something big has happened. Jin Yangfu suddenly slapped his thigh, recalling this matter. Alright, let's go, Lu Chen replied, then turned to Su Qingying, stay close to him. If your intuition kicks in again and there's any danger, be sure to inform him or subtly remind me. Su Qingying nodded like a chick pecking at rice, feeling strangely wonderful about this sensation. It was as if she was playing a different kind of novel game. After discussing, the 3 of them left the room and flew towards the reception hall. When they arrived at the city lord's reception hall, they found it already packed, resembling a bustling market. As soon as the 3 of them entered, the previously lively hall suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning to Lu Chen. Inside the hall were representatives from the 5 major families and the presidents of several major guilds in Panlong City, with the lowest cultivation level being at the Xianguang realm. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen's expression under the mask grew heavier. It seemed this matter was serious, all the strong figures of Panlong City had gathered, and the atmosphere was quite tense. I would like to introduce you all to this person, Daoist Jia, who has been secretly nurturing Yangfu and is currently residing in our city lord's mansion. Today, with such a major event happening in Panlong City, I invited him to share his insights. At this moment, Morong Qingming introduced Lu Chen, and as he spoke, his expression was not pleasant, his brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was solemn, as if overshadowed by a great worry. Lu Chen was under the gaze of everyone and could only clasp his hands in salute. He Jingming and Gong Chua were also present, both smiling and nodding at him. Seeing this, Lu Chen walked over to them and sat beside them. After sitting down, his gaze began to scan the surroundings, observing the situation, and soon he noticed something unusual. His eyes focused on certain individuals, his expression filled with suspicion. The heads of the 5 great families and several elders with Xinguang realm strength had arrived, but he then discovered that all 5 family heads had actually broken through their realms. Originally, among the 5 family heads, only Huang Zhentian was at the first level of the Void Tranquility realm, while the other 4 were at the 10th level of the Xinguang realm. Yet, just after one night, the other 4 family heads had all agreed to break through to the Void Tranquility realm together. How strange! A warning bell rang in Lu Chen's heart. Could it be that the major event Morong Qingming mentioned was that all 5 family heads had become Void Tranquility realm experts? The fact that all 5 family heads had become Void Tranquility realm experts indeed raised the pressure on Morong Qingming. Perhaps in the future, the position of City Lord would change hands. Thinking of this, Lu Chen became even more vigilant. The reason he felt so confident was that he held the Ice Mirror, which could withstand 2 attacks from a 10th level Void Tranquility realm expert in counterattack. Originally, there were only 2 Void Tranquility realm experts in Panlong City, perfectly matching the usage limit of the Ice Mirror. But now that the other family heads had also broken through to the Void Tranquility realm, it meant his defensive capability was no longer sufficient. For the sake of safety, I must head to the Shouhuan Tower as soon as possible. I can no longer afford to plan slowly. If necessary, I should feign joining the City Lord's mansion to acquire more resources for survival, Lu Chen thought to himself. However, just as he was formulating his plan, Morong Qingming suddenly said, "Everyone, in light of this matter, we must first strictly control the Shouhuan secret realm. Anyone entering or exiting must be thoroughly checked. We cannot give that blood demon a single opportunity. From today onwards, our 6 factions will each send elite members to guard the entrance." Lu Chen was immediately speechless. He had just been thinking about how to get to the Shouhuan Tower, and Morong Qingming was ordering strict checks on those coming and going? Moreover, what was this blood demon? What did it have to do with the Shouhuan Tower? This blood demon is most likely hiding within the city, or perhaps outside. Given the nature of the blood demon, it will likely have a faint demonic aura during the day, making it very possible for it to act at night. Therefore, all factions must strengthen their vigilance at night and ensure it is captured. Huang Zhentian said in a deep voice. The blood demon is the most unique existence among the demon race, and it cannot be ruled out that it has other demons protecting it. However, based on the recent actions of the demon race, which quietly killed hundreds at night, its strength should not exceed the Void Tranquility realm by much, otherwise, it would have already slaughtered the city. But we cannot rule out the presence of 1 or 2 at the first or second level of the Void Tranquility realm, so everyone must act with caution, Morong Qingming reminded solemnly. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen finally understood what was happening. The demon race had killed hundreds last night. A city slaughter? This Panlong city seemed unsafe. At this moment, Lu Chen looked towards Su Qingying and found her brows tightly knitted. Then he noticed her subtle hint. Su Qingying was sitting in a corner a bit far from him, and although she was not looking at him, her left hand, closer to him, was moving rapidly. Was this intuition at work? Could it be that a great calamity was about to befall Panlong City? Lu Chen's expression behind the mask was serious. Although he had countless questions in his heart, it was difficult to speak privately with Su Qingying at this moment. He could only suppress his curiosity for now and wait until the meeting was over to ask Su Qingying in detail. Her performance had indeed sparked a bit of admiration in his heart. The gaze looked in another direction, subtly expressing the birth of intuition. It seemed he had indeed taken his words to heart. Daoist Jia, what are your thoughts on this matter? Just as Lu Chen was deep in thought, a voice broke the brief silence, and everyone turned their attention to him. Lu Chen had appeared above Panlong City aboard a 6th-grade top-tier flying vessel, and the news quickly spread among the high-ranking members of various families. When the news of his stay at the City Lord's mansion circulated, it sparked speculation from all sides. Now they were all secretly guessing what kind of strength this existence possessed. Was it a few layers of the Void Realm, or could it possibly be a strong practitioner of the Glazed Realm? Morong Qingming looked at Lu Chen. He had specifically invited Lu Chen to attend to gauge his attitude and insights. The human race and the demon race were inherently opposed, and the blood demons fed on human blood, so they should be eliminated as soon as possible. Lu Chen pondered for a moment before saying, as Taoist Morong said, these demon race strong practitioners are merely at the void realm and are not to be feared. You all just need to search carefully, and you will surely be able to eradicate them. He still did not understand what the demon race and blood demons were, so he could not speak carelessly, as it would easily expose his own background. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into silence. Merely at the void realm, not to be feared? This implied that he was at least at the 10th layer of the void realm, or even a strong practitioner of the glazed realm. Morong Qingming said, then let us act according to our methods. I just fear they might give us a false sense of security. Not long ago, I heard that a city was nearly wiped out by the demon race, with not a single person surviving. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was instantly shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The entire city had been slaughtered. Morong brother, this matter must be reported to the Immortal Sword sect immediately. We need them to send someone to investigate thoroughly, Huang Jintian said gravely, slowly speaking. The Immortal Sword sect was the most powerful force in their region, and they loathed the demon race, taking it upon themselves to eradicate them. Hearing that there were traces of the demon race in Panlong City, they would surely send someone. Morong Qingming nodded, saying, I have instructed my daughter to report this matter to Senior Song Yuan Ming, but he received a secret order last night to go to a place where the demon race is causing chaos, so it may be difficult for him to spare the time. However, he has relayed the message to the Immortal Sword sect, and I believe their people will arrive within 2 days. Why have the demon race been so active lately? Lin Bufan, the head of the Lin family, frowned and said in a deep voice, in these extraordinary times, everyone must not engage in internal strife. It is crucial that we unite to root out the demon race within the city. Sun Yinyang's strange tone rang out again, glancing at Huang Jintian as he spoke. If one looked closely, they would notice some injuries on Sun Yinyang's face, as if he had been beaten not long ago. However, many present seemed to ignore it, as if they knew who had done it. Alright, today's meeting ends here. Everyone should go back and make preparations, Morong Qingming said, seeing this and having no intention to say more, only looking at Lu Chen with a slight smile, as if signaling him to stay for a brief conversation. Huang Jintian was the first to rise and leave, followed by the other heads of families and several guild leaders. Ingshuet, stay in seclusion and do not go out these days, Morong Qingming instructed his daughter. Morong Ingshuet gently nodded, and then, at Morong Qingming's gesture, she also left the hall. Zhen Yangfu and Su Qingying followed Morong Ingshuet out. At this moment, only Lu Chen and Morong Qingming remained in the hall. Taoist friend, do you truly have no good advice to offer? Morong Qingming asked again with a smile. Lu Chen felt helpless inside. He had never even seen what kind of species the demon race was, so how could he have any good suggestions? I am not from Panlong City, and besides, the Immortal Sword sect will send people here. We can just follow their orders when the time comes. Lu Chen continued to solidify his identity as a loose cultivator. All right. Morong Qingming frowned slightly and said, could you tell me your true cultivation level? I have an ominous premonition. If there are strong practitioners of the glazed realm among the demon race this time, the entire Panlong City may be slaughtered. Morong Qingming no longer tested the waters. His words were filled with sincerity, clearly hoping to move Lu Chen with his honesty. Sincerity was the ultimate weapon. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and truthfully replied, I only have the cultivation of the moonlight realm. Morong Qingming smiled wryly and nodded, alright. Still couldn't get anything out of you. If there's nothing else, I'll return to my training. If there's an urgent matter, you can contact me again, Lu Chen said, cupping his hands in farewell. Morong Qingming nodded. Lu Chen left the reception hall and flew towards his room. He needed to quickly ask Su Qingying to understand the specific situation. Before reaching his room, he carefully checked the surroundings, confirming no one was there, before heading straight to Jin Yangfu's room. At that moment, Jin Yangfu and Su Qingying were already waiting inside. Did you discover something? Lu Chen asked as he sat down opposite Su Qingying. Su Qingying's brows furrowed slightly as she said urgently, the Dragon City is about to become unstable. I have a strong intuition that things are far from as simple as the city lord said. They mentioned that there might only be Void Realm experts among the Demon Clan, but my intuition tells me it's not just that. How strong is this intuition? Lu Chen asked, his brow furrowed, his voice serious. If it wasn't just Void Realm, did that mean there were also Liuli Realm experts lurking among them? It's as strong as when I sensed you would break free from the Huang family's control last time, Su Qingying replied. Lu Chen deeply understood Su Qingying's intuition and dared not take it lightly. A cautious approach is the key to longevity. Regardless of whether this intuition was correct or not, he needed to be fully prepared. First, we need to gather intelligence on the Demon Clan. After all, we come from the mortal realm and know very little about the affairs of the immortal world. Lu Chen looked at Su Qingying, with her abilities, she should be able to uncover more information. Unexpectedly, Su Qingying immediately responded, I just asked Morong Inshue in detail. The demon clan is one of the major races in the immortal world, residing in the demon domain for many years, closest to the human realm. Some of the demon races feed on humans, such as the blood demons mentioned by the city lord, who are nobles among the demon clan and can increase their cultivation and lifespan by consuming human blood. Moreover, with the lifespan exchange tower in the immortal world, blood demons have the advantage of timing, commanding great power within the demon clan. They often lurk in the human realm, hunting strong individuals, consuming their blood to extend their lifespan, and then exchanging that lifespan for treasures at the tower. There was once a city where 1,000,000 lives perished, and the blood demons thus increased their lifespan by 1,000,000 years. Lu Chen listened to Su Qingying's detailed account, momentarily stunned. This ability sounded so similar to his own. Of course, the blood demon's ability was far weaker than his. He could not only extend his lifespan by killing but also by exterminating beasts or burning plants. To kill so many people just to gain 1,000,000 years of lifespan was truly a trivial matter. He finally understood why Morong Qingming and the others wanted to investigate those who entered the lifespan exchange tower. At this moment, looking at Su Qingying, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. This girl was indeed a great asset. Did she catch up with Morong Inshue and ask her in detail after leaving the hall? Had he stumbled upon a treasure? No, it wasn't stumbling upon, it was that this treasure had been sticking to him all along. He just hadn't realized how useful Su Qingying was before. You did very well, keep it up in the future, Lu Chen generously praised her, genuinely surprised by Su Qingying today. Upon hearing this, Su Qingying was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing slightly as she softly responded with a hum. For some reason, hearing just a single compliment made her feel 100 times happier than when she broke through to the starry realm. Jin Yangfu watched the scene before him, unable to hide his amused expression. To be honest, after following Lu Chen for many years, it was indeed the first time he had seen such a scene. His good brother was actually having such a normal conversation with a girl for the first time, even complimenting her. What should we do now? Should we leave Dragon City? Su Qingying asked softly. Lu Chen fell into thought. Leaving Dragon City naturally carried its own risks. He originally planned to lie low here for a while, accumulating a few 6th-grade immortal treasures for self-defense before choosing the right moment to leave. However, the situation in Panlong City has now become murky and fraught with hidden dangers. Leaving might indeed be the best course of action. Has your intuition told you how much longer Panlong City can remain stable? Lu Chen asked quietly, his gaze calm as he looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes and replied, I only feel that the demon clan hiding in Panlong City is not as simple as just the Void Tranquility Realm, and it seems that there won't be any significant changes in the short term. How long is short term? Is there a specific time frame? Lu Chen pressed. Su Qingying pondered for a moment, at least within a month or two, there shouldn't be any major issues. Lu Chen fell silent. Hearing this, Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. A month or two? Then he would prepare as if he had half a month left. This meant he had about half a month to leave Panlong City, which would be more prudent. Indeed, he still wanted to visit the Longevity Exchange Tower. With over 5,000,000 years of lifespan stored up, he couldn't resist the urge to go. Leaving Panlong City rashly to go elsewhere would also carry a considerable risk. Exchanging a few 6th-grade immortal treasures with over 5,000,000 years of lifespan would significantly enhance his self-defense capabilities. In half a month, it seems I need to discuss things thoroughly with the city lord. The trip to the Longevity Exchange Tower should be scheduled as soon as possible. Will the arrival of the people from the Immortal Sword Sect, as mentioned by the city lord, help stabilize the chaos? Jin Yangfu asked. Let's wait and see. You two must be prepared. If anything goes wrong, the three of us will take the 6th-grade immortal flying boat and leave Panlong City immediately, Lu Chen said solemnly. In the past, he would only consider the safety of himself and Jin Yangfu, but after witnessing Su Qingying's role, he began to change his mind. This girl was a treasure. If used well, she could truly help avert disaster. If it weren't for Su Qingying's reminder, he might have stayed in Panlong City for a long time, leaving only when the demon clan made their move, which would likely be too late. Understood. The two replied in unison. Lu Chen turned to Su Qingying and said lightly, if you have any other intuitions, be sure to inform me in a timely manner. He then exchanged sound transmission marks with Su Qingying. Su Qingying's lips curled up slightly as she replied, okay. It felt great to be needed. By the way, do you have any insights or other intuitions regarding the heads of the other 4 major families breaking through to the Void Tranquility Realm together? Lu Chen suddenly remembered this matter and casually asked Su Qingying. He always felt that it was a bit odd for these few to break through to the Void Tranquility realm together. Su Qingying shook her head apologetically. I haven't had any intuitions about that. Perhaps they know that the demon clan is lurking in the city, so they all swallowed treasures to quickly break through to the Void Tranquility realm for self-protection, Jin Yangfu speculated. Alright, if you have any intuitions in this regard, remember to tell me, Lu Chen said, and the three of them dispersed, each returning to their own rooms. After returning to his room, Lu Chen carefully contemplated the future while also thinking about how to make another trip to the Longevity Exchange Tower. Suddenly, he thought of something, and a glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Earlier, Morong Qingming mentioned that the 6 factions are sending some elite members to guard the entrance of the Longevity Exchange Tower. If I become one of the elites in the City Lord's mansion, could I find an opportunity to enter the Longevity Exchange Tower once? Previously, he thought about occasionally entering the Longevity Exchange Tower. Now he only needed to go in once more. It's worth a try, after all, if I only go in once, it won't raise anyone's suspicion. After making up his mind, Lu Chen prepared to feign joining the City Lord's mansion. Once he obtained a few 6th-grade immortal treasures, he would leave Panlong City directly. The movements of the demon clan in this city would no longer concern him. Out of friendship, he would at most leave a letter before departing, warning Morong Qingming and the others to be vigilant. I still have 2 million immortal stones on hand. They won't be of much use, so I might as well buy immortal medicines and convert them into lifespan. This could also allow him to exchange for 1 or 2 more 6th-grade immortal treasures. Lu Chen immediately took out the sound transmission jade slip and inquired with Gong Chua whether the Alchemist Guild still had any elixirs for sale. Low-grade ones would do. Gong Chua replied that only a few 1st and 2nd-grade elixirs remained, worth over 500,000 immortal stones, and they were being transported from other large cities, which would take another day or two. A day or two, then I can only wait. Lu Chen smiled helplessly. This was precisely the gap between small cities and large ones. If he were in a large city, elixirs would never be so scarce. Even if I leave Panlong City, I can't go directly to a more powerful city. It's best to find a city similar to Panlong City and stay there for a while. Once he had a full set of 6th-grade immortal treasures, he would head to a large city. He aimed for stability. Half a day later, Lu Chen found Mu Rong Qingming. He saw that in Mu Rong Qingming's study, there was also a handsome middle-aged man. This man stood tall, with black hair tied up in a jade crown, his eyes deep like the starry sky, exuding wisdom and curiosity. His straight nose and slightly upturned lips gave him a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, and he held a folding fan, radiating a strong scholarly aura. His overall demeanor was calm and elegant, subtly revealing an unfathomable personal charm. Lu Chen carefully observed this man. He had seen him before, at the banquet that day and not long ago in the City Lord's reception hall, where he stood beside He Jingming and Gong Chua. Although he had a particularly impressive presence, he had not spoken a word in either occasion. Daoist Jia, let me introduce you. This is the president of the city's Array Masters Guild, 5th-grade immortal level Array Master Li Ming, Mu Rong Qingming said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen clasped his hands in greeting. So it's President Li, greetings. Li Ming smiled gently. I've long heard of your esteemed name. There were many people half a day ago, and I couldn't greet you. I hope you understand. Mu Rong Qingming, not wanting to see the two exchange pleasantries, smiled at Lu Chen and asked, Daoist Jia, may I ask if you have any attainments in the field of arrays? Li Daoist and I are currently researching arrays, hoping to find traces of the demon race in the city. He was unsure if Lu Chen understood arrays. In Panlong City, there were only 2 high-level array masters, himself and Li Ming, with him being a 4th grade and Li Ming a 5th grade. Lu Chen was about to say he didn't know much. At most, he was a 3rd grade, limited by his cultivation level and unable to inscribe higher-level array patterns. But soon, he noticed 2 arrays placed on Mu Rong Qingming's desk. Both were arrays he had personally crafted. One was the warning array he had deliberately damaged during the beast hunt with Su Yoji, Su Qingying, and others, and the other was the replica array he sold to He Jingming. How did they end up here? Daoist, have you seen these 2 arrays? Mu Rong Qingming noticed Lu Chen's gaze and immediately asked. Li Ming added, these 2 arrays have an incredibly exquisite structure. I've never seen anything like them in the immortal realm. One was obtained by a certain Shochuan outside the city, and it is the focus of our current research, hoping to use this array to uncover the demon race. The other array was purchased by He Jingming from someone else, but he refuses to reveal the seller's identity. I have found that the 2 arrays seem to come from the same person. What troubles me most is that both arrays have special restrictions set, clearly the work of a master, making it difficult to study their internal structure. This person's array skills are definitely above mine. Lu Chen looked at Li Ming, who appeared somewhat ashamed, feeling quite surprised. Was the array path he studied so impressive in the immortal realm? After pondering for a moment, he asked, if we can thoroughly analyze this array, would it be possible to find the hidden demon race? By modifying the warning array, it could indeed be possible to locate the demon race by searching for their aura. However, the premise was that they needed to trap a demon within the array or introduce items with a large amount of demonic energy. But how to find these demons? If Su Qingying's intuition was correct, finding these demons might instead hasten the onset of a great war. Li Ming nodded and said, there is a probability, especially with this damaged formation. I heard from that Shochuan that it has the ability to locate. If we can thoroughly study this formation and make some modifications, we might be able to achieve it. Lu Chen couldn't help but glance at Li Ming again. As expected of a 5th grade immortal level formation master, he indeed had some skills. If you thoroughly study it, how long will it take for you to create the formation you mentioned? Lu Chen asked with a smile. Li Ming pondered for a moment and replied, about a month or so. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen sighed inwardly. Su Qingying's intuition was really spot on. By the time you find these demon clans, it seems both sides will have to engage in a fierce battle, and Panlong City will also fall into crisis. Dao friend, do you really know these formations? Morong Qingming interjected again upon hearing this. In fact, when Lu Chen arrived and glanced at these two formations, he quickly thought of something. Li Ming said he had never seen the manufacturing techniques of these two formations, and that they had only recently appeared in Panlong City, while Lu Chen had also just recently arrived in Panlong City. After considering it carefully, Lu Chen, with a calm gaze, replied, these two formations were both created by me. As soon as these words were spoken, the study instantly fell into silence. Lu Chen had thought it through. His current identity was that of a strong person, and showcasing his formation skills was within the normal range. Moreover, since Li Ming would need more than a month to develop the formation to search for the demon clans, it perfectly matched the timeline Su Qingying mentioned, which had little impact on him. Additionally, since he would soon be leaving Panlong City, stating that the formations were created by him at this moment was entirely appropriate. His actions were naturally aimed at seizing benefits. A trip to the Shouhuan Tower, while also seeing if he could take the opportunity to obtain more immortal stones or directly request immortal medicines to extend his lifespan, would give him a bit more self-protection in this unpredictable immortal realm. From the rampant killings by the demon clans, it was evident that this immortal realm was indeed not peaceful. Not only were there many strong individuals, but also various alien races running rampant. Whether leaving Panlong City would lead to a broader path or a bottomless abyss was still uncertain. To survive better, he had to prepare sufficient means of self-preservation. Morong Qingming was the first to regain his composure and smiled, as expected of a Dao friend, you can create such exquisite formations. At this moment, Li Ming's eyes also brightened considerably, looking at Lu Chen with more respect, and said with a smile, Dao friend is indeed extraordinary. May I ask who your master is? Li Ming had studied formations for many years and was well informed, yet he had never heard of such formations, which transcended the conventional formation system of the immortal realm. Such innovation could only be achieved by top-tier formation masters. If Lu Chen only had the strength of the Void Realm or even the Glass Realm, it was very likely that he had a sect inheritance. However, Lu Chen calmly replied, I have no master, this is something I stumbled upon myself, a minor path. Upon hearing this, Li Ming was instantly dumbfounded. This revelation shocked him even more than learning that the two formations were created by Lu Chen. Could it be that this was the rare formation genius of the ages? Dao friend is truly a genius. I wonder if you could teach us the structure of these two major formations. As a formation master, Morong Qingming naturally understood how difficult it was to create such formations, but at this moment, he was more concerned about the crisis in Panlong City, fearing that the demon clans would destroy the city's foundation. Lu Chen directly shook his head. Although my relationship with Dao friend Morong is good, we are somewhat familiar, but it hasn't reached the level of gifting the structures of two major formations. These two formations are the result of my lifelong research, and even if I sell them to others, I can earn quite a profit. Next came the moment of negotiation. Morong Qingming frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. He naturally understood this principle but was unclear about what Lu Chen was after. Dao friend, what are your conditions? Please feel free to speak. If we can meet them, we will certainly do our best to satisfy you, Morong Qingming said with sincerity, smiling. Li Ming took a deep breath and nodded, saying, indeed, as a formation master, I should be well aware of the value of these formations. Fellow Daoist, please state your conditions. He was eager to thoroughly study these two major formations and had a premonition that if he could comprehend their mysteries, it might elevate his own skills in formations to a new level, even soaring to the headquarters of the Formation Master Guild. Such an honor, even if it meant exhausting his entire fortune, would be worth it. Lu Chen saw the determination in both of them and smiled, saying, I am merely a loose cultivator, lacking only in cultivation resources. Right now, I need spirit stones and elixirs, especially elixirs. I like them regardless of grade or type. Upon hearing this, both men were somewhat surprised. What did he need elixirs for? Could it be that he was also an alchemist? However, he was asking for elixirs of any grade, which was quite strange. The city lord's mansion does have some elixirs, but not many, worth about 1,000,000 spirit stones. Murong Qingming shook his head, believing this amount would not satisfy Lu Chen. I do have 2,000,000 spirit stones, but no elixirs, Li Ming said, his eyes burning with desire as he looked at Lu Chen, not minding giving up all his wealth. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's mind sparked with an idea. Just taking advantage of these two wouldn't yield much, and the lurking demon clan in Panlong City was a matter of the city's safety. The other 5 major families should also be involved. Murong Daoist, why not discuss this with the 5 major families? I only need elixirs, not spirit stones. If you can gather elixirs worth 5,000,000 spirit stones within a day, I will present the core structures of the 2 major formations. He wasn't asking for too much. He suspected that Panlong City might not even have that many elixirs. After all, the Alchemist Guild's stock of elixirs was only around 5,000,000 spirit stones. Other forces, even if they had some stock, wouldn't be foolish enough to spend all their wealth on storing elixirs. Murong Qingming nodded. That should be the case, as it concerns the safety of the entire Panlong City. In fact, he would have done this without Lu Chen's reminder. Elixirs worth 5,000,000 spirit stones, then we have a deal. Murong Qingming fixed his gaze on Lu Chen, as if sealing a contract. Lu Chen smiled again. To be honest, not long ago, I broke through to a higher realm, and my lifespan has increased, so I plan to visit the Longevity Exchange Tower. I intend to go in a few days, is that alright? This time, it was just a single visit, and he didn't need to plan too much. He believed Murong Qingming wouldn't stop him. Murong Qingming nodded directly upon hearing this. This wasn't a condition. Instead, he caught a significant piece of information from Lu Chen's words. He really is at the Lioli realm. He just broke through from the 10th level of the Shujing realm to the Lioli realm not long ago. From Lu Chen's calm demeanor in front of them, who were all at the Shujing realm, and his daughter's words, it could be inferred that Lu Chen was indeed at the Shujing realm. Now that Lu Chen mentioned he had recently broken through to a higher realm and gained a considerable amount of lifespan, the implication was clear enough. He had just broken through to the Lioli realm not long ago. With a Lioli realm expert in the city, the demon clan was not to be feared. Of course, the presence of the demon clan hidden in the city was still a headache for him. If they didn't quickly root out these demons, it might cause many cultivators to leave Panlong City. This would lead to numerous problems for Panlong City. After discussing the conditions, Murong Qingming acted decisively, immediately sending a message to the heads of the 5 major families, commanding them to come to the city lord's mansion at once, stating that he had the best solution for the demon clan issue. Listening to this, Lu Chen added, Murong Daoist, Li Daoist, I have one more request for you. The two exchanged glances and nodded again. You must conceal one matter for me. Do not inform others that the formations originated from me, Lu Chen said, turning his gaze to Li Ming with a meaningful look. Just say they were created by Li Daoist, and he is willing to offer strategies for Panlong City to set up formations to root out the demon clan, with the cost being elixirs worth 5,000,000 spirit stones. Li Ming was taken aback, and Murong Qingming also showed a strange expression. I have never liked to show off, nor do I want others to know that I am a formation master. If the two of you do not agree, I will have to refrain from selling the formation to you. Lu Chen shrugged and smiled. I agree to your terms, Li Ming said after a moment of contemplation, decisively acquiescing. He felt that Lu Chen must have some concerns, and he even considered another possibility, but he didn't care. He had the ability to protect himself. Moreover, this was also an opportunity. If this formation truly created a remarkable effect, he would gain fame. Lu Chen nodded with a smile. I like to cooperate with straightforward people. He had thought it over and still felt that among the heads of the 5 great families, some were not quite right. He even suspected that these demons were hidden so well because some family had colluded with them to conceal them. If he suddenly claimed to have a way to use the formation to find the demons, what would he face? Most likely, murder. So, this move was a precaution. He would find someone to take the blame. And this person was willing to take the blame. This was what they called cooperation. Of course, if he was overthinking it, it didn't matter. He didn't care about so-called reputation anyway. Soon, he would leave Panlong City, allowing Li Ming to enjoy this prestige alone. Murong Qingming quickly gathered the heads of the 5 great families in Panlong City, and he also remembered to invite the presidents of several major guilds. After all, the blood demons love to hunt high-level cultivators to enhance their cultivation and lifespan. Thus, everyone present could potentially become a target of the demons, and they all hoped to quickly resolve the demon threat for some peace. With more contributors, the burden of resources could be alleviated. Lu Chen followed Morong Qingming into the reception hall. Before leaving, he specifically sent a message to Jin Yangfu, asking him to bring Su Qingying along. Since this treasure was so useful, it should be used a few more times. In the hall, Su Qingying sat beside Jin Yangfu and Morong Inxue, her gaze briefly sweeping over Lu Chen. She only glanced at him and quickly looked away, fearing being noticed. Yet, her heart was filled with uncontainable joy, especially when she heard Jin Yangfu say that Lu Chen had specifically instructed him to bring her along. A wave of unprecedented excitement surged within her. Is this what it feels like to like someone? A feeling I've never experienced before. Since she became sensible, Su Qingying had been diligently cultivating. Although she had many admirers, she had never been in a relationship, nor had she ever liked a man. Now that she was experiencing this feeling, she found herself somewhat intoxicated. Morong Qingming did not beat around the bush and immediately looked at the heads of the 5 great families, speaking in a deep voice. The reason for gathering you all again is that there has been a significant development. Li Ming has developed a unique formation that can be completed in just a month, capable of uncovering the demons. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone held their breath, and the hall fell into a momentary silence. Such a miraculous formation existed? Sun Yin Yang, the head of the Sun family, was the first to speak, a smile on his face, as expected of a 5th-grade formation master. This matter will rely on Li Ming. The other heads also chimed in, praising Li Ming. Only Huang Zhentian frowned slightly and said, since this formation can be completed, why gather us? Is there some difficulty? As Huang Zhentian thought carefully, 2 possibilities arose in his mind. Based on his understanding of Morong Qingming, if this formation could be completed, it should be kept secret, only informing a few trusted individuals, secretly setting up the formation to annihilate the demons in one fell swoop. Now, by calling everyone here and publicly stating this matter, it could instead alert the enemy. After all, those present were not necessarily trustworthy. There could be spies from the demons or those colluding with them. Of course, it was also possible that this was Morong Qingming's strategy to lure out the demons and eliminate them while dealing with Li Ming, or perhaps to directly scare the demons away. But the most likely scenario was that there was some kind of difficulty that required everyone's strength to resolve. Li Ming said solemnly, this formation requires a large amount of celestial herbs, regardless of their grade, with a value of at least 5 million celestial stones. He certainly wouldn't say that he needed these elixirs as payment to set up the formation, as that would tarnish his reputation. It would be better to simply state that making this formation requires elixirs. By rephrasing, he could obtain the necessary items while preserving his reputation, why not? Morong Qingming glanced at Li Ming, thinking that this guy still cared so much about his reputation. Precisely for this reason, I have summoned you all to collectively gather elixirs. After all, if the demon clan continues to rampage in the city, everyone's interests will be at risk, Morong Qingming said. Upon hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Sun Yin Yang spoke again, his expression troubled. My Sun family has a limited supply of elixirs. His words were filled with helplessness, as if he wanted to help but felt powerless. Other family heads echoed, we don't have much either. Perhaps we can trade with spirit stones. President Gong, does your guild have such a quantity of elixirs? Gong Chua exchanged a glance with He Jingming, both wearing subtle expressions. Elixirs? Setting up a formation? They instantly connected the dots. They couldn't help but steal a glance at Lu Chen. Not long ago, something happened, and all the elixirs were sold out. However, within a few days, we can retrieve them from another city, Gong Chua said with a smile, eager to take on this big business. However, the next moment, Morong Qingming and Li Ming spoke almost in unison. No, we must gather them within a day. Lu Chen said he needed to gather them within a day, and they weren't sure why he was in such a hurry, but they could only comply with this request. That's too urgent. We don't have enough reserves. Gong Chua shook his head. What about President He? A group of family heads looked at He Jingming. A little, but not much. And Panlong City is not a small city. With the combined strength of the merchants, it should not be a problem to gather them, He Jingming suggested. This matter is settled. Each side will contribute 5 million spirit stones worth of elixirs. Regardless, they must be ready within half a day, Morong Qingming commanded. Is there any dissent? He Jingming and Gong Chua exchanged glances for a moment but ultimately did not voice any objections. After all, they were also in Panlong City, and if the demon clan posed a threat, it was better to eliminate it sooner rather than later. Once everyone agreed, Morong Qingming directly instructed them to prepare. Brother Huang, wait a moment, I have something to discuss with you, Morong Qingming called out to Huang Zhentian. Seeing that Morong Qingming did not keep him, Lu Chen turned and left, waiting for the elixirs to arrive. In the reception hall, only Morong Qingming and Huang Zhentian remained. Is there something else? Huang Zhentian squinted and asked. Brother Huang, with so many people present, I trust you the most. After the meeting just now, the demon clan is very likely to take action, either fleeing Panlong City or targeting Daoist Li Ming. Therefore, we must ensure Daoist Li Ming's safety. Before the friends from the sword sect arrive, Daoist Li Ming will stay at our city lord's mansion. You and I will secretly guard him and set up a net to catch any threats. What do you think? Huang Zhentian fell silent for a while after hearing this, then nodded. All right, I'll follow your lead. After we gather the elixirs, we can discuss how to work together in detail. Morong Qingming smiled, but this matter must not be disclosed to others. Huang Zhentian nodded in agreement and turned to leave. As he stepped out of the reception hall, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Morong Qingming indeed wanted to cooperate with him, but his words also carried a hint of testing. This guy wanted to see if he had any ties to the demon clan. If within a few days, the demon clan neither fled nor killed anyone, it would indicate that he had leaked information. And that phrase must not be disclosed to others seemed to set a trap. If anyone else learned of this matter, he would be even more suspicious. Morong Qingming watched Huang Zhentian leave, and once his figure disappeared, he retracted his gentle demeanor, his gaze turning solemn. Among these people, there must be someone colluding with the demon clan, otherwise, the demon clan could not possibly hide so well. On the other side, Lu Chen returned to the front of the room, looked around to ensure no one was present, and then turned to enter Jin Yangfu's room. At this moment, Jin Yangfu and Su Qingying were already waiting inside. Did you find anything? Lu Chen directly looked at Su Qingying, noticing that she seemed very anxious to say something. Yes. Su Qingying hurriedly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. Did you discover who colluded with the demon clan? Su Qingying nodded again, her expression resolute. Who is it? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice. Could it be that the head of the Huang family, Huang Zhentian? Jin Yangfu raised an eyebrow and offered his opinion. In his view, Huang Zhentian was the most likely to collude with the demon clan. The Huang family appeared to be on good terms with the city lord's mansion, but in reality, there were undercurrents. The Huang family might have ulterior motives, wanting to replace the city lord's mansion. Thus, Huang Zhentian could potentially use the demon clan to eliminate the city lord. Lu Chen and Su Qingying exchanged glances, neither nodding nor shaking their heads. Huang Zhentian does have suspicions, but in my opinion, the Sun family is even more suspicious, Lu Chen said calmly. Exactly. My intuition tells me that the Sun family is very likely connected to the demon clan. Su Qingying quickly nodded, her expression filled with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Relying on the intuition from her accompanying treasure vase, she sensed something unusual about the Sun family. While Lu Chen seemed to lack this ability, how could he arrive at such a conclusion? The Sun family? I hadn't considered that. Jin Yangfu blinked and couldn't help but ask, so the Huang family really has no issues? The Huang family is still unclear, but my intuition tells me that the Sun family must be extraordinary. Just now, when I heard the head of the Sun family, Sun Yin-yang, speak, a very strong intuition arose in my heart that the Sun family is likely hiding something related to the demon clan. Su Qingying also couldn't pinpoint any flaws in the Sun family, relying solely on her intuition. Lu Chen maintained his usual expression and said, earlier, when the city lord and the president of the Array Masters Guild were talking, he was the first to speak, clearly more concerned about the progress the city lord mentioned than anyone else present. Moreover, while he agreed with the city lord's actions, he was also the first to raise the issue of the family's limited supply of immortal medicine, which subconsciously created a sense of contradiction. Of course, this alone was not enough to directly suspect the Sun family, but combined with Su Qingying's intuition and some clues, it was already possible to infer something. Should we inform the city lord? Su Qingying asked. If they did nothing, based on her intuition, Panlong City would likely fall into crisis in a little over a month. However, if they informed the city lord, and he directly led a team to attack the Sun family, it could clarify matters and even worsen the situation. Lu Chen shook his head. If your intuition is correct, this demon clan must not only possess the strength of the Void Realm but will also likely do something after we leave Panlong City. Morong Qingming and Morong Inxue had left him with a good impression, as had he Jingming and others. They were all part of Panlong City. He could only leave them some hints before leaving, while ensuring his own safety. The rest would have to be handled by them. He wouldn't intervene and get himself into trouble. Who knew how treacherous the demon clan was? They might hold a grudge against him in the end. All right, Su Qingying fully agreed with Lu Chen's approach. What? Have you completely immersed yourself in the identity of a junior brother? Lu Chen noticed Jin Yongfu frowning slightly. How could he not know what this kid was thinking? Jin Yongfu smiled wryly. Senior sister is really nice, and the city lord is also quite good. If doing something could help them survive, I feel it's worth helping. Lu Chen patted Jin Yongfu's shoulder, his words carrying deeper meaning. Helping is necessary, but we must first plan for our own safety. Trust me, you won't go wrong. Jin Yongfu nodded, believing in Lu Chen's decision. Lu Chen already had a plan in mind. First, obtain the immortal medicine, spend a day or two to burn it, storing it as lifespan, and then head to the lifespan exchange tower. In this way, the lifespan could potentially accumulate to a terrifying value in the tens of millions of years. Having nearly 10 sixth-grade immortal treasures, isn't it simple to protect oneself? Tonight may not be peaceful, so you should cultivate here with me. He had anticipated that once the news of the formation spread, the demon clan might pose a threat to Li Ming, and Morong Qingming would certainly take the opportunity to set up a net. If anything were to happen tonight, he would definitely need to hide. The two exchanged a glance and nodded silently. Half a day passed in a hurry. Lu Chen received a message from Morong Qingming, saying that the required immortal herbs were ready. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he left the room and headed to Morong Qingming's study. In the study, Morong Qingming and Li Ming were still sitting across from each other, and upon seeing him arrive, both smiled. Fellow Daoist, please check if the immortal herbs are sufficient, Morong Qingming said, handing over a storage ring. Lu Chen casually glanced inside, confirmed it was correct, and then put the ring away. Then, fellow Daoist, these two formations. Li Ming spoke impatiently, but saw Lu Chen take out 2 scrolls of formations and 2 maps, handing them to Li Ming. These 2 formations have no restrictions and come with my own researched patterns and structures. With your talent, you will surely comprehend their intricacies within a day. Lu Chen had prepared in advance, handing the formations to Li Ming, and after the other confirmed everything was correct, he took his leave. He did not wish to get too close to Li Ming. Now that the demon clan might be targeting him, getting closer could bring trouble. I will leave the rest to you two. City Lord, when the time is right, I will trouble you to take me to the Longevity Exchange Tower. Morong Qingming smiled and replied, all right. Lu Chen returned to his room, where Jin Yongfu and Su Qingying were still present. The sun was setting, and night was approaching. Tonight might not be peaceful. After returning to his room, Lu Chen activated several formations, and layers of protective patterns resembling turtle shells appeared in the room. Finally, he summoned a 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, controlling its size within a certain range, and suspended it in the empty space of the room. Come in, you two cultivate well, I will burn some immortal herbs. The 6th-grade immortal flying vessel could completely defend against the fierce attacks of the 10th level of the Void Realm, and even slightly defend against attacks from the Glazed Realm. Its flying speed was comparable to that of the Glazed Realm, so if a strong Glazed Realm demon were to attack, they would already be inside the vessel, and at that time, they could directly command the vessel to escape, making it difficult for the enemy to harm them in the slightest. The two nodded seriously, each sitting cross-legged in a corner, closing their eyes to cultivate. They also took a moment to glance at Lu Chen, discovering that he was controlling a powerful immortal flame in the air, then began to orderly throw in the immortal herbs, burning them to ashes. Jin Yongfu was curious but did not ask further, knowing that his good brother had secrets he would not easily reveal, so he focused on his own cultivation. Su Qingying was also curious, but she had learned to be smart and did not ask, instead staring intently at Lu Chen. So that was how the discarded immortal herb's medicinal power came about. In other words, soon there would be another 5 million immortal stones worth of medicinal power to convert into immortal stones? Lu Chen remained as composed as ever, burning 3 immortal herbs at a time as time slowly passed. He estimated that since there were many low-grade immortal herbs this time, it would probably take 2 to 3 days to burn them all completely. As night deepened and the dark moon hung high, the city lord's mansion was particularly quiet tonight. In a dark corner, a faint sound suddenly emerged. 2 shadows grew from the darkness of the wall, gradually forming 2 towering human figures. I'll go probe the strength of that mysterious person, you go kill that formation master. Both were cloaked in black hoods, their muscles like iron, their skin pale as snow, as if no blood flowed through them. The twisted patterns on their faces resembled those of evil spirits, their eyes red as blood, exuding endless madness and bloodlust. Their mouths split to the roots of their ears, revealing sharp fangs that glinted coldly, as if ready to tear apart their prey at any moment. Their figures merged with the darkness, their aura cold and eerie, like demons crawling out from the depths of hell. After exchanging words, the two vanished in the blink of an eye, one to the left and one to the right, swiftly heading towards their targets. Not long after, in the quiet night of the Lord's mansion, the sounds of battle suddenly erupted. As expected, there is an ambush. It seems that sight is hopeless, said the demon from the left path coldly, his brow slightly furrowed as he instantly vanished into a patch of darkness. He merged with the night, as if he had never existed. This is the place. His gaze was sharp, and his aura changed abruptly, a cold and eerie power surging from within him. Boom! With a loud crash, the room where Lu Chen was located suffered a fierce attack, wooden furniture instantly turning to dust, along with part of the array's light screen collapsing under the assault. However, half of the array's light screen still shimmered with a faint glow. Lu Chen had already stopped his actions. When the warning array indicated that there was a killing intent in the Lord's mansion, he focused entirely, ready to respond to any changes. Surprisingly, the array displayed two sources of killing intent. One, as he expected, went to the location of the Lord's ambush, and the sounds of battle soon followed. The other source of killing intent, however, was heading directly towards him, with a clear target obviously aimed at him. Through the array, he stared at the cloaked demon, and in their gaze, he finally saw the true form of the demon. In fact, it was quite similar to a human, just with a very exquisite appearance. At this moment, the demon that had destroyed his room was at the second level of the Void Realm. Only 2 demons have come? Is this all the combat power they possess, or is there some restriction preventing stronger ones from coming? Or are they just sending a few people to probe? Lu Chen did not keep his eyes fixed on the second-level Void Realm demon but squinted at the warning array's light screen in his hand. The demons coming to the Lord's mansion, if nothing unexpected happened, were likely just 2. Most likely, they were both at the second level of the Void Realm. With a 6th-grade immortal-grade flying vessel, he didn't need to worry too much about these small second-level Void Realm beings. They could stay quietly inside the vessel, and no matter how the demon attacked, it wouldn't cause any damage to the vessel. The demon showed a look of surprise. This was indeed a surprise attack, especially while his companion was drawing attention elsewhere, so this person shouldn't have entered the flying vessel so quickly. This meant that he had summoned the flying vessel early and entered it. Human ants, do you have the guts to come out and fight? The demon provocatively called out coldly. His mission was singular, to ascertain this person's strength. Lu Chen and the others were quietly watching the demon from inside the flying vessel. Let me out, does he know my strength is lacking? That shouldn't be, Lu Chen thought to himself, feeling puzzled. The impression he gave off was at least that of a Void Realm expert, and he might even be a 10th-level Void Realm powerhouse, or perhaps someone at the Glazed Realm. The small second-level Void Realm demon, having failed in its sneak attack, should logically escape directly. Moreover, once the battle over there ended, they would rush over to encircle and kill this demon. The demon's task was probably just to use its life to probe my specific strength? It must be so, no wonder it came directly to find me. But wouldn't this be a bit too costly? Using life to probe? No, could it be that this demon has a guaranteed escape ability? It is very likely. Thoughts raced through Lu Chen's mind. His understanding of demons was still shallow, and perhaps some demons possess special abilities. For example, like a gecko, having the ability to escape by shedding its tail? With this in mind, facing the demon's provocation, Lu Chen calmly replied, "Do you believe that if I make a move, your abilities won't save you?" Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant demon's expression froze, and his face suddenly became heavy. Seeing the change in the other's expression, Lu Chen sneered in disdain. It was indeed as he thought. No, I can't be intimidated by him. If he really had strength, why would he hide in the flying vessel? Our clan's secret techniques cannot be interrupted by him. The demon quickly shook off the apprehension that had arisen in his mind. If you truly have the ability, then come out and let this demon lord see. The demon shouted coldly. Lu Chen didn't know why, but he felt that the demon race seemed a bit foolish, and couldn't help but tease, "If I don't go out, what can you do to me?" The demon was momentarily at a loss for words. He truly couldn't do anything to Lu Chen. He was only at the second level of the Void Tranquility Realm. Even at the 10th level, he couldn't do anything about this flying boat. In other words, if Lu Chen didn't come out, he would be unable to complete this mission. "Are you afraid of me? I thought you were some kind of powerful being. But it turns out you're just a coward." The demon sneered repeatedly, trying to provoke Lu Chen. "Want to provoke me? You're still lacking a bit in that regard. Besides, killing you wouldn't mean much. It's better to spare your life and have you deliver a message to your master. If he dares to show his face, I will definitely kill him." Lu Chen knew in his heart that he had already been targeted by the demon race, and the reason for this was precisely because of the strong persona he had previously crafted. It could be considered an unwarranted disaster. He even suspected that these demons, despite having decent strength, were hesitant to recklessly slaughter his city because they had heard of his presence in Panlong City. Just tonight, they cautiously sent 2 demons to test his strength. So, after careful consideration, what he could do now was to buy some time. He could only continue to pretend to be strong, making these demons still dare not show themselves easily, and then lie low for a while longer before he hurried to the longevity exchange tower. After exchanging for treasures, he would decisively slip away. From Su Qingying's intuition, these demons wouldn't dare to launch a full-scale attack for at least a month. This time was enough for him to operate well. Damn it! The demon saw that Lu Chen had no intention of leaving the flying boat, and hearing the sounds of battle on the other side gradually fading, he knew time was running out. Thus, he unwillingly unleashed a few frenzied attacks on the flying boat, and after confirming they had no effect, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "You better wait for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Morong Qingming and some others quickly flying in from a distance. Upon seeing this, the demon quickly recited an obscure incantation, and a thick black mist surged from his body. Lu Chen saw this and knew the demon was likely using an escape ability, so he coldly laughed, "Remember to deliver my message to your master." Boom! The black mist suddenly exploded, and when the smoke cleared, the demon had completely vanished. When Morong Qingming and the others arrived, they found only the traces of the demon had disappeared. 2 shadow demons. Not a single one was captured. Morong Qingming frowned, cursing under his breath, then turned his gaze to Lu Chen, who was in the 6th grade celestial flying boat, and said with a wry smile, "Friend, why didn't you take action to eliminate him?" With his estimation of Lu Chen's strength, he believed there was a chance to interrupt the shadow demons' use of their innate secret techniques and kill them. Lu Chen replied calmly, "He came to test my strength. I had no absolute confidence in killing him, so I couldn't act recklessly. Moreover, sparing his life could also serve to deliver a message for me." Hearing this reason, Morong Qingming agreed with Lu Chen's thoughts, then curiously asked, "What message did you send?" Lu Chen felt calm inside. He had carefully considered that these demons were clearly wary of his strength, which was why they didn't dare to act recklessly. The stronger the impression he gave these demons, the less likely they would be to act rashly. Coupled with Su Qingying's intuition being 100% accurate, he was confident he could buy a few more days. So, in response to Morong Qingming's question, he spoke with a hint of an invincible aura, "I gave them 5 days. If they don't leave Panlong City, they will have no way back." Upon hearing this, Morong Qingming and the others couldn't help but narrow their eyes. At that moment, they finally felt an overwhelming sense of pressure from Lu Chen. It seemed he truly was a powerful being of the Liuli realm. There were 4 people involved in the ambush against the demon clan: Morong Qingming, Huang Zhentian, Li Ming, and a stranger whom Lu Chen had never seen before, whose cultivation surprisingly reached the 5th level of the Void Tranquility realm, even stronger than Morong Qingming and Huang Zhentian. However, this person appeared dull and lifeless, standing there like a wooden post, raising suspicions. Morong Qingming took a deep breath, and after confirming that Lu Chen was a strong practitioner of the glazed realm, he felt a bit more assured. Previously, 2 shadow demons had come, both at the 2nd level of the Void Tranquility realm, seemingly to gather intelligence, which indicated that there were even more powerful beings hidden within the demon clan. But at this moment, Lu Chen's words indicated that he would stand on the same front as them in Panlong City, and with such a strong practitioner of the glazed realm present, the demon clan was no longer a concern. Huang Zhentian looked at Lu Chen, then glanced at the dull middle-aged man standing beside him, frowning slightly, thinking to himself, a glazed realm expert, plus a puppet at the 5th level of the Void Tranquility realm. It seems I have underestimated Morong Qingming. Alright, after tonight, things should be a bit more peaceful. Everyone go back and rest, Lu Chen said, waving his hand after finishing his act. Morong Qingming nodded in acknowledgement, still having many matters to attend to, so she called for servants to clean the area and arrange a new residence for Lu Chen. After arriving at his new residence and closing the door, Lu Chen finally allowed Jin Yongfu and Su Qingying, who had been hiding inside the flying boat, to appear. Jin Yongfu's presence in his flying boat could still be explained, but he needed to keep his distance from Su Qingying, so he had always kept her hidden. Now that there were no outsiders, Lu Chen turned his gaze to Su Qingying and asked, "Do you have any premonitions? After tonight, will there be any changes in the future?" He still felt uneasy and wanted to confirm a few things with Su Qingying. Su Qingying shook her head. "No, my intuition from not long ago remains unchanged." "That's good." Lu Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was also unsure if pretending to be a glazed realm expert would scare off those hidden demons. If it didn't work, he would have to leave Panlong City overnight. As for the trip to the Longevity Exchange Tower, that could be forgotten. Since there were no unforeseen events, they would continue to act according to plan. Burning the remaining immortal herbs will still take about a day. No, that's still a bit slow. To be safe, I need to buy another batch of immortal fire. He pondered for a moment, believing he should be able to control 2 batches of immortal fire now, so he took out a communication jade slip to contact Gong Chu and asked him to send another batch of high-level immortal fire. In a certain place in Panlong City, deep in the underground abyss, there was a hidden, deep palace. The palace was dimly lit, with only a single candle emitting a faint glow. At that moment, 2 shadows emerged from the dark corners, the same 2 shadow demons that had appeared at the city lord's mansion earlier. Their faces were pale, clearly having expended considerable energy using their racial secret techniques. How did it go? A deep, authoritative male voice came from the depths of the darkness. Reporting to the master. All actions have failed, the 2 said, bowing and kneeling on one knee, lowering their heads to report. The darkness fell silent, and a terrifying aura emerged, pressing down on the 2 shadow demons, making them afraid to breathe. Speak in detail. Upon hearing this, the shadow demon who had gone to assassinate Li Ming reported first, recounting everything he had encountered. A puppet at the 5th level of the Void Tranquility Realm? Just that? A voice of disdain came from the darkness. The shadow demon who had been testing Lu Chen followed up, repeating what he had seen and heard. Hiding in the flying boat and refusing to step out? The voice carried a hint of confusion. Yes, master. This person gives off a very disgusting feeling. It infuriates a demon. The shadow demon said, gritting his teeth, then his expression changed slightly, and he forced a bitter smile, saying, he also asked me to convey a message to you. At this point, he hesitated to continue. Speak. He said that if you dare to show yourself, you will surely be killed. The shadow demon spoke cautiously, not daring to hide anything, reporting truthfully. This person is at least a glazed realm expert. Moreover, he anticipated that I would send someone to test him. Indeed, he is unfathomable. The shadow demon smiled bitterly, unsure whether to speak or remain silent. When facing that guy, he vaguely felt that the person seemed just like that, with a hint of pretentiousness. At that moment, a figure appeared outside the great hall, and a person bowed as they entered. Master Demon Lord, how is the battle going? Sun Yin-yang entered with a face full of flattery, stirring a slight breeze that made the candle flames flicker, casting light deeper into the hall. Those with sharp eyes would be shocked to find a blood jade throne deep within, where a fair-skinned man sat, flanked by a neat row of demon clan members, each at the void realm level, numbering more than 10. We failed, that person is at least at the glazed realm. Sun Yin-yang frowned tightly. Master Demon Lord, what should we plan next? The plan remains the same, but that Li Ming must be eliminated. Sacrifices are inevitable. Do as I say. Tomorrow, kill Li Ming. Lu Chen met Gong Chua, who brought a bundle of 5th grade celestial fire this time. Moreover, when Lu Chen offered celestial stones, Gong Chua refused. In the end, he got a bundle of 5th grade celestial fire for free. After mastering 2 bundles of celestial fire, Lu Chen began to work with both hands, controlling the celestial fire while throwing celestial medicine, his speed much faster than before. Not bad, at this rate, it should be completed within a day. Su Qingying secretly gasped. As a celestial-level alchemist, she knew well the difficulty of controlling celestial fire. Yet Lu Chen, who was clearly only at the true cultivation level of the moon sky realm, could control 6th grade celestial fire and even split his focus to control another bundle of 5th grade celestial fire. Such ability was truly terrifying. A night passed in a hurry. The next morning, Lu Chen was forced to stop his work. Morong Qingming once again summoned the powerful figures of Panlong City to the reception hall, and as a key invitee, Lu Chen could not decline, so he had to stop refining and let Jin Yangfu follow him there. Soon, he arrived at the reception hall. The hall was already filled to capacity, with the high-ranking members of the 5 major families of Panlong City and several major guilds present. As Lu Chen entered, all eyes focused on him, filled with admiration. Lu Chen knew that the false bravado from last night had already spread, and the gazes today were expected. He couldn't help but secretly sigh. Being respected like this was quite pleasant. However, this performance would not last long. He would soon have to leave Panlong City. He could not continue to act high profile. He needed to find a place where no one knew him, continue to lie low, and develop quietly. Everyone is here. I have gathered you this morning to discuss future arrangements. Now that Taoist Jia is here, those demon clan rascals dare not act openly. Once Taoist Li Ming sets up the formation, the demon clan will have nowhere to hide, Morong Qingming said with a calm expression, as if victory was already in sight. When will Taoist Li Ming be able to complete the formation? Can you give an accurate time? At this moment, Long Outyan, the head of the Long family, asked with a smile. He was sitting close to Li Ming, almost adjacent. Li Ming appeared calm, sitting beside Morong Qingming, and replied indifferently, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be completed within 20 days. Upon hearing this, everyone showed satisfied expressions. In the coming days, Daoist Li's safety is crucial. City Lord, how should we cooperate? Sun Yin-yang asked with a smile. Indeed, as long as Daoist Li can safely set up the formation, those demon clan rascals may abandon the city, everyone echoed. Morong Qingming nodded, saying, Daoist Li Ming is in my city lord's mansion, so he should be safe. Before he could finish, a scene that terrified everyone present unfolded. The head of the Long family, Long Outyan, who had appeared normal just a moment ago, suddenly erupted and launched a surprise attack. An attack from the first layer of the Void Realm surged towards Li Ming. Damn it! Morong Qingming did not expect such a turn of events and immediately released a puppet at the fifth layer of the Void Realm to protect Li Ming. However, Long Moutian's sudden attack was too unexpected. It seemed that Li Ming would have to withstand this blow himself. Daoist Jia. At this moment, Morong Qingming looked towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen also did not expect that the head of the Long family would dare to act publicly. Hearing Morong Qingming's call, he was at a loss for words. I know you are anxious, but being anxious is useless. I only have the strength of the Moonlight Realm. At this moment, what Lu Chen could do was to pray for Li Ming to endure this blow, and then rely on Morong Qingming to handle the aftermath. The second thing was to look around, staying alert for anyone else like Long Moutian who might be waiting to ambush him. Long Moutian's action had clearly exposed him as a member of the demon clan. Surprisingly, he dared to act so brazenly. This was tantamount to handing his life over to the demon clan, or perhaps he had already been controlled by them and was forced to serve. Lu Chen's gaze swept around, and soon he noticed someone looking at him with an unusual expression. It was Chen Haonan, the head of the Chen family among the 5 great families. Die! Just as Li Ming was in danger and everyone's attention was focused here, Chen Haonan suddenly launched a surprise attack on Lu Chen. At such a close distance, even if Lu Chen summoned a 6th grade flying boat, it would be too late. Fortunately, Chen Haonan's cultivation was only at the first level of the Void Realm, while Lu Chen's ice mirror could withstand 2 attacks from opponents below the 10th level of the Void Realm. Thus, he made no move and allowed Chen Haonan's attack to come at him. However, just as Chen Haonan's attack was about to reach him, it suddenly vanished, as if taken away by an invisible force, truly marvelous. Even more bizarre was that Chen Haonan suddenly widened his eyes, his body making cracking sounds. A cold chill surged from within him, and in an instant, his entire body was covered in ice, his life force completely extinguished at that moment. He actually died in an instant. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. The ice mirror could now only withstand one more attack from a Void Realm expert. It seemed he needed to visit the Longevity Exchange Tower again soon to obtain more defensive treasures. His fear of insufficient defense was about to surface. Meanwhile, as Chen Haonan was killed in retaliation, a mysterious energy flowed into Lu Chen's body, and his lifespan actually increased by 1,000,000 years. This meant that once he burned through the remaining elixirs, he would have a total of 11 million years of lifespan left. Very good. If all went well, he could exchange for 11 pieces of 6th grade superior or exceptional treasures. With so many treasures, surely there would be 1 or 2 defensive items among them. Just as Lu Chen was counterattacking Chen Haonan, the situation on the other side had also become clear. Li Ming had completely not anticipated that someone would suddenly attack in such an environment. Even though he had special formations for protection, he was only a 5th grade formation master, and ultimately, he was struck by a fatal blow and fainted. Although he was not dead, his life force was weak. Lu Chen noticed that the spot where Li Ming was hit was faintly emanating black energy, seemingly a method of the demon clan. It seemed the chances of survival were slim. What a pity, a dead friend cannot save a poor Taoist. At this moment, Morong Qingming had led everyone in a frenzied assault on Long Moutian, quickly capturing him. Unexpectedly, Long Moutian suddenly laughed wildly, and then his head exploded, dying on the spot, blood splattering all over Morong Qingming's face. Already furious due to the situation, Morong Qingming's obsessive cleanliness flared up, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. Damn it, the demon clan has infiltrated to this extent. He hurriedly cleaned the filth off himself and returned to Li Ming's side, ordering the puppets to guard the surroundings. Yet in the end, he still sighed, it was beyond saving. Lu Chen also approached to check, shaking his head inwardly. Indeed, there was no hope. Li Ming's life force was rapidly dissipating. Damn it! City Lord, Li Daoist has turned into this. What should we do now? Sun Yin-yang cursed angrily. Huang Zhentian said solemnly, no one present is allowed to leave. We will interrogate them one by one. The demon clan members may still be among us. Lu Chen agreed with this and glanced at Sun Yin-yang a few more times. Su Qingying's intuition had always been precise. This kid must be like Long Outyan and Chen Haonan, someone to keep a distance from to prevent another ambush. Although Morong Qingming tried his best to save Li Ming, he ultimately had to helplessly announce failure. Li Ming had already turned into a cold corpse. He could only turn his gaze to Lu Chen and say, "Daoist friend Jia, what should we do now?" Just a moment ago, he had wanted to ask Lu Chen for help to save Li Ming, not expecting that the Chen family head, Chen Hanan, had also been infiltrated by the demon clan. It seemed Lu Chen had not acted immediately because he had guessed there might be other hidden attackers. Such cunning was worthy of a strong figure in the Liuli realm. Even more shocking was that before Lu Chen made a move, Chen Hanan had already died. Such power was truly chilling. At this moment, everyone turned their eyes to Lu Chen, having just witnessed his mysterious and unpredictable strength. A first-layer cultivator of the Void Silence realm was like an ant before him. If it weren't for Long Outyan being too close to Li Ming and launching a surprise attack, with Lu Chen's strength, he could have easily resolved the crisis. But the world is unpredictable, and ultimately, it was helpless. Lu Chen said in a deep voice, according to Taoist Huang's words, "We must conduct a thorough investigation. Everyone present, line up, I need to check each one." When Huang Jintian issued the order, Lu Chen already understood that everyone here could not escape scrutiny, and he might also be among them, unless he took control of the situation. He did not want to be stripped and checked. He would take on the role of the chief investigator. He and the others followed Lu Chen's instructions, maintaining order. "Daoist friend, is there a way to distinguish the demon clan? Although it is daytime, these two do not have any demonic aura. They don't seem to be possessed by the demon clan but rather appear to be controlled by an illusion demon." Morong Qingming took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. Blood demons, shadow demons, and illusion demons had gathered in Panlong City. Such a demonic force could easily slaughter them in Panlong City. He even suspected that the recent massacre in a major city was the work of this group of demons. The reason Panlong City had not yet been slaughtered could be attributed to Lu Chen, having such a strong figure in the Liuli realm present. Upon hearing Morong Qingming's words, Lu Chen furrowed his brow beneath his mask. What is an illusion demon? Controlling thoughts? Are the demon clans this terrifying? Shadow demons can survive in desperate situations. Illusion demons control thoughts. Blood demons can enhance their strength and lifespan by consuming people. Damn it, is this what they call racial superiority? I have my own way to distinguish, Lu Chen said solemnly. Regardless of whether he could find out, he understood that the demon clan had many methods and would likely continue to test him, even launching hidden attacks. He could no longer stay here. He planned to leave and immediately go to the Longevity Exchange Tower, no longer burning immortal herbs. After all, he had just gained an extra 1,000,000 years of lifespan, and he would exchange for treasures and then leave Panlong City. And this Sun Yin Yang must have issues. Before heading to the Longevity Exchange Tower, he should directly restrict Sun Yin Yang to prevent any further trouble. Thus, Lu Chen glanced at Su Qingying, giving her a look of indication. Perhaps she could help him discern whether the others were controlled by the demon clan. He sat slightly away from the others, signaling Morong Qingming to come forward for the investigation. Whenever Morong Qingming approached someone, Lu Chen would glance at Su Qingying. If he did not see Su Qingying make any subtle signaling movements, he would indicate for Morong Qingming to check the next person. Until the end, Su Qingying did not make any other movements. The last person Morong Qingming checked was Sun Yinyang. Sun Yinyang appeared calm, seemingly unafraid of the investigation. Seeing this, Lu Chen sneered coldly. "Wait, you are the head of the Sun family?" Lu Chen stared at Sun Yinyang and asked in a deep voice. As soon as these words were spoken, Morong Qingming and the others immediately fixed their gaze on Sun Yinyang. The previously calm Sun Yinyang's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints at Lu Chen's question, but he quickly returned to a normal smile and said, "That's right, I thought you knew me, Taoist friend. Morong Taoist, take him down, I feel something is off with him," Lu Chen said coldly. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present instantly became alert, staring intently at Sun Yinyang. Hearing this, Sun Yinyang cursed inwardly. How could this guy have discovered that he had a problem? After witnessing Lu Chen's methods, Morong Qingming and the others had complete faith in him. At this moment, even if Lu Chen proposed a more bizarre request, they would willingly comply, let alone just capturing a family head. Huang Jintian took the lead, leading several elders from the Huang family to surround Sun Yinyang, and said in a deep voice, "Master Sun, I advise you not to act rashly, surrendering is the best course of action." Morong Qingming also brought his puppets from the 5th level of the Void Realm to surround him, calmly stating, "Do not resist. If you are innocent, we will naturally give you justice." Everyone showed their stance, surrounding Sun Yinyang tightly. Seeing this situation, Sun Yinyang suppressed his fear and clasped his hands, saying, "Everyone, please hold on. I will not resist. Please see clearly, I have no ulterior motives." Taoist Jia may have misunderstood. He didn't want to die yet, all he could do now was not resist. If he did, it would truly mean certain death. Morong Qingming then ordered the puppets to capture Sun Yinyang and turned to Lu Chen, asking, Daoist Jia, where exactly is his problem? Everyone's gaze focused on Lu Chen, even Sun Yin-yang stared at him closely, eager to know the reason behind the suspicion. Lu Chen casually replied, my intuition tells me this person is unusual. We should imprison him first and plan further later. Intuition? Everyone was momentarily stunned, doubt creeping into their minds. Can such matters really be determined by intuition? Sun Yin-yang was even more dumbfounded, cursing inwardly, intuition can be this accurate? Morong Qingming pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to trust Lu Chen. Perhaps he really had discovered something but couldn't state it clearly due to the situation, hence using intuition as a cover. Thus, Morong Qingming sealed Sun Yin-yang's cultivation and easily captured him, imprisoning him. Lu Chen looked at Li Ming's corpse and shook his head slightly. This could be considered revenge for Li Ming. Daoist friend, you willingly became a target of the demon clan, you can't blame me. Afterwards, Lu Chen had Morong Qingming send the others away, and he himself was unwilling to stay there for long. He immediately thought of a way to go to the longevity exchange tower and then slip away directly. At the same time, at the same moment that Sun Yin-yang encountered an accident, a group of demons deep within the palace of the Sun family had already sensed the unusual movements outside. Damn it! This guy is indeed not simple. Urgent relocation. Sun Yin-yang's capture could potentially reveal their location. Even if he didn't disclose it, Morong Qingming and the others would come to the Sun family for an investigation. My lord, where shall we go? The blood demon pondered for a moment and provided an answer. After everyone dispersed, Lu Chen found an opportunity to be alone with Morong Qingming. Before he could speak, Morong Qingming preemptively requested, Daoist Jia, Li Ming has already perished. This formation can only be set up by you. He left behind a manuscript for the formation layout, and the structure of this formation was provided by you, so it shouldn't be difficult to set up. Seeing Morong Qingming's earnest words and even his bow, it was clear he was making a sincere plea for help. After a moment of silence, Lu Chen finally nodded, alright, but I must first go to the longevity exchange tower. Let's go together. After today's events, he had gained a better understanding of these demons' intricacies, their methods being numerous and unpredictable. Regardless of how to choose next, the priority now was to quickly obtain more treasures to enhance his means of survival. The ice mirror had already been used once, leaving only one chance to resist a strong opponent from the Void Realm. His insufficient defenses were increasingly revealing his fear. Okay. Morong Qingming did not expect Lu Chen to agree so readily, thinking he would need to offer more elixirs to persuade him. So, the two quickly prepared to set off, planning to head outside the city. Just as they flew halfway up, Lu Chen was about to summon a 6th-grade immortal flying boat when he suddenly saw a group of people flying in from the horizon. Lu Chen frowned slightly, while Morong Qingming was overjoyed. Daoist Jia, the people from the Immortal Sword sect have finally arrived. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen relaxed his guard. This was good. With the arrival of the Immortal Sword sect, the hidden demon clan should be less daring to act recklessly. Let's go greet them, Morong Qingming said to Lu Chen. In fact, there was no need for them to greet. In less than 2 breaths, the group from the Immortal Sword sect had already flown in front of the two. The two sides stood in the air. I am the city lord Morong Qingming, greetings to all fellow Taoists from the Immortal Sword sect, Morong Qingming said with a cupped fist and a smile. The Immortal Sword sect had sent 10 people this time, all at the Void Tranquility Realm, with the lowest being at the 1st level and the highest having reached the 10th level. The leader, clad in battle robes, had an imposing demeanor, resembling a general about to go into battle. Greetings, fellow Daoist. I received a message from my master uncle saying that there are demons appearing in this city. What is the current situation? The middle-aged man asked politely with a smile and a cupped fist. Master uncle? Could this person be the disciple of Son Yuanming's junior brother? The situation is somewhat complicated, but for now, there is no immediate danger. Of course, this is all thanks to Daoist Jia's presence. Otherwise, the demon clan would have likely already slaughtered the city. Morong Qingming took the opportunity to introduce Lu Chen. The members of the Immortal Sword sect looked at Lu Chen with slight surprise. This person had no visible fluctuations in cultivation, but his extraordinary aura, standing beside Morong Qingming, subtly revealed his remarkable strength. May I ask about your specific cultivation level? The middle-aged leader inquired with cupped hands. Given that Morong Qingming mentioned slaughtering the city, the hidden demon clan must possess at least mid-level void tranquility strength. Moonlight Realm, Lu Chen replied calmly. The members of the Immortal Sword sect were slightly taken aback. Seeing this, Morong Qingming smiled wryly and said, I will explain to you all later, it's not suitable for discussion here. Let's find another place to sit and talk. That works. I forgot to ask your name, fellow Daoist, Morong Qingming said, looking at the middle-aged man. Zhao Dozhu. So it's Daoist Zhao, please. At this moment, Lu Chen said, Daoist Morong, I will go to the Shouwan Tower by myself. You can entertain your esteemed guests first, I will return shortly. He did not want to delay his plans because of these people. After having enough trump cards, he would act according to the situation. Morong Qingming pondered for a moment, took out a token, and handed it to Lu Chen. Fellow Daoist, go quickly and return quickly. Lu Chen smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, Daoist Morong, could you invite Huang Xuanyu from the Huang family? I heard he is your future son-in-law? Zhao Dezhu suddenly asked with a smile. Morong Qingming was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly and said, there have been some changes, my daughter has already broken off the engagement with him. However, this has not affected my relationship with the Huang family. May I ask why Daoist Zhao inquired? Zhao Dezhu was slightly stunned, then said, he is my junior brother. I came this time on the orders of my master to take him for training and bring him back to the sect afterward. Morong Qingming looked somewhat surprised. He had indeed heard Huang Xuanyu mention that he had gained the favor of an elder from the Immortal Sword sect, but he did not expect it to be the junior brother of Song Yuanming who had taken notice of him. What a coincidence! Lu Chen had not yet left when he heard this and was also slightly surprised, but he did not pay much attention and directly summoned the 6th grade Immortal Flying Boat, flying straight towards the city outskirts. The members of the Immortal Sword sect were astonished to see the 6th grade Immortal Flying Boat and looked at the scene in surprise. Is this fellow Daoist really at the Moonlight Realm? Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but look at Morong Qingming again with doubt. Even he did not possess a flying boat of this level. Last time, he had bid for a 6th grade Immortal Flying Boat at an auction in a large city under the sect, but due to limited finances, he ultimately missed out. Now, arriving in such a small city, he unexpectedly saw a 6th grade Immortal Flying Boat. How could he not be surprised? Morong Qingming smiled and said, this Daoist Jia is a loose cultivator. For personal reasons, he claims to be at the Moonlight Realm, but in fact, his cultivation is at least at the Glazed Realm. What? Glazed Realm? The members of the Sword sect all widened their eyes. Their master was only at the Glazed Realm. Morong Qingming slowly descended from the sky with the members of the Sword sect, casually recounting Lu Chen's background and achievements. He spoke of Lu Chen's appearance in Panlong City, his involvement in cultivating Xinjiangfu, and the various events that had occurred recently. Daoist Jia must have broken through to the Glazed Realm not long ago, gaining quite a bit of lifespan, and thus he went to the Longevity Exchange Tower. Now, Daoist Jia has also agreed to help set up the Demon Search Great Array, but as for when it will be completed today, I haven't inquired in detail, Morong Qingming said calmly. After listening to Morong Qingming's account, Zhao Dezhu's curiosity about Lu Chen reached its peak. This person was truly formidable. Although his own cultivation had reached the 10th level of the Void Realm, just a step away from the Glazed Realm, and he might break through in the near future, he did not dare to assert that he could be as outstanding as Lu Chen. Thinking of this, Zhao Dezhu felt a sense of admiration. Lu Chen was merely a loose cultivator without the support of a sect, yet he could discover a genius like Xinjiangfu, who was also valued by his master, and secretly nurture him. Even more astonishing was that he possessed a 6th grade Immortal Flying Boat and was a Formation Master recognized by the president of the Formation Master Guild, with skills above the 5th grade. He was truly not to be underestimated. If he can really set up the Demon Search Great Array, it will undoubtedly make an indelible contribution to our human race. Zhao Dezhu, being in the Sword sect, was well aware of the harm caused by the demon race. The sect took the extermination of demons as its duty, and the disciples had often clashed with the demon race, deeply understanding their strange methods and elusive movements. It had caused them no small amount of trouble. Exactly, Morong Qingming also understood the profound significance of this array, which could even rewrite the future of the entire human race. Since he said there is a problem with the head of the Sun family, it is highly likely that there is indeed a problem. Let us go and interrogate him. No, first, let's investigate the 3 major families, perhaps we can directly find traces of the demon race. Zhao Dezhu's mind moved, recalling the recent incident in the city where the demon race had committed murder. He thought that since it was daytime, the demon race might not have moved, and if they went directly, they might find these demons. Morong Qingming pondered for a moment and asked, aren't we going to wait for Daoist Jia to return? Although he did not know the exact strength of the demon race, he estimated that there should be no strong Glazed Realm experts among them, otherwise, they would have already slaughtered the city and would not have remained hidden until now. Zhao Dezhu decisively said, I'm afraid that by the time he returns, the demon race will have already fled to another place. That's fine. Morong Qingming nodded in agreement, quickly gathering the experts within Panlong City, with Zhao Dezhu leading the way, heading straight for the Long family, Chen family, and Sun family. At this moment, Lu Chen was piloting the flying boat, already far from Panlong City. Before leaving, he did not forget to send a message to Jin Yangfu and Su Qingying. You should leave the city lord's mansion immediately and wait for me at the city gate. I will come to pick you up after I exit the Longevity Exchange Tower. Lu Chen was secretly vigilant. The city lord's mansion was now fraught with hidden dangers. If there were indeed someone among the demon race who could control people's hearts, it might be Morong Qingming's turn one day. It was better to leave that place and wait until he obtained enough treasures before making other plans. As for his promise to Morong Qingming to help set up the array, it also depended on the situation. After all, he was only a third-grade formation master, and the array left behind by Li Ming was at least fifth grade, which he could not set up in a short time. Unless he weakened the array's power and spent time improving it, it would be difficult to achieve the expected effect. It was not that he could not fulfill his promise, it was just that he could not set it up at the moment. Are we leaving right now? Jin Yangfu asked upon receiving the message. Yes, bring Su Qingying, and go to the place where we gathered after hunting beasts last time, Lu Chen replied. Okay. Jin Yangfu had always trusted Lu Chen's decisions and immediately agreed. The speed of the immortal 6th grade absolute flying boat was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had left Panlong City, heading towards the Longevity Exchange secret realm. Along the way, he burned the immortal medicine. Although progress was swift, by his estimation, it would take at least half a day to burn through the remaining medicine. Immortal medicine worth over 1 million immortal stones, forget it, no more waiting. 10 million years of lifespan is enough. If I can exchange for a decent defensive treasure, I can find another place to finish burning the remaining medicine and then go through the Longevity Exchange Tower again. Soon, the Longevity Exchange secret realm was in sight. Just as Morong Qingming had said, several major forces had sent elite guards to this place, all of whom were experts at the 10th level of the Xianguang realm. When they saw Lu Chen piloting the immortal 6th grade absolute flying boat, they instantly recognized his identity and respectfully welcomed him. Lu Chen stowed the flying boat and appeared before everyone, directly displaying the token Morong Qingming had given him, saying, I'm going in. Although these people were ordered to strictly check every individual entering the Longevity Exchange secret realm, upon seeing Lu Chen holding the city lord's token, they dared not obstruct him and immediately let him pass. Lu Chen stepped into the Longevity Exchange secret realm and finally arrived in front of the Longevity Exchange Tower. Great! I've finally made it in. He took a deep breath, excitement swelling in his heart. The accumulated lifespan could finally be put to good use. He plunged into the Longevity Exchange Tower, instantly surrounded by a vast space. That familiar, ancient voice echoed again, and he was already clear about his goal. The treasures he wanted to exchange for were from the immortal 6th grade upper to absolute grade. Each investment was 1 million years of lifespan. Let's get started. Time passed quietly. Before entering the Longevity Exchange Tower, Lu Chen was in a state of excited anticipation. But when he walked out from the Longevity Exchange Tower, his face showed no excitement at all, for he had reached the peak of excitement and had instead calmed down. Awesome! He almost wanted to shout to the heavens. Is this the feeling of being full of treasures? 10 exchanges, and each item he received made his body tremble. He never expected such good luck this time. It seems I don't need to rush to leave Panlong City. Hey, a little demon clan, how can they let me leave easily? He had roughly assessed the strength of the demon clan. The strongest among them was at most at the mid-level of the Lioli realm, and now, a little mid-level Lioli realm was nothing to worry about. If they could harm him even a hair, he would consider it a loss. Once I deal with these demon clans, I can continue to stay in Panlong City to accumulate more lifespan. By the time I am fully equipped with immortal 6th grade absolute treasures, I can head to other unfamiliar cities, which would be much safer. Lu Chen adjusted his robe, left the Longevity Exchange secret realm, and arrived at the agreed meeting place with Jin Yangfu to pick up the two. Brethren, where are we going next? To the Immortal Sword Sect? Jin Yangfu asked curiously. Su Qingying also looked at Lu Chen with curiosity. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, nowhere, we will continue to stay in Panlong City. Ha? Jin Yangfu was taken aback for a moment, then asked, why the sudden change of mind? Lu Chen laughed, a little demon clan, what is there to fear? Jin Yangfu blinked and then laughed heartily, it seems Brethren is confident about wiping them out. He knew Lu Chen well, if he didn't have complete confidence, he would never be so calm. Lu Chen looked at Su Qingying and asked, do you have any intuitive feelings? Su Qingying stood there in a daze, her intuition extremely strong at this moment. All the crisis instincts that had arisen not long ago had completely disappeared. My intuition tells me that Panlong City is no longer in danger. Lu Chen patted her shoulder and smiled, then that's even better. With his complete confidence and Su Qingying's 100% accurate intuition, even if the King of Heaven came, he wouldn't be trapped in danger. It's settled. Let's go back. Lu Chen did not let Jin Yongfu and the others reboard the flying boat but instructed them to return on their own. He then contacted Morong Qingming to inquire about his whereabouts. Upon learning that Morong Qingming and others had already gone ahead to the three major families to begin a detailed search for traces of the demon clan, he immediately took to the skies in his flying vessel towards the destination. If the traces of the demon clan were indeed discovered by them, it would be an opportunity to eliminate them. By the time he joined the main force, Morong Qingming and the others had thoroughly searched the Chen, Long, and Sun families, but no matter what, they still had not found any trace of the demon clan. Not even a hint of demonic energy remained, and there were absolutely no signs of the demon clan's presence. When Lu Chen arrived in his flying vessel, everyone turned to look at him, and Morong Qingming came forward to greet him. Daoist Jia, we have conducted a thorough search and found not even a trace of the demon clan, Morong Qingming said, his brow furrowed. Although they had acted swiftly under Zhao Dishu's reminder, they still had not found any traces of the demon clan, indicating that it was very likely they were not hiding within these three major families. After careful questioning, they had not even found any evidence against Sun Yinyang, the head of the Sun family, and it seemed that after this operation, they would have to release Sun Yinyang. Could it be that Sun Yinyang really has no connection with the demon clan? Of course, I do not doubt Daoist Jia, but without any evidence, it is difficult to continue suspecting Sun Yinyang. Lin Bufan, the head of the Lin family, who was usually taciturn, suddenly spoke up. His words, though humble, were in fact a challenge to Lu Chen. This made Lu Chen take a closer look at Lin Bufan, and he smiled, saying, at present, the demon clan could appear anywhere in Panlong City, and since they have not been discovered, they must be acting cautiously, and their hiding places are certainly not easy to find. Now that we have searched the three major families, why not have all parties conduct a search? Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Lin Bufan frowned slightly. How could he not understand the implication of those words? If everyone agreed, Lu Chen would likely be the first to search the Lin family. At this moment, Huang Jintian spoke up. What you say is very true, it should be done this way. Lu Chen glanced at Huang Jintian, then turned his gaze to Lin Bufan, calmly asking, what does the head of the Lin family think? He always felt that there must be something suspicious about the four family heads suddenly breaking through to the Void Realm, and since the heads of the three major families had their questionable points, could Lin Bufan, who had also broken through to the Void Realm, be problematic as well? The outcome was uncertain, but since they had begun the search, it was certainly best to investigate thoroughly. Lin Bufan pondered for a moment before saying, that is acceptable, but I feel that Daoist Jia seems to be acting without any evidence. If we continue like this, how long will we have to toil? Everyone looked at Lin Bufan, who had completely stood up to speak against Lu Chen, with strange expressions. Lu Chen, on the other hand, felt even more convinced that Lin Bufan had something to hide. Others might still be half convinced about the issues with Sun Yinyang, but he was quite certain that Sun Yinyang was problematic. At least Su Qingying's intuition had never been wrong, and Sun Yinyang had indeed shown many questionable behaviors. Now, Lin Bufan seemed to be following in Sun Yinyang's footsteps. What the head of the Lin family says is very true. If it really comes to it, I will not participate in this operation. Morong Daoist, I will return to my cultivation first, Lu Chen said with a smile. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They knew very well that Lu Chen's strength was extraordinary, at least a powerful figure in the Liuli realm. If they lost his assistance, their hope of eliminating the demon clan would be greatly diminished. Daoist, we still do not understand the situation of the demon clan, nor do we know their strength. We still need to rely on your strength. Everyone wants to quickly eliminate the demon clan, but during this period, we will inevitably touch upon various interests. However, compared to short-term interests, long-term benefits are of utmost importance, so I hope everyone will think more about the future. Zhao Dishu's of the Xianjian sect spoke up at the right moment, his words gentle, stabilizing Lu Chen while forcing Lin Bufan and others to reconsider. The reason Lu Chen is still in Panlong City is simple. First, he wants to stay a little longer in this familiar environment, naturally not wanting this stable setting to be disrupted by the demon clan. Second, there are familiar people here, such as those with good relations with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and the Alchemist Guild, which is more beneficial for him to accumulate lifespan. Therefore, what he needs to do now is to quickly lead everyone to eliminate the demon clan within the city. To eradicate all the demons, he naturally has to take the lead, which also serves to let everyone know that if they want him to exert effort, they should listen to him. He can quickly find the demons and eliminate them all. Daoist Zhao's words are indeed correct, Morong Qingming said with a smile. He increasingly understood Lu Chen's methods and was more aware of their importance. In order to restore peace to Panlong City as soon as possible, he would not hesitate to follow Lu Chen's arrangements, even if it meant doing things against his own heart. Daoist Jiao's words are not without reason, so let's investigate according to what Daoist Jia said. However, we haven't found even a trace of the demon clan. Where does Daoist Jia think the problem lies? Lin Bufan still refused to accept this and stared at Lu Chen as he asked. Lu Chen secretly sneered, becoming more certain that Lin Bufan harbored ulterior motives. The demon clan acts cautiously, but finding their hiding places among the three major families is not a difficult task, he said. As soon as he said this, everyone felt it was strange. Caution and ease of finding seemed contradictory. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he directly put himself in the position of the demon clan. During the day, demonic energy would appear, and given his situation, the choice of hiding places would likely be limited to a few directions. They might choose to stay away from the ground, in sparsely populated areas, such as the back mountain, forbidden caves, or even deep underground. They could also hide among treasures, use formations to disguise their forms, or even hide underwater or in wells. Lu Chen listed more than 10 possible hiding places in one breath. These were all based on his experience. If they still couldn't find them, it could only mean that these demons were more cautious than he was or had even more unpredictable methods. However, the probability of them being more cautious than him was not high. Daoist Jia's words are very true. Let's investigate one by one according to this method. Let's start with the Sun family. Morong Qingming felt that Lu Chen's reasoning was sound, and they had indeed overlooked several possible hiding places. Everyone began the search again, with some even burrowing underground to look. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, news came back. I found a palace deep underground in the Sun family, and there is a demonic aura present. As soon as this was said, everyone gathered, and Morong Qingming and the others looked at Lu Chen, admiring his insight. It seems that the Sun family colluding with the demon clan is undoubtedly true, Morong Qingming said solemnly. Everyone turned their gaze to Lin Bufan, their expressions subtle. Lin Bufan took a deep breath and said, I was indeed wrong to question Daoist Jia earlier. It was only because I have always been on good terms with the head of the Sun family, fearing he would suffer injustice, and I was momentarily disturbed by personal feelings. Lu Chen smiled lightly, no problem. By the way, I almost forgot to inform everyone that I am also a formation master. I learned the method of setting up the Demon Search Great Formation from Daoist Li Ming's manuscript. If I can obtain 5 million immortal stones worth of elixirs, I can definitely set up this formation, making it impossible for the demon clan to escape. Upon hearing this, Morong Qingming's mouth twitched slightly. He knew very well that setting up that formation did not require the so-called elixirs, it was simply that Lu Chen wanted the elixirs. However, now that Lu Chen promised to help them set up that formation, he was still willing to part with some elixirs, so he echoed, that's right, if everyone wants to quickly eliminate the demon clan, we may need to spend some more elixirs. By the way, Daoist Jia, how long will it take you to set up the formation? With Morong Qingming's words, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Within 6 days, the formation can be completed. So fast? Truly worthy of Daoist Jia. Morong Qingming's eyes flashed with surprise. It should be known that Li Ming, a 5th grade formation master, would also need more than 20 days to complete his work. This indicated that Lu Chen's mastery of formations must be above the 5th grade. The crowd was overjoyed and no longer suggested that Lu Chen gather more immortal herbs, feeling displeased. Seeing everyone agree happily, Lu Chen secretly laughed. The reason he asked for immortal herbs worth 5 million immortal stones had several purposes. First, he naturally wanted to accumulate more lifespan. Last time, Morong Qingming and the others only took less than half a day to gather immortal herbs worth 5 million immortal stones for him, indicating that they still had some stock. Since they had it, he could take on the task of arranging the formation and earn a little more. Second, he didn't want to work for these people for free. Everyone wanted to eliminate the demon race, so it was reasonable for him to exert some effort and collect a bit of protection money. Arranging formations also required time and skill, and it was labor-intensive. How could he not take some reward for it? Third, and most crucially, he mentioned the immortal herbs to inform everyone that he could inherit Li Ming's will and set up the Great Demon Search Formation. If there were still internal supporters of the demon race here, that would be even better. The demon race would soon learn of the news, and at that time, they would either quickly retreat or find a way to deal with him. If they dared to act against him, with his current means, he would definitely make those demons come and go without return. He could catch them with precision. After capturing and killing them, he wouldn't even need to set up the formation. Even if someone needed this formation in the end, he could simply claim that it was false, all fabricated, intended to deter the demon race. He knew very well that if this formation were to spread, it would attract the attention of many powerful forces and could even stir up a storm. However, he did not want to draw attention, so he attributed everything to an illusory strategy, allowing the matter of the formation to settle down. After all, even Morong Qingming did not understand his formation structure, nor did he comprehend Li Ming's formation manuscript. Even if someone wanted to check the manuscript later, he could easily deal with it by casually altering its content. Alright, we will continue to gather immortal herbs. Huang Zhentian agreed with a nod. That's fine, but it hasn't been long since we last gathered immortal herbs, so this time it will likely take more time, He Jingming said. At this moment, Zhao Disu suddenly smiled and asked, coincidentally, are all the required herbs low-grade? Everyone's gaze turned to Zhao Disu's, who slowly said, my junior brother Longfu manages the low-grade immortal fields in the sect. When he came here, he happened to bring a batch of mature immortal herbs that haven't yet been stored, and he hurried here to help with a total value of about 2 million immortal stones. Lu Chen looked at Zhao Disu's in surprise. This guy is quite reliable. Morong Qingming laughed heartily, very good. This way, we can gather enough immortal herbs even faster. Zhao Disu's nodded, however, we are not from Panlong City. These herbs belong to the sect and can be used by you, but they need to be exchanged for immortal stones. This is easy to discuss, He Jingming smiled. It was equivalent to them purchasing this batch of immortal herbs. If he guessed correctly, Zhao Disu's and the others might even make a small profit. They could just return a little over 1 million immortal stones to the storeroom to settle this account. That's very good, Zhao Disu said with a smile. Suddenly, Morong Qingming's expression changed drastically, and he exclaimed, not good. Sun Yin Yang has escaped. When he followed Zhao Disu's and the others to search for the demon race, he was also worried that Sun Yin Yang would break free or be rescued by the demon race, so he left a puppet to guard Sun Yin Yang. However, at this moment, news came from the city lord's mansion that the demon race had invaded the dungeon and, under the attack of a puppet at the 5th level of the Void Realm, had taken Sun Yin Yang away. Zhao Disu's face darkened, and he urgently ordered, return. The crowd immediately took to the air and flew swiftly. Upon hearing of the demon race's movements, Lu Chen did not hesitate either, but his cultivation was not as high as Zhao Disu's, and his flying speed in the Moonlight Realm was far inferior to that of the others. However, he piloted a 6th-grade immortal ship, which was actually faster than Zhao Disu's and the others. Everyone watched as Lu Chen rode the flying boat alone, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the horizon, all of them forced a bitter smile. It must be the 6th-grade immortal flying boat. Traveling without having to fly myself is truly comfortable. If the demon clan hasn't escaped far and he catches up, by the time we arrive, he might have already finished the battle. The reason Lu Chen was in such a hurry was that he wanted to see if he could encounter the demon clan again, and also because he had sent Jin Yangfu and Su Qingying back to the city lord's mansion not long ago. If they encountered the demon clan, it would likely be a perilous situation. The 6th-grade immortal flying boat quickly returned to the air above the city lord's mansion, and at that moment, he was surprised to see Jin Yangfu and Su Qingying waiting for him below. Looking at the two, he did not descend directly but said to Jin Yangfu, don't move from here. Are you going to buy me some oranges? Jin Yangfu replied smoothly. With the code recognized, Lu Chen then landed in front of the two and asked, are you both well? When did you return? Have you seen the demon clan? Jin Yangfu frowned and said, we had a brief encounter with the demon clan. A total of 5 demons appeared, all at the 4th level of the Void Realm. Lu Chen pressed on, when they saw you, did they attack? Jin Yangfu replied, at that time, they were being chased by a 5th-level Void Realm puppet. They only glanced at us hurriedly before flying off in that direction. He pointed to a certain direction. Lu Chen immediately summoned the flying boat and took the two to pursue, but soon they stopped outside the city. They saw a half-destroyed puppet lying in a huge pit. It was Morong Qingming's 5th-level Void Realm puppet, now destroyed, with only the lower half remaining. Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the surroundings and said solemnly, there is only this pit, seemingly caused by an explosion. To destroy a 5th-level Void Realm puppet in one strike, the enemy must possess at least the power of a 10th-level Void Realm, or even the strength of the Glazed Realm. Could it be that there are indeed Glazed Realm experts among these demons? Lu Chen murmured to himself. Su Qingying suddenly shook her head, and both Lu Chen and Jin Yangfu looked at her. Su Qingying said, it seems there aren't any. Without a doubt, Su Qingying must have had another intuitive insight. No Glazed Realm? Then what level of cultivation is it? Lu Chen asked. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes, pondered for a moment, and said, my intuition tells me it's at most the 10th level of the Void Realm, but the power displayed here seems like that of the Glazed Realm. Perhaps it's the power of the 10th level of the Void Realm using a secret method to unleash an attack equivalent to the Glazed Realm. Lu Chen squinted slightly and murmured, a method that possesses strength beyond one major realm? Do you know the specific method? Lu Chen fixed his gaze on Su Qingying, knowing that her intuitions were often vague, but occasionally she would provide more precise details. Su Qingying's gaze fell on the huge pit, and suddenly a flash of inspiration struck her. It seems like a 6th grade immortal treasure was detonated to produce such power. Detonating a 6th grade treasure? Lu Chen was taken aback and asked in confusion, "Are you sure? Can treasures also be detonated?" This method of attack was all too familiar, akin to modern grenades. Su Qingying said, "I've heard others mention this, it's quite rare, but it does exist. In the immortal realm, there are special methods that can detonate treasures exchanged in the longevity exchange tower, unleashing powerful attacks in a short time. However, these methods are extremely rare, and those who learn them likely won't use them lightly. After all, treasures are limited. Who would be willing to waste them like that?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Wasn't this an attack method tailor-made for him? Others might not have many treasures, but he did. With such a method, combined with various 6th grade or even top-tier treasures, wouldn't it be simple and easy for him to kill Glazed Realm experts in the future? This method is rare in the world, yet there are actually people among the demon clan who possess it. If I eliminate these demons, wouldn't I be able to obtain this method? Lu Chen pondered for a moment and ultimately solidified his resolve. If these demons had not escaped from Panlong City, he would ensure that they would come and go without return. All of them would be left behind. After all, the strongest among the demon clan is only at the 10th level of the Void Realm. Even with this method to assist, it can only be compared to the power of the Glazed Realm, which is not to be feared. The direction in which these demons fled seems to be outside the city. The probability of escape is very high. Do you have a feeling that those demons have already escaped from Panlong City? Lu Chen turned his gaze to Su Qingying, his words carrying a hint of inquiry. Su Qingying shook her head. "They haven't escaped." Lu Chen nodded slightly. "That's good." He didn't care whether these demons had escaped or not, he still wanted to collect those immortal herbs. He would continue to pretend to set up the formation and talk about gaining longevity later. They didn't wait long in place before they saw Morong Qingming and the others rushing over. Morong Qingming glanced around and, seeing his puppet in such a state, couldn't help but change his expression drastically, staring blankly for a long time, ultimately gritting his teeth in anger, unable to suppress his fury. Zhao Dezuzu looked around, his expression serious, and said thoughtfully, "With such an offensive, there may already be strong ones at the Glazed Realm among these demons." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Lu Chen. For now, he was the only one who could control the situation here. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he said indifferently, "They fled quickly. By the time I arrived, they had already vanished without a trace." What a pity. Did they escape from Panlong City? Morong Qingming was still burning with anger, his eyes filled with regret, and his face twitched slightly from the pain, clearly showing his distress. If these demons had left the city, his loss would have some value. However, Lu Chen said, "In my opinion, they are very likely still hiding within the city. The Demon Search Great Formation still needs to be set up." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dezuzu immediately agreed. Indeed, with the Demon Search Great Formation, these monsters will find it hard to escape. Lu Chen glanced at him. This kid seems very eager to have a Demon Search Great Formation. Before the formation is set up, continue to carefully search the city. Morong Qingming and the others nodded, preparing to search the remaining major forces as Lu Chen had previously suggested. Lu Chen did not go with the group, using the excuse that he needed to make various preparations for the formation. He took Xin Yangfu and Su Qingying back to the new residence in the city lord's mansion. "In the near future, there is a probability that the demon clan will come to kill me. You two should hide, so I won't be hindered," Lu Chen said. He didn't want to be distracted. After learning that there were attack methods he wanted among the demon clan, he prepared to capture all these demons, so he was indeed going to set up the Demon Search Great Formation. As for whether the formation would be used by Morong Qingming and the others after it was completed, that would be a matter for later. It would be best not to share it with them to avoid unnecessary trouble in the future. Jin Yangfu asked in confusion, "Where should we hide?" Lu Chen flipped his palm, revealing a storage golden pearl, and said, "You two can temporarily take shelter inside. There is still one person inside, Huang Hongzhong, who has no cultivation and doesn't need to be concerned about." "So he hasn't died yet," Su Qingying said. The two were very obedient and directly entered the storage golden pearl, not wanting to disturb Lu Chen. "Alright, everything is ready, let's get started." Lu Chen's gaze swept around, and for safety's sake, he began to set up the formation. The formations in front were all created by him. Although they were only of the 3rd rank and had average defense, they excelled in number. The last formation, however, was the Silver Light Formation he obtained from the Longevity Exchange Tower, a 6th grade immortal formation with extraordinary defensive power. Once this formation was set up, the formation I could move with the one who set it up, and the defensive effect of the formation was enough to withstand a full-force strike from a strong person at the early stage of the glazed realm. With this formation to protect him, he was not afraid of strong beings from the glazed realm. In addition, he still had 2 defensive treasures. This time, the exchange was truly a stroke of luck, yielding 3 defensive treasures. The first was the Silver Light formation, the second was the Heavenly Gang protective armor, which he was already wearing, and it was also a 6th grade immortal treasure. The protective armor contained a storage ring that could hold 1,000,000 immortal stones and could withstand a strike from a 10th level glazed realm strong person. Although it could only block a single strike, for Lu Chen, it was an unparalleled treasure. Without a powerful Holy Spirit realm expert among the demon clan, it would be difficult to put him to death. He had already stood on an invincible ground. The third item was a blue orb the size of a fist, named the Attack Storage Orb. This orb was also a 6th grade immortal treasure, a supreme weapon for attack. It could store the attacks of a mid-stage Lili realm expert 3 times, and when the orb's power was full, it could unleash a strike comparable to that of a late-stage Lili realm expert under his control. This orb could only be used once, but even so, it was his greatest reliance. It could serve both as defense against the attacks of 3 Lili realm experts and as a lethal weapon to eliminate Lili realm experts, truly perfect in every way. In addition, he also had an ice mirror, which could be used once more. With multiple defensive treasures in hand, Lu Chen no longer feared any experts within the Lili realm. And there's also a 6th grade immortal flying boat. With these layers of defense, it will surely make attacking enemies feel a chill. This is the art of top-tier defense. Lu Chen's lips curled up in a smile. With defense secured, the next step was to quickly find these demons. I am currently only a 3rd grade immortal array master. The array level in Li Ming's manuscript is at least 5th grade, even close to 6th grade. I need to adjust it well to reduce the coverage area of the array before I can set it up. Lu Chen instantly entered a research state, taking the manuscript left by Li Ming and began to improve it. After half a day, he had already determined the structure and some details of the array he wanted to set up. Very good, with my level, inscribing these array patterns will take 5 days. However, even if I set it up, I still lack 2 things, otherwise, it won't achieve the best effect. These 2 things were the aura of the demon clan and a special array eye. The demon clan's aura was difficult to preserve. The best method was to directly capture a demon or any part of a demon's body, so we could better search for the demon's location. Therefore, they needed to capture a demon or see if they could obtain a demon's corpse from somewhere. As for the special array eye, the best choice was an intelligent existence, such as a spirit body or a spirit body of a certain treasure. Su Qingying once mentioned that her red treasure bottle seemed to have spirit, hinting that it might contain a spirit body. Additionally, some immortal medicines, if they reached a certain grade, could also give birth to spirit bodies. Only with these 2 items could his array accurately locate the demons. I currently do not have these items. I can only let Morong Qingming find a way to prepare them. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly heard Morong Qingming's voice transmission. Dao friend Jia, the immortal medicine is ready. Shall I send it over now? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and replied, very good, I also have important matters to inform you. Soon after, Morong Qingming arrived at his residence. He handed Lu Chen a storage ring containing immortal medicines worth 5 million, and then asked, Dao friend, is there anything else? Lu Chen informed Morong Qingming of the 2 items needed for the demon search array. Upon hearing this, Morong Qingming frowned, pondering for a long time before saying, the demon's corpse or remnants of its aura can still be procured, the immortal sword sect might have such items, but this spirit body is indeed hard to find. The probability of such a spirit body existing was very low, only found in some special treasures. For example, his puppet, but unfortunately, the puppet had already been destroyed, and the spirit body had naturally perished. Moreover, some high-grade immortal medicines that could give birth to spirit bodies were extremely expensive. There was also a situation where, after a human dies, the soul remains through special means or circumstances. The probability of this happening was also very low. I will try to think of a way, Morong Qingming said with a frown. Lu Chen nodded slightly, then focused his gaze on Morong Qingming and asked in a deep voice, I always feel that the demon clan has not left Panlong City. It seems to be because there is something they desire here, far more than just the lives of the human race. Dao friend Morong, is there any hidden truth you have not told me? He pondered carefully, there must be some secret in Panlong City. At this moment, he was still a Mongolian. After he truly accepted this demon-slaying mission, he began to contemplate the thoughts of the demon clan. These demons, perhaps due to various rumors and the many treasures on him, had misunderstood his strength. Just like Morong Qingming, they probably regarded him as a powerful figure in the Liuli realm. However, according to what he learned from Su Qingying, there were no beings of the Lioli realm among these demons. Even if they had powerful attack methods, they shouldn't recklessly take risks. It was precisely this recklessness that made him suspicious. The demons seemed to be fearful, not daring to act rashly, only wanting to probe his true strength before making further plans. Now, they even pretended to leave Panlong City, yet Su Qingying's intuition insisted that the demons were still lurking here. Such behavior was certainly not merely for the sake of slaughtering the city. In Panlong City, there were powerful figures in the Lioli realm stationed, and the reinforcements from the Xianjian sect had also arrived. If it were just to slaughter the city, why wouldn't the demons turn their attention to those small towns without powerful figures in the Lioli realm or the Xianjian sect? Unless, within Panlong City, there was something they desperately craved, and it wasn't just about killing living beings to enhance their strength and extend their lifespan in exchange for treasures. After Lu Chen finished speaking, his gaze was piercing as he stared at Morong Qingming. In that moment, Morong Qingming's eyes flickered slightly, as if he had something to hide, and a hint of hesitation appeared between his brows. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen immediately said, "Morong Daoist friend, I am determined to eradicate the demon clan for the countless lives in Panlong City. Now that we are allies, if you continue to conceal something, leading to an unbearable situation in the end, I will feel disheartened and leave Panlong City. Then, the responsibility will fall entirely on you." Hearing this, Morong Qingming smiled bitterly, increasingly admiring Lu Chen's meticulous mind. Where others had not noticed, Lu Chen saw through it at a glance. Indeed, he was of the Lioli realm, incomparable to ordinary people. "There is indeed something I have kept hidden," Morong Qingming finally sighed, "but my father, before his death, strictly instructed me not to disclose it to others, otherwise Panlong City will never know peace." Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, not expecting there to be a hidden truth. "Is Panlong City still peaceful now? If I were to leave today, you would only be able to seek protection from the Xianjian sect, and the strong ones from the Xianjian sect may not be easier to deal with than I am. I am just a loose cultivator, I can still guard your secrets, but if you tell them, the next moment the entire upper echelon of the sect will know." Lu Chen's words contained a hint of probing, wanting to uncover what secrets Panlong City held, especially concerning the demon clan, which made him cautious. Morong Qingming took a deep breath and said seriously, "If I tell you, I hope you will not disclose it to others. Otherwise, even if you save Panlong City from the demon clan, this matter will lead to its destruction." Lu Chen nodded, "Rest assured, I only care about how to resolve the crisis in Panlong City. I do not wish to see the suffering of living beings, I know what to do." Morong Qingming, feeling helpless, slowly revealed the truth. "To be honest, I suspect that the reason the demon clan repeatedly refuses to leave is because of a demon dragon within Panlong City." "Demon dragon?" Lu Chen was slightly startled upon hearing this. Panlong City couldn't really be hiding a dragon. Since my ancestors opened this city, it has been guarded by my Morong family and the Huang family for generations. I do not know the exact location of this demon dragon. I only know that it has been passed down in our family teachings that we must guard this place and protect this secret. Now, besides me, only Huang Jintian knows about the demon dragon. Our two families have concealed this secret for generations, and now I do not know if these demons have learned of the demon dragon's existence and have set their sights on it." "Huang Jintian knows as well?" Lu Chen asked, narrowing his eyes. "When I suspected that the demon clan's intentions were not simple, I sought him out for discussion and tried to gauge his thoughts. It should not be him who revealed this secret. I grew up with him and understand his situation. Our two families were actually of the same lineage many years ago, placing great importance on ancestral teachings and rules. We could compete for the position of city lord, but when it comes to the demon dragon, we would never act in such a rebellious manner." Lu Chen nodded, and Su Qingying's intuition had not suggested any collusion between Huang Jintian and the demon clan. "Tell me more about this demon dragon," Lu Chen asked, secretly speculating in his heart. "Is this demon dragon considered a celestial beast? It seems to still be alive. If I were to kill it, how much lifespan could I gain?" Of course, he was just thinking about it. This demon dragon had clearly lived for a long time, and its strength should not be underestimated. Morong Qingming said, "I have never seen this demon dragon either, but according to our ancestors, this demon dragon is the mount of a top-tier powerhouse from the demon clan. Long ago, when the demon clan attacked the human race, that demon powerhouse was slain by a human powerhouse, and the demon dragon was severely injured and imprisoned nearby. To prevent the demon dragon from breaking free from its seal, a city was established here. Did your ancestral teachings not require you to perform certain tasks regularly?" Lu Chen thought he had seen such stories somewhere in his past life, but those people clearly had to do something, like guarding the sealing site to prevent damage and repair it in time. No, the ancestral teachings only state to guard the city and protect the secrets. Unless absolutely necessary, one must not easily disclose them. Morong Qingming had also harbored doubts about this, but after many years, he had not found an answer. Your ancestral teachings really emphasize a sense of relaxation, Lu Chen said helplessly. Not knowing the location of the demon dragon and not needing to do anything, just protecting the secret and not informing outsiders unless absolutely necessary. One word to describe it: bizarre. Do you know how strong this demon dragon is now? Could it have already died? Lu Chen asked again. Unclear, but to be the mount of a top-tier powerhouse from the demon clan, it must at least possess the strength of the universe realm, Morong Qingming said solemnly. The top-tier powerhouses they referred to were the strongest among them, those at the Dao Saint realm. Below the Dao Saint realm is the universe realm. So strong? If I could kill this demon dragon, how much lifespan would I gain? I can't even imagine, Lu Chen thought to himself. Faced with such an existence, what he could do was probably just close his eyes and take a nap. If the demon clan really has designs on this demon dragon, then the city slaughter should just be a pretext. Earlier, Su Qingying's intuition told her that in a little over a month, Panlong City would fall into crisis, likely because the demon clan succeeded and released the demon dragon? Now that Su Qingying's intuition has disappeared, does that mean the demon clan will fail? Lu Chen pondered for a moment, burying this secret in his heart. The main thing was that he was also unsure whether Morong Qingming's so-called secret was true, as it didn't sound very reliable. I have told you everything I know, so please keep this secret and do not tell others, Morong Qingming said with a serious expression. Lu Chen nodded slightly and said, rest assured, I know what to do. For now, let's eliminate all these demon clan members first. You go prepare what I need. I want to start setting up the formation. Morong Qingming nodded and repeatedly reminded him that if he had any other needs, he could send a message. After Morong Qingming left, Lu Chen returned to his residence to prepare to set up the formation. At that moment, Su Qingying contacted him, saying she had something important to discuss. Lu Chen released Su Qingying from the storage golden pearl. Su Qingying looked around to ensure no one was present before mysteriously saying to Lu Chen, just now, I suddenly sensed a very strong intuition, as if the treasure vase had sent a message saying there is a terrifying creature hidden within this city. However, that creature seems to be nearing the end of its life. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. This can be sensed too? Do you know where this powerful creature is specifically? Lu Chen asked mysteriously. Since it was about to die, could he perhaps gain some lifespan from it? If the magic dragon of the universe is indeed to be killed, the lifespan gained from delivering the final blow would likely surpass the effort of burning several million immortal stones worth of elixirs. At that time, wouldn't it be like directly obtaining a free 6th grade immortal treasure? I'm not entirely sure. I can only speculate a rough location, Su Qingying replied calmly. Lu Chen frowned slightly impressed. Then what does this rough refer to? Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes lightly and answered, inside Panlong City. This was tantamount to saying nothing, and Lu Chen suppressed the thought of slaying the magic dragon. If he truly had such luck, he could give it a try and make a fortune. Without such fate, blind expectations would only lead to disappointment. Wait, something feels off. Lu Chen suddenly squinted, stroking his chin, lost in thought. Seeing this, Su Qingying asked in surprise, what's wrong? If these demons are indeed targeting the magic dragon, why don't they hide their tracks and wait until the last moment to launch a surprise attack? The more Lu Chen thought, the more puzzled he became. He had clashed with the demons several times and could tell that they acted cautiously. Since they had come to Panlong City, they should have first investigated the situation in the city to be safe. Knowing that there was a mysterious person here, likely a powerful figure from the Liuli realm, why would they kill and expose their whereabouts? Could it simply be internal discord among the demons? Or perhaps some individuals are uncontrollable, bloodthirsty, leading to exposure? But that possibility is extremely low. He continued to speculate, or could it be related to several family heads suddenly breaking through to the void realm? Did the demons use some secret method to sacrifice a portion of lives in the city, allowing these family heads to break through, thus making them easier to control? Lu Chen believed the second possibility was more likely, yet he still couldn't explain the deeper reasons behind the demons' exposure. Is it possible that they did it on purpose? The goal is to spread the news of the demons' presence here, luring the Immortal Sword sect to send powerful figures, especially experts from the Liuli realm? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Chen's expression grew increasingly serious. From exposing their tracks, to testing his strength, to employing means beyond the 5th layer of the void realm to slay Morong Qingming's puppet, everything seemed to have a trace to follow. Indeed, among these demons, there are likely those with strength exceeding the 5th layer of the void realm, using such means to destroy a puppet of the 5th layer, likely for all of us to see. The purpose is to let everyone in Panlong City know that there are demons among them with Liuli realm strength, thus attracting more Liuli realm experts. This explains why the demons are not acting discreetly and are deliberately exposing their tracks. Perhaps, to break the seal on that magic dragon, they need the lives of Lioli realm experts. And among these demons, there are means to kill a large number of Lioli realm experts. The more Lu Chen thought, the more alarmed he became. Wait, that also seems off. Lu Chen couldn't help but look at Su Qingying and asked, "Can you be sure that the crisis in Panlong City has been resolved? No strong intuition?" If what he thought was true, then these demons should not pose a threat yet, and the crisis could not be completely resolved. Su Qingying nodded seriously. That's right. Could it be that the demon's ultimate means can only kill those below the peak of the Lioli realm? His defensive measures were sufficient to withstand attacks from the entire realm of Lioli. It seemed he was the key figure to unraveling these demons' conspiracy. Su Qingying's intuition has never been wrong. The demon's original plan was clearly to be executed within a month. And my actions must have disrupted their plan, especially the magic search array. They went to great lengths to kill Li Ming, surely because this array posed a huge threat. Thus, my mention of the array's setup time today also indicates that in the coming days, these demons will definitely make a move against me. Very well, then I can set a trap to catch them in a jar, waiting for them to fall into the net. Lu Chen took a deep breath, carefully calculating. He was fully confident in setting a trap for these demons. I hope you all mobilize. After all, dealing with the glass realm cannot be as easy as the last time when we killed Li Ming. As long as they all moved out, he would have the chance to catch them all in one go. Not long ago, when all the forces in Panlong City were present, I stated that within 6 days, I could set up the formation. If the Lin family truly colludes with the Demon Clan, they will definitely pass on the news. And given the Demon Clan's caution, they won't wait until the 6th day to act. If it were me, I would choose a compromise date and act on the 3rd day. This meant he still had 3 days to make proper arrangements. The immortal medicine worth 5 million immortal stones just obtained, plus the immortal medicine that wasn't completely burned last time, can all be converted into lifespan within 3 days, and I can also make another trip to the lifespan exchange tower, to exchange for more treasures to deal with the Demon Clan. Very well, I need to hurry. Are you planning something big? Su Qingying stared at Lu Chen for a long time, and seeing him show a hint of a smile, she raised her eyebrows and asked, "Is there anything you need my help with?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "How much of that medicinal power has been converted into immortal stones recently?" "Over 1 million. Do you need it? Here you go." Su Qingying took out a storage ring and handed it to Lu Chen without hesitation. This medicinal power originally belonged to Lu Chen, and she never had the thought of claiming it for herself. Lu Chen nodded slightly and said, "You go to the city and buy a batch of immortal fire around the 3rd grade. With the remaining immortal stones, see if there are any immortal medicines left in the city, and buy them all, regardless of their grade." Su Qingying had no other matters to attend to, so she nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lu Chen immediately immersed himself in the task of burning the immortal medicine, not daring to waste a single moment. Half a day later, Su Qingying returned, carrying a batch of 4th grade immortal fire and immortal medicine worth 1 million immortal stones. I searched the entire Panlong City, and almost all the shops have sold out of immortal medicine. Fortunately, I followed my intuition to a shop that doesn't sell immortal medicine, but found some for sale there. So, I bought a batch at a price higher than the market value. Su Qingying felt that Lu Chen must be in urgent need of these medicines, so even though their prices were generally higher, she still bought them. Moreover, after Lu Chen burned these medicines, she could convert them back into immortal stones, so she didn't actually lose much. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes sparkled, and he praised, "Well done. Keep it up." It must be said that Lu Chen's impression of Su Qingying was getting better and better. This girl could indeed help him. Su Qingying smiled at Lu Chen's praise, but she didn't say anything because she saw Lu Chen was busy preparing for something significant. After handing the immortal medicine to Lu Chen, she happily returned to Lu Chen's storage golden pearl to cultivate. Lu Chen once again focused entirely on burning the immortal medicine. This time, to speed up the process, he even operated 3 batches of immortal fire simultaneously. Yes, he found that his fire control technique was improving day by day, and he could now control 3 batches of immortal fire, which would undoubtedly greatly increase the speed of burning the immortal medicine. Once the Demon Clan is eradicated, I will cultivate diligently, break through to the heavenly transformation realm, and become a 4th grade immortal level alchemist. It should be a piece of cake. Time quietly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had gone by. Lu Chen had not seen any movement from the Demon Clan, and he had finally converted all the recently obtained immortal medicine into lifespan. 6 million years of lifespan. He could exchange for 6 more treasures. So, he took the token that Morong Qingming had given him last time and secretly went to the lifespan exchange tower. After a great satisfaction, he returned from the lifespan exchange tower, walking with a spring in his step, exuding confidence. I've never felt such a sense of security. He had gained 2 more defensive treasures. Solidified. After returning to his residence, Lu Chen immediately added several layers of defense to it. What he needed to do next was to wait quietly for the demon clan to come knocking. Just after he finished his arrangements, Morong Qingming suddenly conveyed to him that he had already found the 2 materials needed for the formation, both provided by the Immortal Sword sect, but negotiations were required with them. He also mentioned that Zhao Dishus had guessed that the demon-searching Great Formation did not originate from Li Ming's research, and it was clear who the true author was. He assured that he had not disclosed this to Zhao Dishus. Upon hearing this, Lu Chun understood the implication. The so-called negotiations were merely Zhao Dishus and his group wanting to acquire the demon-searching Great Formation. It was not difficult to guess that it was the formation structure he provided. After all, he was the only one in Panlong City who was sufficiently special. Unfortunately, he did not want his formation to spread, otherwise, the unique structure he created could easily be thoroughly studied by some top formation masters in the immortal realm, which would inevitably lead to numerous subsequent troubles. The best approach was to confess at the last moment, pretending that this was a ruse, merely a trick to lure the demon race into revealing themselves. Thus, Lu Chen transmitted, "Bring them to my residence." Not long after the transmission ended, Morong Qingming arrived with Zhao Dishus in front of Lu Chen's residence. "Daoist Jia, I heard from Daoist Morong that you need 2 special materials to set up the demon-searching Great Formation. To be honest, we happen to have them. Many years ago, I killed a demon, and I still have his corpse. As for the spirit body you need, my junior brother has one." Before Morong Qingming could speak, Zhao Dishus smiled at Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, "This is indeed quite a coincidence. The Immortal Sword sect is willing to do its utmost to eliminate demons for Panlong City, which is truly a blessing for the city. Daoist Morong, you should express gratitude on behalf of the countless beings in Panlong City to the friends from the Immortal Sword sect." Knowing Zhao Dishus' purpose for coming, he understood how to negotiate. That was to not regard himself as a person of Panlong City. In fact, there was nothing wrong with this, whether in terms of his disguised persona or the reality. He was not a person of Panlong City. Although he did not want Panlong City to fall, it did not mean he would sacrifice too much of his personal interests for it. Upon hearing this, both Morong Qingming and Zhao Dishus were momentarily stunned, and the negotiation rhetoric Zhao Dishus had prepared was also stalled. Morong Qingming took a deep breath and followed Lu Chen's words, saying, "Daoist Zhao, I represent all beings in Panlong City to express our utmost gratitude for your help." The corners of Zhao Dishus' mouth twitched slightly, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "To be honest, while the demon's corpse is not rare, this spirit body is my junior brother's most precious possession, and its value is significant." Lu Chen nodded in understanding. "We naturally understand this principle. Daoist Morong, you in Panlong City should find other ways to express gratitude to the friends from the Immortal Sword sect." Morong Qingming couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "You all are more calculating than I am." Morong Qingming said helplessly, "Daoist Zhao, what requirements do you have?" "Panlong City will do its best to meet them. The most urgent matter now is to set up the formation as soon as possible." Zhao Dishus said seriously, "This formation is crucial for my Immortal Sword sect to eliminate the demon race in the future. If this formation is truly successful, I hope both Taoists can teach us the formation or its arrangement method." Although this was directed at Morong Qingming, it was actually a request aimed at Lu Chen. Morong Qingming then looked at Lu Chen and asked, "Daoist Jia, what do you think?" Lu Chen sighed, "This formation is the result of my years of research, my lifelong effort is invested in it, this request puts me in a difficult position." Morong Qingming secretly cursed in his heart, "You didn't say this last time. You even said it was something you stumbled upon. I understand your meaning, but I hope you will consider the future of the human race and not focus on personal interests. If this formation can succeed, there will no longer be a place for the demon race to wreak havoc within the human realm." Zhao Dishus suddenly cupped his hands towards Lu Chen, deciding to bind him with that sense of righteousness. Lu Chen responded calmly, "Daoist Zhao has such a broad mind, which is truly admirable. But I am just a loose cultivator, with no ambition to care for the world and its people, only concerned with some trivial gains. Don't think you can impose moral constraints on me. I have no morals, so how can you bind me?" Zhao Dishuzhen was momentarily speechless, his expression somewhat dazed. This was not at all what he had imagined. And this conversation just died like that? Seeing this, Morong Qingming knew that continuing the discussion would likely be futile, so he could only smile wryly and say, "Why don't we wait until the formation is set up before discussing this matter? The urgent task is to eliminate the demon clan in Panlong City. Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, whether this formation will be effective is still uncertain. We should plan after it is properly arranged. Zhao Dizhuzhen pondered for a moment and could only say, alright, then let's discuss it after the formation is completed. Although Zhao Dizhuzhen had originally come to negotiate, he ultimately helplessly handed over 2 materials without gaining any actual benefits. However, he knew very well that at this point, more words would be of no use. The real negotiation would have to wait until the formation was successfully set up. After all, Lu Chen had indeed taken their things to set up the formation, unless Lu Chen could dismantle the formation after it succeeded and return the consumed items to them intact. After receiving the materials, Lu Chen politely sent Morong Qingming and the others away, while already formulating his own plans in his heart. Since I am setting up the formation, how can I not make more preparations? As long as I make slight modifications to the formation structure, I can still return the items to you after use. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he thought that as long as he didn't publicly display the formation, even if he was forced to hand over the formation manuscript, he could modify it slightly before handing it over. Moreover, the demon clan might strike at me soon. If I can directly eliminate all the demons, then there would be no need to rush in setting up this formation. Back at his residence, he began to do nothing and then immersed himself in cultivation, waiting for the arrival of the demon clan. Just a day later, Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes and sneered, as expected. They really came on a compromise day. Outside his residence, in the darkness, 5 figures had appeared at some unknown time. Lu Chen's early warning formation was continuously activated, and the 5 murderous intents suddenly emerged, meaning these 5 demons had suddenly appeared outside his dwelling. These demons must have used some special means. Boom! 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 The next moment, several deafening explosions echoed throughout Panlong City. Lu Chen had been sitting inside a 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, cultivating, when he saw his newly moved residence instantly reduced to dust, and the ground nearby turned into a bottomless pit in the blink of an eye. The destruction spread out to a mile away. The previous attack consisted of 5 strikes, each possessing the power of the Liuli realm, with one strike even reaching the peak of the Liuli realm. However, in front of the heavy defenses he had set up in advance, these attacks were merely like a tickle. That kid should be dead by now. One demon laughed wildly as he looked at the dust cloud ahead. Even if he is a peak Liuli realm expert, with a 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, he is undoubtedly dead. What a pity, we spent 3 6th-grade superior treasures, 1 6th-grade supreme treasure, and 1 lower 7th-grade treasure for this kid. Let's go, others will arrive soon, don't waste any more treasures. Wait, we need to confirm he is dead before leaving. The leading demon, tall and with glowing green eyes, said in a deep voice. After saying this, he waved his hand, stirring up a gust of wind that quickly dispersed the rolling dust. But when they looked ahead again, they were shocked to find Lu Chen standing unharmed inside the 6th-grade immortal flying vessel. Damn it! How is he unscathed? The 5 demons stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with shock. Was that just a tickle for me? Do you have any treasures left to self-destruct? Lu Chen looked at the 5 demons and asked with a cold smile. The 5 demons exchanged glances, all shocked that their previous attack had been completely ineffective. They focused their gaze ahead, only to realize that their combined assault had merely destroyed a few low-level formations and 1 6th-grade immortal formation, while another 6th-grade immortal formation still stood firm. Moreover, Lu Chen, under the protection of a 6th-grade immortal flying vessel, remained completely unscathed. The lethal strike they had originally aimed for now turned into Lu Chen's cold mockery. Damn it! Should we retreat? One of the demons couldn't help but whisper. The other 4 demons quickly looked to their leader, the strongest among them, at the 10th level of the Void Realm. The remaining 4 were all below the 5th level of the Void Realm, clearly just a small team attempting to take down Lu Chen with a bold gamble. No! We must kill this brat. Even if it costs us our lives, we must take him down. This is the Master's order. The leader of the demons, at the 10th level of the Void Realm, spoke in a deep voice. Lu Chen had originally worried that these 5 demons might flee, uncertain if he could stop them all. Hearing this, he felt relieved. It seemed these individuals were determined not to retreat, so he no longer needed to hold back. Today, he would let them all stay here. The news of the attack had already spread, and he believed it would only take a little over 10 breaths for Morong Qingming and the others to bring reinforcements. Fine, let's fight to the death. Use all our treasures and kill him. The 5 demons reached a consensus in just a breath, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, the blood-red killing intent evident in their eyes as they fixed their gaze on Lu Chen. Lu Chen carefully observed these 5 demons and noticed they looked slightly different from the demons who had tested his strength last time. Each had a strange horn growing from their forehead. According to the information Su Qingying obtained from Morongingshua, they should be anger demons, Lu Chen thought to himself. After Su Qingying had been praised by Lu Chen last time, she sought out Morong Yingxue to learn more about the demons, including inquiring in detail about the various types of demons. Even if Morong Yingxue didn't understand something, she had asked the city lord, and for anything else she didn't grasp, she had researched thoroughly through books. Anger demons were a relatively common group among the demons, known for their brute strength, naturally bad tempers, and extreme bloodlust, but they were also very loyal. Their ability, Rage Blood, would elevate their strength by 1 tier when unleashed. Soon, Lu Chen saw the 5 demons suddenly turn red all over, their eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and then their cultivation levels surged dramatically. The 4 demons, originally below the 5th level of the Void Realm, instantly rose to the 7th and 8th levels. The leader jumped from the 10th level of the Void Realm to the 1st level of the Glazed Realm. This ability could only last for the duration of an incense stick. Kill him! The leader demon shouted angrily, charging at Lu Chen, with the other 4 following closely behind. The combined attack of the 5 demons crashed down on the Silver Light Formation. The core of the Silver Light Formation was hidden within the 6th grade immortal flying vessel, thus the formation tightly enveloped the vessel. Faced with such an assault, the formation remained completely unmoved. After all, the Silver Light Formation could fully withstand the full force of a 4th-level Glazed Realm expert, while the combined attack of these demons barely reached the 2nd level of the Glazed Realm. Of course, Lu Chen knew that these 5 demons had other means. At this moment, they were merely using brute force to attempt to break the formation, likely trying to give him the illusion that they had no stronger methods, thus luring him out of the formation for a decisive battle and delivering a fatal blow. "Is this all you've got? Don't you have any treasures to self-destruct?" Lu Chen leisurely stretched, yawned, and spoke with a tone full of sarcasm. Seeing this, the leader demon's mouth twitched slightly. Was this person really at the level of the Glazed Realm? Under their assault, he didn't even counterattack. Was he being this cautious? "Come out and fight if you have the guts. Our strength is enough to kill you," the leader demon shouted. Lu Chen replied indifferently, "If you can't even break the formation, why should I bother to make a move?" As a strong practitioner of the Liuli realm, to actually hide within a formation, pretending to be a human race powerhouse. "You are not even as good as a single soldier of our demon race," another demon roared. "I know you are anxious, but don't rush. First, break my formation. A kind reminder, this formation is my last line of defense." Lu Chen smiled on the surface, but his heart was cold. How could he fall for such a small provocation? "You only have treasures that can self-destruct to lure me out, to give me a big explosion." He didn't want to waste any more defensive treasures. If he could save them, he would. The 5 demons exchanged quick glances, having made a decision in their hearts. With no other options, they had to summon their treasures again. "Fine, let's use our last treasures to break his shell," the leading demon said solemnly. The other 4 nodded in agreement, shouting in unison, "Kid, die." The 5 demons had figured out the details of the Silver Light Formation, knowing it could only resist attacks from the mid-stage of the Liuli realm and below. Thus, 3 of them took out 6th grade immortal treasures, while the other 2 summoned 5th grade immortal treasures, chanting incantations as the treasures trembled and shot towards the Silver Light Formation. Boom! A strong shockwave instantly struck the Silver Light Formation, ultimately shattering it. However, just as the Silver Light Formation was about to be destroyed, Lu Chen retracted it, leaving its foundation intact, allowing for future repairs and reconstruction. "You do have some means, then I shall play with you." Lu Chen stepped out of the 6th grade immortal treasure ship. The strongest attacks from these demons had already been unleashed at the beginning of the battle. If he guessed correctly, they could still launch a similar attack again. However, for a peak Liuli realm attack to kill him was truly a dream. "Finally lured you out, kill." The leading demon no longer spoke, for he had seen a group of people flying swiftly from the horizon, the Lord of Panlong City and a number of disciples from the Immortal Sword sect. Once these people arrived, even if they killed Lu Chen, they would find it hard to escape. The 5 demons no longer held back, summoning all their treasures. This included a lower grade 7th grade immortal treasure and 3 6th grade immortal treasures. "Die!" The 5 demons roared in unison. "Ah, what a pity." Lu Chen sighed inwardly. These treasures, especially that 7th grade one, he had never seen before. But it didn't matter. Once he wiped out the demon race and accumulated enough 6th grade immortal treasures and lifespan, 7th grade treasures would also be within reach. What he desired more at this moment was to obtain the methods for detonating these demon treasures. Boom! Terrifying power swept in all directions. The approaching Morong Qingming and others stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. They were merely in the Void Realm, and such power had already reached the Liuli realm. How could they dare to approach easily? "Are we really going to go over?" a disciple of the Immortal Sword sect asked. Zhao Disu's frowned and said, "Forget it. Let's observe from here. This level of attack has appeared twice, indicating that the battle over there is a peak Liuli realm battle. What a surprise! Daoist Jia actually possesses peak Liuli realm strength. Morong Qingming was once again shocked by Lu Chen's power. The first attack had completely reached the peak of the Liuli realm, and this one was even closer to the peak. From a distance, he could feel his soul trembling. The ability to unleash 2 attacks of this level in succession indicated that both sides possessed peak Liuli realm strength, otherwise, the battle would have ended long ago. At the center of the explosion, thick smoke surged again, and the ground sank several hundred zhang once more. The 5 demons' eyes were like torches, staring intently ahead, and in their mutual glances, they saw heavy seriousness in each other's eyes. They were certain that this attack had hit Lu Chen. No longer isolated by the formation. He should be dead, right? Even if he is cultivated to the peak of the Liuli realm, that last strike, even if he had some strength left, would still be hard to escape unscathed. Just leave? There are no treasures left to expend. Now that the treasures are exhausted, should we retreat? Let's observe for a moment longer. We must confirm that he has fallen. The leader of the demon clan squinted, waving his hand as a fierce wind suddenly arose, sweeping away the remaining dust. They were puzzled. They had clearly determined that Lu Chen had fallen into their trap, perfectly enduring their strike with his body. Yet, unexpectedly, they found a trace of insecurity deep within their hearts, as if they sensed that things were not so simple. Sure enough, when the thick smoke dissipated, their pupils trembled. They saw Lu Chen still standing in the air, like an immortal deity, calm and unperturbed. Is that all you've got? Or are you just scratching an itch? Lu Chen spoke calmly. The heavenly gang armor within his clothes had perfectly absorbed the blow, and although it had dimmed, it remained undamaged. Only the 1 million immortal stones stored within the ring had been completely consumed, and once he replenished enough immortal stones, he could continue to use it. This armor could withstand a peak strike from the glazed realm, and the power of the demon clan's earlier explosion was only slightly inferior, just shy of reaching the peak of the glazed realm. This surprised him a bit, saving him a defensive treasure. Of course, if the heavenly gang armor were truly damaged, he would only feel a slight pang of regret, as he already possessed a stronger defensive treasure. His gaze swept over the 5 demons, noticing their brief moment of distraction. Lu Chen knew the opportunity for a counterattack had arrived. The demons' treasures must have been completely exhausted, and the leader, who had enhanced his power to the first layer of the glazed realm through clan secret techniques, was also beginning to weaken, clearly unable to maintain his cultivation for long. Lu Chen's hands flashed, producing 2 treasures. One was a blue jade slip, with a deep blue lightning pattern at its center. This was a special treasure called the Deep Blue Speed Treasure. By investing a sufficient amount of immortal stones into it, one could unleash its power, granting a brief burst of speed equivalent to the late stage of the glazed realm. The other treasure was a pointed black tower. This tower was called the Prison Tower, and as long as it made contact with someone, even a peak expert of the glazed realm would be instantly imprisoned within it. Inside the tower, anyone below the Holy Spirit realm would have their cultivation sealed, reduced to mere mortals. There were also various severe torture methods available for use inside. Seizing the moment while the demon clan was momentarily dazed, Lu Chen decisively launched a surprise attack. The blue light from the deep blue speed treasure flickered in his left hand, and in the next instant, he vanished from his original spot, reappearing behind the leading demon clan leader in the blink of an eye. What? The leading demon clan leader's eyes widened in shock at such terrifying speed. Before he could react, he suddenly felt a sharp object pierce the most vulnerable part of his back. Ah! As he screamed, a terrifying suction force acted upon him, and before he could resist, everything went dark as he was sucked into a dark space. Lu Chen watched as the leading demon clan leader disappeared from sight, a slight smile on his lips, his figure like a ghost, instantly appearing behind the next demon. This demon, seeing their leader vanish, sensed Lu Chen behind them and felt a chill run down their spine, tightening somewhere. Ah! The same scream echoed, and the same scene unfolded again. This demon suddenly vanished from the spot. At this moment, the remaining 3 demons reacted, exchanging terrified glances before turning to flee in different directions. However, facing Lu Chen's speed, their escape was nearly impossible. Lu Chen easily caught up to 2 of the demons, trapping them both inside the prison tower, then turned to pursue the last one. When he caught up to the final demon, he thrust the prison tower towards them, but something strange happened. This demon did not disappear from the spot, nor was it imprisoned in the prison tower. Lu Chen stood there, momentarily stunned. Seeing this, the demon was overjoyed, using all its strength to flee at full speed. Lu Chen stood in place for a long time, only coming back to his senses after the demon had completely vanished. At this moment, Morong Qingming and Zhao Dezhu quickly flew closer. They looked at Lu Chen, their eyes filled with deep respect. They had all witnessed the last scene. Lu Chen had displayed the speed of the late stage of the glazed realm, instantly eliminating 4 demon clan members. What surprised them, however, was that Lu Chen seemed to have missed the last demon. Logically, he should have been able to catch up. Daoist Jia, why didn't you pursue that demon? A member of the Xianjian sect asked in confusion. Lu Chen suddenly curled the corner of his lips, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Did they really think his treasure had lost its effectiveness? Had he been dazed for so long because of it? Lu Chen lowered his gaze to the prisoner tower in his hand, and after a moment, slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a thin golden thread appeared from the void, pointing straight into the distance. This was another marvelous use of the prisoner tower, tracking fugitives. Let's go that way, do not fly too fast, and be sure to conceal your presence. Lu Chen did not explain anything to the others and led Zhao Deju and the others quietly toward the direction indicated by the thread. These 5 demons were by no means all the demons in Panlong City. Since these demons wanted his life, how could he let them escape, waiting for a future comeback? Tonight, he aimed to catch them all. Morong Qingming and Zhao Deju exchanged glances, both showing a hint of astonishment. Indeed, what they had just seen was all part of Lu Chen's plan. At this moment, the fleeing demon clan members were rapidly flying in a certain direction, their hearts filled with fear and unease, frequently looking back and releasing their senses to check for any pursuers. Fortunately, there were no signs of enemies. Damn it! We actually failed. We must report back to the master immediately. He did not dare to return directly to the camp but instead used secret techniques to erase all traces of himself, only cautiously returning to the camp after confirming there was no pursuit. After a stick of incense had passed, he finally confirmed that he was safe and that the demon clan's aura had completely vanished before daring to reach a hidden place. Master, we failed. The lives of the 4 are unknown. Only you managed to escape back? The blood demon glared with wide eyes, his voice deep as thunder. Yes. Looking at the weakest among the dispatched subordinates miraculously returning, the blood demon's anger flared for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. Fool! Don't you understand the intention behind this? You came back by yourself? Quickly evacuate this place. The blood demon looked at the remaining demons and ordered in a low voice, then led them away swiftly. The demon who had escaped back followed closely, his expression dazed. Get lost! The blood demon shouted. Master, where should I go? The demon, seeing his companion wanting to part ways, was instantly at a loss. Idiot! The blood demon, feeling a surge of anger, struck out with a palm, killing him on the spot. Not long after a group of demons had just fled the camp, Lu Chen had already led his team to the area above this camp. Watching the golden thread from the prisoner tower suddenly disappear here, Lu Chen frowned slightly. After taking some time, he found the demon clan's temporary camp and saw the corpses of the demons. He pondered silently. Quite decisive. However, this place should be not far from the location of the demon dragon. It was time for Su Qingying to take action. Damn it! They still managed to escape. Morong Qingming carefully examined the surroundings, noticing that there were many traces and auras left by the demon clan, clearly indicating that these demons had left in a hurry, likely having just fled. But unfortunately, no matter how he searched, he ultimately found it difficult to trace the demons' departure. The members of the Xianjian sect were the same, searching in vain, and finally, they all turned their gazes toward Lu Chen. Daoist Jia, have those demons in the mansion been eliminated? Or, Morong Qingming looked at Lu Chen, tentatively asking. Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, all have been destroyed by my treasure. I intended to leave one to lure out the remaining remnants, but they acted a step too quickly. Morong Qingming and the others were deeply convinced of this. The demon race was cunning and multifaceted. If not completely eradicated, it was highly likely they would escape without a trace at the next moment. What should we do next? Zhao Deju looked at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of respect. This person had reached the peak of the Liuli realm, on par with his master and uncle. Such a powerful figure belonged to the upper echelons even in the Xianjian sect. Lu Chen replied, these demons should not leave Panlong City easily. Of course, they might leave after this incident. We will act according to the situation. Zhao Deju quietly asked, should we continue to set up the demon search array? Lu Chen glanced at Zhao Deju, realizing that this guy really wanted this formation. Lu Chen said, I will do my utmost, you all continue searching, perhaps we can find some clues. Thus, under Lu Chen's instructions, Morong Qingming and the others from the Xianjian sect dispersed to search the area. Once everyone had left, Lu Chen summoned Su Qingying from the storage golden pearl. If he was not mistaken, the demon's hiding place should be not far from where the demon dragon was concealed. He looked at Su Qingying for any intuition that could help him determine the demon dragon's exact location. Although he had captured 4 demons, extracting the location of the demon dragon from them would ultimately rely on himself. After Su Qingying emerged and listened to Lu Chen's instructions, she carefully observed the surrounding environment. Suddenly, she looked towards a distant mountain range. Panlong City was vast and boundless, with celestial mountains scattered throughout, much like the Huang family's territory, which also had many celestial mountains. 10 miles away, there was a continuous range of mountains, arranged in a particularly peculiar manner. Among those mountains, 9 peaks were aligned in a straight line, all of uniform height, not particularly tall. Behind these 9 peaks, there was a single towering peak that stood out prominently. I have a feeling that those peaks are a bit strange. Su Qingying pointed at that mountain range and said. A sharp glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and he understood. This meant that the demon dragon was nearby. Let's go take a look. Lu Chen took Su Qingying with him, using the deep blue speed treasure, and in an instant, they arrived above that mountain range. He focused and observed for a moment but did not notice anything unusual in the area. What force's territory is this? Lu Chen compared it with the map of Panlong City he had noted earlier and found that this mountain range did not belong to any major force within Panlong City. The celestial energy here is thin, even the celestial mountains have few inhabitants. Look, these peaks have almost no signs of life. Su Qingying pointed to the mountains below, shaking her head slightly. The celestial energy here was more than 10 times thinner than that of the Huang family's celestial mountain, and normal people would not settle here. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. This was the problem. The celestial energy here might have been absorbed by something. Below, it was highly likely that the demon dragon was located. Do you have a feeling that the demon dragon is below? Lu Chen's gaze was intense as he looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying shook her head, but it was not a denial, she said. I don't know, no intuition has emerged. However, I still find this place strange. Lu Chen pondered for a moment, firmly memorizing the location, then stored Su Qingying back into the golden pearl and turned to fly towards the city lord's mansion. There must be some mystery here. After he returned and thoroughly interrogated the imprisoned demons, he would come back. Perhaps he could find some evidence from those demons. Moreover, he was already eager to extract the secret method for triggering the explosive treasures from those demons. Although he did not have many 6th grade treasures now, he would certainly have more than enough in the future, and this method would undoubtedly boost his confidence. Why had he not been fully focused on cultivation during his years in the celestial realm? Because he knew that no matter how hard he tried, he could not establish himself better in the celestial realm in a short time compared to having a large number of treasures. In these years of hard cultivation, the best he could achieve was to break through to the Tianyan realm. In front of a strong practitioner at the profound light realm, Tianyan's cultivation was still like that of an ant. However, now he could use self-destructing treasures to gain offensive power, which was formidable enough to compensate for his lack of defense. Achieving heights that could not be reached through cultivation in a short time could be accomplished with treasures. This was undoubtedly the most suitable path for him. Morong Qingming and the others returned and met with Lu Chen, all having gained nothing. Under Lu Chen's arrangement, they each returned to their posts, waiting quietly for the formation of the Demon Suppression Grand Array. Lu Chen returned to the city lord's mansion, where Morong Qingming had arranged a new residence for him. He carefully set up defensive formations, ensuring that even if the demon clan attempted a surprise attack again, they could not harm him. Only then did he take out the prisoner tower and enter it with his consciousness. He held the prisoner tower in his hand, closed his eyes, and his consciousness appeared inside the 10-story tower. At this moment, 4 members of the demon clan were each imprisoned on the first level of the prisoner tower. Each demon was held separately. Lu Chen first approached the demon clan leader, who glared back at him and roared, "Human! If you have the guts, kill me." Lu Chen looked at the fierce-looking demon leader, seemingly unafraid of death, and said, "I won't kill you. You must have quite a few lives under your command. Killing you would only benefit you." The demon leader sneered, "Not killing me? Then you have the ability to imprison me for a lifetime." Lu Chen shook his head. "Naturally, I won't imprison you for a lifetime either. You still haven't realized your situation. I believe you've used various tortures on many humans. Soon, I will let you experience the tortures of the human race. For now, you can feel the pain of the humans you have tormented." From the information he gathered from Su Qingying, Lu Chen understood that the reason the demon clan was like a rat crossing the street among humans was not only because they killed indiscriminately and fed on humans, but also because they were inherently brutal and enjoyed tormenting humans. Some demons would not kill humans directly but would use cruel methods to torture them to the point of wishing for death before finally killing them. They relished seeing their prey in despair. After speaking with this demon, Lu Chen moved on to the next demon and said the same words. In fact, this tower was not just a treasure for imprisoning immortals. Each level of the tower had different abilities. The first 8 levels contained various tortures, causing the prisoners' bodies and minds to be in a state of collapse. The 9th level had a magical effect that allowed the consciousness of a collapsing prisoner to analyze their weaknesses. The 10th level was even more powerful, capable of using the prisoner's weaknesses to create illusions that instilled a desire for survival in the prisoner. With this set of methods, it could almost directly make the prisoner obediently open their mouth. Unless the prisoner's will was extraordinarily terrifying. It could be said that this prisoner tower was one of his most precious treasures. I wonder who created this tower. It's somewhat impressive. Luckily, I obtained it, not someone else. Lu Chen glanced back at the 4 demons without hesitation, and with a thought, he sent them directly to the torture chamber. It would take a day for them to experience the 8 levels of torture. He just needed to wait for time to pass. The news of the demon clan attacking Lu Chen in the city lord's mansion quickly spread. Morong Qingming returned to the city lord's mansion and immediately summoned the major forces in Panlong City. This was an opportunity to spread the achievements of the night. Recently, the demon clan had frequently appeared in Panlong City, causing panic among the people, and many individuals and forces had already moved away. The events of that night might stabilize the people's hearts. Therefore, the news that Lu Chen had reached the peak of the Glazed Realm, easily slaying a demon squad and scaring the remnants into fleeing overnight, brought a sigh of relief to all factions in the city. Of course, some astute individuals guessed that the demon clan might not have left Panlong City and speculated that a great battle might soon break out. Thus, some people still chose to leave Panlong City first to avoid the storm. Soon after the meeting ended, Morong Qingming immediately found his daughter. "Yingxue, you should go to the Xianjian sect ahead of time. After all, you have nothing to do in the city." Morong Qingming knew that the demon clan had grand ambitions, and although Lu Chen was present, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless regarding such a significant matter. The demon clan's surprise attack tonight had been thwarted, but they would likely not dare to strike again in the short term. Sending his daughter away early would ensure her safety. "Father, didn't you just say that Panlong City is no longer in great danger?" Morong Yingxue frowned slightly. "That may be true, but the demon clan acts erratically. If they have other schemes, how will they control Panlong City? I have my own countermeasures, but you are my reverse scale." Morong Qingming gently stroked his daughter's hair, and having said this, he did not speak further. He knew his daughter should understand. Morong Yingxue smiled bitterly, secretly lamenting that her father was indeed afraid she would hold him back. "Not only do I have this intention, but Huang Zhentian also wants Huang Xuanyu to leave first. You should take your junior brother and go to the Xianjian sect." Under Morong Qingming's persuasion, Morong Yingxue finally nodded in agreement. Thus, Jin Yangfu, who was still inside Lu Chen's storage golden pearl, received a message from Morong Yingxue. "Ngo, my senior sister said she would take me to the Xianjian sect tomorrow." Jin Yangfu stepped out of the storage golden pearl and looked at Lu Chen, his brow furrowed. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and nodded slightly, then let her go first. "Su Qingying can stay for now. Once the matter in Panlong City is resolved, I will send someone to take her to the Xianjian sect." Jin Yangfu's gaze shifted slightly, hesitating. "Actually, I don't want to leave so hastily. Perhaps you still have use for me." Lu Chen replied calmly, "I can handle it myself. You can rest assured and go to the Xianjian sect. Once I finish the matter in Panlong City, I will come to find you." Without waiting for Jin Yangfu to say more, Lu Chen had already made up his mind. The next morning, Jin Yangfu met up with Morong Yingxue, and they were joined by Huang Xuanyu. To ensure the safety of the promising disciple of their sect, Zhao Disu specially dispatched 2 junior brothers from the Void Realm to escort them. The flying boat took off, breaking through the clouds and mist. Morong Qingming and Huang Zhentian stood in front of the city lord's mansion, watching the flying boat gradually disappear into the distance. The two exchanged a glance, understanding in their hearts, "Once they leave, you and I will have no more worries." They knew well what the demon clan was after and that the demon clan would not easily give up. Once the great magic array for searching demons was completed, a bloody battle was inevitable. At this moment, Lu Chen squinted, pretending to return to his room to set up formations, but in reality, he activated the deep blue speed treasure, quietly following the flying boat that Morong Yingxue was on, which was of the 5th grade Xianjian. On the surface, only the Xianjian sect, the city lord's mansion, and the Huang family knew about Morong Yingxue's departure from Panlong City, but it was also possible that other forces were aware, and the demon clan might also know. There was a chance that the demon clan would attack this flying boat, but soon, he stopped. He could think of this logic, would Morong Qingming not? So he sent a message to Jin Yangfu, inquiring if he was on that flying boat. Sure enough, Jin Yangfu replied that they had not yet left the city lord's mansion. Instead, they were waiting for the fake flying boat with them to fly away for a while before leaving Panlong City from another direction. "This Morong Qingming is indeed quite clever," Lu Chen muttered. However, Lu Chen still caught up with that 5th grade Xianjian flying boat, quietly using the Prisoner of Immortals tower to leave a tracking mark on that flying boat before finding a deserted place to wait for Jin Yangfu and the others to leave Panlong City. Jin Yangfu and the others boarded a relatively ordinary flying boat and quietly left Panlong City. Lu Chen followed for a distance, confirming that there was no demon clan attack before he stopped, watching the flying boat disappear into the distance. Good brother, take care, and see you another day. After sending off Jin Yangfu, Lu Chen quickly pursued that 5th grade Xianjian flying boat. With the speed of his deep blue speed treasure, it wasn't long before he caught up and then followed for a distance. Just as the flying boat left Panlong City and reached a certain distance, a powerful attack suddenly struck the boat. I knew it! Lu Chen's figure flashed as he charged forward. When he arrived, he found that there was only one demon from the demon clan. It seemed that the number of demons in Panlong City was not many. Coincidentally, this demon was the Shadow Demon who had tested his strength at the City Lord's mansion for the first time. When the Shadow Demon saw that there was only one subordinate from the City Lord's mansion inside the flying boat, he immediately realized he had fallen for a trick to lure him away from his lair. Just as he attempted to escape, he suddenly found Lu Chen had already appeared behind him. Damn it! The Shadow Demon hurriedly used his innate divine ability, but since he had used it not long ago, it was now restricted, and the time required was longer. Before he could fully unleash it, Lu Chen had already closed in on him. Ah! A sharp pain instantly surged from the most vulnerable spot on the Shadow Demon's back, spreading to his mind, and he soon realized he was trapped in a cage. Capturing another demon, Lu Chen sneered, then sent a message to Jin Yangfu, confirming his safety before finally feeling at ease. It seemed the demon clan had only sent one person to ambush. It's time to start the real interrogation. Lu Chen set up various defenses on the spot, then entered the 6th grade flying boat, took out the prisoner tower, and entered it with his consciousness. He immediately arrived in front of the demon clan leader. After a night of torture, the demon clan leader's body and spirit were on the verge of collapse, yet surprisingly, the weakness analysis on the 9th level of the prisoner tower showed that this demon clan leader had no weaknesses at all. He no longer harbored any desires, completely adopting an attitude of a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Lu Chen thought to himself that this demon clan leader was indeed seasoned, but the more so, the more he wanted to challenge him. If he could extract the information he wanted from this most difficult demon, he would definitely gain more experience. The moment Lu Chen appeared, the demon squad leader roared again. Human ants! With this little torture, you think you can make me submit? If you spare my life, it's only because you want to interrogate me about the movements of the demon clan? Ha ha, you can give up. We, the angry demon clan, are all tough men. If you have the ability, keep going. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. This matter will naturally not end so easily. However, there is one thing you said that I do not agree with among your angry demon clan, only you have not compromised. A look of disdain appeared on the demon clan leader's fierce face. Kid, don't think you can trick me. Our angry demon clan is loyal beyond compare. How could we submit before you human ants? Seeing the disdain on the demon clan leader's fierce face, Lu Chen calmly said, they say you demons came here for that demon dragon and even revealed the location of the demon dragon to me, right under the 10 Peaks mountain near your camp. The demon clan leader, who had been fierce just moments ago, suddenly changed his expression drastically. The location of the demon dragon was known only to their demon clan. Even the city lord of Panlong City did not know. Seeing the shock on the demon clan leader's face, Lu Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Your companions have already revealed everything they should have, so naturally, they can avoid various tortures. As for you, as the leader, you must possess more unknown secrets. If you can tell me something I do not know, perhaps I can spare your life. A cold light flickered in the demon clan leader's eyes as he gritted his teeth. Don't even think about getting a single word about the demon clan from me. Although they have confessed, what they know is merely the surface, and you will not extract any key information from me. Lu Chen quietly stared at the demon clan leader, shook his head, and said calmly, in that case, you will suffer endless torment here. He had already seen the unyielding spirit in the demon clan leader's eyes and knew that further questioning would be futile, so he waved his hand and threw him back into the torture tower to continue enduring the tortures of the first 8 levels. Then, he approached the second angry demon. The furious demon looked like the leader of the demon clan, appearing to be on the brink of collapse. Upon seeing him, he let out a fierce roar. Human brat! If you have the guts, kill me, the demon lord. Seeing the face that resembled that of the previous demon leader, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering to himself. He wanted to see if all these furious demons were this difficult to deal with. So, he employed the same tactic as before, first tricking this furious demon, and finally claiming that their leader had compromised and revealed the location of the demon dragon to him. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, the furious demon was momentarily stunned, then suddenly burst into wild laughter. Ha ha! I knew that turtle grandson was unworthy of being a leader. Damn it, he's truly a disgrace among the furious demons. Immediately after, he glared at Lu Chen with a ghastly expression and roared, "You want to hear even half a word about the demon clan from me? Wishful thinking. If you want to kill me, then go ahead." Lu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, "Kill you? That's unnecessary. Since you are so loyal, I'll reward you with another round of torture and see how long you can endure." He wanted to see if these furious demons would not break down, ultimately succumbing to torture and making a compromise. If that were the case, then this demon clan would indeed be a great enemy of the human race. After all, there were probably few among the human race who could withstand such torture. Lu Chen walked among the 4 furious demons, using various methods, but ultimately failed to extract even a single key piece of information from them. This capture is no different from not capturing at all. In desperation, he placed his last hope on the shadow demon he had captured not long ago. Perhaps the blood demon knew that the furious demons were unwaveringly loyal, and even if captured, they would not reveal a single secret, which is why they sent them to assassinate. The shadow demon sent afterward was likely due to the lack of furious demons available, so they had to send this stealthy shadow demon instead. If that were the case, then the number of demons that the blood demon could mobilize was already quite limited. Lu Chen did not rush to confront the shadow demon directly. Instead, he withdrew his consciousness, left the spot, and returned to the residence in the city lord's mansion to continue setting up the magic-seeking array. He would wait for the shadow demon to go through the torture tower on the first 8 levels before talking to it again. Without enough torture, he feared the shadow demon would not yield. After a while, when he appeared before the shadow demon, it had already broken down, clinging to his leg with a mournful face, pleading, "Please, stop tormenting me. Just kill me." Lu Chen blinked in surprise. Ha! This was unexpected. He thought all these demons were tough guys. It turned out only the furious demons were like this? It's not difficult to give you a quick end, but you must tell me everything I want to know truthfully. The shadow demon, as if granted a reprieve, quickly replied, "You can ask, but you must promise not to torture me anymore." Lu Chen nodded slightly and then asked, "Why did your demon clan infiltrate Panlong City?" Without hesitation, the shadow demon answered, "Naturally, we came for the beings of Panlong City. Our clan devours humans to greatly increase our cultivation, and our blood demon lord can extend his life through this." Hearing the shadow demon's earnest words, a hint of impatience flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Damn it, it turned out to be a drama queen. He thought this shadow demon was not as tough as the furious demons and truly couldn't withstand the torture. How unfortunate. I just learned from the furious demon under severe torture that your true purpose here is for the demon dragon. Are you prepared to face even harsher punishments? I've heard that among your clan, the furious demons are the most loyal and the toughest. I hope you can still deceive me after enduring the tortures they went through. After saying this, Lu Chen patted the shadow demon's cheek and pretended to leave. The shadow demon was startled, trembling all over, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, have these guys already confessed?" Although he had endured 1 round of torture, if he faced it again, he probably wouldn't be able to hold on. And this human cultivator before him didn't seem to be making empty threats. Moreover, since the furious demons had already confessed, continuing to resist would be futile. "Wait!" the shadow demon quickly called out. Lu Chen slightly turned, his eyes curving, a strange smile seeming to flicker beneath his mask. "What's wrong? Still not giving up?" The shadow demon gritted his teeth and said, "I am willing to confess, but you must swear to let me go afterward." Lu Chen let out a cold laugh. "Haha, let you go? The rage demon has already confessed. Why would I need to seek the truth from you? I am merely verifying whether what he said is true. Those rage demons are all crude fellows, knowing very little about our clan's actions this time. If you promise to let me go, I will tell you everything I know," the shadow demon said through clenched teeth. After leaving, he could no longer return to serve the blood demon. He could only sneak away from the human realm and return to the demon realm, looking for a new master another day. This was certainly better than dying here or enduring a lifetime of torture. "The premise is that I need to know what important information you have," Lu Chen said, seeing the shadow demon's serious expression and becoming interested. "The location of the demon dragon, our master's purpose, the means our master has prepared, and how to release Lord Demon Dragon, and so on." The shadow demon spoke rapidly, fearing Lu Chen would turn to leave. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes. There was something there. The last 2 points were exactly what he wanted to know. "All right, if what you say is true, I will let you go," Lu Chen said calmly. Letting a shadow demon go to obtain the information he wanted was not out of the question. "You must swear first. Swear by the heavenly Tao." the shadow demon quickly insisted. Lu Chen had heard of the heavenly Tao oath, which was said to punish those who broke it. The light punishment would hinder cultivation, while the severe punishment would lead to being tormented by inner demons. Of course, this was just a rumor, he did not know how true it was. Fine. Lu Chen swore directly. The premise was that the shadow demon was indeed telling the truth and could help him eliminate all the demons. Now, write down the method for self-detonating your driving treasures, Lu Chen said, tossing the prepared paper and ink to the shadow demon. The plans of the demon clan could be discussed later, he needed to obtain this special method first. Verifying the authenticity of the method was not difficult, he could have someone try it out. For example, he could have Su Qingying try it. If it were false and harmful to the body, Su Qingying would likely sense it without needing to try. The shadow demon frowned but said nothing, writing down the method. After obtaining the method, Lu Chen calmly looked at the shadow demon and said, I will have someone test the authenticity of this method first. If it is false, you know what the outcome will be. The shadow demon remained expressionless, slightly nodding, indicating Lu Chen could verify it himself, a hint of confidence showing in his demeanor. Lu Chen exited the prisoner immortal tower and immediately summoned Su Qingying from the storage golden pearl, informing her of the method he had just obtained. Study it carefully and see if there are any flaws in this method, Lu Chen said, his gaze fixed on Su Qingying's fair, jade-like face, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. If this method was correct, his capture of the demons would be considered a success. With this method, he would surely gain an advantage and elevate his strength. Su Qingying did not examine it closely and calmly shook her head. My intuition tells me this method should be fine. Very good. That's the intuition I need. Take this immortal grade 4 treasure and give it a try. Lu Chen set up a formation in his residence and then let Su Qingying enter the formation for testing. Confident in her intuition, Su Qingying showed no fear. She entered the formation, holding the immortal grade 4 treasure given by Lu Chen, and after a brief moment of adjustment, she detonated the treasure. Boom! The powerful force, akin to the heavenly expansion realm, rampaged in all directions but was ultimately suppressed by the formation, its might gradually dissipating. Lu Chen stared at Su Qingying and asked, Do you feel any changes in your body? Any side effects? Su Qingying shook her head and replied, The method is fine, my body has no abnormalities. Only then did Lu Chen nod in satisfaction, deeply imprinting this method in his mind, planning to conduct a detailed study of it later. Very well, there is something I need you to assist with next. Lu Chen instructed Su Qingying to touch the prisoner tower, and their consciousness entered the tower. The two reappeared before the shadow demon, who, upon seeing them, couldn't help but glance at Su Qingying, wondering why Lu Chen had brought this human woman along. This method will definitely not go wrong. You have tried it, right? The shadow demon spoke first, demonstrating his sincerity. Lu Chen replied calmly, All right, the next question, where is the location of the demon dragon that you are concerned about? Remember, if there is any deception, the oath will be void. Lu Chen continued, That's right. Next, I want you to answer where the demon dragon is hiding. Be mindful, if there is even a hint of deceit, the oath will be nullified. The shadow demon took a deep breath and said with determination, The demon dragon is located to the east of the last camp, beneath those 10 peaks. Each peak suppresses a part of the demon dragon's body, and the row of peaks suppresses the 9 heads of the demon dragon. The main peak behind them suppresses the body of the demon dragon. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, feeling a stir in his heart. 9-headed dragon? When the shadow demon mentioned the location of the demon dragon, he had already confirmed that the shadow demon was indeed not lying, and the subsequent details corroborated the function of the 10 peaks. These peaks were actually used for suppression. Even so, Lu Chen still looked at Su Qingying. He had brought her into the tower for one purpose only, to act as a human lie detector. Su Qingying, without needing Lu Chen to explain, understood her purpose for being brought here upon hearing this, so when Lu Chen cast a glance her way, she gently shook her head and said, It seems there is no lie. Lu Chen nodded slightly and gazed at the shadow demon again. Very good. The next question is related to your master. Tell me everything you know in detail. The more sincere you are, the more generous I will be in return. He also wanted to know the detailed background of this blood demon. After saying this, with a thought, a chair appeared out of thin air, indicating that the shadow demon could sit down for a detailed discussion. Seeing this, the shadow demon took a deep breath, sat down as instructed, and slowly said, Our master is a highly esteemed blood demon among the demon clan, at the peak of the void realm, just one step away from the glazed realm. By chance, he learned of the demon dragon's information and has been planning for many years to release the demon dragon, intending to use its reputation to return to the demon clan. Return to the demon clan? Lu Chen said lightly. That's right. The demons hidden among the humans are mostly those who find it difficult to survive in the demon realm or have encountered some issues, and thus have no choice but to come to the human side to survive. Our master is one such case. He made a small mistake, was expelled from his family, and was even hunted by a certain force within the demon clan, the shadow demon explained. Hearing this, Lu Chen secretly shook his head. It seemed that whether human or demon, they ultimately could not escape the conflicts of the world. The same old story repeated itself. After the shadow demon finished speaking, Lu Chen looked at Su Qingying again and saw her still shaking her head, knowing that there was no falsehood in his words. Tell me about the means your master possesses and how many trump cards are left? How many subordinates are still alive? Lu Chen changed his tone, beginning to inquire about more critical information. After I left, our master could only command 9 subordinates, plus himself, making a total of 10, all at the Void Realm. As for the explosive treasures, there are very few left. The last time the Fury Demon Squad was sent to encircle you, it consumed a lot. Of course, whether he still has hidden treasures, I do not know, the Shadow Demon continued, fixing his gaze on Lu Chen. Our master's strongest means is a great formation capable of annihilating Glazed Realm experts. With this formation, he has already killed 6 Glazed Realm beings. If he kills 4 more and gathers 10 Glazed Realm corpses, he can unlock the seal of the Demon Dragon. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart shook, and he asked in a deep voice, "What kind of formation is it? Why hasn't it been used against me?" The Shadow Demon replied, "This formation is of the 7th rank among immortals, covering 1,000 miles. It can only be used one last time, so naturally, he does not wish to waste it on just you. Therefore, we need to lure more powerful beings from the Glazed Realm into the formation. Unfortunately, we did not anticipate your strength, which has disrupted the entire plan." Lu Chen finally understood the reason behind it. No wonder the demon race appeared in Panlong City. It seemed to be to bring more powerful beings from the Glazed Realm here. Did all the strong ones in the Glazed Realm have to die in this formation? His defensive measures were just enough to hold up. Su Qingying's intuition was once again validated. Now that I have disrupted your plan, what do you intend to do next? Why not leave directly, seek other powerful beings from the Glazed Realm, and then come back to continue? Lu Chen continued to inquire, and he had a rough idea of the answer. Last time, Su Qingying mentioned that the demon dragon was about to die, which was also the reason these demons were in a hurry. He wanted to test whether the shadow demon was telling the truth. The demon dragon's life hangs by a thread. At most, it has a month. If it cannot succeed by then, it will be completely hopeless, the shadow demon said helplessly. In fact, his betrayal now was also due to the lack of any hope. Lu Chen was too powerful. Using that formation could only kill Lu Chen alone, and it would require a lot of corpses from the Glazed Realm's strong ones. They had no means left. The reason these demons followed the Blood Demon was not only because of his status but also because of the plan he spoke of. If they could release the demon dragon, they could take the opportunity to rise to power. However, the timing had been lost. Being able to leave alive was the best outcome. Lu Chen was silent for a moment, confirming that the shadow demon's words were indeed true. A few last questions. Can you approach the demon dragon? What is its current strength? Can it still attack? Is it possible to kill it directly? Lu Chen asked in a deep voice. His original intention was merely to expel the demon race so that he could continue to lurk in Panlong City and develop in secret. After learning that the demon race had a method of self-detonation for treasures, he had the thought of seizing this method. Now that he knew of the demon dragon's existence and that its life was short, if he could deliver the final blow successfully, he would strike it rich. The shadow demon swallowed hard upon hearing Lu Chen's words filled with killing intent. The demon dragon was already on the brink of death, and Lu Chen wanted to deliver the final blow. This was a tremendous grudge. Ordinary people find it difficult to approach the demon dragon. The seal is extraordinary, blocking all living things, the shadow demon replied truthfully. As for the demon dragon's strength, at its peak, it was at the universe realm, nearly at the Tao Saint level. Now, trapped by the seal, it cannot move, let alone attack. As for killing the demon dragon, that is even more absurd. The human race cannot cross the seal, and once the seal is exhausted, the demon dragon will turn to ashes on its own. There is no need for such a move. The shadow demon answered Lu Chen's questions one by one, but he felt a bit anxious, worried that Lu Chen would change his mind and refuse to let him go. After hearing this, Lu Chen pondered in silence. The demon dragon's strength was indeed as he expected, incredibly powerful and alarming. If he could deliver a fatal blow, it would be a significant gain. But the shadow demon also made it clear that living beings could not approach the seal. Tell me in detail about the specific method your demon race uses to break the seal, Lu Chen said, hoping to find a way to deliver the final blow. The shadow demon replied, our leader found a special secret method that requires the corpses of 10 powerful beings from the Glazed Realm. When the seal is about to extinguish the demon dragon, We can use this to confuse the seal and take the opportunity to help the demon dragon escape. I only know this process. I am not clear on the specifics of the secret method. A cat changes its prince? What secret method? After Lu Chun understood the general idea, he had no more questions. He turned to Su Qingying, saw her indicate that the shadow demon was not lying, and then left with her, leaving the shadow demon standing alone in place. Subsequently, Lu Chen approached the leader of the angry demon. The leader of the angry demon had just endured severe torture and, upon seeing Lu Chen appear again, could not help but roar in anger. Lu Chen was too lazy to say much and directly revealed the information he had learned from the shadow demon, his gaze fixed on the leader of the angry demon, observing the change in his expression. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the leader of the angry demon was immediately stunned. At this moment, Lu Chen was completely certain that the shadow demon had not deceived him. Very well, you are of no use now. Lu Chen was not a sadist. The reason he tormented these rage demons was simply to extract the information he wanted to know. Now that he had obtained it, these rage demons had lost their purpose. Kill them. Lu Chen acted directly, and the rage demons trapped in the prisoner tower had no cultivation to resist, easily being exterminated by him. The rage demon leader still wore a look of disbelief before dying. He did not understand how Lu Chen had learned all the secrets of their demon clan's actions. This rage demon leader was at the peak of the void tranquility realm. After killing this rage demon leader, Lu Chen's lifespan instantly increased by 1.5 million years. Oh, quite a lot. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly as he returned to the remaining 3 rage demons, using the same method to verify the shadow demon's words once more. Seeing their astonished expressions, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. After all 4 rage demons were slain, Lu Chen's lifespan increased by a total of 5 million years. It seems that killing demons indeed grants more lifespan. Lu Chen was delighted, secretly pondering, now I can exchange for 5 more treasures. A smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. The demon dragon corresponded to the celestial beast, and the vitality of the demon clan was slightly greater than that of the human clan, so the vitality of the demon dragon should also be greater than that of the celestial beast, right? Very good, I look forward to it even more, Lu Chen thought to himself. Although he had not yet found a way to deliver the final blow to the demon dragon, there were always more solutions than difficulties. He planned to explore first. Perhaps he could find a way to break the situation. As for the shadow demon, let him go, Lu Chen contemplated. It's always good to be cautious. Who knows if the Heavenly Tao's oath will come true? Anyway, at this moment, the shadow demon is of no great use to me. Moreover, it was precisely because of the shadow demon's existence that he could obtain what he wanted, the method of treasure self-detonation. With this method in hand, combined with the 6th grade celestial treasures he currently possessed, although his cultivation was stagnant at the moon sky realm, he could still be considered a true glazed realm powerhouse. Even an ordinary glazed realm powerhouse would be easily crushed to death by him in a duel. Lu Chen quietly left the city lord's mansion and arrived outside Dragon Coil City, releasing the shadow demon from the prisoner tower. I let you go, but there are 2 rules. First, if I find you stepping into the human realm again and killing a human, I will make you regret living in this world. Second, if I learn that you return to your blood demon lord, I will make you suffer the most excruciating tortures, Lu Chen threatened coldly. Rest assured. I will leave the human realm immediately and return to the demon domain. I will never set foot in the human realm again in this life. The shadow demon, seeing that Lu Chen truly kept his promise, was overjoyed and hurriedly agreed. At this moment, he was indeed taking a gamble, hoping that Lu Chen would be trustworthy. Very well, get lost, Lu Chen said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the shadow demon cautiously flew away, and seeing that Lu Chen did not make a move or pursue him, he accelerated and flew off. Until he disappeared into the horizon, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen watched the shadow demon leave, and once he was completely out of sight, he took out the prisoner tower. A golden thread appeared out of thin air, maintaining its direction. After confirming it was correct, he put the prisoner tower away. Not bad, this shadow demon must have witnessed the blood demon killing the returning rage demons and knew he would die if he went back, so it was better to flee far away, Lu Chen thought. After confirming this, Lu Chen left. He did not return directly to the city lord's mansion but instead headed to the lifespan exchange tower, exchanging for 5 more treasures before returning. This method is not difficult to use. Alright, continue setting up the formation. Tomorrow, I will secretly visit the place where the demon dragon is located to conduct some field research. If he found those demons at the demon dragon's location, he would exterminate them directly. If not, he would take a look at the seal to see if there was a way to deliver the final blow to the demon dragon. A night of silence. The next morning, just as Lu Chen was about to go out, he suddenly received a transmission from Murong Qingming. Taoist Jia, a distinguished guest has come to visit the Sword and Immortal sect, specifically requesting to see you, Morong Qingming said with a smile, his tone filled with a hint of joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, already having an inkling of who it might be. If it wasn't Song Yuanming, it was likely Zhao Dishu's master. Last time, Zhao Dishu mentioned that Song Yuanming was occupied with matters outside, so this visitor was most likely Zhao Dishu's master. Is it for the formation? Lu Chen shook his head inwardly. He had just learned from the Shadow Demon that the Blood Demon possessed a 7th-grade immortal formation capable of slaying peak experts of the Liuli realm, and he had heard that Zhao Dishu's master was indeed a peak expert of the Liuli realm. It was somewhat risky for them to come at this time. The demon clan was scheming to lure more Liuli realm experts to Panlong City. Lu Chen left his residence and arrived at the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. He saw Morong Qingming laughing and chatting with a white-haired old man. This person was not Song Yuanming, but his aura indicated he was a peak expert of the Liuli realm. Looking at Zhao Dishu, who was also present and appeared respectful, it was highly likely that this white-haired old man was Zhao Dishu's master. Taoist Jia, you have arrived. Let me introduce you, this is Elder Bai Lu from the Sword and Immortal sect, Morong Qingming said with a smile. Lu Chen cupped his hands in greeting. I have long admired your esteemed name, Taoist. Elder Bai Lu smiled and stood up, kindly saying, I have also heard quite a bit about you from my disciple. Come, let's sit down and chat. Taoist Bai, have you come here to assist in exterminating demons? Lu Chen asked directly after taking a seat, smiling and nodding. Naturally, exterminating demons and upholding justice is the purpose of all of us at the Sword and Immortal sect. Bai Lu replied with a smile, but then he shifted the topic. How is the magic-seeking formation you are setting up coming along? Indeed, he had come for the magic-seeking formation. Lu Chen looked at Bai Lu, who still wore a smile, and thought for a moment before saying, I have encountered a problem. Is it that you still need immortal herbs? If so, that's quite fortunate. I brought a considerable amount of various grades of immortal herbs this time, worth about 6 million immortal stones, Bai Lu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen understood the other party's intentions. The purpose was clear, to personally come and purchase the magic-seeking formation. Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. The deadline for the demon dragon was approaching, and having more treasures on hand was naturally beneficial. If he could acquire this batch of immortal herbs, he could exchange them for several precious items. The magic-seeking formation must be set up to eliminate all demons and prevent them from causing trouble at the last moment, which could affect his grand plan. But should he let the Sword and Immortal sect know about and possess this magic-seeking formation? In the end, he chose to be cautious. Taoist Bai, the immortal herbs needed to create the formation are ready, and the other materials have also been gathered. However, there is a significant issue. This manuscript left by Taoist Li Ming seems to have several problems. I didn't notice it at first, but as I began to set it up, I increasingly felt something was off, Lu Chen said, showing a troubled expression as he took out the manuscript left by Li Ming. But soon, he seemed to realize something and awkwardly put the manuscript away, looking like a top student trying to hide their exam paper from a struggling classmate. This demeanor was somewhat infuriating. Seeing this, Bai Lu couldn't help but feel speechless. He was not a formation master. Even if he were to examine it closely or recite it, he might not remember it all, unless he replicated it and then sought a high-level formation master to study it. And he had come specifically for this magic-seeking formation, or perhaps for this manuscript. Are you saying that this formation is difficult to successfully set up? Bai Lu asked directly. Morong Qingming and Zhao Dishu frowned upon hearing this, especially Morong Qingming, who had thought Bai Lu's arrival would make the extermination of demons smoother, but if the formation could not be set up, they would have no way of knowing whether the demon clan had already left Panlong City. Perhaps they were hiding somewhere, waiting for Bai Lu and the others to leave before causing trouble. I need to study it more carefully for a while. I'm afraid I will have to extend the time I originally estimated by a few more days, Lu Chen said. Taoist Jia, I have already heard from my disciple. In fact, this formation is primarily based on the structure you provided, and with the astonishing creativity of Taoist Li Ming, we have obtained the complete manuscript of the formation. You are well aware of the value of this formation, and my purpose in coming here is twofold. First, to assist in eliminating demons, and second, to hope to acquire this formation for better demon slaying and safeguarding the Tao in the future. Bai Lu spoke candidly, stating his intentions directly. If it were a few days ago, I might have thought I had a chance to successfully set up the formation, but now, I have little confidence. Therefore, Taoist Bai, I cannot guarantee that this formation can be completed, Lu Chen sighed lightly, feigning helplessness. I understand. So I thought about it and decided to seek a compromise. Would you be willing to lend me the manuscript to make a copy? I know many high-level formation masters, including an 8th grade formation master. If I can have him study this formation, perhaps he can create such a marvelous array to help the human race eliminate the demons within the domain. Bai Lu displayed a righteous demeanor, looking even more upright than Zhao Dezhu on that day, exuding a sense of self-sacrifice for the human race. Seeing this, Lu Chen secretly shook his head. If no one knew that this formation originated from him, or if he didn't need to continue presenting himself as senior Jia in Panlong City, he might consider making the formation public. But now, if this formation truly succeeded, it could bring him trouble. To truly act for the greater good of the human race, it was not the right time to hand it over. Once he left Panlong City and changed his identity, making it impossible for anyone to find him, then he could consider it. But for now, that was not an option. Since Taoist Bai has said so, if I do not present the manuscript, it would seem ungracious. However, this manuscript also contains the formation structures I have studied my entire life. Lu Chen had made modifications to the manuscript during this time. If he were to hand it over, the existing issues within the manuscript would, as he had previously mentioned, make it difficult for any formation master, regardless of their rank, to create the demon-searching array from it. Therefore, if Bai Lu was truly willing to pay a high price for it, he wouldn't mind making a profit from this celestial medicine. I understand your intentions, Taoist. I have brought celestial medicine worth 6 million celestial stones, along with 3 million celestial stones. This is all my savings, Bai Lu laughed, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder, appearing understanding and reasonable. Taoist Bai, are you really going to purchase this manuscript? I just mentioned that there are still issues with it, and it may not be able to set up the demon-searching array. Lu Chen looked at Bai Lu's sincere expression and felt a bit embarrassed. He had brought all his wealth. I have learned from my disciple about your wonders and believe that you will definitely be able to study out the demon-searching array. If you truly manage to research it, I hope you can provide me with a revised copy of the manuscript at that time. Bai Lu looked at Lu Chen with trust, appearing very confident. He had heard of Lu Chen's various marvels and believed that in the end, Lu Chen would surely be able to set up the demon-searching array. He didn't feel it was a loss to wait a little longer. Even if Lu Chen truly couldn't do it, with this manuscript, he might still get the results he wanted from the high-level formation master friends he knew. After all, no matter how high Lu Chen's formation level was, he was at most a 6th grade formation master. Once he possessed such a marvelous array, not to mention his reputation among the entire human race, even within the Xianjian sect, he could rise to a higher level with this array. The small position of elder was no longer satisfying for him. This was also a gamble. Lu Chen was moved by Bai Lu's insistence on giving money. Alright, but I can't be too greedy. You can give me celestial medicine worth 3 million celestial stones. Lu Chen was indeed influenced by Bai Lu's generous spirit, feeling that giving out a manuscript that might not yield a formation was cheating him out of too many celestial stones, which felt a bit unfair. A small concession would be fine. Good. Taoist Jia is magnanimous. Bai Lu clapped and laughed heartily, not giving Lu Chen a chance to backtrack, directly handing him a storage ring. Lu Chen pretended to be reluctant as he took out the revised manuscript and asked Bai Lu to make a copy. Watching Bai Lu busily and carefully at work, he felt a sense of satisfaction akin to that of someone who had filled an exam paper with wrong answers ahead of time and then let a poor-performing classmate copy it. Guilt. Alright, I hope you will continue to work hard, fellow Taoist, and successfully set up this formation, Bai Lu said, beaming as he carefully stored the copied manuscript. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, putting away his own manuscript. I will still be staying in the city lord's mansion. If Taoist Jia has any news about the demon clan, you must inform me. Together, we will eliminate them and restore peace to Panlong City, Bai Lu said again with a smile. Lu Chen nodded once more, then I will return to continue my research on the formation. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the three, Lu Chen hurriedly left the reception hall. His departure seemed ordinary, but in reality, it was somewhat rushed. The farther he walked, the faster his pace became, fearing that Bai Lu might suddenly call him back to return the elixir. Back at his residence, Lu Chen sat cross-legged, looking at the storage ring he had just obtained, and whispered, "Let's begin the refining." He then summoned 3 flames of celestial fire and got busy again. After some practice over the past period, he found it much easier to burn the elixirs, his movements flowing smoothly. In just one day, he finished burning all the elixirs. So, he quietly left the city lord's mansion again, heading to the Shouwan Tower to obtain 3 more treasures. Now, the treasures in his hands had become so numerous that he could hardly keep track. An unprecedented sense of wealth filled his heart. Hey, still not enough, I need a few more. It's been a few days, and I wonder if the Alchemist Guild and the Treasure Gathering Pavilion have managed to transport enough elixirs from other cities. It's just the right time to ask. Lu Chen made his way to the Treasure Gathering Pavilion and found He Jingming. To his surprise, when he found He Jingming, he also discovered that He Jingming was with Gong Chua. I was just discussing Daoist Jiao with old Gong, planning to contact you to tell you something very important, and here you are. Hearing He Jingming refer to old Gong, Lu Chen glanced at Gong Chua, feeling a sweet sensation, and the corners of his mouth twitched. No, I really suspect you two have some special relationship. Important matter? What is it? Lu Chen asked casually, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes. He Jingming and Gong Chua exchanged glances, both revealing smiles. Given my outstanding performance here, my achievements are no less than when I was at headquarters. The higher-ups have allowed me to transfer back. All of this relies on your assistance, fellow Taoist, He Jingming said sincerely, looking at Lu Chen with gratitude. If it weren't for Lu Chen's appearance, he would not have been able to return to headquarters so quickly. A rare smile appeared on Gong Chua's usually expressionless face as he said, I also plan to leave Panlong City. In the future, if you have any matters, you can directly contact Huang Zixing. I will have him take on the position of president of the Alchemist Guild. As for me, I will have Lu Bude serve as president, He Jingming continued. Lu Chen looked at the two, seeing their grateful gazes directed at him, and felt a bit surprised. It was just a collaboration, it wasn't that significant. Now that the situation in Panlong City is so volatile, leaving is indeed a wise choice. However, it seems we may not see each other again in the future, He Jingming said, revealing a hint of melancholy in his words. Lu Chen smiled and said, there will always be a time to meet again. If I come to your guild, you mustn't pretend not to know me. Of course not. He Jingming laughed heartily. Lu Chen did not immediately discuss matters of cooperation with the two but chatted casually for a while. Once the atmosphere warmed up, he then got to the main topic. Gong Daoist, has your guild managed to transport any elixirs? There is indeed a batch, about 3 million celestial stones worth. To be honest, recently the support from headquarters for Panlong City has tightened, and quite a few alchemists in the guild have chosen to leave and develop in other cities. I'm afraid it will be even harder to procure the elixirs you need in the future. Gong Chua knew that Lu Chen was special, but he was unclear about what Lu Chen needed these elixirs for. However, since there was money to be made, he didn't care what Lu Chen was doing. Now that he was leaving, he naturally had to explain the future situation to Lu Chen in detail. Lu Chen nodded and said, there are hidden demon clans in this area, and your guild is planning to tighten operations here. What about your gathering treasure pavilion? He Jingming shook his head and replied, the outlook is similarly not optimistic. The guild has also reduced its financial investment. However, our cooperation with you should continue, unless you bring us quite a few 7th grade treasures, otherwise, we won't be able to acquire them. Lu Chen directly took out 2 6th grade treasures and said, evaluate these and see how many spirit stones they are worth. 6th grade treasures can generally sell for over 1 million spirit stones, and if the treasures have special uses, they can fetch even higher prices. Overall, he planned to sell 2 6th grade treasures, use the spirit stones earned to buy elixirs, and convert them into lifespan, which would allow him to earn an additional 6th grade treasure. It would just take some time to burn the elixirs in between. Seeing this, He Jingming smiled and made the final transaction with Lu Chen. Gong Chua also handed over the newly arrived elixirs to Lu Chen. Lu Dao Yu, we will set off tomorrow. May we meet again by chance. He Jingming escorted Lu Chen to the door and cupped his hands in farewell. Gong Chua also smiled and bowed. Alright, may we meet again by chance. Lu Chen smiled and nodded, then turned to leave. He knew well that life is filled with countless passers-by, and those destined to meet will surely cross paths again. It's really hard to part with such a big client. If I could take him to the headquarters, my performance would surely improve significantly. He Jingming couldn't help but sigh as he watched Lu Chen depart. Let's rest early tonight, everything is possible in dreams. Gong Chua smiled and glanced at He Jingming. After returning to the city lord's mansion, Lu Chen continued to burn the elixirs, and he did not neglect the demon searching formation, continuing to set it up whenever he had the time. He couldn't announce the successful setup to the outside world, but he had to possess the formation. 3 days passed in a hurry, and the demon searching formation was finally completed. Although this formation was of the 3rd grade, it was the most precise and rigorous formation Lu Chen had crafted after breaking through to the immortal level, a true masterpiece of his life. Very good, just what I need to eliminate demons. I should also go check on the movements of the demon dragon later. Lu Chen looked at the formation plate in his hand and nodded to himself. This formation plate was unusual, strands of demonic energy were entwined around it, pulsating as if it had a heartbeat. Activate, search for demons. Lu Chen commanded softly, and as soon as he finished speaking, the formation plate emitted a humming sound. Immediately, a faint response came, okay. Lu Chen's lips curled up. This was exactly his idea. In the mortal realm, it was difficult to find such spiritual entities, but now that he had obtained one, he naturally wanted to try out the concept he had long envisioned: an artificial intelligence formation. By utilizing the wisdom of the spiritual entity and combining it with the power of the formation, it would create a simple yet marvelous device. He believed that such a formation was rarely attempted in this cultivation world, and perhaps he was the first. The formation's light circle rose from the formation plate, spreading out to 3 zhang and gradually fading into nothingness. In an instant, a light screen emerged from the formation plate, displaying a map of the demon clan's distribution within a 1,000-mile radius. However, since the city lord's mansion had a 1,000-mile range, the demon clan naturally did not dare to appear within it, so there were no abnormalities on the light screen, just a blank space. Lu Chen nodded to himself. It seemed that the formation had a high probability of success. Of course, I need to actually find the demon clan to confirm whether this formation is effective. Lu Chen immediately left the city lord's mansion and flew towards the city outskirts. He planned to first visit the longevity exchange tower to exchange the recently acquired lifespan for a few treasures, while also investigating the traces of the demon clan along the way. However, when he flew to the longevity exchange secret realm outside Panlong City, no red dots appeared on the formation's light screen. Entering the longevity exchange tower, Lu Chen exchanged for 3 treasures and then returned to Panlong City, heading straight to the hiding place of the demon dragon. The remnants of the demon clan are likely hiding near the sealed dragon. Unfortunately, he guessed wrong. However, although he did not find the demon clan, he did verify the effectiveness of the formation. At this moment, Lu Chen was suspended above the 10 peaks, with the highest peak suppressing the dragon beneath his feet. In the center of the formation's light curtain, a huge red dot suddenly appeared, about the size of a fist. It was precisely the location of the dragon. The dragon, being a demon creature, naturally exuded a rich demonic aura. This formation was designed to search for the demon clan through the demonic energy. Very well, it seems that the remnants of the demon clan must be hiding in relatively remote places now, Lu Chen pondered to himself. He flew over the densely populated areas of the city but saw no trace of the demon clan, which indicated 2 possibilities. First, these demon remnants were hiding in extremely obscure parts of the city. Second, the demon clan had left the city and was waiting for an opportunity to act. For now, let's not worry about them and study this dragon. Since he was already here, he naturally wanted to see the situation of the dragon and the seal, and if there was a chance, he would deliver the final blow to the dragon. Lu Chen used his methods to secretly dig into the ground beneath the mountain peak. He didn't need to do the hard work of digging a tunnel, he simply set up a formation, and in less than a dozen breaths, he created a mortal-level formation. Under the effect of the formation, he transformed into a ball of light and sank into the ground, going deeper and deeper. Soon, he stopped. 30,000 miles deep, the underground turned out to be a vast cavern. A shocking scene appeared before him. A gigantic 9-headed black dragon came into his view. What he did not expect was that not far from this 9-headed black dragon, there were 3 figures of the demon clan. How could I overlook the possibility of the red dot overlapping? Lu Chen instantly entered a combat state. In the vast hollow cavern deep underground, a colossal beast was firmly sealed by a golden light spell. It was the 9-headed dragon, its massive body as large as a mountain, covered in scales as black as ink, each scale emitting a cold and eerie glow. The 9 dragon heads twisted and contorted, filled with anger and unwillingness, their fangs protruding like sharp blades, and their blood-red eyes burned with a fury that seemed ready to tear everything apart. However, the golden light spell binding it was like invisible chains, tightly wrapping around every inch of its muscles, rendering it unable to move. In the cavern, the dragon's breathing was heavy as thunder, stirring up gusts of wind that swept around the dust and debris, making the entire scene both magnificent and oppressive. Seeing the dragon bound and unable to move, Lu Chen felt slightly relieved and turned his gaze to the 3 demons not far away. These 3 had appearances different from the angry demons and shadow demons he had seen before. Their necks and below were covered in black scales, and they had 2 small black horns on their heads. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to have some connection to this dragon. 1 at the 10th level of the Void Tranquility Realm, and 2 at the 8th level, just right for interrogation. Lu Chen's formation glowed brightly, his defenses fully activated, making it difficult for even peak Liuli realm experts to harm him in the slightest. After preparing, he quickly made his move, holding a deep blue speed treasure in his left hand, granting him the speed of the Liuli realm, while the cold light of the prison tower flickered in his right hand. The 3 demons were just regaining their senses from their shock, completely unprepared for Lu Chen to find this place. They knew that no human had ever discovered the hiding place of their dragon lord. What should we do? Escape? One demon asked anxiously. Is there any way to escape? Lu Chen had already closed in on the three in an instant, speaking in a deep voice. Damn it! Let's fight! The Peak Void Tranquility Realm demon hurriedly summoned a treasure, intending to detonate it. The other two did the same. However, even though they unleashed attacks beyond their own realm, they were still insignificant before Lu Chen. Not even reaching the peak of the Liuli realm, under his top-tier defenses, they were nothing. Lu Chen did not launch an attack. Facing these three demons, he only needed to get close to them and poke them with the prison tower. He braced against the attacks of three demons and quickly approached one of them. Seeing the demon turn to flee, he struck at its most vulnerable spot. Oh, hearing the cry that was both pained and not, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. Why did it sound different from the roars of the angry demons? After trapping it in the prison tower, he continued to close in on the remaining two demons. At this moment, the demon dragon seemed to be struggling, yet no matter how hard it tried, it could only watch helplessly as Lu Chen captured all three demons and imprisoned them in the tower. Alright, it's done. Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. With so many treasures in his possession, fighting these demons was as easy as an eagle catching a chick. As the surroundings fell silent, his ears twitched, catching a faint sound coming from afar. He turned to look at the massive dark figure, its 9 dragon heads' giant eyes burning with flames, seemingly filled with extreme anger. After listening carefully for a moment, Lu Chen finally understood. So it was you speaking. It was the demon dragon cursing him. If you don't let me out, I will make you wish you were dead. The voice was like a whisper, weak yet mixed with some static, making it hard to discern. Lu Chen walked back and forth, trying to get closer to the demon dragon. When he was about 10 zhang away, a powerful storm suddenly struck, forcing him back a few steps. The seal clearly prevented anyone from approaching. This seal is likely so strong that even those above the Holy Spirit realm would find it hard to get close. Lu Chen thought to himself, frowning slightly. Unable to approach, he had no way to kill the demon dragon. Looking at the dragon's massive body, Lu Chen was even more certain that if he could slay this dragon, he would gain a significant amount of lifespan, perhaps making him instantly wealthy enough to exchange for dozens of 6th-grade immortal treasures. He was filled with greed. Thus, he began to study again, attempting to approach the demon dragon from different angles. Whether from the dragon's head, body, or tail, he was blocked by that powerful seal, making no progress. A direct assault could be life-threatening. Besides trying to approach himself, he also attempted to send in lifeless objects. First, he threw stones. As the stones came within 10 zhang, they instantly turned to dust. Then he tried taking out a lower-grade treasure, attempting to bring it closer. Even a 5th-grade immortal treasure, strong as it was, turned to dust in an instant before being blown away by the wind. This seal was too strong, and there was no way he could break it. Even if he could, releasing this demon dragon would be tantamount to suicide. The only way forward was to deliver a fatal blow to the demon dragon without breaking the seal. However, the likelihood of that was extremely low. Lu Chen was truly at a loss and could only summon Su Qingying to see if she had any good suggestions. When Su Qingying appeared, she transformed into a stone statue, shocked by the scene before her. She quickly dodged behind Lu Chen and peeked at the demon dragon, realizing it was unable to move, which gave her a bit of confidence. This demon dragon, if nothing unexpected happens, will be sealed and killed within a month. But before that, I want to deliver a fatal blow to it. Do you have any good strategies? Lu Chen, feeling helpless, sought Su Qingying's help, hoping she might have a good idea or some intuition to help him solve this dilemma. Su Qingying, upon hearing this, was puzzled as to why Lu Chen wanted to strike at a dying demon dragon, but she did not ask further and began to study seriously. She nearly repeated all of Lu Chen's attempts. The demon dragon stared intently at the two humans. It could hear their conversation, and when it heard Lu Chen's intent to kill it, a murky glint flashed in its lantern-like eyes, filled with confusion, not understanding what great enmity it had with these humans that they would want to stab it one last time before its death. Damn humans! You better pray that I don't break free from this seal. Although it was powerless against the seal, just as it was about to compromise with fate, a group of demons suddenly appeared, claiming they could save it. However, the masked human before it seemed quite extraordinary, making it worry for that group of demons. To rescue it, they would probably have to kill this human first. It seems unfeasible. Su Qingying finally took out a treasure, trying to approach, but could only watch as the treasure turned to dust, pouting at Lu Chen. Her treasures were limited. Did you not have any intuition? Lu Chen asked. Su Qingying shook her head. Lu Chen had actually figured out the mechanism behind Su Qingying's intuition, which was definitely related to the small red bottle that accompanied her. The thoughts conveyed by that small red bottle were what Su Qingying referred to as intuition, and these thoughts seemed to be connected to changes in Su Qingying's life or existence, such as encountering danger, opportunities, or events that could alter the course of her life. When she first met him, perhaps it was this small red bottle that sensed he was not ordinary, like a small radar activating, feeling his energy field, which is why it conveyed the intuition for her to get closer to him. If he were to force Su Qingying to approach the seal at this moment, would that small red bottle also give her intuition? After all, it concerned Su Qingying's life. As the thought crossed his mind, he saw Su Qingying quickly retreat a few steps, creating distance between them. What do you want to do? Su Qingying looked at him warily. Seeing Su Qingying like this, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. It really was the case. Has your intuition already told you what I want to do? Lu Chen asked with a smile. How can you treat me like that? Su Qingying mumbled, then suddenly stopped, her beautiful eyes brightening as she quickly said, got it. I know what to do. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow and hurriedly asked, the intuition has come? Su Qingying nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. Seeing this, Lu Chen's conviction in his guess grew stronger. Tell me in detail. Su Qingying didn't beat around the bush and directly said, this seal repels any living beings and objects that come close because it has a characteristic of extreme exclusivity. However, if the energy or formation is of the same attribute, the impact will be minimal. Do you understand what I mean? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes, and he patted Su Qingying's shoulder, smiling, well done. I think I know how to deal with it now. At the same time, he also understood how the demons planned to rescue the demon dragon. The so-called substituting the prince with a cat probably involved using some formation to quickly replace the demon dragon inside the seal with the corpse of the Lioli realm that approached the seal, thus releasing the demon dragon. Su Qingying continued, your formation skills are profound. You should be able to construct a sealing formation of the same attribute, right? Lu Chen nodded slightly but didn't dare to guarantee completely. I'll give it a try. Anyway, it will take a few more days. He carefully examined the demon dragon and basically confirmed that it could last for more than half a month. Half a month was enough. Without further ado, Lu Chen took out a formation disc, which was the analysis formation he had developed during his time in the mortal realm. Although it was of low rank, it was extremely effective. Soon, he analyzed the characteristics of this sealing formation. Fire attribute, possessing a strong repulsion, and the most important point was that it contracted internally and expanded externally. A very obvious characteristic, the demon dragon was being squeezed within this seal, its face contorted, and its entire body twisted, while the externally expanding energy made it difficult for any object to approach. After pondering for a moment, he had already thought of how to deliver the final fatal blow to this demon dragon. He just needed to create a formation that could merge with this seal, hiding a large number of treasures that were about to self-destruct within the formation. Once the formation merged with the seal, these treasures would explode inside the seal, turning the demon dragon into a crispy outer layer with tender insides. This kind of formation requires him to find a way to create it as soon as possible and put it into testing. Half a month might be a bit tight. He can only try his best. He can't miss this opportunity to gain a significant amount of lifespan. Prepare to go back. But before leaving, Lu Chen planned to return and interrogate the 3 demon clansmen, but before that, he needed to do one thing, set up a formation here to remind him. As long as a living creature appears in this place, it will alert him in time. The only living creatures that could appear here would likely be those demon clansmen. If what the shadow demon said is true, and he has now captured 3 demon clansmen, along with the blood demon himself, there are only 7 demons left in Panlong City. I need to deal with these demon clansmen in advance to prevent my grand plan from being disrupted. After setting up a small formation, Lu Chen stored Su Qingying in the storage golden pearl and left the place. After Lu Chen left, the demon dragon continued to curse, but its voice was very low, only able to express its impotent rage. Throughout, Lu Chen had never paid any attention to this demon dragon. In his eyes, this demon dragon was merely an opportunity for him to grow stronger. Once above ground, Lu Chen did not return directly to the city lord's mansion but instead pondered how to create a formation of the same attribute while wandering around Panlong City, searching for traces of the demon clansmen. After spending several hours, he returned to the city lord's mansion. At this point, he had confirmed that those demon clansmen were hiding outside the city, not within Panlong City. They might be waiting for an opportunity to act or have possibly left Panlong City to seek out powerful beings in other cities to kill, hoping to gather the corpses of powerful beings before the demon dragon's death to save it from certain doom. No matter what, if these demon clansmen are not exterminated, they will ultimately be a hidden danger. Lu Chen shook his head. After a day of research, he had roughly determined the direction of a formation. External expansion and internal contraction align well with the saying, heat expands and cold contracts. Thus, he could attempt to create this formation using this classic physical theory. The external part of the formation would utilize the fire attribute of the same attribute, while the internal part would be the ice attribute. He just needed to harmonize these two elements into one, and that should suffice. Once he understood the mechanism, he began to study the structure of the formation and the patterns of the formation. For this, he needed to buy some high-level formation pattern books for reference. So, he left his residence, preparing to visit the Formation Master Guild. Just as he stepped out, he suddenly received a transmission from Murong Qingming, inquiring if there had been any new developments in the Demon Search formation. Lu Chen casually replied, a bit, but still full of difficulties. After the transmission ended, he went to the Formation Master Guild, browsed around, and purchased quite a few books. Just as he was leaving the guild, he unexpectedly ran into Murong Qingming and Bai Lu. Upon seeing Lu Chen, they quickly called him aside. "Friend, did you come here to solve the formation problem?" Bai Lu asked, increasingly convinced that Lu Chen was fully committed to resolving the issues with the Demon Search formation. Lu Chen nodded, "I bought some books to see if I can find a solution." "What brings you two here?" "My friend, an 8th grade formation master, is thousands of miles away, but he can meet me through a special formation of the Formation Master Guild in a unique way. I plan to transmit the manuscript you provided through this special formation. Since you are here, why not meet together? Perhaps we can find the key to solving the problem." Bai Lu had originally intended for Murong Qingming to send a transmission inviting Lu Chen to join, but Murong Qingming said Lu Chen had matters to attend to, so they gave up. Unexpectedly, he actually came to the guild. It must be fate. A special formation, a unique way? Lu Chen's expression behind the mask was somewhat strange. He roughly guessed a possibility. Could it be a 3D projection? It can also transmit items. How convenient. This formation is indeed worth exploring. Alright, let's go together. Lu Chen nodded in agreement and followed the two deeper into the guild. At that moment, a steward approached respectfully, seemingly aware of their intentions, and led the three into a dimly lit secret chamber. Bai Lu took out nearly 1,000,000 immortal stones and handed them to the steward, who then left the chamber and activated a special formation that cost 500,000 immortal stones. Buzz! A strong vibration resonated, and then a light gate appeared in the void before the three. From within the light gate, a figure emerged, dressed in a white robe, sporting a mustache, and wearing a kind expression. Bai Lu, long time no see. Seeing his friend from thousands of miles away, Bai Lu smiled and said, "Elder Long, this formation is quite costly, so let's get straight to the point. This is my friend, Taoist Jia, whom I mentioned in my message." At this moment, Elder Long shifted his gaze to Lu Chen, scrutinizing him carefully, and smiled. "If what Bai Lu says is true, and you can indeed create such a marvelous formation, then you must be quite the genius, Taoist." His words were filled with praise for Lu Chen. Lu Chen looked at the figure and felt a surge of inspiration. The creator of this formation was also a genius. Wasn't this a perfect example of 3D projection technology? The future direction of formation research would undoubtedly be a combination of modern techniques and cultivation. This would be a revolution in the world of formations. You flatter me, Taoist. That formation is still in the conceptual stage, and there are many unresolved issues, Lu Chen humbly replied. "Let me study the manuscript. Perhaps I can offer some suggestions," Elder Long said with a smile. Bai Lu added, "I'll send it over right away, but this will also cost several 100,000 immortal stones, which is quite painful." "Not to worry, the cost of the stones for the transmission will be on me," Elder Long replied with a smile. "Ha, then thank you very much, Elder Long," Bai Lu said without hesitation, smiling in response. Bai Lu whispered a few words to the void, and the steward outside the secret chamber activated another function of the formation. The buzzing sound resumed, consuming another 500,000 immortal stones, and a circular light gate appeared before Bai Lu. He tossed the manuscript into it. Moments later, the light gate vanished. Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. This formation actually had the capability for remote transmission. It was truly impressive. However, the formation was not yet perfect. The vibrations were too strong, and it consumed too many immortal stones. If these issues could be resolved, the potential would be limitless. Once his formation skills improved, he could create a simpler and more refined version of a similar formation. "Alright, Elder Long, have you received it?" Bai Lu asked with a smile. "I have received it. Let me take a closer look," Elder Long replied, and a person appeared on his side, handing him the recently transmitted manuscript. "Taoist, after this formation is activated, there will be a time for a cup of tea." Elder Long and I have nothing else to discuss. Do you have any questions you would like to discuss with Elder Long? Bai Lu asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen carefully observed Elder Long as he studied the manuscript, feeling a bit anxious. An 8th grade immortal level formation master shouldn't be able to quickly discern that the manuscript was flawed, right? Just as he thought this, he saw Elder Long's expression change. What a marvelous structure for a formation! You truly are a genius, Taoist. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Could it be? I have altered so much, deleted so much, and there's only a bit of my own formation structure left. With such a manuscript, you can still be so astonished? Elder Long gazed at the manuscript in his hand, and as he read deeper, his expression grew increasingly excited and shocked. Lu Chen quietly observed, puzzled. Could it be that he inadvertently handed over the original manuscript for Bai Lu to replicate? But then he thought, such a basic mistake was impossible for him to make. The structure of this formation is truly unparalleled. However, there are many aspects that I find difficult to comprehend, Elder Long said, frowning, realizing that his own understanding of formations still had shortcomings. Seeing this, Lu Chen felt secretly pleased. It was right that he couldn't understand. Only a genius could derive the correct answer from a manuscript filled with erroneous information. Even he himself, upon receiving this replicated manuscript, might not fully understand it. Friend, I have a question to ask. Are you truly a 7th grade array master? Old Long set down the manuscript, his gaze fixed intently on Lu Chen, clearly harboring doubts about what Bai Lu had said. Bai Lu had claimed that Lu Chen was very likely a 7th grade array master, a conjecture based solely on Lu Chen's cultivation in the glazed realm. After all, those at the glazed realm could at most be 7th grade array masters. A strange expression flickered across Lu Chen's face. He knew very well that he could at most be considered a 3rd grade array master. Indeed. From the array structure in your manuscript, it seems that your cultivation may have limited your array grade, yet your understanding of arrays has already surpassed that of this old man. If one day you come to Void City and wish to be assessed for promotion to 8th grade array master, you may come to my guild to find me. With your skills, I can exempt you from the assessment, Old Long said with a smile, his words full of goodwill, clearly trying to recruit Lu Chen. At the same time, he was extending an invitation for friendship. Lu Chen was unclear about the status of Void City, but he nodded nonetheless. That was a matter for later. After all, he could not leave Panlong City in the short term. Lacking strength and recklessly heading to places where powerful individuals gathered would be akin to seeking trouble. I have roughly browsed through this manuscript. If you have any confusion, we might discuss it together and see if I can provide some insights, Old Long said, eager to see what problems Lu Chen had encountered. Lu Chen, within the demon-searching great array, certainly had no issues. The array had already been set up. However, another array he was currently studying did indeed present some challenges. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chen decided to bring up the problems he was facing. After all, Old Long had mistakenly believed he was struggling with the setup of the demon-searching great array, and the replicated manuscript had been altered by him to be quite misleading, so it was a good opportunity to ask about other array-related issues. This demon-searching great array is composed of several marvelous small arrays, and within it, there is one array where I have encountered a dilemma. Lu Chen explained the theory of thermal expansion and contraction and began to inquire about which array patterns he needed to engrave to achieve the desired effect. Thermal expansion and contraction? Friend, I truly do not understand the intricacies of this. Could you please explain in detail? Old Long's eyes sparkled with curiosity, appearing eager for knowledge. After listening to Lu Chen's explanation of thermal expansion and contraction, he felt a sense of understanding, though not entirely clear. Lu Chen simply transformed into a physics teacher, elaborating on the theory in detail, hoping that Old Long would grasp its essence and provide useful suggestions. After hearing this, Old Long fell into a long period of contemplation and realization. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Friend, is this array concept something you created?" Lu Chen blinked, thinking to himself that no one in this world should know this little piece of physics knowledge, and thus he nodded slightly. "This is what is called a peerless genius," Old Long exclaimed sincerely. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly, "You flatter me, Old Long. I dare not accept such praise." Old Long took a deep breath to calm the excitement within him and then offered Lu Chen some small suggestions. Upon hearing them, Lu Chen's eyes began to shine brighter. Old Long shared several array engraving patterns for him to reference. Lu Chen nodded and soon realized that the array was about to conclude. "Friend, this array is about to close. If you pass by Void City in the future, I hope we can meet. I have gained a lot from our discussion on arrays," Old Long said with a smile, bowing in invitation, his words filled with sincerity. Lu Chen, having learned some things from conversing with such a high-level array master, smiled in return, there will be opportunities. I take my leave, Old Long said with a smile. As the array came to a stop, Old Long's shadowy figure vanished, and the door to the secret chamber opened, allowing light from outside to pour in, instantly brightening the room. This was the first time Bai Lu had seen Elder Long in such a demeanor, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. His gaze towards Lu Chen had already changed. Daoist Jia truly keeps a low profile. It seems your mastery of formations is far beyond the 8th rank, Bai Lu sighed with a wry smile. Lu Chen responded calmly, Elder Long is being polite. There's no need for such flattery, Daoist Bai. Then, did you gain anything from this visit? Bai Lu asked. Lu Chen nodded, I have made some progress, but to successfully set up the Demon Search Great Formation, I still need to put in more effort. Alright, I will keep in touch with Elder Long. If I have any new insights, I will definitely inform you, Daoist. Bai Lu smiled. Lu Chen nodded and then left the Formation Master Guild with Bai Lu, returning to the City Lord's mansion. Once back at his residence, he immediately began studying the insights he had just gained, carefully examining the formation patterns Elder Long had mentioned. All are 7th rank formation patterns. With my current strength, it's difficult to engrave them. The energy and celestial essence required were simply too much. Lu Chen had no choice but to complement his weaknesses and create a formation pattern suitable for his current situation. Thus, he immersed himself in the study of formations, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. At this time, the sky outside had just darkened. It worked! Looking at the formation pattern he had created, though it was only 3rd rank, it achieved the expected effect, and Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. Next, I need to construct the formation and set it up. However, I still need 2 items. A ball of 7th rank celestial fire, and a piece of extremely cold treasure. For these 2 items, he could only go to the Alchemist Guild and the Treasure Gathering Pavilion to inquire. Now that Gong Chu and He Jingming should have left Panlong City, I can only look for Huang Zixing and Lubud. So, Lu Chen left the City Lord's mansion and sought out the 2. Both expressed helplessness regarding his needs. The highest grade celestial fire currently available at the Alchemist Guild was only 5th rank. 7th rank celestial fire needed to be requisitioned from the headquarters, but the headquarters had no response, especially around Panlong City. As for treasures with extreme cold properties, the Treasure Gathering Pavilion also had no stock. Lubud said he would contact the headquarters to inquire. However, this time Lu Chen did not leave empty-handed. Lubud unexpectedly gave him a sum of celestial stones. Daoist, the auction for the Linglong Tower you entrusted has ended, and you received an additional 3 million celestial stones. Lu Chen was slightly surprised. It seemed that the Linglong Tower was worth at least 8 million celestial stones, and the Treasure Gathering Pavilion must have made a profit, likely auctioning it for over 10 million celestial stones. His savings had increased by 3 million celestial stones, but although he had many celestial stones, he could not purchase celestial medicine to extend his lifespan. The celestial medicine in Panlong City had already sold out. Wait, Bai Lu still has some. Last time, he had only tricked Bai Lu out of celestial medicine worth 3 million celestial stones, so he figured he still had celestial medicine of the same value, which he could buy all at once. Thus, he immediately contacted Bai Lu and arranged to meet in the reception hall. At the same time, he also wanted to see if he could obtain the celestial fire and the extremely cold treasure he desperately desired from the celestial sword sect. Meanwhile, in a secluded and quiet valley outside the city, 7 figures flew out from deep underground. They were the remaining 7 from the demon clan that had come to Panlong City, led by the blood demon, Gu Tuo. At this moment, he wore a serious expression, tinged with a hint of hope, gazing into the distance. Soon after, he saw a line of black shadows appearing in the distance, approaching rapidly. There were more than 30 demons. The leading demon was his cousin, Gu Yueo. He truly had no other options and could only seek help from his cousin Gu Yueo, who had left the family to train among the human race, and communicate through sound transmission to discuss sharing the credit after releasing the demon dragon. Gu Tuo, tall and slender, stood under the moonlight, his skin pale as snow with no trace of blood, his eyes blood-red and extraordinarily eerie. Those eyes resembled vertical pupils, cold and sharp, as if they could penetrate the human heart. Most striking were his teeth, sharp like fangs, especially the 2 canine teeth, which were unusually long and glimmered with a chilling light. He looked at his cousin Gu Yueo leading the way, grand in demeanor, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow in his heart. If it weren't for the appearance of that mysterious person, it should be him, Gu Tuo, who is so spirited today. At this moment, half of his achievements have been taken away by others, leaving him extremely frustrated, but he also understands that he cannot compete with that mysterious powerhouse alone, nor can he release the demon dragon by himself. Before long, a group of demons approached Gu Tuo, led by his cousin Gu Yueo. Gu Yuao bore a striking resemblance to Gu Tuatua, but his demeanor was unruly, with a proud look in his eyes that seemed to disdain all living beings. My dear cousin, I thought you had fallen into despair among the human race and had resigned yourself to decline. I didn't expect you to have such plans. It truly surprises me, Gu Yuao said, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, revealing a pair of sharper fangs, like a hungry beast. Have you brought everything we discussed through the sound transmission? Gu Tuatua asked in a low voice, not wanting to say much. Of course, all 4 bodies from the glazed realm are here. Gu Yuao waved his hand lightly, and 4 corpses appeared under the moonlight, their cold light flickering, sending chills down one's spine. Seeing this, Gu Tuatua felt slightly relieved. The items needed to rescue the demon dragon were already prepared. All that was left was to wait for the right moment. Waiting for the final moment to arrive, to strike at the location of the demon dragon, and rescue it. He had already discovered that the demons he had stationed near the demon dragon had been captured, indicating that the place was unsafe, and they could not act recklessly. Is there anything else you need me to do? Gu Yuao asked, staring at Gu Tuatua, who was deep in thought and silent. Just wait for the right opportunity, Gu Tuatua replied. Shouldn't you first discuss the situation in Panlong City with me? I am well aware of your strength. Being in such a predicament must mean you've encountered quite a bit of trouble, right? Gu Yuao's gaze swept over the several attendants behind Gu Tuatua, his face full of disdain. He even entertained the thought of eliminating these demons to claim all the credit for himself, but he also understood that acting rashly at this moment was not wise, as there were many things he had yet to fully comprehend. Gu Tuatua briefly outlined the situation in Panlong City, especially the formidable strength of that mysterious person. It seems he is indeed a formidable opponent, Gu Yuao said, narrowing his eyes slightly, already calculating in his mind. The peak of the glazed realm, while comparable to his own strength, was still not something he needed to take too seriously. What are your plans? Gu Yuao asked. For now, we will hide outside the city and make them think we have already retreated from Panlong City. On the last day, we will suddenly strike back, catching them off guard, and at the same time, release the demon dragon. Gu Tuatuo's gaze turned cold as he spoke in a deep voice. That could work, Gu Yuao nodded with a light smile. The body of that mysterious person must be left for me. Gu Tuatua gritted his teeth, saying, if it weren't for this person, how could the plan have so many flaws? His subordinates had suffered heavy casualties. Naturally, Gu Yuao's lips curled slightly, but he secretly sneered in his heart. By then, whether you can still survive is still an unknown. Inside the city lord's mansion, when Lu Chen entered the reception room, Bai Lu and Zhao Dezhu were already waiting there. Morong Chengming was nowhere to be seen. Lu Chen inquired about the reason and learned that Morong Chengming had sensed that he was about to break through to the 3rd layer of the Void Realm, so he had gone into seclusion to cultivate. Ha, Taoist friend Jia, did you urgently summon us today because there has been progress in the formation? Bai Lu looked at Lu Chen with great anticipation, having been concerned about the demon search formation for a long time. After parting ways with Lu Chen at the Formation Master Guild last time, he had once again sent a sound transmission to Old Long, carefully inquiring about the value of that manuscript. He was actually worried that the manuscript might not be effective, that Lu Chen was not truly researching the demon search formation, and after his inquiries, Old Long had given him a definite answer. The manuscript had a chance to set up the demon search formation, but there were indeed many problems and difficulties. Even he, an 8th grade immortal level formation master, would find it hard to comprehend the entire manuscript in a short time. At the same time, Old Long had also seriously discussed his views on Taoist friend Jia, absolutely a genius, with unparalleled mastery of formations. The structure of the manuscript's formations and the novel concepts it reveals may just be the tip of the iceberg. Such a person is worth cultivating a deep relationship with. It was at that moment that Bai Lu conceived a thought. He had heard Morong Qingming mention that this Taoist Jia was a loose cultivator, likely unwilling to be bound, which is why he willingly chose to be a loose cultivator. However, upon closer examination, many loose cultivators remain so because they have not encountered a good force or favorable treatment. Their sword sect is a prominent force in the entire immortal realm, and as an elder of the sword sect, if he could bring such a genius into the sect, it would be a significant achievement. Therefore, he had come this time with the intention of inviting Lu Chen to join the sword sect. With Lu Chen's strength and mastery of formations, he would at least need to be at the elder level to attract Lu Chen, and he had to carefully plan and discuss this with Lu Chen to accomplish this. Seeing Bai Lu's expression, Lu Chen still shook his head gently and said, although there has been some progress, the problems remain and have not been completely resolved. No worries, problems can be solved slowly. I see that the demon race hidden in this Panlong city seems to have sensed a threat and may have already fled Panlong city. It is now safe, Bai Lu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen sighed slightly in his heart. If Bai Lu knew about the matter of the demon dragon, he would certainly not be so optimistic. The demon race's plot this time is extraordinary and will not easily give up on rescuing the demon dragon. This moment of tranquility is merely the calm before the storm. However, he was not afraid. With his own strength to quell the demon race's schemes, he was confident he still had the energy to spare. I came this time with a sum of 3 million immortal stones. Last time I heard that you had a medicinal herb worth 3 million immortal stones, I thought you might have no great use for it, so why not exchange it for immortal stones? It would be a win-win, Lu Chen said, taking out a storage ring and handing it over before Bai Lu could speak. Bai Lu smiled as he accepted it, saying, "You are indeed thoughtful, my friend. I was just worried about how to exchange this batch of medicinal herbs for immortal stones." "This is excellent." The transaction between the two was very harmonious, exchanging money for goods. With the medicinal herbs worth 3 million immortal stones, Lu Chen felt a bit more confident. He knew that the demon race would not easily give up. They might even make a final push to release the demon dragon and take some crazy actions, so he could not relax and needed to work harder to build his confidence, to ensure everything was foolproof. Also, Bai Lu, I need 2 rare items for personal use recently. I wonder if you could help me keep an eye out or inquire with your friends. Lu Chen could no longer rely on the demon-slaying formation to obtain these 2 urgently needed items, mainly because once these items were used, they would be gone, and he could not return them to Bai Lu, which would only provoke the sword sex hostility. "You are too polite, just tell me what you need." Bai Lu's eyes lit up. He was just thinking about how to invite Lu Chen to join the sect, and Lu Chen's request provided him with a perfect entry point. "A ball of 7th grade immortal fire and a treasure that emits extreme cold," Lu Chen replied honestly. He understood that, given Bai Lu's status as an elder of the sword sect, finding a ball of 7th grade immortal fire should not be a problem, and it could be quickly delivered here. However, the treasure that continuously emits cold was hard to find. Even though he had exchanged treasures multiple times in the Longevity Exchange Tower, he had never seen one with such properties. The only somewhat related item was the ice mirror, but that mirror could not autonomously emit cold. It only retaliated with cold attacks when struck, and its usage was nearly exhausted. Bai Lu was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, looking at Lu Chen with surprise. The 7th grade immortal fire was indeed easy to solve. He knew quite a few high-level alchemists and just needed to use a bit of persuasion. Even if the other party had no surplus immortal fire, he could surely borrow some temporarily. However, this treasure with the power of extreme cold was beyond his understanding, and he could only ask someone to inquire. "Why does my friend need these 2 treasures?" Bai Lu took out a sound transmission jade slip, infused it with immortal energy to contact a friend, while still not forgetting to ask. Lu Chen replied, "It's urgent. As for the purpose, I cannot disclose it for now." "Alright, I'll ask for you." Seeing that the sound transmission jade slip was connected, Bai Lu temporarily paused his conversation with Lu Chen and smiled at the jade slip. "Old Zhu, is there any treasure in the sect's treasury that can emit coldness?" An old voice came from the other end, familiar and casual. "Why do you ask this?" Bai Lu smiled. "It's a bit urgent. You just need to tell me if there is one. If there is, I can exchange it with contribution points from the sect." "Let me check." There was silence for more than 10 breaths. Then he continued, "Indeed, there is one, called the Millennium Ice Pearl, a top-grade item of the 6th rank. Are you sure you want to exchange contribution points for it? This might not be worth it. Exchange it. Please send this treasure to Panlong City as soon as possible, the sooner the better." Bai Lu still smiled as he spoke. "What do you need to go to that small city for? I heard there are demons lurking there. Are you going to exterminate them?" Bai Lu replied, "Exactly. The demons here are either fleeing or hiding. Their movements are unpredictable. When can the treasure be delivered?" "It can be done in 2 days. If it's really urgent, I can have a friend expedite it and deliver it within a day." "Then thank you very much. I will treat you to a drink later." Bai Lu replied with a smile. "Alright, talk later." After the sound transmission ended, Bai Lu turned to Lu Chen and smiled. "Friend Jia, this treasure is settled. As for the 7th rank immortal fire, that will be even simpler. The Alchemist Guild in Wangshu City must have stock. Even if they are short, I can have someone find it, and it can be delivered within a day." Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This is the benefit of having extensive connections. Of course, he knew that Bai Lu's assistants must have ulterior motives, either for the demon-searching formation or for something else. After all, his relationship with Bai Lu was merely superficial, and they could only be considered general partners. "Thank you, Bai Dao friend." Lu Chen cupped his hands in gratitude. "No need for such formality. We hit it off at first sight. I already consider you a friend." Bai Lu waved his hand with a smile, but in his heart, he had already made up his mind. He was well aware that Lu Chen was not simple. He was determined to establish this friendship today. Lu Chen smiled, "No matter what, I will remember this kindness." The temptation of the demon dragon was truly irresistible. Without these two treasures, he would have to give up the idea of killing the demon dragon. For the sake of a huge lifespan, it was not a problem to owe someone a favor. However, even so, when it came time to repay the favor in the future, he would act within his means and would never act recklessly, nor would he be foolish enough to do something life-threatening to repay a favor. For example, he could not give Bai Lu the demon-searching formation. By the way, why is friend Jia willing to be a loose cultivator? Have you considered joining a certain force? Bai Lu seized the opportunity to recruit. In the Immortal Sword sect or any major sect, contribution points were extremely important. They could be exchanged for many treasures and were also a symbol of status. Whether it was to elevate one's position or to obtain resources, contribution points were essential. Contribution points in their sect could be earned by completing sect tasks, exterminating demons, or bringing benefits to the sect, among other things. Recruiting talent could also yield contribution points. If Lu Chen could be brought into the sect, with his array skills and strength, he would surely bring great contributions to the sect. If he could also master the demon-searching formation, it would be even more meritorious, and the contribution points earned would be astonishing. Lu Chen looked at Bai Lu's expectant face and understood in his heart. "You're waiting for me here." His impression of the Immortal Sword sect was quite good. The sect's philosophy of exterminating demons and upholding justice aligned well with his own values. However, he did not possess strong enough strength, and his current power was also a facade. Joining the Immortal Sword sect would easily expose him. Unless you join the Immortal Sword sect as a disciple. I have considered this matter, but I have yet to find a force that I truly admire, Lu Chen said with a smile. "What do you think of our Immortal Sword sect?" Bai Lu asked eagerly, his eyebrows raised in delight. "As long as there is interest, that's good. The Immortal Sword sect is indeed quite good." Lu Chen had carefully calculated that once he accumulated enough treasures in Panlong City and gained sufficient confidence, he would definitely head to the next big city, especially one with a higher-level longevity exchange tower. Wangshu City, located at the foot of the Immortal Sword sect, is one of the more advanced big cities, and it has a high-level longevity exchange tower that can exchange for treasures of the 8th rank. Therefore, his next destination would be Wangshu City at the foot of the Immortal Sword sect. Jin Yangfu had already gone to the Immortal Sword sect in advance, and once Lu Chen had gathered enough resources to survive in Panlong City, he would naturally go there to reunite with his brother. Perhaps by then, Jin Yangfu would have made a name for himself in the Immortal Sword sect, and with him leading the way, Lu Chen would save himself a lot of trouble. Have you considered joining the Immortal Sword sect? I can recommend you. With your strength and mastery of formations, becoming an elder of the Immortal Sword sect would not be difficult. Bai Lu extended the invitation with a smile. Becoming an elder of the Immortal Sword sect requires passing strict assessments, but based on his understanding of Lu Chen, even without discussing strength, his stunning mastery of formations would be enough to earn him the position of elder. Lu Chen looked at Bai Lu, but there were some things he found hard to say. The strength of the Immortal Sword sect is indeed formidable. My own strength is still shallow. I fear I may not be up to the task of being an elder. Lu Chen gently shook his head. This statement was both true and false, and to Bai Lu's ears, it sounded like a polite refusal. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu pondered whether Lu Chen was indeed declining. His disciple had confirmed that Lu Chen possessed peak Liuli realm strength, comparable to his own. Such strength was sufficient to serve as an elder of the Immortal Sword sect. But Lu Chen had also expressed a good impression of the sect, and now he was declining. What could be the reason? Do you have any concerns? If so, feel free to let me know. Of course, if you prefer not to say, that's fine too. You can take your time to consider, there's no need to rush, Bai Lu said with a smile, his words quite appropriate, showcasing his high emotional intelligence. Lu Chen smiled and said, to be honest, my strength is only at the Moonlight Realm. How could I possibly deserve the position of elder? He had always claimed to possess only Moonlight Realm strength, and at this moment, he didn't mind saying it again. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu showed a strange expression. He had already heard this from his disciple. It seems you are intentionally hiding your strength. In fact, strength is not the only condition for becoming an elder of the Immortal Sword sect. With your mastery of formations, you would be more than capable. If you have this intention, you can contact me anytime in the future, Bai Lu said with a sincere smile, not in a hurry, as he had already discovered that Lu Chen had a good impression of the Immortal Sword sect and could wait for his news. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, thank you, Bai Daoyu, for your kind offer. I still need to consider this matter. If I make a decision, I will certainly inform you. If one could become an elder based on their mastery of formations, that seemed promising. But that would have to wait until he went to the Immortal Sword sect. After all, he wouldn't be going there anytime soon. He needed to possess countless treasures of the 6th rank before deciding. Naturally, I cannot take those 2 treasures without compensation. By Daoyu, may I ask if you would prefer to exchange for immortal stones or something else? Lu Chen did not immediately accept Bai Lu's invitation but first proposed to offer something of equivalent value. Bai Lu had not intended to give away treasures for free. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Let's exchange the immortal fire for immortal stones. As for that extreme cold treasure, we can discuss it later. Perhaps one day when I'm in a good mood, I might just give it to you for free." At this point, Bai Lu's smile was bright. Lu Chen immediately understood. Bai Lu was testing whether he was willing to join the Immortal Sword sect. If he agreed, this treasure would serve as an incentive. If he did not, he might have to pay an equivalent price. All right. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Since that was the case, they would wait until he went to the Xianjian sect to discuss it, saving the trouble of wasting treasures now. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out a 6th grade immortal treasure from a storage ring and asked, "Daoist Bai, do you think this treasure is equivalent to that 7th grade immortal fire?" This treasure was worth over 1 million, which should be enough to exchange for a ball of 7th grade immortal fire. He didn't have many immortal stones on hand, so he could only trade with treasures. Bai Lu took the treasure, examined it carefully for a moment, and nodded with a smile. "That's enough." After the transaction was completed, the two chatted casually about the Demon Clan. Bai Lu believed that the Demon Clan should have retreated from Panlong City and that they could relax a bit for a while. However, Lu Chen was aware of the Demon Clan's true intentions. They would not leave easily and might have already gone to seek reinforcements. Seeing Bai Lu like this, he did not argue but merely nodded in agreement, then excused himself to continue studying the demon searching formation and took his leave. He would come back the next day when the treasure was delivered. Bai Lu smiled and nodded, hoping that Lu Chen would study the demon searching formation every day, and then he saw him off. "Master, do you really think the Demon Clan has left Panlong City?" "I don't know why, but I always feel that these demons have some scheme in Panlong City," Zhao Dezhu asked with a frown after Lu Chen left and walked up to Bai Lu. "If you can think of it, how could I, your master, not think of it? I just wanted to see Lu Daoist's attitude," Bai Lu said, glancing at his disciple with a faint smile. He had mentioned this matter several times in front of Lu Chen, observing his reactions and his words. If Lu Chen had directly stated that the Demon Clan was still in the city, it would indicate that he might have already set up the demon searching formation but was concealing it for some reason. However, Lu Chen's response was merely a slight nod, seemingly in agreement but without further elaboration, indicating that he was uncertain whether the Demon Clan had left or if the formation had not yet been completed. "So, master means?" Zhao Dezhu wanted to ask further but suddenly saw the look in Bai Lu's eyes and realized something. "Do you understand now?" Bai Lu asked. Zhao Dezhu smiled wryly and nodded. "I've learned." Bai Lu shook his head with a smile. "What you should learn more is how to make friends like this. I have a wide circle of friends, many of whom are exceptionally powerful, because I understand that among friends, interests are paramount." After hearing this, Zhao Dezhu silently nodded, indicating that he would learn more. After Lu Chen left the reception hall and returned to his residence, he shook his head and muttered to himself, "I always feel that Bai Lu is probing me. Indeed, no one with such strength is without their own schemes." After this reflection, he continued to work on the formation, striving to carve the formation patterns well before the treasure arrived the next day and set up the formation in advance. With about half a month left, he had to prepare in advance to prevent any last-minute interference from the Demon Clan. Just as he was thinking about this, Su Qingying suddenly sent a message saying she needed to see him. Lu Chen let her in. "Did you suddenly have another intuition? Did the Demon Clan bring reinforcements?" Lu Chen knew the reason Su Qingying suddenly sought him out, which could only be one of two things, either good news or bad news. Su Qingying blinked her beautiful eyes and nodded. "You already know me so well?" Lu Chen replied, "After working together for a while, it's become clear. Is it really that the Demon Clan has brought reinforcements?" Su Qingying smiled wryly. "I'm not very sure, I just suddenly had a feeling that things might not be that simple." Lu Chen said helplessly, "If nothing unexpected happens, these demons should have brought reinforcements. I don't know how strong their reinforcements are." Su Qingying comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, my intuition doesn't indicate that we have major trouble. Even if they bring reinforcements, we should be able to handle it, right?" Lu Chen nodded slightly. Now, he and Su Qingying were somewhat fated together. If he encountered difficulties, Su Qingying would not be able to escape either. Her calmness indicated that the problem was not serious. At present, there are no demons heading to the Dragon's Land, and the city is quiet. It seems that even if reinforcements arrive, they won't make any major moves during this time, they are just waiting for the final moment to arrive. Lu Chen considered the demon's perspective. If it were him, with enough corpses from the Liuli realm, he would naturally avoid alarming the snake. If the corpses were insufficient, a sneak attack might occur tonight. However, Su Qingying did not feel a strong sense of crisis. It seems that this time, the demon's reinforcements are very likely to have brought enough corpses. This means that before the dragon is about to be sealed and erased, they won't act rashly and will choose to lie low, Lu Chen deduced. Su Qingying was surprised. You can deduce so much information? Lu Chen replied calmly, it's not difficult, the more you think, the more skilled you become. After roughly figuring out the demon's plan, he also revised his strategy. He couldn't let these demons wait for that opportunity, otherwise, he feared he wouldn't be able to split himself to kill the dragon and must take action against the demons in advance. These demons are not in the city, so they must be outside. But if I go outside to search alone, it seems unwise. If I exhaust my defensive treasures in advance, I will be in great danger during the final battle. And if I bring by Lu and the others, it will expose that I have already set up a great array to search for demons. Lu Chen found himself in a dilemma. However, he soon had an idea. The 3 demons in the prisoner tower. Why not use those 3 demons in the prisoner tower? He could use them as an excuse to first explore the demon's hiding place outside the city, and after finding it, return to the Lord's mansion pretending to have let one demon go, claiming he had a way to track it, and then lead a group to exterminate them. Given their current strength, the probability of killing all these demons was not high. Some would surely escape, which would leave no direct evidence to prove he didn't find the demon's hiding place through such means. Be a bit more cautious, just find someone to disguise as a demon and escape that way, and everything will fall into place. Lu Chen began to think about who could disguise as a demon. If Xin Yangfu were here, their years of tacit understanding would ensure a seamless execution. But Jin Yangfu had gone to the sword sect in advance, and the only person available now was Su Qingying. Su Qingying looked at Lu Chen and instantly understood something, smiling wryly. What risky thing do you plan for me to do this time? Lu Chen smiled, it's not really a risk, just trust me, and you'll be fine. Inside the city of Panlong, it was silent. At a certain moment, deep within the Lord's mansion, Morong Qingming suddenly opened his eyes during his training. As he broke through, a terrifying aura spread outward, sending the surrounding furniture flying and shattering. His cultivation had broken through, reaching the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Though I have broken through, my cultivation is still insufficient to deal with those demons. Morong Qingming murmured, a hint of heaviness in his brow. In fact, he also possessed some ancestral secret techniques, but these could only be used in life and death situations. Otherwise, it would lead to either death or severe injury. Just after his breakthrough, Huang Zhentian's voice transmission suddenly arrived. Do you have time to talk? Listening to the transmission, Morong Qingming pondered for a moment and replied, meet at the old place. Soon after, Morong Qingming flew out of the Lord's mansion and landed on a high peak in the center of Panlong City. At the mountain's peak, a pavilion stood, bathed in moonlight like water. Inside sat a tall figure, with a pot of wine and 2 porcelain cups on the table. You are quite accurate, Morong Qingming smiled slightly, unsure if Huang Zhentian had coincidentally sent the transmission or had some means to know he had just broken through. Huang Zhentian nodded with a light laugh, his gaze resting on Morong Qingming. Congratulations, you've made further progress. Morong Qingming did not approach immediately but walked slowly forward, gazing up at the dark moon in the sky, suddenly asking, how many heads are on a tree? Huang Zhentian answered, 4 heads. Morong Qingming raised an eyebrow, could it be that there aren't 2? Huang Zhentian replied calmly, counting you and me, there are naturally 4. Only then did Morong Qingming move closer, sitting in front of Huang Zhentian. In such turbulent times, summoned in the dead of night, what urgent matter is at hand? You don't think the demon clan has left Panlong City, do you? Huang Zhentian said calmly. Morong Qingming shook his head, his brow slightly furrowed. The demon clan's attack this time is clearly aimed at the demon dragon. My father once said that the task of guarding Panlong City would likely end in our generation or Ingshue's. It seems now that it may conclude in our generation. These days, he had not slept peacefully, always on edge, fearing that a great battle would suddenly erupt. These demons must have major plans. Now it seems to be the calm before the storm. Are you prepared for a life and death struggle? Huang Zhentian gazed at Morong Qingming. Morong Qingming smiled, since I learned about the demon dragon from my father, I have been preparing. But you, having compared yourself to me all your life, must really want this position of city lord. Upon hearing this, Huang Zhentian revealed a rare smile. I won't hide it from you. I never intended to compete with you. It was just that my father, before he passed, asked me to put pressure on you. It seems you are indeed stronger than I am. He had worked hard for many years and had just reached the first level of the Void Tranquility Realm, while Morong Qingming had just broken through to the third level. Morong Qingming was momentarily stunned, then laughed. "You did very well." The two exchanged glances, their laughter growing louder, echoing in all directions. "Do you think we might die?" Huang Zhentian suddenly stopped, smiling as he looked at Morong Qingming. "Anyway, my daughter has already reached the Immortal Sword Sect." Morong Qingming shrugged. "I don't want to die," Huang Zhentian said suddenly, his expression serious. Morong Qingming, upon hearing this, looked deeply at Huang Zhentian. This was not the Huang Zhentian he knew. Huang Zhentian had always been a tough character since childhood. He shouldn't say such things just because of his son, especially his second son, Huang Xuanyu. Suddenly, he felt a stir in his heart, thought of something, and softly asked, "About your sister-in-law?" Huang Zhentian's expression darkened, a chill in the air. The murderer has not yet been found. He could never forget the scene when his wife and child's bodies were delivered to his doorstep. Morong Qingming gently patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, with friends like Jia and Bai Lu from the Immortal Sword Sect here, the Demon Clan is not to be feared." Huang Zhentian stared at Morong Qingming and suddenly said, "Actually, I once thought about whether to spread the news about the Demon Dragon. If the matter of the Demon Dragon were to spread, it would surely attract powerful human warriors, and at that time, the mere Demon Clan would naturally be of no concern. That goes against our ancestral teachings." Morong Qingming said heavily, his expression serious. Huang Zhentian gritted his teeth. "I know." They did not understand why their ancestors had sternly warned their descendants not to spread the news about the demon dragon, as there were indeed many powerful beings among humans capable of exterminating this demon dragon. Moreover, this demon dragon should already be severely weakened. If that's the case, then let's dismiss this thought. Morong Qingming's tone was firm, unwavering. Huang Zhentian remained silent for a long time, finally slowly closing his eyes, revealing a bitter smile. "Forget it, let's drink." Morong Qingming took a deep breath and nodded. "To our ancestors, to the future." Huang Zhentian replied, "To our ancestors, to the future." A night of silence. The next morning, Lu Qin woke up early, preparing to go out in search of the Demon Clan's traces. Today, he intended to carefully search within the city first, confirming there were no mistakes before heading outside the city. Even if the Demon Clan was hiding very deep, he did not believe he could not find them. Quietly leaving the city lord's mansion, Lu Qin used his skills to swiftly move around Panlong City, and the magic array showed that, apart from the large red dot where the demon dragon was located, there were no other traces of the Demon Clan within the city. "It seems I can only go outside the city." Once outside, Lu Qin acted even more cautiously, not daring to easily expose his whereabouts. He knew that outside the city, the view was wide open. If he flew too fast, he could be spotted from 100 miles away. Therefore, he had set up a special concealment formation overnight, making it difficult to detect his traces unless one was close. Even so, he remained cautious, searching until nightfall, having circled the outer edge of the Panlong City. "It's too late. I'll continue searching the other half of the city tomorrow. I hope these demons don't change their location every day. Otherwise, my efforts will be in vain." Just as he was about to return to the city, suddenly, Su Qingying's voice transmission reached him, urging him to release her quickly. Lu Chen's heart stirred, and he hurriedly released Su Qingying from the storage golden pearl. "Did you find something?" Su Qingying nodded vigorously, almost like a garlic pounder, and whispered, "I have a feeling the demons are not far away." Lu Chen's gaze sharpened as he checked the demon searching formation again, but within a radius of 1,000 miles, there were no red dots. "There is nothing unusual within 1,000 miles, Lu Chen reported truthfully. Su Qingying felt a heavy sense of urgency and lowered her voice, saying, "They should be just beyond 1,000 miles, let's investigate further. Be sure to be careful and don't get detected." Lu Chen nodded and continued to move slowly within the 1,000-mile range, concealing his figure. Finally, when he reached the edge of the 1,000 miles, a red dot suddenly appeared in the formation. "Just one demon? That shouldn't be. It must be a scout." Lu Chen quietly made his way toward that direction, using the formation to hide his presence. Sure enough, about 500 miles away, a large number of red dots appeared at the edge of the formation's light screen. "Very good. I've finally found you." A cold light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes as he turned to Su Qingying. He was preparing to launch an attack tonight, catching these demons off guard. He needed to keep Su Qingying here to start the act later. "I told you last night to start preparing. You stay here, take this demon searching formation. If they move, you send me a voice transmission. If not, just stay quiet and guard this spot. When I send you a message, you move a little ahead and pretend to escape quickly. Once I catch up to you, I'll directly take you into the prison Immortal Tower," Lu Chen instructed. Su Qingying nodded. They had already discussed this, and she knew what to do. "All right, I'll leave this to you. I'll go back and gather people. Lu Chen patted Su Qingying's shoulder and then turned to leave. Su Qingying looked at her fragrant shoulder, her red lips involuntarily curling up. What am I smiling about? Her cheeks instantly turned slightly red. Just a pat on the shoulder made her so happy. If others found out, wouldn't they laugh at her? Lu Chen returned to the Panlong City Lord's mansion at lightning speed and immediately found by Lu and Morong Qingming. Daoist Jia, is there an urgent matter? Morong Qingming noticed his serious expression and quickly asked. Lu Chen sent a voice transmission to inform them of an urgent matter and asked Morong Qingming to quickly gather all the strong individuals in Panlong City to the reception hall, while also notifying the two of them to meet in the study. In the study, Lu Chen took out the prison immortal tower from his sleeve and released one of the 3 demons he had previously captured. The demon was unconscious, but its demonic aura was still overwhelming, making one's heart race. A few days ago, Lu Chen had taken the time to interrogate these 3 demons, but unfortunately, they were as hard-hearted as iron and refused to divulge any useful information. Now, releasing this demon was meant to let Morong Qingming and Bai Lu understand that he had indeed captured a demon. Fellow Taoists, a few days ago when I was out, I encountered 2 demons. I captured one, while the other was intentionally let go. Lu Chen said solemnly, speaking slowly. Upon seeing the demon, Bai Lu and Morong Qingming showed expressions of surprise, then became vigilant. At this moment, hearing Lu Chen's words, they focused their attention on him, waiting for more details. Letting one demon go was self-explanatory. It was likely an attempt to follow the clues and root out more demons. Is there a way to track them? Morong Qingming pondered for a moment and asked. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Although I did not follow closely, I have my own ways to track them down and hope to find traces of other demon clans. Just now, this demon clan suddenly stopped somewhere. They probably returned to their camp. Excellent. Immediately gather everyone and prepare to confront these demons. Bai Lu came not only to search for the demon array but also to eliminate the demon clan. For every demon they kill, the Xianjian sect gains contribution points, which is of great significance. Morong Qingming nodded in acknowledgement, having already gathered the strong forces from all factions in Panlong City to the reception hall as Lu Chen instructed. The 3 of them then soared into the air, flying towards the reception hall. Among us, there may already be demons lurking, so the purpose of this operation cannot be disclosed to them for now, Lu Chen said seriously, gazing at Morong Qingming and Bai Lu during their flight. Understood, Morong Qingming nodded slightly. Lu Chen had just counted the red dots on the demon search array and found that the demon clan had significantly increased their numbers, with about 30 or more. Although this mission was fraught with danger, Su Qingying did not have a strong premonition, which meant there should not be any major issues. At this moment, the powerful beings from the Xianjian sect and the major forces of Panlong City had gathered in the reception hall. After Lu Chen and the others arrived, without waiting for anyone to ask, he summoned the 6th grade flying boat and took everyone inside, then piloted the boat away from Panlong City, flying outside the city. Lu Chen controlled the flying boat and activated the formation, isolating the external images and information, preventing those inside the boat from knowing their destination. This way, even if there were demon spies lurking among them, it would be difficult for them to discern their intentions. After a moment, the 6th grade flying boat arrived at a secret location. Lu Chen concealed the boat and instructed Morong Qingming and the others to stay inside and not act without permission. He and Bai Lu flew out of the boat, hiding in the darkness. He deliberately took out the prisoning immortal tower and carefully examined. The demon clan has stopped just a few thousand miles ahead. Could it be that their camp is nearby? Bai Lu said in a low voice. Lu Chen replied, I'm not sure. Should we go up to capture them, or wait a bit longer? Let's go and scout first. With our strength, we shouldn't run into any trouble with the demon clan, Bai Lu said confidently, as if his strength was not just at the peak of the Lioli realm, but even stronger, at the Holy Spirit realm. Lu Chen nodded in agreement. His plan was to let Bai Lu witness him capturing Su Qingying, who was disguised as a demon, and have Su Qingying deliberately shout out the direction towards the demon camp, so that once the enemy's position was exposed, they could launch an attack. Let's go! Lu Chen held the prisoning immortal tower and moved forward quietly, simultaneously sending a message to Morong Qingming to have him quietly follow in the flying boat. Soon after, Lu Chen signaled Bai Lu to stop. Right ahead. I will first imprison this demon, and by Taoist, you keep watch around. If there is an enemy attack, remember to assist, Lu Chen said solemnly. Bai Lu nodded slightly, focusing his attention on the surroundings. Suddenly, Lu Chen accelerated, the deep blue speed treasure reaching its peak, arriving in an instant. He quickly approached Su Qingying, who at that moment had used a special small formation he created to change her appearance, disguising herself to look similar to the 3 demons he had captured. This was just a small first-grade immortal formation, difficult to distinguish from afar, but noticeable up close. At this moment, Lu Chen saw Su Qingying's figure was curvaceous and very appealing. Not good. Su Qingying let out a hoarse male voice, seeing Lu Chen approaching, and shouted in a direction, "Run." Seeing her act so convincingly, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. He then used the prisoning immortal tower to gently poke Su Qingying on the shoulder, pulling her inside the tower. "By Taoist, we've startled the snake. The other demons seem to be over there. Let's kill them," Lu Chen shouted, then flew towards the demon camp. Hearing the call, Bai Lu quickly issued orders to Morong Qingming and the disciples of the Xianjian sect, following closely behind Lu Chen. He was originally at the 10th level of the Glazed Realm, but the speed he unleashed at this moment was much faster than that of the 10th level of the Glazed Realm. Lu Chen, secretly using the Deep Blue Speed Treasure, was currently moving at only half the speed of Bai Lu. There really are demons. Bai Lu quickly noticed the commotion in the distance. Just as Su Qingying had shouted, the demons had heard the noise. This time, the demons did not hide underground as usual, but chose a cave and set up a formation inside. After Su Qingying's shout, several figures appeared from the cave to investigate the situation, just in time for Bai Lu to see. "Taoist friend Jia, there don't seem to be many demons. I'll go first." Seeing that Lu Chen's speed was slightly slower, Bai Lu was afraid the demons would escape and took the initiative to strike. He could tell at a glance that these demons were all at the Void Tranquility Realm, and with his strength, he could instantly pursue, capture, or kill them. Lu Chen knew the number of demons ahead, and since Bai Lu was willing to scout, he was happy to let Bai Lu test the strength of these demons first. Discover the demons, quickly reinforce. Prepare for battle. Lu Chen immediately took out a sound transmission jade slip and issued orders to Morong Qingming, who was controlling the flying boat and moving stealthily behind. Upon receiving the order, Morong Qingming immediately stopped the concealment of the flying boat and advanced at full speed. A great battle was about to break out. The few demons investigating saw the human race approaching fiercely and were momentarily stunned, not understanding when their side had exposed their whereabouts, but soon shouted about the enemy attack, notifying their companions in the cave. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Bai Lu had already arrived before them. With just one sword strike, 3 demons were severed at the limbs in the flash of that sword, instantly losing any power to resist. Lu Chen, who was behind Bai Lu, couldn't help but be a bit surprised. So strong? Was this strength still at the peak of the Glazed Realm? He had personally experienced the power of demons working together to self-destruct with treasures, which could also reach the peak of the Glazed Realm, but now, Bai Lu casually made a move, seemingly using only a bit of strength, yet possessed such power. Moreover, he wasn't sure how much strength Bai Lu had just used. If it was only 10%, that would be even more terrifying. Bai Lu truly lived up to being an elder of the Immortal Sword sect. He could also infer the situation on the Immortal Sword sect side from Bai Lu's performance. It is indeed necessary to go to those big cities in advance, Lu Chen thought to himself. Taoist friend Jia, there are still demons in the cave. Bai Lu did not immediately kill the 3 demons but instead restrained them. Lu Chen quickly approached Bai Lu and then used the prisoner tower to confine the 3 demons inside. These 3 demons were all at the Void Tranquility Realm. It was better for Bai Lu to kill them, as at least he could gain quite a bit of lifespan. "Do you know how many more minions the demons have?" Lu Chen pretended to be unclear and asked. Bai Lu squinted slightly. "I don't know, but looking at the formation in front of the cave, we may have underestimated these demons." This was a low-grade defensive formation of the 7th rank of Immortals. It was enough to withstand attacks from the peak of the Glazed Realm, and even early-stage Holy Spirit Realm experts would find it difficult to break through. Upon seeing this formation, Lu Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised and became even more vigilant towards this group of demons. At this moment, the demons in the cave did not show themselves again, and Morong Qingming and the others quickly arrived. Everyone hovered in the void in front of the cave, surrounding the entrance tightly. Inside the cave, a group of demons looked up at the humans outside the formation with bloodthirsty eyes. Gu Yueo narrowed his eyes into slits and coldly glanced at his cousin Gu Tuachuo, saying, "Cousin, do you know why we exposed our whereabouts?" Especially looking at a human behind Gu Tuachuo. This person was Sun Yin-yang. After the group of demons had hidden here, they had been cautious and had not sent anyone out to hunt humans, planning to lie in wait for half a month until the right moment to launch an attack. The formation that had now risen not only had extremely strong defensive power but also had a concealing effect. Without a cultivator approaching to investigate, it would be nearly impossible to detect. However, at this moment, these human beings were charging straight towards them, clearly having already discerned their location, and the reason for this was self-evident. Gu Tuatua was also bewildered. Being stared at so intently by Guyu, he knew what the other party was thinking, but soon, a thought struck him, and he quickly said, could it be that they really set up the demon search formation? His expression grew increasingly shocked. When he first heard that someone among the human race could set up the demon search formation, he found it hard to believe, but to ensure nothing went wrong, he still sent his subordinates to probe. Several small teams were dispatched, all returning empty-handed and suffering heavy losses, which made him increasingly suspect that this was a scheme by the humans to lure the demon race out for extermination. Only at this moment did he have to believe that the demon search formation might indeed exist. If the human race possessed such a formation, then the demon race would have no place to hide among them. Cousin, I mentioned to you before that the demon search formation is very likely already set up. Gu Tuatua gritted his teeth and said, then turned to Sun Yin Yang beside him and asked in a deep voice, has Lin Bufan mentioned the demon search formation to you through sound transmission? Sun Yin Yang quickly shook his head, looking bewildered. I have tried to contact him multiple times, but I have not been able to reach him. The demon search formation really exists? Guyu Ao's face darkened, his thoughts swirling. He had initially thought this was a trick by the humans, intended to lure the demon race into a trap. Now, if there truly had been no insider leaking their whereabouts, and these humans could come straight to them, then the probability of the demon search formation being formed was extremely high. And if these humans possessed the demon search formation, then this mission to rescue the demon dragon would be exceedingly difficult. Unless... Guyu Ao's expression grew serious as he said, in that case, we absolutely cannot let them escape this time, we must annihilate them all. If the demon search formation truly exists, then we must destroy it. If the demon search formation had indeed been created, they would only have two paths to take. Either escape from here and give up on rescuing the demon dragon, or kill all these humans and take control of Panlong City. This was the decisive battle. Among them, there doesn't seem to be any particularly powerful presence. Guyu Ao had carefully observed the humans in the sky, and the only two he was wary of were one at the peak of the Liuli realm, who should be an elder of the Xian Jin sect, and another wearing a mask, whose cultivation was indiscernible. It was likely the mysterious person his cousin had mentioned. Gu Tuatu also realized that this was already a decisive moment. If they lost, there would be no chance to release the demon dragon again. But if they won, there was still hope. Cousin, what do you think our chances are? Gu Tuatu was clear about his own strength. Based on his understanding of this mysterious person, he could barely hold his own against them. The other demons were enough to deal with the other people from Panlong City. The key to winning or losing lay with his cousin, to see who could draw their hand out faster to attack the others. This was a duel between two peak Liuli realm powerhouses. Guyu Ao coldly smiled, his gaze sharp. If they have no reinforcements, we can annihilate them all. Analyzing from Bai Lu's earlier strike, he could drag Bai Lu down. As long as Bai Lu couldn't pull his hand out to help the others from Panlong City, they had more than 30 Void Realm demons on their side, and against the other oddballs from Panlong City, it wouldn't take long to win. After that, it would be a group of demons besieging the two Liuli realm powerhouses. Killing the two Liuli realm powerhouses would just be a matter of time. Then we can only take a gamble. Gu Tuatua said solemnly, you all, follow me out to kill. Remember, you must kill them all. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, take a few down with you even in death. Guyu Ao sneered coldly, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes as he licked his lips, as if he had entered a frenzied state. The demons roared in response, their momentum suddenly surging. In the next moment, Guyu Ao charged out first, leading the demons into battle. Outside the formation. Jia Daoyu, you are also a formation master. Do you have a way to break this formation or weaken its power? As long as it is slightly weakened, I can break through. In the sky, Bai Lu saw that the demon clan had not yet emerged and thought that waiting without doing anything was not a solution, so he looked at Lu Chen and asked. Suddenly, Lu Chen said in a deep voice, it seems we don't need to break the formation. They are coming out. He felt a strong sense of crisis. With years of experience, he had keenly sensed the impending battle. All units, be on guard. Prepare for battle. Bai Lu also sensed something and shouted. Zhao Dezhu nodded quickly and led his junior brothers to quickly form ranks. Morong Qingming and Huang Zhentian also commanded the cultivators of Panlong City to stand ready. They were unsure of the exact number of demons and were all extremely tense. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, the 7th grade defensive formation suddenly opened, and then numerous demons surged out. Human ants, come and die. Looking at the sudden onslaught of the demon army, both Bai Lu and Morong Qingming's expressions changed slightly. There are actually so many demons. The people of Panlong City were directly terrified, because they discovered that the weakest among these demons was at the first level of the Void Realm. Damn it! How are we supposed to fight this? A group of Peak Xin Guang realm experts from Panlong City turned pale with fear. Steady! Everyone, group together. With 2 Peak Liuli realm experts here, we can win this battle. Morong Qingming spoke first to stabilize the situation. Form ranks. Huang Zhentian commanded all the elders of the Huang family in a deep voice. Lu Chen understood the situation with the demons, glanced at the 2 demons in front, Gu Yueo and Gu Tua, and then said to Bai Lu, Bai Daoyu, one is at the early stage of Liuli realm, and the other is at the peak. With your strength, you can definitely hold them off, so I leave it to you. I will lead Morong Daoyu and the others to deal with the other demons to minimize casualties. Bai Lu? Watching Lu Chen turn and leave, leaving the 2 Liuli realm demons to him, he was a bit dazed. However, facing 2 Liuli realm experts, he was not incapable. Damn it! That guy! Don't you dare run! Gu Tuo originally intended to charge at Lu Chen, but upon seeing him retreat, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Your opponent is me. Bai Lu stepped forward, sword drawn, blocking the 2 in front of him, like a war god, his momentum so strong that the air around him twisted. He seems to be stronger than I imagined. Gu Yueo's face darkened, pondering inwardly. Damn it! Cousin, let's team up and kill him quickly. Gu Tuo saw Lu Chen retreating at high speed. He couldn't catch up and had to change tactics. Kill! Gu Yueo wasted no time and was the first to strike at Bai Lu. Bai Lu snorted coldly and moved as well. The battle officially began at this moment. Lu Chen glanced over there, secretly glad he was quick to escape. Normally, he would face one of the 2 Liuli realm demons with Bai Lu, but he didn't want to use his trump card just yet. He wanted to see Bai Lu's performance first. If he could hold on, Lu Chen could pick off other demons nearby. Lu Chen moved like lightning, quickly arriving behind Zhao Dezhu and standing shoulder to shoulder with Morong Qingming and the others. Everyone, don't be nervous, I will protect you, Lu Chen said seriously. The others were taken aback at first when they saw Lu Chen retreating to their side, ready to fight alongside them, but then they felt joy. Moreover, everyone was inspired, and their fighting spirit finally rose. With a Peak Liuli realm expert watching over them, what was there to fear? Everyone, it's time to let these demon beasts know the power of our human race. Follow me and kill. Morong Qingming's confidence surged as he saw the other demons charging over, and he immediately shouted, leading the charge. Kill! A group of strong cultivators from Panlong City followed suit, rushing into battle. Lu Chen watched as these people suddenly gained courage, revealing a smile like that of an old father. He quietly followed behind the crowd, ready to pick off heads here and there. Lu Chen kept a close eye on Bai Lu's situation. This was a battle entirely dependent on Bai Lu's strength to determine the outcome. If Bai Lu couldn't withstand the attacks of the 2 strongest demons in a short time, he would be in trouble and would have to reveal most of his trump cards. If Bai Lu could hold on, then he would be comfortable, just needing to deal with the nearby small fry, saving his trump cards for the end of the battle. Even if this fight couldn't wipe out all the demons, at least it could completely disrupt their plan to release the demon dragon, ensuring no one would interfere with his efforts to gain a large amount of lifespan. At this moment, Bai Lu no longer concealed his strength and began to focus entirely on fighting the 2 demon powerhouses. His swordsmanship was transcendent, each move causing the winds and clouds in the sky to stir, and everything around him to dim. The 2 demon powerhouses were no pushovers either. They were able to match Bai Lu's strength, especially the peak demon of the Liuli realm, who, with the cooperation of another demon in the early Liuli realm using treasure self-detonation, was able to suppress Bai Lu. It seems Bai Lu can hold on. But both sides seem to have yet to reveal their trump cards. We need to work even harder. After seeing the situation on that side, Lu Chen realized that he had become the key to victory, so he acted decisively. He mingled among a group of strong individuals from Panlong City, using a deep blue speed treasure to unleash the speed of the Peak Liuli realm, while wielding the prisoner tower in his other hand to launch surprise attacks. Of course, these Void Realm demons were not to be underestimated. Some could predict his attacks and would try to dodge. But with Morong Qingming and Zhao Dizhu's attacks in front and Lu Chen's occasional sneak attacks from behind, they quickly became cautious. They had charged out with great momentum, but soon they could only huddle together for warmth, surrounding themselves with their partners. If their backs were unguarded, they would quickly find a shadow appearing and delivering a heavy blow. Damn it! This person has no dignity as a strong fighter. A Liuli realm powerhouse, yet he only knows how to sneak attack. Human bastards! If you have the guts, go to our lord. I'm so furious. Blow him up. These Void Realm demons grew more and more enraged, some nearly losing their sanity. Clearly, their combat power was slightly stronger, yet at this moment, they felt somewhat crushed by these humans. Lu Chen, however, paid them no mind and instead smiled cheerfully. Who fights while adhering to the code of martial ethics? I won't play by the rules. What can you do about it? Morong Qingming and the others had strange expressions, but they all understood that Lu Chen's actions were extremely correct. They had more numbers than the demons, but their overall combat power was less than that of these demons. Without Lu Chen's tactics, they would have been overwhelmed long ago. As expected of Daoist Jia, this definitely shows an extremely strong experience in team battles, allowing for such outstanding strategies, Morong Qingming said with a smile. The people of Panlong City were even more excited to see themselves overpowering these demons, fighting like they were on adrenaline. Of course, they didn't dare to let their guard down, especially since these demons frequently used self-detonation techniques with their treasures. Each self-detonation could unleash the power of the Liuli realm. Faced with such attacks, they naturally couldn't withstand them, but just when they were about to crumble, Lu Chen would step up, effortlessly absorbing the explosive power. Everyone, don't worry. With me here, you just need to attack with all your might. After Lu Chen took on the overwhelming power of the demons, he returned to the back of the crowd, showcasing his agility to the fullest. He knew the situation of Morong Qingming and the others, such power was naturally beyond their capacity to bear. However, he had many defensive treasures, and withstanding attacks of this level was not difficult. Yet, he felt it was somewhat unfair to continuously take these attacks, so he switched back and forth, focusing on controlling the battlefield. His actions once again invigorated the morale of the human race present, and the group became increasingly passionate, faintly developing a rhythm to crush these demon clans. No! If this continues, we will lose. Gu Yueo spoke in a deep voice, his gaze turning to Gu Tuachuo, and he said solemnly, "Cousin, if you have any means left, use them now. Otherwise, there will be no chance." Gu Tuachuo's mouth twitched. He understood that in the current situation, if he continued to hide his methods, they would lose. But he could only use his method one last time. "Don't tell me you have no means left?" Gu Tuachuo gritted his teeth and asked. He also knew Gu Yueo's background. This guy clearly had hidden cards, yet insisted that he use his first. "If you hesitate any longer, we will lose." Gu Yueo shouted sternly. Gu Tuachuo gritted his teeth and made a decision. "You buy me 10 breaths of time." After saying this, he quickly retreated to the back, and then a flash in his hand revealed a formation plate that appeared from the void before him. It was his strongest method. Once the formation was established, all peak experts in the glazed realm within its range would have to endure it with resentment. After fighting with Bai Lu, he understood that Bai Lu was not a simple peak expert in the glazed realm. Even if this formation couldn't kill Bai Lu, it could at least restrain him. And that mysterious figure in the glazed realm who had made him spit blood would undoubtedly die within this formation. "Even if I kill you, I will turn you to ashes." Gu Tuachuo coldly stared at Lu Chen, his heart filled with extreme gloom. If it weren't for this person's appearance, his plan to unleash the demon dragon would not have encountered so many setbacks. He even suspected that this person was his natural enemy, specifically here to annoy him. Jia Dao Yu, don't give him the chance to set up the formation. Bai Lu felt a wave of crisis as Gu Tuachuo retreated, but when he tried to rush over to stop it, he was held back by Gu Yueo. For a while, he couldn't get over there. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen looked at Gu Tuachuo, his eyes narrowing into a slit. That was a 7th grade formation plate, very likely the formation that the shadow demon mentioned. Experts in the glazed realm would have to endure resentment within this formation. He could only withdraw from this side and quickly move over to stop it. But just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This startled both Lu Chen and Bai Lu. Was this a clone? Indeed, at this moment, 2 Gu Yuaos appeared. The two looked identical, and their auras were the same. "Don't even think about passing." The Gu Yueo blocking Lu Chen's path sneered. Lu Chen immediately flashed and disappeared from his spot, trying to bypass this Gu Yueo clone, but was quickly caught up again. "Your speed is no match for mine." After saying this, the Gu Yueo clone launched an attack on him. Lu Chen immediately raised his defenses, easily withstanding the attack from the Gu Yueo clone, but given the current situation, it seemed too late for him to stop Gu Tuachuo from setting up the formation. Buzz! A large formation's light curtain descended from the sky, directly enveloping the entire battlefield. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure descended upon the hearts of all the human race. Bai Lu also felt an extremely strong sense of oppression, which limited his strength. "The formation is complete. I have concentrated all my power on these 2 glazed realm beings. Cousin, see if you can kill him. I will immediately take care of this guy." Gu Tuachuo looked at Lu Chen with a ferocious expression, holding the formation eye like a deity. Upon hearing Gu Tuachuo's words, Lu Chen knew he could no longer hide. He had to unleash everything. "Want to kill me? Fine, let's see if you have that ability." Lu Chen spoke in a deep voice, his eyes buzzing. Several formations suddenly appeared around him. At the same time, a large number of treasures were taken out by him. In that moment, it seemed that even a powerful being from the Holy Spirit realm would find it difficult to pose a lethal threat to him. Just a moment ago, he had brought out the lethal Gutua, and the next moment, he was astonished by Lu Chen's depth. How can there be so many treasures? He saw several purely defensive treasures, and there were many more that were not part of the formation. If Lu Chen had initially given him the impression of being an ordinary person, at this moment, with a turn, he had transformed into a boy adorned with treasures. He already had a vague feeling that his formation had no effect on Lu Chen. Bai Lu and Mu Rongqingming, among others, felt the same way. The moment the Gutua formation took shape, they sensed an overwhelming pressure, and a fear had already taken root in their hearts, as if they could see the outcome of their defeat. Until this moment, seeing Lu Chen's miraculous display left them completely stunned. How could there be so many treasures? Moreover, these were just defensive treasures. Could there be even more treasures beyond these? Most importantly, these were all top-tier treasures of the 6th rank. Each one made them envious. Bai Lu was currently dealing with the Guyu Ao while also glancing at Lu Chen, and even he, with his vast experience, was momentarily taken aback. He had never seen Lu Chen in such a scene. The formation was one thing, after all, Lu Chen was a formation master, but these defensive treasures, he was pulling out several at once, with 2 hanging on his chest, 3 tied around his waist, and still holding. All were top-tier treasures of the 6th rank. Was he robbing a treasure house? He had never seen so many defensive treasures in his life. And at this moment, all these defensive treasures appeared on Lu Chen. Your formation is just like this, right? It doesn't feel like much. Lu Chen originally intended to keep a hand hidden, but since Gutua forced him to reveal his trump card, he had no choice but to let Gutua feel the results of his hard work during this time. The moment the Gutua formation appeared, he felt an intense sense of crisis enveloping him. If he had no defensive trump card, he would indeed have no power to resist against such a formation. Gutua gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it! Winning by relying on treasures, what kind of skill is that? If you have the ability, face my formation directly." Hearing Gutua's words, Lu Chen smiled. "Aren't you also winning by relying on the formation?" Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to argue. This formation was strong, and he had to quickly kill Gutua, otherwise, with this formation in place, they would still be in great danger. Gutua couldn't do anything to him and might shift his attention to Bai Lu, targeting him. He didn't think Bai Lu could match his defensive depth. Taking advantage of Gutua not having that thought, he acted decisively and charged towards Gutua at full speed. On the side of Mu Rongqingming and Zhao Dezhu, with his earlier assistance, they had already achieved some results. Over 30 demon clan members had been imprisoned, and now, in terms of combat power, the side of Panlong City had gained the upper hand. So he temporarily ignored Mu Rongqingming and the others, as it was not a big deal. His speed was fast, but the Guyu Ao's clone still existed, and in the blink of an eye, it blocked his path again. "Cousin, this kid can't be killed, so think of a way to kill the person in front of me first. If one of them dies, we can win." Guyu Ao spoke in a deep voice. He was also surprised by Lu Chen's displayed methods, but he quickly calmed down. His cousin Gutua's formation was indeed powerful. Even if he couldn't instantly kill Bai Lu, as long as he could restrain Bai Lu, he could still slay him. After fighting with Bai Lu, he had already assessed Bai Lu's strength. Overall, Bai Lu was slightly stronger than him, but he had not yet used his strongest trump card. Paired with his cousin's formation, killing Bai Lu would not be difficult. "Good." Gutua nodded in response but still said, "I control the formation, so it's hard to fight, cousin. You'd better continue using your clone to hold this kid back. His defense is disgusting, but his attack power doesn't seem as strong as the person in front of you. Don't worry, my clone can hold him off." Guyu Ao said confidently. No matter how strong the defense, it only means standing there to take a beating. Just now, while fighting with Bai Lu, he was observing Lu Chen's battle situation. This kid is quite strange, relying solely on the speed of the glazed realm and a special treasure to ambush his subordinates. This clearly indicates a lack of attacking ability, forcing him to use such means. From Lu Chen's speed, it seemed to be just average for a peak glazed realm. If his combat power matched that speed, then sorry, but in his eyes, that simply wasn't enough. After a quick discussion, Gutua directly controlled the formation's core, instantly transferring the formation's power to Bai Lu. Bai Lu immediately felt an extreme discomfort throughout his body, but despite this, he managed to endure. However, if there was no way to break the situation and it continued like this, he would have to fight against this formidable demon clan, which posed a risk of losing. "Daoist friend Jia, you must quickly kill that demon clan. Destroy his formation." Bai Lu quickly looked at Lu Chen. Lu Chen nodded, "Don't worry, I will kill him. You hold on for now." Since he had been pushed to this point, he would no longer hold back. If you want to seek death, then let me make sure you die without a chance of revival. Lu Chen looked at the clone of Gu Yueo blocking his way, and at that moment, the clone rushed towards him, launching an attack at the peak of the glazed realm. He stood still, assessing the situation, and gained a certain understanding of the clone's strength. A clone is still a clone. There is quite a difference in combat power compared to the main body. Then let's see if your defense can match that of the main body. As long as he got past this clone, Gu Tuatua would pose no threat at all. Whoosh! Lu Chen waved a hand forward, and in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before everyone present. 8 pieces of top-tier 6th-grade immortal treasures appeared in front of Lu Chen. The moment these 8 6th-grade immortal treasures appeared, golden patterns emerged on them, blooming into a golden angry lotus design. Not good. He's going to self-destruct the treasures. Gu Tuatua was momentarily stunned when he saw Lu Chen take out 8 6th-grade immortal treasures, and when he saw the familiar golden patterns forming the angry lotus design, he felt as if he had been struck on the head, questioning his life choices. Isn't this his treasure self-destruction technique? 8 pieces of top-tier 6th-grade immortal treasures already equate to the power of 2 7th-grade immortal treasures self-destructing. Any peak glazed realm expert would find it hard to withstand, let alone his cousin's clone. Gu Yueo was also dumbfounded. This kid, how does he have so many top-tier 6th-grade immortal treasures? There were only so many defensive treasures, and now he could even take out 8 non-defensive treasures. Moreover, he was using them to self-destruct. Do you not cherish treasures at all? Even he would find it hard to produce so many treasures, even if he had them, unless there was a bigger plan to acquire more, otherwise, it would be impossible to detonate these treasures. This is simply wasteful. Explode for me. Lu Chen didn't hesitate at all. In his eyes, treasures and immortal stones were no different. What he wanted now was victory, the opportunity to finish off the demon dragon without any obstacles. Treasures could be earned back later. No different from immortal stones. Boom! The 8 top-tier 6th-grade immortal treasures flew towards Gu Yueo's clone at an incredible speed. Even as the clone began to flee rapidly upon seeing this scene, in the face of such terrifying explosive power, no speed would be of any use. The terrifying explosive power instantly engulfed everything in front of Lu Chen, and Gu Yueo's clone was reduced to powder in an instant, along with Gu Tuatua, who was hiding behind the clone and controlling the powerful formation, being affected as well, sending him flying far away. Lu Chen witnessed this scene and felt quite satisfied. The explosive power had already approached the realm of the Holy Spirit, making it difficult for any peak-level Lioli realm expert to resist. What if he detonated a few more treasures? This was his first time using the self-detonation method of treasures, and he felt both exhilarated and an unprecedented desire for more treasures. He must accumulate more treasures. Strive to possess countless treasures. In the future, when fighting, he wouldn't even bother with flashy tricks, he would simply blow everything up. After Gu Tuo was blasted away, Bai Lu felt refreshed and didn't dare waste any more time, quickly heading towards the somewhat dazed Gu Yueo. He was also quite surprised by Lu Chen's actions. It was simply extravagant and ruthless to use such a special method to break the deadlock. With so many 6th-grade immortal treasures, wouldn't it be better to sell them directly in exchange for 1 or 2 7th-grade immortal treasures? In this situation, either there were many treasures of this level, or the scale was very large. He made a quick decision to break the deadlock. No wonder he wanted to invite Lu Chen to join the Immortal Sword sect. Such decisiveness was not something ordinary people could compare to. Bai Lu unleashed all his strength and immediately suppressed Gu Yueo with a frenzied attack. After Gu Yueo's clone was destroyed, he clearly suffered significant repercussions, spitting out a bit of blood, and his condition was far worse than before. Faced with Bai Lu's storm-like offensive, he could only quickly summon a defensive treasure to barely withstand the onslaught. Damn it! If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have rushed over. Gu Yueo felt a twinge of regret. After hearing about the demon dragon, he hurried over without much preparation, thinking his foundation was deep, only to find this place so perilous. You idiot, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and control the formation. Gu Yueo shouted urgently when he saw Gu Tuo stabilize himself. Daoist Jia, quickly kill that demon. Bai Lu, not wanting to be bound by the formation any longer, knew that as long as there was no interference from the formation, killing the demon in front of him was just a matter of time. Lu Chen nodded slightly. With the threat of Gu Yueo's clone gone, he moved swiftly towards Gu Tuo. However, the direction Gu Tuo was blasted away was precisely where the cave was located. Hearing Gu Yueo's reminder, Gu Tuo quickly shook off the chaos in his mind and exerted all his strength to rush into the 7th-grade defensive formation inside the cave. Lu Chen could only stop temporarily, frowning slightly as he stared at the 7th-grade immortal defensive formation. This formation was solid, and breaking in would take considerable time. Brat! If you have the guts, come in. After Gu Tuo hid in the formation, seeing Lu Chen stop outside, he couldn't help but sneer. His anger surged. After being thwarted by Lu Chen several times, he was now almost losing his life here. But he didn't dare to slack off and immediately manipulated the formation, pouring all its power onto Bai Lu. In an instant, Bai Lu's previously unstoppable offensive suddenly stagnated, and his storm-like attacks came to an abrupt halt. Damn it! Bai Lu cursed in frustration. Seeing this, Gu Yueo immediately launched a counterattack. Lu Chen noticed the change in the situation and glanced towards Morong Qingming and Zhao Dezuzu, seeing that their battle was gradually going smoothly, with only a dozen demons still struggling. However, if Gu Yueo defeated Bai Lu, the situation would immediately reverse, and the demons would gain the upper hand. Daoist Jia, we need to think of a way. Bai Lu shouted urgently to Lu Chen under Gu Yueo's counterattack. It seems I can only bring out everything I have. Lu Chen took a deep breath, deciding to go all in. All the treasures he had saved for so long would be used now. Just keep the defensive ones. Kid, out of tricks, ha, just admit defeat. Gu Tuo laughed, seeing that Lu Chen seemed to be at a loss. He was convinced that Lu Chen had already exhausted all his 6th grade immortal treasures. Lu Chen sneered coldly, his gaze icy as he looked at Gu Tuo and said, "You don't know when to give up." Before his words fell, he waved his hand, and 10 6th grade immortal treasures suddenly appeared before him. The air fell into a sudden silence. Gu Tuo's previously arrogant expression froze in an instant, his gaze vacant and bewildered. He was dumbfounded. At this moment, Bai Lu and Gu Yueo, who were fighting while stealing glances at Lu Chen, caught sight of this scene and momentarily hesitated in their movements. Bai Lu's eyes widened in surprise. Gu Yueo's lips twitched, and his face contorted. At this moment, he too began to doubt the existence of magic. How could there be so many supreme treasures of the 6th rank? Is this kid a weapon master? But, isn't this a special self-detonation method for treasures? Only treasures that come out of the longevity exchange tower can explode, right? Why aren't you laughing anymore? Although Lu Chen felt a bit reluctant in his heart, after all, this was all his recent accumulation, he knew that as long as he won this battle, he would be rewarded. By killing Gu Tuo and these demons, he could gain a significant amount of lifespan. He could also replace the treasures he had used. Moreover, the biggest profit point was still the demon dragon. By killing these demons, no one would obstruct him from delivering the final blow to the demon dragon, and the treasures consumed could be earned back several times over. Gu Tuo could no longer laugh, he was completely panicked. The self-detonation of 10 supreme treasures of the 6th rank could not be defended against by this low-grade defensive formation of the 7th rank. And within the formation, he could also suffer severe injuries or even death under such power. But there was nowhere to escape. "Cousin, save me!" His heart was in turmoil as he cried out in despair. At this moment, he had completely lost his wits, feeling that there was no way out. Moreover, he had entered this defensive formation and caved himself. There was no way to escape. Gu Yueo wanted to curse. "How can I save you? Damn it!" Gu Yueo was also panicking at this moment. Thus, a thought quickly formed in his mind. Boom! Lu Chen gave Gu Tuo no chance at all. He knew well that villains often die from talking too much. The 10 supreme treasures of the 6th rank unleashed terrifying power, exploding like a small atomic bomb, heading towards annihilation. The 7th rank defensive formation, which seemed capable of withstanding all attacks, paled in comparison to such power. Crack, crack, crack. The powerful defensive barrier was shattered in an instant. Gu Tuo, inside the formation, didn't even have the ability to scream before being engulfed in endless flames of power. The world fell silent. At this moment, Lu Chen felt a powerful life force surge into his body, significantly enhancing his lifespan. Very good. This demon clan was finally dead. Now, there was only one strongest demon left. A slight smile appeared on Lu Chen's lips as he turned to look at Gu Yueo. Gu Yueo met Lu Chen's gaze, and goosebumps instantly rose all over his body, a wave of fear surging from the depths of his heart. This human race is even more terrifying than the demon race. Lu Chen knew that the battle between the human and demon races had already determined the victor, and his gaze returned to Gu Tuo's corpse, where the powerful force had not completely reduced Gu Tuo to dust. The corpse remained, and there were still 2 formation discs around it. An unexpected gain. He flashed and arrived in front of Gu Tuo's corpse, storing the 2 formation discs in Gu Tuo's body into his storage golden pearl. He would study these 2 discs in detail later to see if they could be repaired, which would help compensate for some of the losses in battle. With Gu Tuo's death, the many powerful figures in Panlong City cheered, fully aware of what this meant. They retracted their awe-filled gazes towards Lu Chen and turned fiercely towards the more than 10 demons still surrounded. Not a single one would be spared. They all must die. At this moment, all the human race's powerful figures felt a surge of bloodline enhancement, unleashing an unprecedented fighting spirit. Kill! Morong Qingming shouted loudly. The powerful figures of Panlong City followed suit, roaring with high spirits, like flames burning the heavens. Lu Chen looked up at the Guyu Ao and Bai Lu in the sky, sneering coldly, and chose to ignore them. He knew very well that with Bai Lu's strength, dealing with Guyu Ao was not a difficult task, so he continued to collect heads. Watching Morong Qingming and Zhao Dezhu trying to kill all the demon clan subordinates, he couldn't let them succeed. Every time he saw a demon clan unable to withstand a death attack, he would quickly appear behind them and trap the demon in the prison Immortal Tower. There was no rush to eliminate them. Once they were in the prison Immortal Tower, these demons were doomed. After this matter was settled, he would make a fortune in lifespan. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the only remaining resisting demons were Guyu Ao and a peak Void Tranquility Realm powerhouse. Besides them, there was also a human, Sun Yin Yang. At this moment, Sun Yin Yang was filled with regret, knowing he had chosen the wrong side but unwilling to die, struggling desperately. The reason he was still alive was probably because the people of Panlong City had not yet adapted to Sun Yin Yang's betrayal of the human race and felt that with his strength, killing him would not be difficult. They decided to kill all the demons and then execute Sun Yin Yang. In the end, under Lu Chen's sudden intervention, the last peak Void Tranquility Realm demon was also imprisoned in the prison Immortal Tower. The people of Panlong City stopped their assault, surrounding Sun Yin Yang tightly. Above in the sky, the battle had ceased, for after Gu Tuo's death, Guyu Ao had intentionally or unintentionally moved the fight further away. By the time the battle here ended, the fight between the two had already reached the horizon. After the last demon subordinate was killed, Guyu Ao also stopped fighting and turned to flee. Bai Lu chased after him alone. Seeing this, Lu Chen handed Sun Yin Yang over to Morong Qingming and quickly pursued Bai Lu and Guyu Ao. He knew that Guyu Ao was powerful, and if he could kill him, it would be a significant gain in lifespan, an opportunity not to be missed. Morong Qingming looked at the extremely disheveled Sun Yin Yang and coldly shouted, "Sun Yin Yang, you have nowhere to run. Betraying the human race is an unforgivable crime." Sun Yin Yang looked around, seeing himself surrounded with no way out, his brows furrowed tightly, but suddenly an idea struck him, and he pleaded desperately, "Everyone. I was forced into this absurd act. For the sake of our past friendship, spare my life. I swear I will never step into Panlong City again." At this point, he appeared to be begging. Forced? When Lin Bufan left Panlong City, he left a letter revealing the truth. "You four family heads coveted the benefits offered by the demon clan and willingly betrayed Panlong City," Huang Zhentian said in a deep voice. Lin Bufan had already run away, but this kid might have seen the demon's weakness or realized he had taken the wrong path, leaving a letter before he left, detailing why the four family heads followed the demon clan. To break through their bottleneck and quickly become a Void Tranquility Realm powerhouse, they betrayed Panlong City. Damn it! Sun Yin Yang was furious upon hearing this. No wonder he couldn't contact that bastard. It turned out he had run away. And didn't even call him. "Do you really want to wipe us out? Don't you remember our past friendship?" Sun Yin Yang gritted his teeth, his gaze coldly sweeping over Morong Qingming and the others. "When you made the decision to betray the human race, it meant you were prepared to harm your own kind. If we lose today, how would you treat us?" Morong Qingming was very clear. Today, he could not let Sun Yin Yang live. "I advise you not to struggle any longer," Huang Zhentian also said solemnly. In the past, Sun Yin Yang had never gotten along with him, and now he would not give Sun Yin Yang any chance. "Good. Huang Zhentian, I want to fight you to the death. Do you dare?" Sun Yin Yang's eyes turned cold, his killing intent palpable. After joining the demon clan, his talent seemed to have been unleashed, and he was now at the third level of the Void Tranquility Realm, while Huang Zhentian was only at the first level. "Do you think I'm a fool?" Huang Zhentian scoffed. Clearly, this guy wanted to drag someone down with him before he died. "You have no need to duel with me, because you must avenge your wife and child." Sun Yin Yang suddenly grinned wickedly. At these words, Morong Qingming's expression stiffened. Huang Zhentian, who had originally looked cold, suddenly erupted in fury, his eyes flashing with a cold light, like a raging lion king. "Did you kill my wife and child? Not only that, I also defiled your wife. Ha ha ha, who told you to take her away? I was the one who knew her first." Sun Yin Yang looked at Huang Zhentian, laughing maniacally, his eyes filled with resentment. "I will slice you into 1,000 pieces." Huang Zhentian charged forward with his sword. Morong Qingming quickly followed, shouting in a deep voice, "Capture him." He knew very well how much Huang Zhentian valued the revenge for his wife and child. They had to catch Sun Yin Yang. "Want to kill me? Do you think you have the chance? Sun Yinyang sneered, placing the sword across his own neck. Huang Zhentian abruptly stopped. You want to take revenge for your wife and child with your own hands, right? But I'm so afraid of these people behind you. I'm afraid that before you can act, I might just tremble and kill myself. Ha ha ha. Sun Yinyan laughed like a madman. Everyone, stop. Huang Zhentian turned angrily to look at Morong Qingming and the others. Morong Qingming and the others frowned and halted. Don't fall into his trap. Morong Qingming, now fully aware of Sun Yinyang's intentions, hurriedly warned. You don't need to worry about that. This is my business. Huang Zhentian had already fallen into a frenzied state, glaring at Morong Qingming, but soon he seemed to regain some rationality, gritting his teeth and saying, Brother, in this life, I have never asked you for anything. This time, consider it me asking you. I want to kill him with my own hands. Seeing this, Morong Qingming clenched his fists and let out a long sigh. Very well. Very well. I will give you the chance to duel. But you must make them all step back. And you must swear, no, you and Morong Qingming must both swear by the heavenly Tao that if you lose, you must let me go. Sun Yinyang hurriedly agreed, looking as if he had found a chance to live. Huang Zhentian was burning with rage, then took a deep breath and glanced back at Morong Qingming. Morong Qingming sighed again, and so the two made the heavenly Tao oath as Sun Yinyang had said. Ha ha ha, come on. I give you the chance to duel. But you better be careful, because I will kill you. Sun Yinyang looked at Huang Zhentian with a sinister, playful gaze. He was at the third level of the Void Tranquility Realm, while Huang Zhentian was at the first level. This gap in strength was enough for him to crush Huang Zhentian. I have waited too long for this day. Huang Zhentian stepped forward with his sword, his eyes ablaze. At that moment, his aura suddenly surged. Bring it on! Buzz! From the direction of Panlong City, a terrifying aura suddenly descended from the heavens, like a river pouring into the sea. Morong Qingming shouted, Are you out of your mind? This was a desperate secret technique used by those defending the city when they were left with no choice. It could greatly enhance one's cultivation and unleash overwhelming combat power, but the cost was severe bodily injury or even death. And at this moment, Huang Zhentian had actually exhausted all his means. Huang Zhentian glanced back at Morong Qingming and laughed maniacally. I died the moment she died. Now that I can avenge my great grievance, it's time to join them. Good brother, for the sake of our past friendship, grant me one more request. Tell Shenyu that all these years, I have wronged him. For all these years, he had lived in guilt over the death of his wife and child. Since that day, he had become a walking corpse. The only obsession keeping him alive was revenge. He even lacked patience for his only remaining son. He knew that the way his son was now was entirely his doing. You've gone mad. Sun Yinyang, who had just moments ago looked triumphant, was now dumbfounded to see Huang Zhentian's aura continuously rising, suddenly reaching the 5th level of the Void Tranquility Realm. Are you ready for death? Huang Zhentian glared coldly at Sun Yinyang and roared a question. Lu Chen could still faintly hear the sounds of battle, yet before him, all was calm. Bai Lu must be pursuing Gu Yueo with all his might. Such speed, and already no trace of him. Lu Chen had pushed the power of the deep blue speed treasure to its limits, yet he still couldn't catch up to Bai Lu and Gu Yueo. This only indicated one fact. The two of them were likely no longer fighting. They might be flying at full speed, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. Given that both were faster than him, it was highly probable that no matter how he chased, he would ultimately be unable to catch up, and Gu Yueo would escape. If he really gets away, it would be a pity. Just moments ago, he had killed Gu Tuachuo, who seemed to have just broken through to the glazed realm, and his lifespan had increased by a full 6 million years, enough for him to exchange for 6 treasures. If he could slay Gu Yueo as well, the lifespan gained would surely be even greater. 7 or 8 million, or even over 10 million years, was not out of the question. Having never killed a strong opponent in the glazed realm before, he only now realized that slaying a glazed realm expert could yield such a vast amount of lifespan. The void realm offered just over 1 million years, while the glazed realm multiplied that by several times. How much lifespan would that demon dragon have? He found it hard to imagine. Such temptation stirred his heart. Once this matter was settled, he would have to prepare thoroughly for the slaying of the demon dragon. He couldn't miss out on this windfall. As Lu Chen thought of this, he had to stop, for he could no longer catch the traces of Bai Lu and the others. He quickly took out the demon searching array, made a brief scan, and discovered a red dot flashing 1,000 miles away. So that's where they are. Lu Chen put away the array and continued his pursuit. The flight speed of the Immortal Grade 6 Absolute Class flying boat was no longer fast enough. It couldn't match the speed of his deep blue speed treasure. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind. When he reached a higher level lifespan exchange tower, he must first acquire an Immortal Grade 7 or even an Immortal Grade 8 Absolute Class flying boat. Otherwise, if he encountered such a situation again, he would be left helpless. Fortunately, just as he was pondering this, the sounds of battle suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Bai Lu seemed to have finally caught up to Gu Yueo. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and he accelerated in pursuit. However, just as he got closer, Gu Yueo escaped once more, and Bai Lu resumed his full-speed chase. Seeing the two figures gradually pulling away, Lu Chen could only helplessly continue to follow. This repeated several times until he finally saw the two stop. "Don't wait for me to get close and then run away," Lu Chen silently prayed. As the distance closed, he finally got a clear view of the battle situation. Bai Lu summoned a special treasure, which turned out to be an immortal grade 7 absolute class treasure. The moment this treasure appeared, it instantly solidified a section of the void, and the flow of time within that void slowed down. Lu Chen was astonished at the sight. This treasure was remarkable, truly worthy of being an immortal grade 7 absolute class treasure. Bai Lu only took it out now, which must mean there were limitations on its usage. He probably didn't want to use it unless absolutely necessary. Seeing Lu Chen catch up, and knowing he needed some time to completely slay Gu Yueo, Bai Lu spoke in a deep voice, "Taoist Jia, let's join forces and kill him." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen nodded and asked, "Should I go in or what?" He wasn't sure if he could enter the slowed-down void. Bai Lu replied, "You can attack from outside, the external void is unrestricted. This is how this treasure is meant to be used, requiring teamwork." A look of realization appeared on Lu Chen's masked face. That was it. The external void was unrestricted while the internal void was in slow motion. It was practically a super weapon for 2 against 1, or a good treasure for one to fight while leaving the other behind. Bai Lu had refrained from using such a treasure earlier, likely fearing an ambush from other demon clans in the normal speed void. Lu Chen smiled slightly to himself. This was even better, as it provided him with an opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. Thus, Lu Chen wasted no time and immediately coordinated with Bai Lu. His cultivation was still at the Moon Sky realm, so naturally, he couldn't use his cultivation to deliver the finishing blow. However, he just happened to have a treasure in hand that could unleash attacks within the peak realm of the Glazed realm. With a flash of his hand, a finely crafted crossbow appeared. This treasure was called the Heart-Piercing Crossbow, a 6th grade immortal treasure. Lu Chen, outside in the void, searched for an angle, circling behind Gu Yueo, and began to gather strength to draw the bow. At the moment the bowstring was fully drawn, the crossbow, without a bolt, instantly condensed a golden light arrow. The terrifying power concentrated on the arrow, and the moment the bowstring was released, the golden arrow shot forth like a dragon emerging from the abyss, striking Gu Yueo in a position he could hardly perceive. Ah! Gu Yueo let out a miserable scream as a blood hole suddenly appeared in his shoulder. Damn it! You don't follow the rules of martial ethics. Gu Yueo had already tried to escape with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried or what methods he used, Bai Lu had a countermeasure. At this moment, he regretted it to the utmost. He shouldn't have come here. He faintly felt that he was going to die here. Jia Daoyu, well done. Keep it up. Bai Lu laughed heartily, his gaze turning cold as he fixed it on Gu Yueo. You demon clan are despicable, using every means possible. Now you reap what you sow, and you dare to talk about martial ethics? From the day you stepped into the human territory, your fate was sealed. Ah, I refuse to accept this. Gu Yueo wanted to say something more, but at that moment, Lu Chen shot him with another cold arrow. Lu Chen's gaze was like a torch, staring at Gu Yueo, too lazy to say a word, but he couldn't miss the best opportunity to deliver the finishing blow. If Bai Lu snatched the chance, he would lose a significant amount of lifespan. You have to accept it, whether you like it or not. Bai Lu was unconcerned, only thinking about quickly killing Gu Yueo. When he entered the Immortal Sword sect, he had received much education about the Demon Clan. After many years and witnessing numerous Demon Clan tactics, he was well aware that under such a powerful demon, countless lives were at stake. If this demon were to escape, it would be equivalent to millions or even tens of millions dying due to his negligence. Die! Bai Lu grew more courageous as he fought, and with Gu Yueo heavily injured, he could no longer effectively defend himself. Every strike landed on him. Gu Yueo's eyes turned crimson, his face twisted in rage, yet no matter how he struggled, it was ultimately in vain. Lu Chen, seeing Bai Lu's state, knew he might miss the opportunity for the finishing blow. After all, his attack required charging and was a ranged attack, unlike Bai Lu's close-range frenzied slashes, which were much faster. Thus, for the sake of his lifespan, he spoke in a deep voice, "Bai Daoyu, his life is nearly over. It's best to keep your distance to prevent him from making a desperate last stand and dragging you down with him." Though this statement had selfish motives, it was not without good intentions. After all, the Demon Clan was full of tricks. Who knew if they truly had a means of mutual destruction? Bai Lu nodded in thanks. "Thank you for the reminder." He then distanced himself and switched to ranged attacks. At this moment, Gu Yueo had no hope of escape. Seeing this, Gu Yueo's previous madness intensified. He was about to detonate his essence, attempting to take Bai Lu down with him, when he suddenly heard Lu Chen's words and couldn't help but roar. "You! I'll kill you!" Lu Chen was taken aback when Gu Yueo turned to glare at him, spouting vulgarities. "You can't really be thinking that. Then go die." He no longer hesitated, drawing the crossbow again, this time aiming for Gu Yueo's head. "Go join your cousin." Boom! Gu Yueo died with great unwillingness. His head instantly vanished from his neck, turning into a mist of blood. After Lu Chen killed Gu Yueo with a single shot, he immediately felt a powerful life force surge into his body. His lifespan instantly increased by 9 million. Counting the life force from both Gu Tuo and Gu Yueo, he actually gained 15 million years of lifespan. When calculated this way, he had almost completely recouped the treasures he had used before. Bai Lu, seeing that Gu Yueo was dead, raised the corners of his mouth and put away the treasure. The void returned to calm. He did not remain still but waved his hand to collect the corpse of Gu Yueo. While chasing Gu Yueo, this fellow had detonated several treasures, but it was also possible that he still had treasures on him. As a result, he had consumed a few of his own treasures, and if Gu Yueo had any left, it could make up for some of his losses. What Lu Chen cared about most was the lifespan of these demon clan members, so he pretended not to see Bai Lu collecting Gu Yueo's corpse. After all, without Bai Lu, he wouldn't have been able to kill Gu Yueo. This counted as Bai Lu's spoils of war. Moreover, at this moment, there were still 15 powerful demon clan members in the Prisoner of Immortals Tower, each of whom should have 1 or 2 treasures on hand. Once he killed these demon clan members, even if each one only brought him 1,000,000 years of lifespan, that would still be a significant fortune. Calculating it this way, he chuckled, this battle was simply a beautiful victory. A huge profit. How's it going over there? Bai Lu smiled as he flew closer and asked. Lu Chen nodded slightly. Only the head of the Sun family is left. The people of Panlong City have suffered almost no casualties. It can be considered a complete victory. Good, let's head back, Bai Lu said with a smile, then flew in that direction. Not long after, the two of them returned to the battlefield. It was quiet here. The people of Panlong City had finished clearing the battlefield, even collecting all the slain demon corpses. For the people of Panlong City, the demon corpses were of little use, but for the disciples of the Immortal Sword sect, they were wealth. Bringing the demon corpses back to the sect could exchange for a considerable amount of contribution points. Lu Chen and Bai Lu's gazes fell on Morong Qingming, who was holding a corpse, looking desolate. The corpse, though uninjured, had already lost its vitality. It was Huang Zhentian. Lu Chen did not have a deep impression of Huang Zhentian. He only felt that this person, like most powerful figures, was deep-minded and hard to see through. He felt no particular sentiment about Huang Zhentian's death, only curiosity about how he had died. When he left, a group of people was besieging Sun Yinyang. Could it be that Sun Yinyang took Huang Zhentian down with him? Lu Chen scanned the surroundings and his gaze landed on a severely mutilated corpse, finally recognizing it as Sun Yinyang, identified only by his clothing, as the body was unrecognizable, with limbs missing and the head severed. What happened? Lu Chen flew to Morong Qingming's side and asked. Morong Qingming sighed and recounted the events. After listening, Lu Chen and Bai Lu fell silent. It was quite ruthless. Lu Chen's impression of Huang Zhentian deepened. This man had avenged himself, which could be considered a fierce character. However, in Lu Chen's view, this was hardly worth it. Sun Yinyang had no way out. Why did he have to take himself down with him? This battle has already achieved victory. There should be no traces of the demon clan in Panlong City from now on. You all can rest assured and return to rest for a while, Bai Lu said, looking at the people of Panlong City with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the people of Panlong City cheered. Morong Qingming took a deep breath and said with a bitter smile, in this battle against the demon clan, the foundation of Panlong City has almost been destroyed, and the 5 great families no longer exist. With the destruction of the 5 great families, the overall strength of Panlong City would inevitably decline. To return to its peak, it would probably take hundreds of thousands of years. Lu Chen patted Morong Qingming's shoulder and said, then let's start over. Morong Qingming nodded slightly. He was holding the corpse of his childhood friend, and despite his usual cleanliness, he allowed Huang Zhentian's blood, which was occasionally seeping out, to stain his white clothes as he flew with the others toward Panlong City. Huang Zhentian, you're going home. After returning to Panlong City, Lu Chen used the excuse of gaining insights from battle to urgently need to enter seclusion for meditation. Thus, without waiting for Bai Lu and the others to speak, he flew straight back to the city lord's residence. He understood in his heart that his plan was not yet over. This was merely the beginning. He still needed to plan how to kill that demon dragon. After returning to his residence, Lu Chen set up a formation and immediately released Su Qingying, who had been stored in the Golden Pearl. Is it over? Did we achieve a great victory? Su Qingying had already removed her disguise, appearing barefaced, still stunningly beautiful, with an added touch of charm on her face. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. All the demon clan have been exterminated, not a single one escaped. Ha ha, that's great. Su Qingying quickly stepped forward, raising her fair hands, signaling Lu Chen to high-five in celebration. Lu Chen, not wanting to dampen the mood, smiled and gently clapped with her. Oh yeah, that feels good. Su Qingying beamed. Do you have a feeling that there will still be demon clan obstructing my killing of the demon dragon in the future? Lu Chen asked, a faint smile on his lips. He was eager to summon Su Qingying to see if he had overlooked anything. Su Qingying smiled and said, my intuition tells me that there are no traces of the demon clan near Panlong City. As for the situation with the demon dragon, I haven't had a clear sense. Lu Chen nodded. With the demon clan gone, his plan to kill the demon dragon should be without major issues. The materials he needed for the formation should arrive tomorrow, and he would just need to find Bai Lu then. At this moment, there was still plenty of time before the demon dragon's demise, so it should be safe. You performed very well in this operation, Lu Chen said, his attitude towards Su Qingying no longer as indifferent as before. If it weren't for Su Qingying's cooperation this time, he probably wouldn't have been able to annihilate the demon clan completely, so he didn't forget to praise her again. Su Qingying's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, it's nothing. If there are similar matters in the future, just command me. I'm very willing to help you. She didn't know why, but just a compliment from Lu Chen made her heart race, even more so than doing something she secretly enjoyed. Reflecting on the past when she was looked down upon by Lu Chen, compared to now, she felt that she had revealed her secret to him a bit too late. She should have stood on the same front with Lu Chen much earlier. After I kill the demon dragon, you will be free to go to the Xianjian sect to cultivate, Lu Chen said. During this time spent with Su Qingying, he had come to understand her character. She was actually quite a nice girl. After he killed the demon dragon, he wouldn't act under the identity of Taoist Jia anymore, preparing to change his attire and continue to cultivate in Panlong City for a while. So letting Su Qingying go free wouldn't affect him. In his view, everyone yearns for freedom. However, upon hearing this, Su Qingying was momentarily stunned, then eagerly asked, what about you? Lu Chen replied, I'll see how things go. I won't be going to the Xianjian sect in the short term. No, I won't go to the Xianjian sect. Su Qingying quickly shook her head in refusal. Then where do you plan to go? Lu Chen asked. He naturally wouldn't interfere with Su Qingying's direction after giving her freedom, but he still wanted to know her plans. I want to be with you. Su Qingying lowered her head slightly, her voice low, seeming a bit lacking in confidence, but soon she gritted her teeth and looked directly at Lu Chen. I will do anything for you. Even if you want me to do dangerous things, I will. Please take me with you. By the end, Su Qingying's eyes were a bit red. Lu Chen fell silent. Was this a confession? This girl really seemed to be love-struck. Lu Chen pondered quietly for a moment, uncertain about when he would leave Panlong City. He might stay here for a long time, so he decided to refuse Su Qingying's request. You should first go to the Xianjian sect to find Jin Yangfu. After I finish dealing with matters here, I will come to find you. He understood in his heart that having Su Qingying by his side was not a good strategy. Out of caution, he would have to keep her in the Golden Pearl most of the time. This might make Su Qingying feel wronged and could even breed resentment. It would be better to let her go to the Xianjian sect to cultivate first, and they could reunite when he arrived. He actually couldn't bear to part with Su Qingying. This miraculous support, that precious bottle, was truly invaluable. The potency of the elixir he burned could even transform into celestial stones, and coupled with her unique intuitive alertness, it was indeed a great help. If it weren't for Su Qingying's stunning beauty, he might have accepted her feelings long ago. Unfortunately, her appearance was too outstanding. Unless one day he truly no longer feared the threats of the world, he would seriously consider her affections. Su Qingying felt a bit wronged upon hearing this, but still gently nodded. She understood in her heart that Lu Chen's decision could not be changed and could only accept it helplessly. You must come find me, she said softly. Lu Chen smiled slightly. I will naturally come. In a new environment, having Su Qingying's intuitive abilities to assist him would indeed help him avoid many dangers. All right, pinky promise. Su Qingying took a deep breath and extended her slender finger. Lu Chen smiled faintly and joined her in this childish gesture. Afterward, he let Su Qingying return to the storage Golden Pearl. He did not ask her if she wanted to stay in the Golden Pearl for a long time because he feared that if he did ask, she might actually agree. To love someone to such an extent, willingly compromising oneself for the other, could instead become an obstacle to happiness. Liking someone should not come at the cost of one's own well-being, as it would sow hidden troubles. After some contemplation, Lu Chen began to focus on his main task, exterminating demons. He took out the prisoner of Immortal's tower, entered it with his consciousness, and began to eliminate the demons inside one by one. Of course, before exterminating these demons, he also tried to interrogate them to see if there were any overlooked matters or unacquired information. After confirming everything was accurate, he proceeded to eradicate them all. Once everything was in order, Lu Chen began to summarize this operation. Although he had lost quite a few treasures, overall, the gains were substantial. At this moment, his lifespan had reached 28 million years. This was an unprecedented lifespan for him. If he were to exchange this lifespan for high-quality or exceptional 6th-grade celestial treasures, it would amount to 28 items. Although he lost more than 10 treasures on this trip, it perfectly offset the number of treasures he had looted from over a dozen demons, and now having gained so much lifespan, this kind of harvest made it hard for him to calm his excited heart. Additionally, he had wiped out all the demons in Panlong City, and when the time came to deal with the demon dragon, there would be no other external obstacles, greatly increasing the probability of success. He just needed to set up the formation he had conceived. Killing a peak Liuli realm demon could yield nearly 10 million years of lifespan, so how many years of lifespan could a demon dragon originally at the universe realm provide? He could hardly imagine. The lifespan gained would likely be enough to instantly grant him countless immeasurable exceptional 6th-grade celestial treasures. He could even store a large amount of lifespan for future use in entering a higher-level lifespan exchange tower to exchange for treasures of even higher grades. This operation was enough to make him rich overnight. Moreover, there are 2 7th-grade celestial formation plates. If they can be repaired, it would mean possessing 2 7th-grade treasures in advance. Lu Chen studied them carefully. At present, his formation skills were not sufficient to repair these 2 plates, and he would likely need to wait until he broke through to the Tianyan realm and became a 4th-grade celestial formation master to be able to repair them. Therefore, after exterminating the demon dragon, he would need to devote himself to cultivation for a while. In fact, cultivation was not difficult. The challenge lay in the need for a large amount of resources and time. Now, he lacked neither resources nor time. This was also one of the reasons he wanted to stay in Panlong City for a while longer. It was time to raise his cultivation level as well. Although he had many treasures, his cultivation needed to keep pace, otherwise, it would seem somewhat mismatched. If he could elevate to the Xianguang realm, that would be even better. After summarizing his gains from this operation, Lu Chen felt very satisfied. Tonight, he would reward himself well. He would enter seclusion to cultivate for the night. Thus, there was nothing more to say for the night. The next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he received a message from Bai Lu, informing him that the items he needed were ready. That was quick. Lu Chen smiled slightly, tidied his clothes, and left the room, heading to the reception hall of the city lord's mansion, where he found Bai Lu. At that moment, Morong Qingming was also in the hall, seemingly wanting to discuss something with him. It was likely about the reconstruction of Panlong City. Daoist Jia, the items have arrived, Bai Lu said with a smile, handing Lu Chen a storage ring. Lu Chen accepted it with a smile. Inside were indeed the 2 items he required. Thank you, Daoist Bai. As for this extreme cold treasure, if you need some immortal stones, I can provide a few, he said. Yesterday, he had found quite a number of immortal stones among the corpses of the demon clan, especially from Gutua, totaling over 2 million. Bai Lu smiled and said, actually, I have something I want to discuss with Daoist Jia. It's about those demon clan members you captured yesterday. I wonder if you have completely exterminated them? Lu Chen smiled slightly. They have all been eradicated. Then could you sell me these corpses? They may not be of much use to you, but for us at the Immortal Sword Sect, they can be exchanged for quite a bit of contribution value, Bai Lu asked. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen laughed. Haha, why speak of selling? Since you have already gifted me the items I needed, these demon corpses are a gift to you. Bai Lu nodded with a smile, understanding Lu Chen's intention. It meant that they were even now. Of course, this was just a cooperative settlement. Lu Chen still remembered the favor Bai Lu had done for him. So, if one day he truly wanted to join the Immortal Sword Sect, he would naturally ask Bai Lu for a recommendation, which would allow Bai Lu to earn more contribution value for the sect. Lu Chen handed over all the corpses to Bai Lu. They were of no use to him anymore, and keeping them would only lead to a stench. Having someone else handle them saved him a lot of trouble. Bai Lu cheerfully collected the corpses, turned his gaze to Lu Chen, and asked, Daoist Jia, will the demon search formation still be set up? Now that the demon clan in Panlong City had been completely cleared out, he was worried that Lu Chen would no longer set up the demon search formation. Lu Chen smiled, I am still trying. After all, this concerns the future of the human race. but there are still many issues that need to be resolved. How about Old Dragon? Has he made any new progress? There is still no progress on Old Dragon's side, Bai Lu said with a bitter smile. I will try for a while longer. If it really doesn't work, then I can only give up. In fact, my initial effort in studying this formation was not solely to set it up successfully, I also had another purpose, which was to lure out the demon clan and capture them all at once. This is also the reason why there are so many problems with this formation, Lu Chen said, feigning sincerity. Now he could not simply say that the demon search formation was a trick to lure the demon clan into action. After all, the fake manuscript had already been given out, and with the insight of an 8th grade immortal level formation master, it could be seen that there were indeed some feasible aspects in the design of this formation. So he could ultimately say that he truly could not overcome all the difficulties, and that his initial intention was to lure out the demon clan, and now that the demon clan in Panlong City had been killed off, he chose to give up. A double excuse was already perfect enough, and no one could find fault with it. Upon hearing this, Bai Lu smiled bitterly. He had thought of this point as well. Then Taoist, try for a while longer. If there is truly nothing to be done, then we can only give up. Hearing Bai Lu's words, Lu Chen felt relieved. Soon after, once he finished off the magic dragon, he could dismantle the demon search formation, break down the items inside, and return them to Bai Lu's 2 disciples. He could then settle down in Panlong City and develop in peace. After finishing his conversation with Bai Lu, Morong Qingming interjected. Taoist Jia, I have a personal matter I would like to discuss with you privately. A personal matter? Lu Chen glanced at Morong Qingming. It was likely that she wanted to talk to him about the magic dragon. Bai Lu also understood the hint, smiled knowingly, stood up, and politely excused himself from the two. After Bai Lu left, Morong Qingming looked around to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then leaned closer to Lu Chen and whispered, Dao friend, these demons must have come for the demon dragon, so I suspect that the demon dragon is about to die. Lu Chen pretended not to know and asked casually, do you know the exact date of the demon dragon's demise? Actually, our ancestors passed down a prophecy that the fall of the demon dragon would occur around my generation or my daughter's generation. It seems likely that it will happen in my generation. Based on the demon's movements, it may not be far off, Morong Qingming said, no longer hiding his thoughts. He sought Lu Chen's counsel on this matter for a specific request. After burying Huang Zhentian last night, he pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. Lu Chen feigned understanding and said, that is indeed a cause for celebration. After all, for you, the death of the demon dragon would fulfill your ancestors' wishes. However, I am curious about one thing. Since you do not know the exact location of the demon dragon, how can you be certain it is already dead? This was a question Lu Chen had wanted to ask for a long time, but last time Morong Qingming had not mentioned the timing of the demon dragon's death. Morong Qingming smiled wryly and said, it was not appropriate to mention it last time, so I will tell you the truth this time. When the demon dragon falls, there will be signs. At that time, everyone in Panlong City will witness it. After Huang Zhentian's death, he sorted through his belongings and unexpectedly discovered some secrets about the demon dragon. It turned out that both their families held parts of the secret, which they did not share with each other, seemingly to prevent any one family from betraying their ancestral teachings. Now, he had completely grasped all the secrets regarding the existence of the demon dragon. I see, Lu Chen nodded and continued, however, I still have one thing I do not understand. I wonder if you are still concealing something, could you share it with me? Morong Qingming's expression became serious, and he replied calmly, please ask, Dao friend. Lu Chen inquired, if I am not mistaken, there is a hidden great formation in Panlong City, and I suspect that the demon dragon possesses certain peculiarities within this formation. Perhaps it is not that your ancestors' strong ones cannot kill the demon dragon, but rather that there is some other scheme at play? He had indeed not noticed any special formation in Panlong City before, but after hearing Morong Qingming mention Huang Zhentian using the power of Panlong City to enhance his cultivation and slay Sun Yin Yang, he deduced that there must be an extraordinary formation within the city. Such a high-level formation was certainly not merely for enhancing cultivation, there must be more secrets that Morong Qingming had not revealed. Morong Qingming sighed inwardly, realizing that Lu Chen was indeed a master of formations. Since you already know, I need not hide it any longer. Now that the demon dragon is about to die, everything will be settled. The reason I am telling you this is that I have a request. If you are willing to hear me out, I hope you can grant me this small favor. With that, he deeply bowed to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression slightly changed beneath his mask. Goodness, he was waiting for me here. It seems this is not a good thing. I will make a decision after I hear what you request, Lu Chen said seriously, not agreeing immediately. He also wanted to see what Morong Qingming intended to do. Seeing this, Morong Qingming said earnestly, once the demon dragon falls, the task entrusted by our ancestors will be complete. At that time, I plan to leave Panlong City and no longer serve as the city lord, going out to cultivate and seek opportunities. After all, in this world, strength is paramount. Since childhood, he had a wish to travel far and wide, to see a broader world. However, after coming of age, he was told he bore a mission and could not leave at will. He vaguely remembered the dreams he and Huang Jintian had as children, to roam the world and write their own chapters as strong individuals. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen vaguely guessed Morong Qingming's intention and asked, "Are you suggesting that I take over as the city lord of Panlong City?" Morong Qingming smiled and said, "Exactly. I believe that with your strength and talent, Dao friend, you will surely be competent. Moreover, the 5 great families have already become a mere name. You can fully support trustworthy forces to rise. Besides, I see that you, my friend, also possess secrets. In the future, if you go to the Longevity Exchange Tower, you will have no worries. That Longevity Exchange Tower will then be entirely under your control." He had already heard from his subordinates that Lu Chun had entered and exited the Longevity Exchange Tower multiple times. With so many treasures at his disposal, it was highly likely that he obtained them from the Longevity Exchange Tower through self-detonation. From this, it could be inferred that Lu Chen had abundant lifespan. Perhaps he was not merely a strong figure in the Lioli realm, but a far more terrifying existence. After all, even an 8th grade immortal level formation master had once praised Lu Chen's formation skills. Lu Chen felt a slight stir of interest, but he did not want to be trapped here for a lifetime. Although Panlong City was good, it only had treasures of the 6th grade immortal level. Once his lifespan was sufficient, he would still need to go to higher level cities to seek out higher tier longevity exchange towers and exchange for more advanced treasures. I will stay in Panlong City for a short time, but after many years, I will ultimately have to leave. Lu Chen gently shook his head and replied calmly, "No problem, by then you can find a successor." "I truly cannot find a suitable person," Morong Qingming sighed deeply. "Panlong City is now in a state of transition, and there isn't even a decent Void Realm expert." Lu Chen was silent for a moment before finally nodding. "Alright, I agree." He did not expect this to be such a good deal, gaining control over Panlong City while also being able to be a hands-off manager in the future. It was indeed a good thing. Seeing Lu Chen's agreement, Morong Qingming was overjoyed and clasped his hands, saying, "Then in the future, Panlong City will be entrusted to you, Taoist Jia." Lu Chen slightly nodded and then said, "Can we discuss the matter we just talked about?" Of course, Morong Qingming smiled slightly, took a deep breath, and continued, "The demon dragon originally had a cultivation level in the universe realm. With so many of our human race's strong experts, we could naturally slay it. The reason it was sealed here is due to a grand scheme. The formation of Panlong City is like a chess piece, using the power of the demon dragon to maintain the operation of the grand formation. Once the demon dragon dies, the effect of this formation will also come to an end." Lu Chen's expression under the mask changed slightly. "A grand scheme? What kind of scheme? What formation is this? What does the so-called effect of the formation refer to?" Lu Chen suddenly realized that the task he had taken on seemed to be far from simple. The specific scheme is unclear to us, but it is known to involve the lives of countless beings. This formation covers the entire human race and even affects other races. The formation of Panlong City is merely a corner of the grand formation that covers all beings. Once the demon dragon dies, the foundation of this place will be opened. Morong Qingming revealed everything he knew. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, pondering, what a grand formation for all beings. It seemed that his understanding of this immortal realm was less than 1/10,000th. Indeed, he only understood the situation of this small city, Panlong City, and had not even grasped it thoroughly. For instance, he had no answers about how the Longevity Exchange Tower came to be or how the treasures were obtained. Perhaps this grand formation for all beings was related to the Longevity Exchange Towers throughout the entire immortal realm? Taoist Jia, I have shared everything I know with you. As for the situation within Panlong City, you need not worry too much. This scheme will certainly require a long time. You can stay in Panlong City at ease for these years, and nothing else will happen. Morong Qingming once again clasped his hands, truly entrusting Panlong City to Lu Chen. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and gently nodded. That sounds very good. He would just develop for a while in Panlong City, and once he had developed enough, he would make a quick exit. No matter what the grand scheme for all beings was, even if the immortal realm collapsed, there would still be a tall figure to carry it. By the way, I have one more thing to inquire about. Lu Chen suddenly spoke. He had always wanted to clarify the origins of the Longevity Exchange Tower. What kind of extraordinary secret realm was the Longevity Exchange Tower? Who created it, and why did it exist here? He had inquired many times but had never received a definite answer. Morong Qingming smiled slightly, sitting quietly without speaking. Since he had entrusted Panlong City to Lu Chen, he naturally had to help him resolve his doubts. He wore a warm expression, indicating for Lu Chen to continue asking. Lu Chen clasped his hands and asked, "Do you know when the Longevity Exchange Tower appeared and where it came from?" He himself was unaware of the true origins of the Longevity Exchange Tower, only knowing that it was incredibly ancient. After all, he was merely the lord of a small city in a remote area, with limited knowledge. Lu Chen continued, "Then do you know where the treasures within the Longevity Exchange Tower come from?" As soon as he spoke, Morong Qingming seemed to know some inside information, a faint smile appearing on his face as he said, "It is said that these treasures are all forged by the Heavenly Tao. Some powerful individuals have utilized the characteristics of this tower to create methods for the treasures to self-destruct, which is precisely the method you are using, my friend." The Heavenly Tao? Does that mean these Longevity Exchange Towers are related to the Heavenly Tao? Have they existed since the very beginning of the Immortal Realm? Well, there is one more thing concerning the Longevity Spring. Since I am to become the Lord of Panlong City in the future, I need to understand the matter of the Longevity Spring. Lu Chen's expression behind the mask grew serious. From the Longevity Spring to today, his achievements relied on the ability to extend lifespan and the wonders of the Longevity Exchange Tower. Those Longevity Springs without such abilities were exploited like chives, being harvested mercilessly. Moreover, even those with exceptional talents, forced to practice those special techniques, would exhaust their gifts prematurely, accelerating their breakthroughs and leaving them with no future. Such a situation is truly tragic. If he were to become the city lord, he would naturally do his best to prevent such phenomena from occurring again. Of course, before making any changes, he needed to understand the origins and internal logic of the Longevity Springs clearly, otherwise, it would easily infringe upon the interests of certain individuals, leading to trouble. His current understanding was that the cultivation of Longevity Springs in Panlong City was proposed by Huang Xuanyu. However, based on his insights, the Immortal Realm was vast, and there were all kinds of people. How could it be that only someone from a remote little city thought of such a revenue-generating method? Upon hearing this, Morong Qingming slowly said, "The matter of the Longevity Spring can be traced back to a very ancient time, perhaps since the formation of the Immortal Realm, when the Longevity Exchange Tower first appeared." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen secretly thought to himself that it was indeed the case. The Longevity Spring had certainly not just come into existence now. In my view, the practice of raising Longevity Springs is no different from a calamity for mortals. At this moment, Lu Chen appropriately expressed his views on the matter of the Longevity Springs while observing Morong Qingming's expression. In fact, when the idea of restarting the cultivation of Longevity Springs in Panlong City was first proposed, I opposed it. Unfortunately, the other factions all voted in favor. Seeing Lu Chen's clear stance, Morong Qingming candidly admitted. Lu Chen noticed that Morong Qingming agreed with his viewpoint, so he quietly waited for him to elaborate on the origins of the Longevity Springs. Morong Qingming detailed the situation regarding the Longevity Springs in the Immortal Realm. In ancient times, there were already powerful beings who proposed plans to raise Longevity Springs. At that time, almost all factions were capturing loose cultivators, using various means to force them to practice special techniques, exhausting their talents in exchange for treasures. During that period, the Immortal Realm was rife with slaughter and unrest. It wasn't until tens of thousands of years later that an emperor born from the Longevity Springs emerged, suppressing all the powerful beings in the Immortal Realm, vowing to restore peace to the Immortal Realm. His appearance shocked the entire Immortal Realm, and subsequently, under his call, a force was formed that swept away all opposing factions with overwhelming might, finally bringing a brief period of peace to the Immortal Realm. All dissenting factions were annihilated overnight. From then on, the Immortal Realm truly welcomed tranquility. This person was known as the Emperor who pacifies immortals, and under his influence, many rules regarding the Longevity Springs came into being. Initially, he issued a strict order prohibiting the existence of Longevity Springs in the Immortal Realm. Anyone who discovered one would be exterminated along with their entire clan. However, many stubborn factions still secretly cultivated Longevity Springs, risking everything for profit. After a long period of suppression, the Emperor who pacifies immortals saw limited results and had no choice but to change his strategy, attempting to control the Longevity Exchange Tower. This action touched upon the fundamental interests of many forces, leading them to secretly unite in an attempt to obstruct and create various difficulties. Even the powerful Jinxian Emperor found himself stretched thin. Years passed, and only after the last rule was established did the Immortal Realm slowly return to normal, up to this day. That is to allow the existence of Longevity Springs, but their cultivation must not exceed the Moonlight Realm. If anyone is found violating this rule, anyone can report to the Jinxian Emperor's forces, and the informant will receive generous rewards. Morong Qingming detailed everything he understood. This move also left some cake for the major forces in the immortal realm, so it had some effect, and the reporting system worked well. Many loose cultivators made a considerable profit during that time through this system. Of course, you also know that at the beginning, this system consumed too many resources, and the Jinxian Emperor's forces had to pay a lot. So, in the end, the Jinxian Emperor's forces were still disbanded. Lu Chen was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Disbanded? It was also from that time that the Jinxian Emperor mysteriously disappeared. Some rumors said he had exhausted his lifespan and passed away. Thus, the ruling forces of the immortal realm gradually disintegrated, eventually splitting into 10 factions. To this day, these 10 factions are still active in the immortal realm, continuing the Jinxian Emperor's ideals. Morong Qingming said slowly. Lu Chun understood the general idea. It was also because of this rule that later on, the phenomenon of immortals going to the mortal realm to capture people appeared, right? Lu Chen asked. Morong Qingming nodded. Once cultivating longevity springs was no longer a taboo, the interests involved were extensive. Naturally, many clever strong cultivators created some special formations to open up passages to the mortal realm, seeking more suitable longevity springs. The phenomenon of sealing the mortal realm then emerged. However, the number of mortals existing in various places of the immortal realm varies. For example, our Panlong city is remote because there are too few mortals, and the longevity exchange tower is of a very low level. Lu Chen suddenly realized that the distribution of major forces in the immortal realm and the establishment of large cities were indeed closely related to the level of the longevity exchange tower and the resources in the mortal realm, much like the rural and urban areas of modern society. Where resources are abundant and good, cities rise rapidly. Panlong City is indeed too remote, and resources are limited. Even purchasing sealing formations has become a problem. Huang Xuanyu somehow obtained such a formation, which is why he restarted the longevity spring cultivation plan. Morong Qingming looked at Lu Chen, and whether Lu Chen would abolish this plan now depended on him. In fact, there are still many longevity springs in the immortal realm today, as this is a huge profit. However, cultivating longevity springs also requires considering one issue. Some longevity springs are very special. Just like someone is gifted as Jinyangfu, once they grow up, they are very likely to harbor resentment for past humiliations, retaliating against their former captors and eliminating all the forces that raised them. This is also one of the reasons why some small forces do not dare to easily cultivate longevity springs. After listening, Lu Chen gained a lot. Now he had a deeper understanding of the immortal realm. This world is indeed complex. Lu Chen and Morong Qingming talked for a long time, asking many questions about Panlong City. Morong Qingming decided to write down his experiences as the city lord over the years before leaving Panlong City for Lu Chen's reference. After their conversation, Lu Chen also prepared to leave and continue handling his affairs. Taking over Panlong City was after the death of the demon dragon, and now he still needed to prepare to deal with the demon dragon's remnants. After bidding farewell to Morong Qingming, Lu Chen did not immediately return to his residence but left the city lord's mansion and flew into the sky towards the city outskirts. He needed to visit the longevity exchange tower first. After yesterday's battle, the longevity he had accumulated was more abundant than ever, but the high-grade immortal treasures he had on hand were few. If he wanted to completely slay the demon dragon, he needed to detonate several treasures to ensure a successful strike. Therefore, he had to replenish enough high-grade immortal treasures. Upon arriving at the longevity exchange tower, Lu Chen unhesitatingly exchanged all the longevity he had obtained, leaving only a few years of longevity to sustain his life. He did not intend to accumulate lifespan in advance for treasures above the 7th rank in the future. With the demon dragon still alive, he needed a large number of 6th rank treasures on his person before heading to other major cities. These lifespans should be used when needed. Thus, he collected 28 pieces of high quality and exceptional 6th rank treasures. Among them, 8 were defensive treasures, which elevated his defensive capabilities to another level. Very good. This is what I want. He did not rush to study the effects of the remaining treasures, planning to ponder them in detail after returning. He returned to the Lord's residence and began to carefully study the functions of these treasures. They were quite valuable, and he was very satisfied. However, he still categorized these treasures, designating those that were currently of little use to him as explosives. Strive for a single strike to kill the demon dragon, do not be stingy with treasures, he resolved in his heart. In the end, he selected 15 exceptional 6th rank treasures as explosives. The power of treasures of such level and quantity detonated simultaneously would be enough to challenge even a saintly spirit realm expert. Not to mention the demon dragon, which was on the verge of death. The rest is to quickly set up this formation. Lu Chen took out the 7th-rank celestial fire and extreme cold treasures, beginning to arrange the formation according to his previous research. With all materials ready, the formation could be completed in less than a day. Thus, Lu Chen calmly closed himself off for a day and finally set up the required formation. A palm-sized formation plate appeared in his hand. This formation plate was different from ordinary ones. It emitted a blazing red light, and if Lu Chen had not wrapped it in celestial energy, his palm would likely have been scorched. The inside of the formation plate made crackling sounds, as if it were freezing. First, let's test it and see if I can approach that seal. Lu Chen felt a bit anxious. After all, he was not sure if his formation would work before the experiment. So, he quietly left his residence, taking advantage of the night, and stealthily arrived at the location of the demon dragon. When he appeared before the demon dragon, the surrounding environment showed no change, and the sealed demon dragon looked even more listless. The demon dragon was clearly on the brink of death. After Lu Chen arrived, he heard the demon dragon's extremely weak curses. However, he ignored them, took out the formation plate, and activated the formation. As the formation activated, the formation plate floated in the air, then burst forth with a strong light, transforming into a blazing spherical light, resembling a small sun. Lu Chen controlled this special formation, slowly approaching the seal. His face, hidden beneath the mask, appeared calm, but his heart raced. If the formation failed and did not achieve the expected effect, he would be unable to deliver the final blow to the demon dragon and might even lose a significant amount of lifespan. It should be noted that the lifespan brought by this demon dragon could be counted in billions. The formation gradually approached, finally reaching the range he could not get close to during his last test. It must succeed. Lu Chen silently urged himself. Just then, the formation suddenly came to a halt, and Lu Chen's heart tightened. Was there a problem? Fortunately, just when he thought he was about to fail, the formation's light flickered slightly, the whole thing trembled, and then it continued to move forward. At this moment, the formation faced no further obstacles, completely approaching the seal, and even directly passed through the seal, entering its interior and making contact with the demon dragon's body. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was overjoyed and quickly controlled the formation to fly out. The formation flew out at great speed, passing through the seal again without any hindrance, returning to him. Ha ha, it worked! Lu Chen laughed heartily, taking 2 deep breaths to calm down. Very good. Just waiting for the final moment to arrive. Lu Chen closed the formation and carefully stored it away. When the demon dragon was on the brink of death, he only needed to place the explosive treasures into the formation, quickly send them into the seal, and approach the demon dragon's body to deliver the final blow. However, he needed to know the exact time of the demon dragon's death. There could be no mistakes. After confirming everything, Lu Chen summoned Su Qingying from the storage golden pearl. Do you have any intuition to accurately determine the time of its death? Lu Chen stared at Su Qingying, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Su Qingying glanced at the ferocious demon dragon and said, "There's about 5 days left. If you're worried the timing might not be precise, you can come here on the 4th day and wait." Lu Chen nodded, already having a plan in mind. He needed to handle matters outside first, then arrive here early to wait quietly. He believed that before the demon dragon was about to die, there would definitely be some special changes around, and he would seize the opportunity to deliver a heavy final blow to the demon dragon. Why wait until the demon dragon was about to die to strike? Mainly because he was afraid that the demon dragon had some special means to withstand his attack. That wouldn't count as him killing it. Once he was sure of his plan, Lu Chen left the demon dragon's location and returned to the city lord's mansion. Time passed quietly. During these days, Lu Chen had nothing else to do, so he rewarded himself with diligent cultivation, waiting patiently for the time to come. His cultivation level was rapidly increasing, and he was now at the 5th level of the Moon Sky realm. However, he still had a distance to cover to reach the Heavenly Transformation realm. This technique is still not advanced enough. I need to find a way to obtain a more advanced technique when I have the chance. He felt that it would be more prudent to break through to the Profound Light realm before heading to the Immortal Sword sect. Alright, it's time to do something big. Lu Chen prepared to leave the city lord's mansion and head to the demon dragon's side to keep watch. Before leaving, he needed to inform Murong Qingming and Bai Lu, telling them not to look for him in the next couple of days if they had matters to attend to. He was afraid that their noise would disturb him and affect his opportunity to deliver the final blow to the demon dragon, causing him to miss out on a significant amount of lifespan. Coincidentally, just as he took out the communication jade slip to contact Bai Lu, he found that Bai Lu had already sent him a message first. Daoist Jia, there's a major discovery. Come quickly to the reception hall to discuss. Lu Chen was speechless. Discovering something at this time was useless. I'm about to do something big. Lu Chen still made a trip to the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. If he left without a word, and something significant happened later that he couldn't handle in time, it might affect the future situation. When he saw Bai Lu, he was already up to greet him, a warm smile on his face. Daoist Jia, there are 3 pieces of good news. I wonder which one you would like to hear first, Bai Lu asked with a beaming smile. Lu Chen thought to himself, the good news you speak of may not necessarily be what I consider good news. Daoist Bai, feel free to say, I also have something I want to discuss with you. Lu Chen didn't rush to mention his need for seclusion but wanted to see what major discovery Bai Lu had. Bai Lu smiled and said, first, our sect intends to recruit a batch of formation elders, regardless of their cultivation level, as long as they have profound knowledge of formations, they can be selected. The treatment is far superior to that of ordinary elders. Moreover, the requirements for these elders are minimal, perhaps they only need to do one thing every few years, which is akin to a white-collar salary. After hearing this, Lu Chen felt it was strange. This was somewhat similar to a modern type of job. A high-paying position where one didn't have to do much, just needed to stroll around the office at critical times and could continue to receive a salary. This could barely be considered good news. I will consider this matter at my discretion. Whether or not to join the Immortal Sword sect will depend on the specific situation, Lu Chen said calmly, not directly agreeing to Bai Lu's invitation. Seeing this, Bai Lu nodded slightly and continued, the second piece of good news is that Elder Long has just made a breakthrough and solved the difficult formation problem. This is his insight, you may refer to it. Saying this, he handed a thick booklet to Lu Chen. Lu Chen took it and flipped through it for a moment, his expression behind the mask becoming somewhat strange. A brief glance made him feel that Elder Long seemed to have overinterpreted his manuscript. It was much like those who analyze ancient texts, or like those who provide commentary on films, they write and shoot casually, yet unexpectedly, so much profound meaning is derived from their work. For instance, one of the so-called difficulties in understanding that Old Long has clarified is that he made arbitrary changes. Indeed, Old Long has resolved it, but looking at the insights written, it seems as if he has thoroughly researched this difficulty, as if he has deciphered some super knowledge barrier, with the subsequent reflections overflowing with joy over this interpretation. Truly worthy of Old Long, I will definitely study it carefully, Lu Chen replied casually. Bai Lu smiled and said, my friend may not know, but Old Long transmitted to me early on, stating emphatically that there has been a significant breakthrough, unable to contain his joy. I thought he had already set up the great demon-slaying array. However, he also said that since this problem has been solved, it marks an important step forward, and if we continue to work hard, we will surely succeed. Lu Chen nodded, indeed, we must continue to strive. What is the last piece of good news? As for the third piece of good news, it is the biggest one. I have reported the matter of Panlong City to the sect, and our sect has learned of your contributions in slaying demons, deciding to reward you with an opportunity to cultivate in the longevity pool. After saying this, Bai Lu lightly patted Lu Chen's shoulder, a hint of envy appearing in his eyes. It seemed that the opportunity to cultivate in the longevity pool was quite precious. I have only been there once, and that was because I achieved a great merit. Now the sect has made an exception to open the longevity pool for external cultivation. This is also the first time our sect has rewarded outsiders. To be selected as one of the first batch of outsiders is truly extraordinary luck. Bai Lu beamed, his gaze filled with admiration. Lu Chen, however, felt somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of the longevity pool cultivation. Nevertheless, since it was called the longevity pool, it must be related to lifespan. Could you please elaborate on the secrets of cultivating in the longevity pool, by Daoist? Lu Chen's expression remained calm, his words devoid of any ripple. Seeing this, Bai Lu smiled and began to introduce the longevity pool cultivation of their sect. The Immortal Sword sect is one of the top sects in the immortal realm, possessing various special cultivation resources and unique locations. Among them is a place called the longevity pool. The longevity pool occupies a very small area, hidden deep within a secret mountain. Immersing oneself in the longevity pool for cultivation greatly enhances the speed of cultivation, and the vitality within the pool is extremely high. Generally, people can only enhance their lifespan when they break through to a higher realm, but cultivating in the longevity pool allows one to absorb the vitality within and continuously enhance their lifespan. I was cultivating in the longevity pool back then, and after coming out, I exchanged for my first immortal grade treasure of the 7th rank in the longevity exchange tower. Bai Lu said with a smile. If he truly returned to the sect with the great demon-slaying array, he would certainly go again. Such opportunities are rare, largely due to the limited amount of water in the longevity pool. He was also surprised that there weren't enough cultivation resources for his sect's people, so why would the sect allocate spots externally? And they chose Lu Chen. He had not mentioned to the sect that Lu Chen was likely to create the great demon-slaying array, and he strictly ordered his disciples not to relay this matter back. Otherwise, such merit could be snatched away by other colleagues in the Immortal Sword sect. Of course, Lu Chen was not the only outsider selected. As far as he knew, 9 other non-Immortal Sword sect individuals were also chosen. These people had all done the same thing. They had killed a considerable number of demon clans. Thus, the intentions of the higher-ups in their sect became somewhat clear. It was related to the demon clans. It could be to encourage more powerful individuals to slay demons, or perhaps there would soon be some major actions related to exterminating demons. To create momentum. After listening to Bai Lu's explanation of the longevity pool cultivation, Lu Chen's expression behind the mask became strange. The water in the longevity pool contains a large amount of vitality, and it is absorbable vitality? Cultivating in that longevity pool for a period could quickly enhance one's lifespan? I have to say, Lu Chen became interested. He was curious whether this longevity pool had any connection to his own abilities. His ability was to destroy all living things, after which a mysterious life force would surge into his body, thereby extending his lifespan. The way he heard about the water in the longevity pool, it seemed like the life force had condensed into a substance resembling pool water. So, was there a possibility that if he fell into this longevity pool, he could absorb it without any cultivation? Would his lifespan increase wildly? Lu Chen shook his head secretly, not wanting to think further. Because at this moment, he had to carefully consider one thing: how did such a rare cultivation opportunity come to him? Such a precious cultivation opportunity is actually granted to me. Could it be that Taoist Bai fought for it on my behalf? Lu Chen stared at Bai Lu, but he had just heard Bai Lu say that he had only been there once. This seemed somewhat contradictory. Bai Lu smiled bitterly upon hearing this. If I could get this for you, I would at least be an elder at the Supreme Elder level. He had no intention of hiding it and informed Lu Chen of his rough guess about the sect's intentions. Taoist friend, your luck is indeed quite good. Soon, the sect will send someone with a token. You can use this token to go to the longevity pool for cultivation at any time. If you have no intention of going, you can also sell the token. It will definitely fetch a good price, Bai Lu said with a smile. Lu Chen looked at Bai Lu and couldn't help but feel emotional. Bai Lu seemed to be able to hide this token without telling him, so it seemed that Bai Lu genuinely wanted to maintain a good relationship with him. Thank you for your kind intentions, Taoist friend. Lu Chen smiled slightly. I haven't done anything, you're being too polite. I also hope to have another opportunity to cultivate in the longevity pool, and I hope you can set up the demon-searching great array soon, so we can gain opportunities again, Bai Lu said with a smile. Lu Chen pretended to nod seriously, but he was already prepared. Once the demon dragon was dead, he would dismantle the demon-searching great array. There was no way around it. Handing over the demon-searching great array now was still inappropriate. Then you have no other matters, right? After that battle, I gained some insights and should be on the verge of a breakthrough, so I need to go into seclusion for a few days. Lu Chen's expression was serious, intending to inform Bai Lu not to disturb him in the coming days. Ha ha, congratulations, Bai Lu said, looking at Lu Chen with surprise, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. He had been at the peak of the Lioli realm for a long time without breaking through, while Lu Chen seemed to have stepped into the Holy Spirit realm even faster than him. Lu Chen cupped his hands in salute, then stopped chatting with Bai Lu, letting Bai Lu say a word to Morong Qingming before directly leaving the reception hall. His goal was clear: the location of the demon dragon. Bai Lu watched Lu Chen's figure gradually fade away. I wonder when I will be able to break through. If I can break through on this trip and return, I will definitely earn another contribution value. Their sect had a rule that every elder would receive a substantial contribution value for each major breakthrough, encouraging people to work hard in their cultivation. Just as he felt a bit of envy for Lu Chen's breakthrough, suddenly, a strong sense of breakthrough surged from the depths of his heart. His eyes widened instantly, filled with surprise and disbelief. He was also about to break through. Ha ha, this kind of breakthrough is also the first time I've encountered it. Bai Lu laughed heartily, looking in the direction Lu Chen had left, gratitude showing in his eyes as he murmured, "This Taoist friend is indeed my benefactor." He took out a sound transmission jade slip, first sending a message to his disciple, then informing Morong Qingming about his and Lu Chen's impending seclusion and breakthrough, advising him not to disturb them. Meanwhile, Lu Chen quietly arrived at the location of the demon dragon. He looked around, confirming that no one was following him, and quickly set up various formations around him while raising the demon-searching great array. The formation's light screen appeared before him, constantly monitoring whether any demon clan members were approaching. Very well, we just wait for the final moment. Lu Chen sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the trapped demon dragon. At this moment, the demon dragon's aura was increasingly feeble, and faint curses still escaped its mouth from time to time. Lu Chen let out a cold laugh and said lightly, "Curse all you want, in 2 days, it will be the time when you can no longer curse." With nothing else to do, he decisively began to cultivate. However, before he could start his training, he had to release Su Qingying. "You can rest here for a while, no need to do anything. If you have any intuition, inform me immediately," Lu Chen said with a slight smile, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. With the protection of the demon sealing array and Su Qingying's extraordinary intuition, they had double insurance, and even if danger arose, they could respond in time. Su Qingying smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, so far, there hasn't been any intuitive warning." Lu Chen nodded and closed his eyes to begin his cultivation. He understood that if he could break through to the profound light realm before leaving Panlong City, he would be in an invincible position. Currently, he was only at the 5th layer of the Moonlight Realm, still a whole realm and a half away from the profound light realm. After defeating this demon dragon, it would likely take him at least a few years to break through. Time passed quietly. A day later, Lu Chen stopped his cultivation. He keenly sensed that the seal trapping the demon dragon had changed. The seal began to contract and expand, and the demon dragon struggled in pain, its expression growing increasingly ferocious, its former curses turning into faint wails. It seems the seal has begun to exert its power. According to Su Qingying's intuition, the demon dragon will perish here today, Lu Chen said as he stood up, his gaze sharp, fixated on the demon dragon. He had already taken out the formation he created, and in front of him floated a pile of 6th-grade immortal treasures that had been set to self-destruct, waiting for the moment the demon dragon was about to die, when he would trigger the final explosion and throw the treasures into the formation. This would allow the formation to make contact with the demon dragon, delivering the heaviest blow. Seeing this, Su Qingying also stood up. She knew how much Lu Chen valued this matter. Although she didn't fully understand his intentions, she sincerely hoped he could achieve his wishes. In her heart, she had already developed feelings for Lu Chen, only wishing for him to succeed. If Lu Chen was happy, she would be happy too. She had to ensure that Lu Chen accomplished this. Time passed slowly. Lu Chen kept a close watch on the changes in the demon dragon while also observing the light screen of the demon sealing array, fearing that any remnants of the demon race might come to disrupt them. An hour quietly slipped by, and the seal continued to contract and expand in a regular pattern, each contraction becoming more urgent, and the demon dragon's wails growing more mournful. It seemed that the final way the demon dragon would be killed would be by being crushed into a meat pie by the seal. Then won't it be very difficult for me to grasp the timing of the demon dragon's death? Lu Chen's expression turned serious. With each tightening of the seal, he could see the demon dragon undergoing another ordeal. Perhaps during one of the seal's tightening assaults, the demon dragon would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, every time he saw the seal expand and then tighten, he had to elevate his focus to the utmost degree. He had to prevent missing the most crucial moment. "I hope there will be some sign." He silently prayed, hoping that the demon dragon would show some unusual movement before its death, such as letting out a painful long howl or showing signs of a last flicker of life. Another hour passed, and at this moment, his heart began to race, growing increasingly tense. Because in his eyes, the demon dragon was about to be crushed into a piece of shapeless black flesh. The demon dragon was not dead yet. It was still holding on, but he couldn't be sure when the demon dragon would die. It should be ending soon? He took a deep breath, turned his gaze to Su Qingying, and instructed, "If you have any intuition that the demon dragon is about to die, be sure to inform me immediately." Su Qingying nodded solemnly, her breathing becoming rapid. She could see Lu Chen's tension at this moment, and her heart couldn't help but feel anxious. Time flowed like water, and another half-hour passed. Lu Chen looked at the black dragon, which was in a pitiful state, no longer making any cries of agony, yet somehow still alive. He didn't know how to respond. "Were you preparing to die, or not? Could you give me a sign?" Lu Chen realized that his method of observation was useless now, as the sealing formation had suddenly upgraded. Not only had its expansion and contraction speed doubled, but it had also completely cut off the dragon's life force. He could no longer determine whether the dragon was on the verge of death by how much life force it had left. If he acted now without completely killing the dragon, he would perfectly miss this opportunity. After all, he couldn't set up another formation in such a short time. Lu Chen looked at Su Qingying. Su Qingying was also anxious. She had not developed any intuition so far, and the dragon was in such a state. She even doubted whether the dragon was already dead, but according to Lu Chen, an anomaly would appear when the dragon died. This meant the dragon was still holding on. Time passed, and another incense stick burned down. Lu Chen took a deep breath and made a decision. Mainly, the dragon was almost completely flattened. The dragon's strongest defense, faced with so many of his treasures self-destructing, should be unable to withstand it. No more waiting. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. He could only take a gamble. He would feel even worse if he did nothing and watched the dragon die. Now, directly attempting to deliver the final blow to the dragon still held a chance of success. Even if he failed, he could accept it, at least he had tried. Just as he was about to detonate the treasures, Su Qingying suddenly grabbed his hand tightly. It's coming! It's coming! Just one more incense stick of time. Su Qingying sensed Lu Chen's determination and said urgently, her palm already sweating. Lu Chen felt her tension, but at that moment, he was filled with ecstasy. Su Qingying's intuition had never been wrong, which meant it was stable. Good. Lu Chen instantly calmed his mind and adjusted his speed rapidly. He just needed to wait for one more incense stick of time. He silently counted the time in his heart, his consciousness clearly counting every second, fully focused on the dragon. At this moment, he didn't even realize he was still holding Su Qingying's hand. Finally, the last 10 breaths of time arrived. Very good. Explode for me. Lu Chen quickly acted, summoning the treasures and projecting them into the formation, channeling immense spiritual energy into the seal. The formation passed through the recently expanded seal, touching the dragon's battered body. Boom!